Chapter 1. The morning after. Instead of moving away to shower as he always did, Beixian did something extraordinary. He pulled her close from behind, his arms wrapping around her tight and desperate, as if trying to fuse her into his very bones. Her heart soared with a wild, painful hope. After 3 years of marriage, this was the first time he had held her like this, and it felt profoundly like being truly loved. Her heart pounding like a captured bird, she turned slowly in his embrace. She smiled a beautiful, fragile smile and held him back just as tightly, feeling in that moment like she held her entire world. After a long, silent moment, he finally let her go. He sat up, pulled on his clothes, and retrieved a cigarette from the drawer by the bed. He lit it with practiced ease and took a deep, slow drag. Smoke curled through the air, blurring the sharp, handsome lines of his face. He seemed lost in thought, the cigarette burning dangerously close to his fingers before he noticed. Su Hua whispered gently into the quiet room, "I thought you had quit." Beixian stubbed the cigarette out immediately in a crystal ashtray. He then turned his deep, intense gaze on her. The silence stretched between them, heavy and foreboding. "Su Hua," he finally said, his voice low and steady. "We need to part ways." His words hit her with the force of a thunderclap on a clear day. The warmth in her heart froze solid in an instant. She stared at him, her face pale. "Did I do something wrong?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "No, you didn't," he replied. "Then why?" she managed to ask, dread coiling in her stomach. "Su Hua is back," he stated simply. "I'm sorry." Su Hua. The name of his first love echoed painfully in her mind. A pain sharper than any blade pierced Su Hua's heart. 3 full years of companionship and care, obliterated in an instant by that woman's return. His inability to love her was her greatest failing. A crushing wave of loss and despair threatened to drown her. She bit her lip hard to stop its trembling, her body rigid with shock. She fumbled blindly for her clothes, her only thought to escape the stifling room. Beixian gently pressed down on her shoulder. "Where are you going?" he asked, his tone deceptively soft. She fought back the hot tears pricking her eyes. "To make breakfast," she whispered, the mundane words feeling absurd. "Let me do it today." "You should rest," he said. She just nodded mutely, pulling the covers over her now damp eyes. The moment she heard the door click shut behind him, she fled to the bathroom. There, locked away, silent, wrenching sobs finally shook her body. Tears fell uncontrollably, hot and fast down her cheeks. She hadn't known love could hurt this much. It felt like her heart was being physically carved out. She slumped against the cool tile wall, crying until her whole body trembled from the effort. Sometime later, his voice called from downstairs. "Breakfast is ready." She splashed handful after handful of cold water on her face, again and again. But nothing could reduce the obvious redness and swelling in her eyes. He stood waiting for her in the elegant dining room, impeccable in his tailored suit. His long legs, clad in dark trousers, seemed to go on forever, and he radiated a cool, untouchable grace. She sat down quietly at the polished table. He leaned close, his gaze lingering on her red-rimmed eyes. "You been crying?" he inquired, his voice gentle. She forced a weak, unconvincing smile onto her lips. "It's nothing, just got some soap in my eyes while washing my face. It'll be fine in a moment. Be more careful next time," he said softly, sitting beside her and handing her a pair of chopsticks. She took them, looking down to hide her expression, focusing on his elegant fingers holding his own utensils. The lavish breakfast sat between them, untouched and fragrant, the aroma somehow making the situation feel even sadder. It was, without a doubt, the most sorrowful meal she had ever faced. After 30 minutes of mostly silent picking at food, neither had eaten much. She put her chopsticks down with a quiet click and stood up. "I'll go upstairs and pack my things," she announced softly. His grip on his own chopsticks tightened almost imperceptibly. "There's no rush," he said, his voice even. A bitter, silent smile touched her lips. "Why wait to be formally thrown out?" Upstairs, she methodically packed her life into a single suitcase, piece by painful piece. Finally, she clicked the locks shut with definitive snaps and carried it back down. He moved towards her, his hand outstretched. "Let me take that for you," he offered. "No need, I can manage," she said, keeping a firm hold on the handle as she walked out, her back painfully straight. Walking through the beautifully manicured garden for the last time, she felt a deep, aching pang. How could these places hold more feeling than the person she shared them with? 3 years of hoping for his love, and it had only ever been her own one-sided affair. They reached the main grand gate, where his sleek car was already waiting. He held out a pale slip of paper. "Thank you for these 3 years," he said. She stood frozen, unsure if she should accept this final payment for a failed marriage. He tucked the check firmly into the side pocket of her suitcase when she didn't take it. Please take it. You'll need it moving forward, he insisted. Okay, she replied, her voice hollow and dry. She looked up, her eyes greedily memorizing his face. The curve of his lips, the line of his nose, the intensity of his eyes. She thought of their recent intimacy, of moments where she felt close to him, and her heart broke anew. She wondered how long it would truly take to stop loving him. 3 years? 10? Maybe an entire lifetime. Loving him had seemed so easy, but forgetting him felt utterly impossible. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her into a firm, brief embrace. His face was a mask of calm, but a strange turmoil churned in the depths of his eyes. Life will be hard on your own. If you have difficulties, just call me, he said. Tears welled up fiercely, but she forced them down, refusing to let them fall. Okay, she whispered again, the word catching in her throat. My health was poor those first 2 years. My temper was worse because of it. I know I made you suffer at times, he added, almost as an afterthought. It was all right, she mumbled, downplaying the memory of past hurts. Take care of yourself, he said softly. You too, she managed in return. Then, slowly, she raised her arms and hugged him back, a final, desperate, almost funerary clutch. Just as suddenly, she pushed herself away from him. She wiped her face quickly with the back of her hand, grabbed the handle of her suitcase, and turned to leave without another word. After she had taken just a few steps away, his voice stopped her once more. Who is Ayao? He asked. Her heart stuttered violently in her chest. Her foot hovered mid-step as she froze. An avalanche of long-sealed memories and emotions threatened to crush her completely under their weight. She couldn't speak. The pain and surprise were too acute. Beixian continued, his voice softer now, laced with something she couldn't identify. He must be very important to you. I'm sorry I occupied your time for these 3 years. I sincerely wish you happiness. Chapter 2, Astonishing Revelations. Su Hua's heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving her at a loss for words. Slowly, she turned her head to gaze at Beixian. He seldom smiled, yet when he did, it was a sight to behold. A radiant smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, his dark, clear eyes shimmering like the vast ocean under a starlit sky. Soon, she would be with the one she cherished. Surely, he must be overjoyed. Su Hua managed a smile, one born from a heart that had already shattered. I wish you happiness, she murmured before turning to enter the car. As the door clicked shut, tears cascaded down her cheeks, the fresh wounds mingling with old pains, urging her to curl up in despair. The driver lifted her suitcase and placed it in the trunk before getting into the car and starting the engine. Watching the vehicle speed away, the smile on Beixian's lips froze and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Hua wheeled her suitcase through the door. Su Peilon, noticing her swollen eyes and the suitcase in her hand, was taken aback. My dear, what has happened to you? Su Hua lowered her head to change her shoes, feigning calmness as she replied, Mom, I'm moving back. Su Peilon jumped up from the sofa in disbelief. Are you separating from Beixian? Yes, his ex-girlfriend has returned. At this, Su Peilon's anger flared. 3 years prior, Beixian had suffered a car accident, and the doctors had declared he would be bound to a wheelchair for life. His former girlfriend had abandoned him then. It was Su Hua who had stayed by his side, seeking medical help both domestically and abroad, massaging his legs, assisting with his rehabilitation, like a devoted caretaker day and night. Now that he could walk again, that woman had the audacity to return. How shameless! And Beixian, for such a heartless woman, had chosen to forsake you. Was he blind? Su Hua bent down and retrieved a check from her suitcase, placing it in her mother's hand. This is his compensation. Su Peilon stared at the long string of zeros on the check, her eyes widening in astonishment. After counting, she realized there were a staggering 8 zeros. Her expression softened slightly. It was not merely about the money. Could wealth justify such cruelty? Su Hua lowered her gaze, her voice gentle. How many couples divorce? With the man providing nothing, even scheming against the woman? Some men, in an effort to keep their possessions, have been driven to murder their wives. In comparison, Beixian is somewhat reasonable. But can you truly swallow this indignity? Su Hua offered a bitter smile. What other choice do I have? Should I cry, throw a tantrum, or resort to extreme measures? Such displays are futile. His heart is no longer here. Clinging to him serves no purpose, nor can it retain him. Mom, I am tired. I wish to rest for a while. Go ahead, Su Hua said, her heart aching for her daughter as she sighed. This child was far too accommodating, to a degree that pulled at one's heartstrings. Su Hua turned and retreated to her bedroom. She slept for a full 2 days and nights, causing Su Hua to occasionally check on her, worried for her well-being. In truth, Su Hua had scarcely slept. She simply lacked the energy to move. Feeling neither hunger nor vitality, her entire being drained, as if a significant part of her heart was missing. It felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. On the 3rd day, Su Hua finally mustered the strength to rise. After freshening up, she called Gu Beixian. Is the divorce agreement prepared? When shall we proceed with the formalities? Gu Beixian fell silent for a moment before responding. I am away on a business trip. Let us discuss this further upon my return. All right, then I shall head to work. Please call me in advance when you set off, she replied. Have you already found a job so quickly? Where is it? He inquired with genuine concern. At an antique shop. They have been calling me to come over for a while now. Do not overexert yourself. If you find yourself in need of money, do not hesitate to let me know. His voice was deep and gentle, infused with a touch of moonlight, evoking a sense of longing. Su Hua felt a pang in her heart and distanced herself, saying, I am not in need, thank you. After breakfast, Su Hua took a taxi to Gubaozhai. She was greeted by the young master of the shop, Su Hua. Dressed in a light blue shirt and khaki trousers, he possessed a tall and slender figure. His demeanor clean and warm, akin to jade. After introducing Su Hua to the crowd downstairs, Su Hua led her upstairs to meet the shop's esteemed appraiser, Cui Shousheng. Cui Lao, this is Su Hua, the disciple of the renowned restorer, Su Lao, specializing in the restoration of ancient books and paintings. She will be our artifact restorer from now on. If you have any uncertainties, you may consult her. Kui Shousheng, Niring Gesixti, peered at Su Hua through his reading glasses. A girl in her early 20s could hardly be deemed a restoration expert. At her age, he had still been an apprentice. Yet the young master elevated her status so highly, even suggesting that he consult her for matters. He outwardly acquiesced, but felt a surge of discontent within. Once Su Hua departed, he asked Su Hua, Little Su, you are quite young. How many years have you been in this profession? Su Hua smiled faintly. Perhaps over 10 years. Cui Shousheng found it hard to believe. And how old are you this year? 23. Cui Shousheng thought to himself. The young girl may be naive, but he awaited the moment she would be proven wrong. In this field, true skills are paramount. Mere words are insufficient. Just as he was pondering, a staff member descended from downstairs to summon them. Su Hua and Cui Shousheng made their way down, where they encountered a man in his 30s holding a dirty, tattered, ancient painting, inquiring if it could be restored. Cui Shousheng glanced at it, and it was hardly worthy of being called a painting. It was a grimy mass, torn and wrinkled, riddled with wormholes. Such extensive damage could only be tackled by top restorers in the country. He looked at Su Hua with a gleam of mischief. Little Su, everyone is watching you. Do not let them down. Su Hua approached, examining the painting closely, and then addressed the customer. It can be restored. The customer beamed with joy. Who will undertake the restoration? How long will it take? I can complete it in 3 days. You? The customer scrutinized the youthful and delicate Su Hua, filled with skepticism. This is an authentic piece by Wang Jian, one of the 4 Wangs from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty. Its auction price begins at over $1 million. Do not ruin it for me. The crowd regarded Su Hua with doubtful eyes. 3 days? That seemed overly ambitious. Cui Shousheng clicked his tongue, stroking his beard. Little Su, while it is commendable that you young people are fearless, do remember to assess your capabilities. If you happen to ruin this for the customer, it would tarnish our Gubaozhai's reputation. The extent of the damage is such that even the most skilled restorers would hesitate to claim they could restore it within 3 days. When it comes to ancient paintings, they often require several months or even years for proper restoration. The implication is clear. Do not overestimate your own abilities. However, Su Hua remained resolute. It can indeed be done in 3 days. Should the restoration fail, I will compensate you at double the market rate. The client, eager to restore the piece for an upcoming auction, readily agreed to this arrangement, suggesting they formalize their agreement with a contract. Once the price was agreed upon and the contract signed, Su Hua took the ancient painting to the restoration room upstairs. Upon entering, she found 2 large, crimson wooden tables, and the room was equipped with an array of restoration tools, brushes, scalpels, towels, and rice paper. The restoration of ancient books and paintings primarily involves 4 key processes: washing, peeling, mending, and completing. Su Hua instructed someone to boil a kettle of water and began to carefully wash the painting using a brush dipped in the hot water. Each stroke was executed with utmost caution, ensuring that the stains were removed without damaging the fragile fibers of the antique paper. While the task seemed simple in theory, it proved challenging in practice. Fortunately, Su Hua had apprenticed under her grandfather since childhood, gaining considerable expertise in this craft. Her grandparents were avid collectors of antiques, and in recent years, she had taken on the responsibility of restoring their collection of ancient books and paintings. She had tackled even older and more severely damaged works than this one, with time of the essence. Su Hua found herself engrossed in her work over the next few days, so busy that she could scarcely lift her head. This busyness was a welcome distraction, allowing her to temporarily forget about Beixian and dull the pain of her sorrow. 3 days later, the client returned to collect the restored painting. Su Hua brought the revitalized artwork downstairs. The client gazed in astonishment at the transformed piece, exclaiming, "Is this really the painting I brought? You haven't switched it, have you?" Cui Shousheng, the store manager, and his colleagues gathered around, equally astonished. The painting now depicted majestic mountains, steep and perilous, with vibrant trees that seemed to come alive. Was this truly the same tattered, indistinct painting that had been presented before? Su Hua calmly offered, "You may verify its authenticity with instruments." After the inspection, the client gave Su Hua a thumbs up, settled the payment, and left with the painting, thoroughly satisfied. News of her talent spread quickly throughout the antique street, and soon everyone knew that the ancient treasure studio had welcomed a young and beautiful painting restorer, barely in her 20s, whose skills rivaled those of nationally recognized restoration masters. As dusk fell, Beixian called, "My car is parked right outside your shop. Come out." Hearing his familiar voice made Su Hua's heart race painfully. She glanced at her watch and replied softly, "It's getting dark. It's too late to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Can we go tomorrow morning instead?" Beixian paused momentarily before stating, "It's my grandmother who wishes to see us. She says it's very important." Chapter 3. A Startling Revelation. Su Hua stepped outside, settled into the car, and fastened her seatbelt. After a few days apart, Beixian seemed to have lost a bit of weight. His already deep features appeared even more pronounced, and his handsome brow and eyes commanded attention. Su Hua realized that her affection for him remained impossible to forget. He presented her with a gift for her new job, a beautifully crafted deep blue velvet jewelry box. Upon opening it, she discovered a carving of a mythical guardian, made from sheep-fat white jade. This guardian, known for its ancient protective qualities, stood poised in a flowing robe, its facial features and attire depicted with simple yet powerful lines, showcasing a rugged elegance. The jade was warm and delicate, translucent and exquisite, a true treasure among jades. Su Hua cradled the box, tilting her head to look at him with a faint smile, questioning why he would give her such an extravagant gift. Beixian smiled softly, locking his gaze with hers, explaining that as she restored ancient paintings and calligraphy, she would inevitably encounter items from tombs, and wearing something protective would be wise. He then took the jade carving and gently placed it around her neck. As his fingers brushed against her hair, they inadvertently grazed her neck, sending a chill coursing through her, causing her to shiver slightly. She was always sensitive to his touch. Reflecting on their current relationship, a pang of bittersweetness filled Su Hua's heart, and she forced a smile, saying, "Please don't give me gifts in the future. It might lead to misunderstandings about your lingering feelings for me." With his long fingers resting on the steering wheel, Beixian nonchalantly replied, "It's merely a small jade carving. Don't take it to heart." He then started the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Gu family's ancestral home. Upon entering, the elderly matriarch, with her white hair, approached them unsteadily. She embraced Su Hua tightly, exclaiming, "Oh, my darling granddaughter-in-law, I missed you dearly in these few days." Su Hua sensed a hint of exaggeration in her grandmother's demeanor today, as the matriarch typically carried herself with poise and dignity. With a smile, Su Hua inquired, "Grandma, is there something important you wish to discuss?" The elderly lady took her hand and glanced at Beixian, suggesting, "Let us eat first, we can talk after." The meal was lavishly prepared, a feast of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures. The grandmother incessantly served Su Hua dishes, beaming as she remarked, 3 years ago, I searched the entire city for a bride for Beixian. Among the countless photos of young women presented to me, I chose you at first glance. You possess a graceful beauty and a lively spirit, a look that foretold prosperity for your husband. Indeed, after marrying you, Beixian's leg healed within 2 years, and his business flourished. Suddenly, the elderly lady coughed violently, covering her mouth. Su Hua quickly patted her back until the fit subsided, grasping Su Hua's hand afterward. The matriarch continued, "You are truly remarkable, gentle, composed, hard-working, and loyal." During those 2 years when Beixian could not stand, his temper was fierce, driving away many caregivers and servants. Yet you remained steadfast by his side. Had it not been for your support during those difficult times, he might have faced a lifetime of despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Su Hua hurriedly took a tissue to wipe her tears. Gu Beixian tightened his grip on the chopsticks, his gaze deep and contemplative. The elderly lady cast him a glance, breathless, as she said, "I have but one wish left at this age. I hope you and Beixian are well together and that you quickly bear me a healthy grandson." Su Hua felt a pang of embarrassment as she glanced at Gu Beixian. It seemed he had yet to inform his grandmother about their impending divorce. The elderly lady's voice grew increasingly frail. "At my age, who knows when I might depart this world? If I could see the birth of your child before I pass, I would leave this life with peace." Su Hua's heart ached, and she quickly replied, "Grandma, you will surely live a long life. I am well aware of my own body. I'm just an old bone at 80. The elderly lady clutched her chest, struggling to stand. "I need to lie down for a while." Su Hua promptly assisted her to the bedroom. Just as they reached the doorway, the elderly lady suddenly turned back and said to Gu Beixian, "From this night onward, you shall stay here. Whenever Hua becomes pregnant, you will move back." Just as Gu Beixian was about to speak, the elderly lady hunched over, shuffling into the bedroom with tremors. Su Hua carefully supported her, fearful that she might exert too much force and cause her pain. Once she lay down on the bed, the elderly lady grasped Su Hua's hand and softly said, "I know about your moving back to your family. Do not worry. As long as I am here, this marriage will not dissolve. Beixian is dutiful. He will heed my words. However, there is no however. That Chu Suasoa can only share in joy, not in hardship. Such a heartless and ungrateful person is unworthy of entering our Gu family." Su Hua paused and asked, "Grandma, should we call a doctor to check on you?" "No need. At my age, I am riddled with ailments. A doctor's visit would be of no use. You should go eat. Please close the door behind you." "All right. Please rest well." As soon as Su Hua stepped outside, the elderly lady sat up from the bed, her spirit invigorated, a stark contrast to her earlier frail appearance. Su Hua returned to the dining table, where the elderly gentleman used tongs to serve her a piece of roasted lamb leg, saying, "Little Su, eat while it's hot." "Thank you, Grandpa." Su Hua donned a disposable glove and began to savor her meal. Gu Beixian raised his gaze towards the elderly gentleman. "Grandpa, the last time I saw Grandma, she seemed quite strong. How could such a short time have rendered her so weak?" The elderly gentleman sighed heavily. This is the way of aging. One moment, they may be vibrant, and the next, they may depart this world. You too must take care. Do not provoke her. Gu Beixian's handsome face grew serious. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the guest room. Once the door was closed, Su Hua inquired, "What shall we do? Must we truly stay here indefinitely?" Gu Beixian furrowed his brow, loosening his tie. "Given Grandma's condition, she cannot bear any stress. We should stay for a few days and take it from there." Su Hua glanced back at the single bed. "How are we supposed to sleep on just one bed?" Gu Beixian's thin lips curved slightly. "I will close my eyes and sleep." Su Hua felt a surge of urgency. "I am not joking. I am serious." Gu Beixian leisurely removed his wristwatch and tossed it onto the bedside table, saying, "You should take a shower first. I will wash up afterward." "All right," Su Huan replied as she made her way to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth, quickly following up with a shower. Upon her return, she urged Gu Beixian to go wash as well. Lying in bed, she found herself unable to sleep, her mind swirling with thoughts. They were on the verge of divorce, yet still sharing the same bed. What a predicament! Suddenly, Gu Beixian's phone on the bedside table rang. Su Huan, respecting his privacy, chose to let it ring. After 2 rings, it ceased. Not long after, her own phone buzzed. Glancing at the caller ID, she noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a sweet voice chimed in. "Sister Su Huan, is Beixian with you? May I ask who this is?" "Su Huan Ingguiyif." The woman paused for a moment before responding, I am his younger sister. Assuming she was one of Gu Beixian's cousins, Su Hua replied, he is in the shower. I will have him return your call once he yes out. Thank you, the woman said. Once Gu Beixian emerged from the shower, he was dressed only in a towel wrapped around his waist, a towel in hand to dry his hair. His tall, broad-shouldered figure exuded an exceptional allure, with clearly defined abdominal muscles and beautifully sculpted lines. Under the warm orange light, he radiated a captivating charm. Su Huan's heart raced. Her ears felt as though they had been singed, and she instinctively averted her gaze, softly mentioning, your sister just called. You might want to return her call. With a nonchalant HM, Gu Beixian approached the bedside table, glanced at his phone, and stepped outside. When he returned, his handsome face was clouded with fury, and he coldly inquired, was that intentional? Taken aback, Su Huan responded, what do you mean? Su Hua has attempted suicide. What did you say to her? The words struck her like a thunderclap. After a few moments, she regained her voice. I didn't know she was Su Hua. She claimed to be your sister. So I assumed she was one of your cousins and told her you were in the shower. Gu Beixian remained silent, his expression icy as he retrieved clothing from the wardrobe and began to dress. Once he was fully clothed, he strode out of the room. Hearing the commotion, the elder Mr. Gu emerged and questioned, in the dead of night, where are you going? Gu Beixian replied in a low voice, I have something to attend to. What matter? His grandfather pressed. Su Hua is hospitalized. I'm going to see her. The elder's voice rose as he turned to Su Huan in the guest room, commanding, Xiao Su, you should accompany him. With his authoritative demeanor, the elder did not entertain dissent. Reluctantly, Su Huan acquiesced, Oldait, Grandpa. After dressing, she left with Gu Beixian. As the car passed an intersection, Su Huan said, you could drop me off at any hotel. Gu Beixian, gripping the steering wheel, replied without diverting his gaze, no, you're coming along. You need to explain things to Su Hua. A knot of frustration tightened in Su Huan's chest. Though she was typically calm and uncontentious, she had her limits. It was not her fault. There was nothing to explain. Sensing her discontent, Gu Beixian gently freed one hand to tousle her hair, speaking softly. Kuaizhuo is suffering from severe depression. I implore you. An hour later, the two arrived at Chu Kuaizhuo's hospital room. She had just undergone gastric lavage. Lying on the bed with an alarmingly pale complexion, her hair in disarray, and her frail form barely concealed beneath the covers. Upon recognizing her features, Su Hua was taken aback. Chapter 4. An uncomfortably intimate connection. Chu Kuaizhuo's delicate, pallid face bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly where the likeness lay, yet at first glance it was striking. Only with a more discerning gaze could one distinguish between them. Upon closer inspection, Chu Kuaizhuo appeared to be a fragile version of herself. Her gently arched brows, slightly furrowed brow, petite nose, and cherry-like lips gave her features an exquisite, glass-like fragility. In contrast, Su Hua exuded a tranquility and composure, alongside an inherent resilience. It was in this moment that Su Hua comprehended her position in Gu Beixian's heart. She was merely a substitute. A self-deprecating smile escaped her lips. No wonder 3 years ago, he agreed to marry her after just one glance. The reason was now apparent. Beixian, you both have come. Chu Kuaizhuo's mother, Hua Karu, greeted them with a forced smile. However, her gaze was far from friendly as it swept over Su Hua. Gu Beixian offered a slight nod in response. Hua Karu approached the bedside, gently patting Chu Kuaizhuo's shoulder. Kuaizhuo, your Beixian brother has come to see you. Chu Kuaizhuo slowly opened her eyes, her gaze brushing over Su Hua's face, but she did not exhibit surprise, as if she had long anticipated their resemblance. She looked at Gu Beixian, tears welling in her eyes, and weakly said, Beixian brother, I did not attempt suicide. I simply couldn't sleep and took too many sleeping pills. My mother overreacted and insisted on bringing me to the hospital for gastric lavage. I'm truly sorry for troubling you and sister Su Hua at this late hour. Hua Kiru's eyes reddened as she scolded. That was not just a few pills you took. You ingested nearly half a bottle. Had I not discovered it in time, you would. She covered her mouth, sobbing. Gu Beixian sat beside the bed, lowering his gaze upon Chu Kuaizhuo, his tone a mix of affection and reproach. Promise me you won't do anything so foolish again, all right? Chu Kuaizhuo pouted, her tear-filled eyes nodding obediently, appearing both sweet and pitiful. Gu Beixian retrieved a handkerchief. delicately wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, his movements tender, as if he were handling the most precious porcelain. His gaze was soft as water, brimming with compassion. Su Hua stood frozen, observing Beixian. In 3 years of marriage, he had never shown her such tenderness. This must be the distinction between love and indifference. Even after Chu Kuaizhuo had abandoned him during his darkest times, his affection for her remained. Perhaps for certain men, aside from a woman who inflicts pain upon them, no other woman's love matters, no matter how profound. A knot tightened in Su Hua's throat, making it unbearable to remain. You both take your time. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Beixian turned to glance at her, his expression remarkably serene. It seemed prudent to offer an explanation to Su before departing. Su Huan inhaled deeply, stating, Miss Chu, my intention in refraining from addressing grandmother was solely to avoid causing her distress. Her voice faltered, and, turning away, she left. This marked her first act of defiance against Beixian and her inaugural moment of losing composure in his presence. Once the door closed, Su turned to Beixian and urged, Brother Beixian, you ought to pursue Sister Su Huan. She appears to be upset. Beixian remained silent for a moment before responding, It's nothing. She won't remain angry. If that is the case, her temperament is truly remarkable. Su remarked wistfully. I never anticipated Sister Su Huan to possess such grace, being gentle and poised, entirely unlike someone from a humble village. I initially thought she was unworthy of you. Beixian felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. Although she had grown up in a small village, her mother and grandmother were educators, and her grandfather had served as a restoration expert for ancient books and paintings at a museum, thus belonging to a scholarly lineage. No wonder, he mused. Their conversation abruptly dwindled into silence, lingering for a moment. Su cautiously probed. Sister Su Huan is both beautiful and kind. You must love her dearly, right? Beixian, momentarily distracted while gazing at his phone, looked up in response. What did you just say? A flicker of disappointment crossed Su's eyes. Brother Beixian, you should really escort Sister Su Huan. It's late, and it isn't safe for a young lady to venture out alone. Rising to his feet, Beixian replied, I will see her home and return to you. Su's voice softened. Do hurry. Beixian departed, and as she watched his retreating figure, her expression dimmed. Once he was out of sight, Hua chided, You child, after finally bringing him here. How could you let him leave? Did you not notice Brother Beixian's unease? Though he is physically present, his thoughts are with Su Huan. It is better to acquiesce to his wishes. Should anything happen to her on the way, he would blame himself and perhaps hold me accountable. Hua Qiru clicked her tongue. You, despite your youth, possess a mind more intricate than your mother's. By the time Beixian located Su Huan, she was nearing the entrance of the hospital. Her slender figure, straight and delicate, appeared ethereal against the brisk spring wind, resembling a solitary bamboo from an ink-wash painting. Beixian quickened his pace to catch up with her. Neither spoke as they walked side by side, enveloped in a silence as profound as the dark night. Upon exiting the main entrance, Su Huan turned to wait for a taxi by the roadside. Beixian grasped her wrist firmly, leading her toward the parking lot. Once inside the car, he retrieved a card from his bag and placed it into the pocket of her coat. My demeanor was poor tonight. Consider this a small token of compensation. The password is your birthday. Su Huan felt a pang of indignation. In his eyes, she was merely someone to be placated with money, and he couldn't even be bothered to comfort her. He only reserved such kindness for Su as she reached into her pocket to retrieve the card. The weight of the situation loomed heavily. Beixian grasped her hand firmly, his tone grave and unyielding. Aside from money, I cannot offer you anything else. Su Hua felt as though a handful of sand had lodged itself in her heart, causing her discomfort. What she desired had never been his wealth. As they proceeded halfway, Beixian received a call from Grandma Gu. Have you dismissed my words as mere whispers? Return me at once. I am nearly home. Beixian calmly concluded the call. Upon arriving at the ancestral home of the Gu family, they entered to find Grandma Gu slumped on the sofa. Her complexion pale, yet her eyes ablaze with intensity as she regarded them. She extended her hand, demanding, Hand me your phone. Beixian retrieved it and presented it to her. The elderly lady located Chu Hua's number and dialed. Once connected, she spoke sternly, Miss Chu, our Beixian is a married man. Please be mindful of your boundaries and refrain from contacting him without cause. Since you parted ways 3 years ago, do not look back, and harbor no delusions regarding Beixian. Without waiting for a response, she severed the call and tossed the phone onto the coffee table. Gu Beixian frowned. Su Hua suffered from severe depression and could not withstand such provocations. The elderly lady scoffed. Even if she has cancer, it is none of your concern. Your priority should be your wife. Gu Beixian's gaze turned slightly frosty. Grandma, you. Before he could finish, the elderly lady began to cough violently, covering her mouth. Su Hua hurried over to assist her, helping her to the bed and ensuring she was comfortable before returning to the guest room. She found Gu Beixian just concluding a call, placing his phone on the bedside table, most likely soothing Saw. Silently, Su Hua retreated to the living room sofa, retrieved a long pillow, and placed it between them on the bed. She then took a blanket from the wardrobe, covering herself with it. She removed her outer clothing, pulled back the covers, and lay down. It was already 3 in the morning, and exhaustion overwhelmed her. Her mind felt muddled, and all she wished for was sleep. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she drifted into a deep slumber. She awoke to find herself unexpectedly face-to-face with a strikingly handsome visage. His brow furrowed as he gazed at her. They were so close that she could feel his breath. His warm exhalations brushed against her forehead, and his deep-set eyes held a restrained yet captivating allure. She found herself nestled in his embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, her legs intertwined with his in an indescribably intimate manner. The atmosphere became charged with a palpable tension. Startled, Su Hua felt as if she had been electrocuted. She hastily released her grip on his waist and scrambled away from him. With a mix of irritation and reproach, she exclaimed, "How did I end up in your arms?" Chapter 5. A heart-stopping moment. Having grown accustomed to Su Hua's gentle and tranquil demeanor, Gu Beixian was intrigued to witness her flustered state for the first time. Resembling a startled little kitten, he found amusing. A smirk graced his lips as he teased her. "You crawled in of your own accord. You couldn't push me away." Su Hua's ears flushed crimson. Impossible. He smiled more broadly. "And I thought to record on my phone next time to prevent your slyness." Su Hua felt utterly embarrassed, hastily turning her back and reaching for her shirt on the bedside table to put it on. In her fluster, she mistakenly fastened the buttons without realizing it. Observing her slender figure rustling as she dressed, Gu Beixian's mind wandered back to her visage last night in slumber. Uncertain of the dreadful dreams that haunted her, she curled into a tiny ball, trembling. He held her close, soothing her, yet she murmured the name Yaogu in her sleep. It was impossible to recall how many times this had happened. How profound must one's love be to remain so persistently on one's mind? As for that Yao, he had dispatched people to investigate for quite some time, yet to no avail. The last time he inquired, she had evaded the question. To remain silent was an insult to him. To speak, an even greater affront. The smile on his face vanished completely as Gu Beixian donned his watch with a nonchalant air, stating, "I may return quite late tonight. Please find an excuse for my grandmother." Su Hua paused in fastening her buttons. Aware that his late return meant he would be at the hospital with Chu Suasa, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Her heart pricked with discomfort. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "I will speak to my grandmother regarding the divorce. I apologize for any distress this has caused you." Gu Beixian cast a meaningful glance her way, as though to say, "You have also endured much." After breakfast, the family driver took Su Hua to the antique shop. After a busy day, as she was about to finish work, she received a call from the driver. "Young madam, my car has been struck by a drunk driver, and we must wait for the traffic police to handle the matter. Would you mind taking a taxi home?" "All right," she replied, shouldering her bag as she exited the antique street. Just around a corner, 2 men approached her, blocking her path. The taller of the two spoke. "Are you Su Hua? Please come with us." Su Hua scrutinized them warily. They appeared to be in their late 20s, wearing sunglasses at night, their demeanor suspicious, and they carried a faint, earthy odor. Panic surged within her, and she asked, "Where to?" The tall one replied, "There is an ancient painting that requires your expertise in restoration. Rest assured, we mean no harm, and we will offer a price in accordance with market value." Su Hua felt a slight sense of relief, suggesting, "Please take the painting to my workplace." The other man, bald and brusque, interjected, "Why waste time talking? Just take her." Upon hearing this, Su Hua sprinted away. Yet, she had barely taken a few steps before the bald man seized her arm and pulled her into a waiting black sedan. The car roared to life. The tall man rummaged through her bag, saying, "Call your family and tell them you're out with friend for a few days." So they won't worry. Instinctively, she thought of calling Gu Beixian, but then realized he would be at the hospital with Su Hua and wouldn't have time for her. Instead, she opted to call her mother, asking the tall man to retrieve her mother's number. Once connected, Su Hua said, "Mom, I'm going out with friend for a few days. You are afflicted with diabetes and must remember to take your medication on time." Before the words could fully escape, the tall, lean figure seized the phone, silencing it. He produced a piece of black cloth and blindfolded Su Hua. The vehicle seemed to travel for an eternity before finally coming to a halt. Su Hua was escorted into an old, dilapidated building. Ascending the stairs, they reached the third floor. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a large, crimson table at its center, upon which sat a safe. The tall figure approached and unlocked the safe, retrieving a painting. The artwork, approximately 1.5 meters in length, bore the marks of age and was significantly damaged, with many elements of its composition missing and in need of restoration. Su Hua scrutinized the painting closely. Its style was solemn and profound, rich and vibrant. The scene depicted towering peaks, majestic and striking, with undulating mountains and dense woods, where a few thatched cottages could be discerned in the secluded valleys. Inside which a recluse sat, knees drawn to his chest, leaning against a bed. She recognized this as a hermit-esque depiction by Wang Ming, a renowned figure from the Yuan dynasty. This particular painting, once sold for a staggering 400 million, was among Wang Ming's most valuable works. If restored, it would likely command a starting bid in the tens of millions. It was no wonder these two individuals took such risks to bring her here. Rather than sending it to a shop for restoration, they had summoned her, suggesting the painting's origins were dubious, possibly stolen or excavated from an ancient tomb. The tall figure inquired, "Miss Su, how long will it take to restore this painting, given its size and the extent of its damage?" "A minimum of 2 weeks would be required." "Very well. Please list the tools and materials needed, and we shall procure them." Su Hua took up a pen and meticulously wrote down the necessary items, handing the list to them. The tall figure accepted it, stating, "We will prepare everything. You should rest well." Su Hua nodded in acknowledgement. As the two exited, they locked the door behind them with a definitive click. Su Hua surveyed her surroundings. The room was equipped with a bathroom, a bed, a table, and chairs, as well as provisions, evidently prepared in advance. Outside the window, a range of mountains stretched endlessly, the scenery desolate and unfamiliar, with faint glimmers of light hinting at a considerable distance from the city center. Her stomach growled with hunger. Su Hua picked up a packet of instant noodles, opened it, and took a few bites, washing it down with some water. After freshening up, she lay on the bed. The silence enveloped her, yet sleep eluded her. She had vanished. Would Gu Beixian be worried? Perhaps not. His focus was solely on Su Hua, and he might still be at the hospital by her side. The thought of Su Hua's suicide attempt and Gu Beixian's frantic rush to the hospital filled Su Hua with a heavy sense of dread. As if her heart were laden with stones, she tossed and turned, unable to find slumber until the late hours of the night. Rising, she made her way to the bathroom. Suddenly, she heard faint noises from outside. Pressing her ear against the door seam, she discerned the tall figure calling out, "Baldy, what are you doing?" The bald man replied in a hushed tone, "I can't sleep. I came to check on that girl. Do you think she can really restore our painting? We can't afford to ruin something worth millions. The boss will hold us accountable." The elder dispatched someone to inquire, revealing that her grandfather was the renowned restorer Su Hua, who had meticulously taught her since childhood. Rumors suggested that many of the paintings he restored in his later years were predominantly crafted by this young lady. This information brought me a sense of relief. The bald man chuckled. "With such a lovely girl, don't you have any thoughts?" The tall, lean figure scolded, "Put away your frivolous notions. Restoring paintings is of utmost importance. Once the artwork is sold and we receive our share, you can find as many women as you desire. Those who are bought can be had by thousands. Can they compare to her? After she finishes the restoration, I'll make my move, all right? She is just too stunning, with her fair and delicate complexion and those large, sparkling eyes that leave me restless." The tall figure fell silent for a moment before conceding, "Fine, but until the restoration is complete, you must not touch her." "Understood." Su Hua felt utterly disgusted. Indeed, they were a ragtag bunch. As she listened to their retreating footsteps, she tugged at the doorknob with all her might. The door was locked and wouldn't budge, and there were no tools at hand to pry it open. She moved to the window and peered down. It was the third floor above a concrete ground, making an escape through the window impractical. Moreover, There was a large wolf dog in the yard, which would surely bark at her if she attempted to flee. She could only hope for external assistance. On the way here, the tall figure had instructed her to call her mother, reminding her to take her blood sugar medication on time, hinting at her own peril since her mother did not have diabetes. Would she be able to decipher the message? The next day, Su Hua commenced the restoration process, diligently washing and uncovering the paintings, and remained busy for 3 days. As the day of completion drew nearer, her anxiety intensified. She found it difficult to sleep, often hearing the bald man pacing outside her door late at night. One night, just as she began to drift into slumber, she was jolted awake by the sound of barking and hurried footsteps. She quickly jumped up and began to dress. The door creaked open, and the tall figure rushed in, seizing her wrist and pulling her outside as the bald man went to collect the paintings. Just as they reached the doorway, a throng of people surged up the stairs. At the forefront stood a tall, handsome man clad in black, with deep-set eyes. It was Beixian. He was followed by a squad of well-equipped police officers. A surge of joy flooded Su Hua's heart like a tsunami. She could hardly believe her eyes. Gazing at the man, she stammered, "Is it really you, Beixian?" "It is I," Beixian replied, striding forward. The tall figure pulled her towards the window. Before Su Hua could comprehend the situation, a knife was suddenly pressed against her neck. The tall figure threatened the police, "Lower your guns. Step back. Otherwise, I will kill her." The blade pierced her skin, causing Su Hua to feel a ringing in her ears and her vision to blur. Beixian's fists clenched tightly, his eyes reddening with restrained fury as he demanded, "Put down your guns. Everyone leave." The officers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they bent down to place their weapons on the ground and retreated. The bald man kicked one of the guns into the corner. The tall, lean figure pushed Su Hua onto the windowsill and urged her to jump. Su Hua clung desperately to the window frame, paralyzed by fear. They were on the 3rd floor, and a leap from such a height could lead to death or debilitating injury. "Jump! You won't die." His patience waned, and he seized her arm, propelling them both downward. In a flash, a gunshot rang out, piercing the night with a chilling scream. Chapter 6. A scheme takes shape with a heavy thud. The tall figure crashed to the concrete ground, his body twitching like a ragged sack before he lay still, eyes closed as dark crimson blood seeped from beneath his head. The dogs in the courtyard barked furiously. Seizing the chaos, a bald man attempted to flee, but the police swiftly subdued him, wresting away the painting and cuffing his hands. Su Hua remained frozen, her hands still gripping the window frame, staring in disbelief at Beixian, the one who had fired the shot. After 3 years of marriage, she had no inkling of his marksmanship or his uncanny precision. In that moment of peril, whether the bullet had been fired a fraction too soon or too late, even the slightest deviation could have spelled her doom. Beixian discarded the firearm and strode toward her, lifting her gently from the windowsill. He meticulously tended to the wound on her neck, enveloping her in his embrace, holding her tightly. His cool fingertips caressed her pale, frightened face as he softly inquired, "Are you terrified?" In a daze, Su Hua managed a small affirmative. She had thought death imminent, yet here she was alive against all odds. Her heart raced violently, and a buzzing filled her ears. Even with a silencer, the gun had sounded alarmingly loud. The entire ordeal unfolded like a gripping cinematic spectacle, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. The ancient painting was carefully collected by the police, secured in a protective sleeve, and placed in a safe. Su Hua mechanically complied with the authorities as they took her statement before getting into Beixian's car. Even now, her legs felt weak, her mind in a fog. The night was pitch black, the rural roads narrow. The driver started the engine, heading toward the city. Beixian held her close, repeatedly stroking her slender back, offering soothing words. "It's all right now, it's all right, don't be afraid." His embrace radiated warmth, and instinctively, she nestled closer to him, feeling a blend of sorrow and sweetness. There remained a flicker of marital affection between them. Noticing her response, Beixian tightened his hold, his gentle voice reaching her ears with a hint of reproach. "Why didn't you call me during the crisis? Your mother is so oblivious. She only realized something was amiss yesterday, and finally informed me." His throat tightened as he buried his chin in her hair, gripping her clothing and murmuring, "What would I have done if something had happened to you?" Su Hua was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, she sensed his genuine concern for her, more than she had ever imagined. She raised her arms, slowly wrapping them around his waist, burying her face in the crook of his neck. He exuded a comforting aroma that instilled a sense of security within her. A warm current surged through her, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. As they traveled, Gu Beixian's phone rang, disrupting the fragile tranquility between them. He cast a fleeting glance downward before disconnecting the call. Su Hua instinctively sensed it was from Su Hua. Shortly thereafter, the assistant seated in the passenger seat received a call on his phone. After a brief exchange, he handed the phone to Gu Beixian and said, "President Gu, it's Miss Chu." Gu Beixian took the phone and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Chu Sua's sweet, urgent voice resonated through the receiver. "Beixian Gu, have you found Sister Su Hua?" "Yes, I have. She must be terribly frightened. Please take good care of her. Don't visit me at the hospital these days." Gu Beixian responded with a nonchalant, Close enough. Su Hua heard every word distinctly, and her warm heart turned cold. Despite not being divorced, he remained her husband. Yet he needed the presence of a third party to offer her comfort. What a profound humiliation that was. She gently pushed aside Gu Beixian's arm and shifted to sit on the seat. Tilting her head to gaze out the window, she smiled faintly at her reflection. The smile and her lips both cold. The recent moments of bliss were merely an illusion. Indeed, they were all her delusions. As the car entered the city, Su Hua addressed Gu Beixian. "Please take me to my mother's house. You can find an excuse for my grandmother." Gu Beixian hesitated for a brief moment before replying, "All right." Upon returning home, as soon as she stepped through the door, Su Peilon enveloped Su Hua in a tight embrace. Weeping, "Darling, are you all right?" "I'm fine." That essay relief. "I was so scared. It's all my fault for being careless. I didn't grasp your hint about the diabetes medication until a day later. Thank goodness Beixian sent someone to find you. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened? You are my only child. If anything were to happen to you, how would I go on? Usually so vibrant. Now I'm a mess of tears." Su Hua reached out to wipe her mother's tears, soothingly saying, "Stop crying, Mom. I'm back safe and sound." A week later, during the night, Gu Beixian had indulged too much at a business function. The driver assisted him back home and settled him on the sofa. As he rose to fetch a towel, he heard Gu Beixian mumbling with his eyes closed, Su Hua, bring me a glass of water." The driver hesitated for a moment before pulling out his phone to call Su Hua. "Say, madam, President Gu has had too much to drink and keeps calling your name." Su Hua pursed her lips in silence. Su Peilon, overhearing, suggested, "You should go check on him. You're still married since you haven't finalized the divorce. Don't let things get too tense." Su Hua replied softly, "All right, I'll head over now." "Thank you, madam," the driver said before hanging up. He poured a glass of water and helped Gu Beixian drink. Just as he had taken half a sip, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. The driver placed the cup on the coffee table and stood to answer the door. Outside stood Chu Hua, dressed in white, holding a basket of fruit. The driver apologetically said, "Miss Chu, President Gu has had too much to drink and may not be able to entertain you." Chu Hua smiled sweetly. "That's perfect. I'm here to take care of him." She gracefully stepped inside, placing the fruit basket atop the shoe cabinet, and instructed the driver, "You may return. I can take care of Brother Beixian." The driver appeared conflicted, stating, "I just spoke with the young mistress. She will arrive shortly." Chu Hua smiled gently, reassuring him, "It's all right. I am acquainted with Sister Su Hua. She has a kind disposition and won't mind." After a moment's hesitation, the driver acquiesced, took the car keys, and departed. Navigating past the entrance, Chu Hua settled onto the sofa and lifted a teacup, offering water to Gu Beixian. As a familiar fragrance wafted through the air, Gu Beixian slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Chu Hua, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. Supporting himself against the sofa, he inquired, "What brings you here?" With fluttering eyelashes and a charming smile, Chu Hua replied, "I miss you terribly and couldn't resist coming." "You wouldn't hold it against me, would you, Brother Beixian?" Gu Beixian's brow furrowed slightly as he responded, "I've had too much to drink. I cannot entertain you right now. Please return home." Chu said, her eyes glistening with tears as she said, "Brother Beixian, you still haven't truly forgiven me. I've told you. That breakup message 3 years ago was sent by my mother using my phone. She took me abroad and had someone watch over me 24 hours a day, forbidding me from contacting you. Do you know how painful these 3 years have been for me? Every day I thought of you, driving myself to madness, unable to see you, and I was tormented into a state of severe depression." She buried her face in her hands, weeping. "I have forgiven you, truly," Gu Beixian said, a hint of impatience in his eyes. though his voice remained gentle. Su Hua looked at him through tear-filled eyes, appearing both pitiful and reproachful. Then why do you want me to leave? I am not yet divorced, and it is inappropriate for me to be here at such a late hour. He pinched his leg tightly, attempting to awaken his senses through the pain. Noticing this detail, Chu gradually leaned closer, her soft arms entwining around his shoulder. Gazing at him with a tender expression. I don't mind. Beixian turned slightly, evading her touch. I do mind. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Hua's eyes as her outstretched hand froze mid-air, taking a long while to withdraw. An unexpected silence enveloped the room, heavy and suffocating. Unable to bear the stillness, Su Hua looked around before her gaze settled on a painting on the wall. In an effort to break the ice, she asked, "Is this ink bamboo painting an authentic piece by Zheng Banxiao?" "No, it's a copy by Su Hua." "Is that so? It is beautifully rendered. I thought it was genuine." Su Hua remarked wistfully. "I never imagined Sister Su Hua to be so talented." Beixian's dark eyes softened as he acknowledged, "Indeed, she is remarkable. You are even more exceptional. In my eyes, you will always be the finest man," Su Hua declared, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Beixian's thick lashes lowered, a hint of frost settling in his gaze. In Su Hua's heart, the most outstanding man would undoubtedly be her Io. Suddenly, Su Hua heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. Recalling the driver's words, Su Hua was on her way. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as a plan formed in her mind. She rose to entwine her arm around Beixian's, her voice sultry and enticing. "Brother Beixian, allow me to assist you in taking a shower. Once you've bathed and drifted off to sleep, I shall take my leave." "No need," Beixian replied, pushing her away with a wave of his hand. "It's fine. I'm not a stranger," she insisted. "Really, you should leave." His tone began to reveal his growing irritation. Upon hearing the sound of a key turning in the lock, Su Hua made a swift decision, feigning a stumble as she fell against him, her arms instinctively wrapping around his waist, her lips gravitating towards his. Beixian grasped her neck, attempting to push her away. Yet to his dismay, Su Hua clung to him like a serpent, and having drunk too much, his muscles felt weak, rendering him unable to extricate himself. As Su Huan entered the room, she was confronted with the sight of Su Hua and Beixian intimately entwined, sharing kisses. The very hands that had once tenderly caressed her waist were now intimately clasping Su Hua's neck. Su Huan felt as if struck by lightning, her body turning cold. Chapter 7. Su Huan's counterattack like a dream. Su Huan stood there, her limbs icy, her mind a blank slate. Upon seeing her, Beixian's drunkenness lifted slightly. He forcefully pushed Su Hua away and steadied himself against the sofa. Su Hua turned her head, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Sister Su Huan, you're here?" Only then did Su Huan awaken from her stupor, her heart racing. She turned to leave, forgetting to close the door behind her. Sometimes, events unfold so overwhelmingly and unexpectedly that one cannot react in time. She neither cried nor raised a fuss. She simply felt her steps falter, the scenery around her blurring. The chill of the spring wind cut across her face, starkly cold. As the cold air invigorated her senses, her anger simmered. Did Beixian summon the driver merely to witness his affection for Su Hua? On the day he proposed their separation, she had readily acquiesced. Why then did he choose to humiliate her in such a manner? Is it permissible to inflict harm simply because one no longer loves? Fury surged through her very being. With each step, her resolve solidified, ultimately leading her to exit the Villa-S gates. The driver awaited her at the entrance, opening the car door and saying, "Young madam, Mr. Gu has instructed me to take you home." Su Huan remained silent for a long moment before bending down to enter the vehicle. The driver closed the door and called Beixian, informing him, "Mr. Gu, I have located young madam and am en route to return her home. Rest assured." "Good," Beixian replied, placing the phone down, his gaze turning icy as he regarded Su Hua. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Su Hua lowered her brows, feigning innocence as she replied, "I had no idea Sister Su Huan would arrive at such a moment. I merely lost my footing and fell into your arms. I'm intoxicated, not foolish." With a pout, she let her tears flow freely. "It's my fault. I shall call Sister Su Huan to explain." She reached into her pocket for her phone. Beixian raised his hand to stop her, his tone tinged with impatience. "No need. The more you try to cover it up, the worse it gets. Just go home. You're merely drunk. It's not the end of the world. Gu Beixian bent down heavily and sank into the sofa, raising a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, a picture of exasperation. Su Hua remained still, standing there with her head drooped, resembling a wronged little bride. The suppressed sobs caused her shoulders to tremble. Observing her state, Gu Beixian felt a twinge of compassion and remarked, I am not blaming you. Su Hua has done nothing wrong. I should not have harmed her in such a way. However, your mention of divorce has already inflicted pain upon her. I shall strive to minimize the hurt, rather than resorting to such methods to humiliate her. It is better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. Your approach will only wound her deeper. Su Hua quietly interjected, It also harms me. The divorce cannot proceed for now. My grandmother disapproves. Gu Beixian glanced at her with indifferent eyes, stating, My decision to divorce her is not solely due to you. Mentioning you is merely a pretext. The word struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Su Hua stunned. Her complexion turned pale, and her lips trembled as she asked, Beixian, are you speaking in anger, or are these your true feelings revealed by the wine? Gu Beixian placed a hand on his forehead, feeling a surge of irritation. I have drunk too much. My words may have hurt you. You should leave now. Fearing he might utter even harsher truths, and more concerned about the situation spiraling beyond repair, Su Hua reluctantly departed, tears brimming in her eyes. Once she was gone, Gu Beixian called her father, urging him to keep an eye on his daughter and prevent her from taking drastic measures. The following afternoon, at Gu Baozhai, Su Hua received a bank card sent by Gu Beixian. The messenger informed her, Madam, this is a small compensation from Mr. Gu. The password is your birthday. Su Hua looked at the card and smiled self-deprecatingly. Money is a useful thing, yet at times, offering money can be a form of veiled humiliation. She pushed the card back, saying, Tell him I do not need money. Mr. Gu insists you accept it. He asked me to convey this message. Seeing is not always believing. Whatever decision you make, he will support it. Understood. After the messenger left, she sat in silence for a moment before gathering her things and heading to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered the delicate and pitiful figure of Su Hua, who was cradling a bouquet of white roses. In a gentle tone, she said, Su Hua, may we have a word? Su Hua restrained her emotions, gazing at her indifferently for a few seconds before replying, Very well. The two women made their way to a nearby Western restaurant. Once seated, Su Hua placed the flowers on the table, gently caressing the velvety petals of the roses. She beamed with happiness, saying, I never expected Beixian to be so romantic. He sent me flowers early this morning. After 3 years, he still remembers that I adore white roses. 20 roses, symbolizing unwavering affection. A myriad of emotions surged within Su Hua. After 3 years of marriage, on every festive occasion, Gu Beixian had only ever given her cards, never once a flower, not even a single bloom. It turned out he was not incapable of romance, but rather unwilling to extend it to her. 20 roses, an eternal love. How touching. The waiter arrived with their coffee. Su Hua picked up a spoon and gently stirred her coffee, sweetly proclaiming, I have been childhood friends with Beixian. He has always cherished me. Su Hua raised her coffee cup to her lips and replied in a calm tone, Could you please get to the point, Miss Chu? I am rather busy and do not have time for your trivialities. Su Hua shrugged, realizing that Su Hua was not devoid of temperament. She merely chose to conceal it in front of Beixian. Su Hua scoffed coldly, I'm still Gu Beixian's wife. You barged into my home, embracing my husband and indulging in him. The fact that I have not splashed coffee in your face speaks to my restraint. Please, Miss Chu, do not overstep your boundaries. Wow, Su Hua exclaimed, sticking out her tongue in mock surprise. Su Hua appeared to resemble a fierce tigress in that moment. Su Hua's hand trembled slightly as she held her coffee cup, desperately wishing to douse Su Hua with it. After waiting for a while without receiving the anticipated coffee splash, Su Hua felt a tinge of disappointment. Setting a trap for her to fall into, she decided to employ her next tactic, fixating her gaze on Su Hua's face. She stated, Su Hua, you are an intelligent woman. Seeing my demeanor, you must realize that you are merely a substitute for Beixian. Now that the real deal has arrived, shouldn't you consider departing? The real deal? Su Hua nearly laughed, pondering whether Miss Chu had ever received an education or was simply ignorant of the law. I am legally married to Gu Beixian, our union protected by law. I am the legitimate partner. Su Hua clicked her tongue derisively, retorting, "You're on the verge of divorce. What is there to boast about?" Su Hua straightened her back, asserting, "As long as we remain married, your arrogance cannot prevail." With a scoff, Chu Hua unleashed her trump card. "3 years ago, you wed Beixian for $1 million. I can offer you double." She produced a check from her wallet and slapped it onto the table, declaring, "This is $20 million. Please take the money and leave him." Su Hua glanced at the check, nonchalantly stating, "My marriage to Gu Beixian was not solely for monetary gain." Chu Hua burst into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, "What a farce. Your pretense is quite transparent." Su Hua pursed her lips, her frosty gaze fixed upon her, overwhelmed with a desire to slap her. In a tone dripping with disdain, Chu Hua remarked, "3 years ago, your grandmother required a kidney transplant due to uremia. Your family even sold their house to afford her treatment, living in dire poverty. How long has it been since you followed Beixian? Have you forgotten your origins? You are merely a wild girl who crawled out of a poor mountain village. No matter how high you climb, you cannot escape your impoverished roots." She pushed the check forward, lifting her chin in haughty superiority, and added, "Take it. Spare us your false dignity." Surprisingly calm, Su Hua glanced at the check seal and replied coolly, "You must have begged your father for this check, didn't you? It must have taken considerable effort to convince him to support your role as a mistress. What a peculiar family you have, regardless of your wealth. It cannot conceal your family's wretched nature." Chu Hua's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. "You speak nonsense." Su Hua rose to her feet, looking down at her. "As a restorer of ancient artwork, I could easily earn a fortune if I wished. 3 years ago, had I not married Gu Beixian, I could have still earned $1 million through my own efforts." She seized the check and hurled it at Chu Hua's face, exclaiming, "Take your money and go wherever you please. Just don't come out here to disgust others." The check struck her face, igniting Chu Hua's wrath. In a swift motion, she lunged toward Su Hua, reaching out to claw at her face. Just as words fell from her lips, a figure suddenly sprang forth, seizing Chu Hua and delivering a flurry of resounding slaps to her face. Chapter 8. A timely rescue caught off guard. Chu Hua was bewildered, her cheeks aflame and her ears ringing, stars dancing before her eyes. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on her. Frustrated, she clutched her assailant's arm and began to scratch wildly. The Chu family driver, who had been lurking in the shadows, rushed over and forcefully separated the two. Only then did Chu Hua realize that her attacker was Gu Beixian's younger sister, Gu Nanyin, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su Hua, equally taken aback upon recognizing Gu Nanyin, hurried to her side, shielding her protectively. A glance at Gu Nanyin's wrist revealed it had been scratched and was bleeding, causing Su Hua's heart to ache. She retrieved a Band-Aid from her bag and gently applied it, softly inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Gu Nanyin winced, taking a sharp breath, and replied, "It's nothing, sister-in-law." "She didn't manage to scratch your face, did she?" Su Hua shook her head, "No." Gu Nanyin shot a furious glare at Chu Hua and asserted, "You need not be courteous to such a person. Just slap her. What is there to discuss? Reason is meant for those who can comprehend it, and she certainly cannot." Hearing this, Chu Hua was seething with rage. Suppressing her anger, she forced out a couple of tears and, in a tone laced with grievance, said, "Nanyin, we grew up together. I have always considered you as my own sister. How could you?" Gu Nanyin rolled her eyes. "Enough. I do not need a sister like you. My brother treated you well, and our entire family embraced you. Yet, the moment he encountered trouble, you vanished faster than a rabbit. Now that he is recovering and everything is back to normal, you return to meddle and bully my sister-in-law. Have you no shame?" Chu Hua's face fluctuated between white and red. "I have my reasons. Reasons my foot. My brother believes you, but I certainly do not." Just as Gu Nanyin finished speaking, Su Hua's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Gu Beixian. After a brief hesitation, she answered. Gu Beixian inquired, "Where are you?" "In a Western restaurant just south of the main entrance of the antique street," she replied. "I am passing by. I will arrive in 3 minutes." He ended the call. The image of him embracing Chu Hua from the previous night flashed through Su Hua's mind, causing a sense of unease to settle in her heart. Upon seeing the white roses he had gifted to Chu resting on the table, her chest tightened further, as if a heavy stone were pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Moments later, Gu Beixian entered the restaurant, accompanied by his subordinates. He stood tall and upright, his skin a cool white, his features strikingly handsome. Beneath his black trousers, his long legs moved with an air of elegance, exuding a noble grace that captivated all eyes. The patrons of the restaurant were initially drawn to the altercation between Su Hua and Gu Nanning. However, upon the arrival of Gu Beixian, all eyes swiftly turned towards him. Seeing him, Su Hua's face lit up as she hurried over, her voice choked with emotion. Beixian Gu. Gu Beixian furrowed his brow, questioning, "What brings you here?" With reddened eyes, Su Hua pitifully replied, "I came to find Sister Su Hua, hoping to clarify what happened last night, but she scolded me after just a few words. And Nanning hit me." She pointed to her swollen cheek, pouting in a manner meant to evoke sympathy. "It hurts so much." Gu Beixian turned his gaze towards Su Hua, seeking confirmation of her words. Su Hua smiled, revealing a side of her he had not anticipated. His beloved white moonlight was not only heartless, but also deceitful, casting blame where it did not belong. Indeed, those who are favored often act without fear of consequence. Just as Su Hua was about to speak, Gu Nanning interjected, "Brother, consider this. My sister-in-law possesses such a gentle temperament. Would she have scolded Su Hua if it weren't for her provocation? During those 2 years when you were unwell and prone to anger, did she ever raise her voice at you? The reason I struck Su Hua was that she attempted to grab my sister-in-law's face. I felt my response was rather lenient." Gu Beixian turned his attention back to Su Hua, demanding, "How did you provoke Su Hua? Why did you attempt to grab her face?" The color drained from Su Hua's face, tears streaming down as she pleaded, "I didn't. Sister Su Hua and Nanning misunderstood me. Beixian Gu, you must believe me." She reached for his hand, leaning into him. Gu Nanning stepped forward, seizing her arm and pulling her aside with a sharp reprimand. "Are you spineless or simply deranged? My brother is a married man, and yet you cling to him? How shameless!" Clutching her chest in anguish, Su Hua's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. Gu Beixian furrowed his brow and admonished Gu Nanning, "You should refrain from speaking so harshly. Su suffers from severe depression. Do not provoke her." Gu Nanning scoffed. "Do not use depression as an excuse for being wretched. I have encountered many who suffer from depression. They possess self-respect and kindness. Unlike her, who chooses to be a troublemaker." Su Hua wept openly, covering her mouth as she stumbled out. Her driver hurried to grab her bag and checkbook, chasing after her. Gu Beixian turned to the bodyguard, instructing, "Follow her and keep an eye on her. Ensure she does not harm herself." "Understood, Mr. Gu," the bodyguard replied, departing. Gu Nanning scoffed. If she truly wishes to die, she should find a secluded place to do so instead of sobbing and trying to frighten others. Gu Beixian's gaze turned cold as he chastised. "Nanning, you have gone too far." Su Hua shielded Gu Nanning behind her, asserting, "If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon me. Nanning is merely standing up for me." Meeting Su Hua's eyes, Gu Beixian softened, retrieving a tube of imported ointment from his bag and offering it to her. "This is a scar removal cream sent from abroad. Apply it according to the instructions. Do not let the wound on your neck leave a mark." Su Hua stared at the ointment, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She was fully aware that he did not love her, yet at times, it felt as if he cared for her more than he let on. Soon, she chuckled self-deprecatingly, pondering how one could truly care and yet allow such an incident to transpire last night. The events of the previous evening were too painful, robbing her of the courage to question anything. Gu Nanning reached out, taking something and placing it in Su Hua's hand, glaring at Gu Beixian as she declared, "Brother, if you dare betray my sister-in-law, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother." Gu Beixian replied nonchalantly, "Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in. I am but a year younger than my sister-in-law, hardly a child." Gu Beixian ignored her, taking Su Hua's hand gently as he inquired, "Have you eaten? If not, I shall take you to dine." Su Hua, feeling a jolt akin to an electric shock, withdrew her hand, stating she was already full. Gu Beixian gazed at her with a tenderness in his eyes, softly asking, "Do you believe what I said about last night being a misunderstanding?" Su Hua straightened her neck, her typically gentle tone tinged with assertiveness. "It was my unfortunate timing that interrupted you." Gu Beixian's smile was deep and somewhat resigned. "Very well, let us return you home." Su Hua picked up her bag and exited. Gu Beixian strode alongside her, his assistant trailing at a distance. Upon leaving the Western restaurant, they passed a flower shop, and Su Hua pushed the door open to enter. After surveying the shop, she pointed to a bouquet of white roses and requested, "I would like a bunch of these." The attendant inquired, "How many would you like?" Recalling that Gu Beixian had gifted Su Hua 20, Su Hua, in a fit of defiance, replied, 200. The attendant paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Please hold on. After a considerable wait, the flowers were finally wrapped, and Su Hua understood the attendant's earlier hesitation. 200 roses, neatly packaged, formed a bouquet nearly a meter in diameter. It was large and heavy. She found it cumbersome to carry. Yet it brought her a sense of satisfaction. Why wait for someone else to gift her flowers when she could buy them herself? It wasn't as if she couldn't afford it. As Beixian produced his card to pay, Su Hua handed over her own, asserting, I have my own money. Her tone was resolute. The money was earned from her own labor. Beixian smiled faintly, recognizing her stubbornness. After settling the bill, Su Hua emerged with the enormous bouquet of white roses. Its size accentuated her slender figure, resembling a tall, delicate bamboo, refined yet possessing a certain grace. Beixian reached out to take it, but Su Hua sidestepped, evading his grasp. His hand lingered awkwardly in the air before slowly retracting. They walked side by side, and observing the densely packed roses in her arms, Beixian asked, Do you also like white roses? Not particularly. Yet you purchased so many? Indeed. A glimmer of amusement danced in the corners of Beixian's eyes, surprised that she would have an affinity for flowers. He had presumed her interests lay solely in painting. I am a woman too. Having grown accustomed to her gentle demeanor, he found her current flustered state refreshing. What flowers do you prefer? I shall gift them to you next time. Su Hua remained silent, her lips pressed together. Growing up at the foot of the mountains with her grandparents, she cherished the wild chrysanthemums, dandelions, and the irises, pink beans, and sunflowers that flourished beneath her window. She harbored a sentimental attachment to those simple, resilient flowers, yet felt no affinity for the delicate, expensive imported roses cradled in her arms. The purchase of such an abundance was solely an act of defiance. As they approached the antique shop, Su Hua abruptly halted and declared, You need not continue sending them. Beixian raised an eyebrow, questioning whether she feared her colleagues might spot him. We are bound to divorce sooner or later, are we not? Her voice trembled, her heart fluttering with anxiety. In this moment, the prospect of parting felt akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, a painful tugging sensation. Beixian fell silent for a brief moment, ceasing his stride as he silently observed her figure gradually recede, his gaze deep and contemplative, reminiscent of a tranquil sea. Upon reaching the entrance of the antique shop, she encountered the young master of the store, Su Hua. He smiled and remarked, What a grand bouquet. Was it a gift from your boyfriend? No, I purchased it myself. She replied. Su Hua's smile broadened. It must be quite heavy. Allow me to assist you. Su Hua handed him the flowers, expressing her gratitude with a smile. Thank you. Su Hua jested. You are the backbone of our store. Helping you with a mere bouquet is no trouble at all. They exchanged light-hearted banter. Walking side by side into the shop, Beixian stood there, strikingly handsome, observing from a distance with a chill emanating from his gaze. It was an indescribable sensation, akin to a cherished vegetable nurtured for 3 years, suddenly threatened by a boar intent on uprooting it. Instinctively, he felt compelled to drive the intruder away, only to realize he was not as magnanimous as he had imagined. He ran his tongue along his lower jaw and instructed his assistant, Have someone investigate that man. Understood. CEO Gu, came the prompt reply. The two departed, heading back to the company. Half an hour later, the assistant received a phone call and reported to Beixian. CEO Gu, the individual is named Su Hua, a physician, and the antique shop belongs to his grandfather. 3 years ago, he and the young lady had communication records. Beixian lifted his gaze, his eyes icy and penetrating, commanding, Investigate Su Hua as childhood name. Ascertain if it is Yao. Chapter 9. Urgent matters returning to the company. They toiled until dusk. Beixian loosened his tie, his expression cool as he inquired of his assistant. Have you uncovered the information I requested? The assistant replied, CEO Gu. Su Hua does not possess a childhood name. His family simply refers to him as Su Hua or Xiao Hua. The coldness in Beixian's eyes lessened somewhat, appearing somewhat anticipated. A Yao was the man deeply buried in Su Hua's heart. She would not easily present herself alongside him before their divorce. Though young, she exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety in her actions. Beixian pushed back a chair, rising to fasten a button on his suit jacket. Delegate my evening engagement with President Hua to someone else. I have matters to attend to. Certainly, CEO Gu, the assistant responded, gathering the document from the table. After departing from the Gu Corporation building, Gu Beixian drove to the antique street. The sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkening. Sitting in his car, he called Su Hua. "I am outside your shop. Please come out." The sound of her mildly surprised voice echoed through the phone. "We're dining out. A gathering with colleagues." "Who is present?" He probed. "All of the staff from the shop." "Is Su Hua also there?" "Indeed, he is the young master of our establishment." The image of the two of them laughing and sharing moments at noon stirred an unsettling feeling within Gu Beixian, yet his voice remained unwavering as he replied. "I will call you after lunch to pick you up." "Thank you," she responded, her tone deliberately distant, as if she sought to create a chasm between them. Gu Beixian felt a twinge of discomfort, his grip on the phone tightening ever so slightly. After ending the call, he dialed Xiao Yi's number. "Come out for a drink," he instructed. "Brother, it's barely past noon." Xiao Yi replied with a languid, spoiled tone, as though he had just awakened. Gu Beixian's voice was firm and resolute. "Bring the official seal and the land sale contract, and be at Jinxiao Zue within half an hour. Miss the deadline, and I shall not wait." Xiao Yi shook off his drowsiness. "All right, brother, I'm on my way." Half an hour later, at Jinxiao Zue, the atmosphere was thick with people, bustling with activity, signing contracts, processing paperwork, and transferring funds. Once the flurry subsided, everyone departed, leaving only Gu Beixian and Xiao Yi. The fair-skinned, handsome young man lounged nonchalantly, his arm draped over the back of the chair, his captivating peach blossom eyes scrutinizing Gu Beixian. "Not in high spirits?" Gu Beixian took a sip of his drink and replied nonchalantly, "Not particularly." His fingers, long and elegantly pale, gripped the glass with an almost ethereal beauty. "Come now. You've sought solace in a drink, yet you claim it's nothing? Others, when feeling low, seek the company of women for merriment, while you choose to invest in land. Quite the bold move. Remember to call me next time you're feeling down. My father has several plots in his possession. Shall we visit it? Do not mistake me for a fool." This contract was always intended to be signed, merely expedited by a week. Gu Beixian set down his glass. Xiao Yi picked up the porcelain wine bottle to refill his drink. "I heard Su Hua has returned to the country. You two seem to be getting quite close." Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to respond. "Speak plainly," he urged. "Su Hua is a good girl. Do not let her down," Xiao Yi said, his gaze fixed intently on him, a rare moment of seriousness. Gu Beixian lightly tapped the table with his fingers, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Back then, when I intended to marry her, who was it that deemed her unworthy? Now the sentiment has shifted. I once thought her to be materialistic, willing to marry anyone for money, but I have since realized her genuine affection for you. Had she been merely a gold digger, she would have taken her earnings and left, rather than toiling for so long." Gu Beixian's deep-set eyes darkened. "She is indeed quite remarkable." "Then why?" Xiao Yi began. But Gu Beixian lowered his gaze, fixated on the translucent liquor in his glass. His tone subdued. "She is a rather exceptional young woman. 3 years ago, due to financial constraints at home, she was compelled to marry me. Though she never voiced it, I am certain she has felt wronged. I have caused her 3 years of suffering, and I do not wish to prolong her anguish." Xiao Yi was taken aback. "Is that truly the reason you wish to divorce her?" "Essentially," Gu Beixian replied. Xiao Yi lamented, "Such a wonderful girl. Can you truly bear to let her go? What choice do I have?" Gu Beixian's expression was placid, yet a shadow loomed within his eyes. "I cannot keep her bound to me. Witnessing her torment as she dreams of her brother Io, I cannot bear to see her in pain, unable to endure such humiliation. He is a man who cannot tolerate a grain of sand in his eye. Yet, when it comes to letting go, he finds himself reluctant. It is a perplexing contradiction." Gu Beixian raised his wine glass to his lips and drained the remaining liquor in one swift motion. The strong liquor sliced through his throat like a knife, settling heavily in his chest, igniting a fiery discomfort. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Xiao Yi called out, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a woman with an oval face and delicate features. She wore a white, puff-sleeved chiffon blouse tucked into a fitted skirt, adorned with an entire set of Cartier jewelry, draped a Chanel coat over her arm, and held an Hermes ostrich leather bag. It was Su Hua. Upon seeing her, Gu Beixian's gaze cooled slightly. "What brings you here?" Su Hua swayed her slender waist, gliding gracefully to stand behind him. She leaned over, her red lips brushing against his ear, her breath fragrant as she said, "I heard that Beixian Gu is dining here, so I came to say hello." The warmth of her breath made his ear tingle, and he shifted slightly to avoid her proximity. Noting her lack of intention to leave, he responded with indifference. Have a seat. Thank you, Beixian Ge. Su Hua pulled out a chair and draped her coat over the back. The waiter promptly set a set of cutlery before her. Gu Beixian pushed the menu toward her, suggesting she order whatever she desired. Su Hua glanced at the table laden with dishes, then pushed the menu aside and smiled sweetly. No need to order. What Beixian Ge likes, I adore. Xiao Yi raised his hand to brush away the goosebumps that had emerged on his arm. Su Hua turned a plate of Arctic sweet shrimp toward herself, her large eyes glistening as she looked at Gu Beixian. Beixian Ge, I want to eat shrimp. Xiao Yi scoffed. Don't you have hands? Su Hua puffed out her cheeks, feigning innocence as she replied, I've never peeled shrimp myself. My parents do it for me at home. When I used to eat out with Beixian Ge, he always did it for me. She reached for Gu Beixian's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Beixian Ge, I want to eat the shrimp you peel for me. Gu Beixian cast her a fleeting glance, withdrew his arm, donned a pair of disposable gloves, and began to peel a shrimp from the plate. For some reason, the image of Su Hua peeling shrimp for him surfaced in his mind. Her hands were deft, removing the shrimp meat while leaving the shell intact, something he had never managed to replicate. After peeling one, he held the shrimp meat out toward Su Hua's plate. Suddenly, Su Hua bent down, catching the shrimp with her mouth, deliberately enveloping his fingers as well. Her tongue gently traced his fingertips before she kissed them lightly, her eyes glistening with emotion, filled with desire. She soon released his fingers, flashing a flirtatious smile as she bit into the shrimp meat, murmuring softly, The shrimp peel by Beixian Ge is truly delicious. Gu Beixian's expression momentarily faltered, unable to articulate the sensation coursing through him. He removed the disposable gloves from his hands and tossed them aside. Once again, she picked up the disinfecting towel from the table and wiped the finger she had previously sucked. A shiver of revulsion coursed through Xiao Yi, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. How could she be so brazen, engaging in such flirtation while her husband was still married? Did she consider him a living man, as mere heir? Xiao Yi quickly seized his phone and hastily texted Su Hua, sister-in-law. Your husband has had too much to drink and is causing a scene. He is not in his right mind. Please come and get him. We are at Jinjiao Zue in the Zue Xianggu on the 3rd floor. Su Hua, dining with colleagues at the Kyoto Grand Hotel, received the message and promptly called Xiao Yi for clarification. After all, Gu Beixian had always maintained a good drinking reputation and had never been known to act out while intoxicated. The phone rang once before Xiao Yi abruptly hung up. Su Hua retrieved Gu Beixian's phone number, poised to dial, when suddenly another text from Xiao Yi appeared. Sister-in-law, hurry. It's urgent. A chill gripped Su Hua's heart. Chapter 10. Hello. Cousin, fearing something had happened to Gu Beixian, Su Hua grabbed her coat and, without a word, rushed outside. Shen Huai, her dining companion, noticed her troubled expression and, taking his car keys, followed her, asking, What is going on? Su Hua forced a smile and replied, I need to make a quick trip to Jinjiao Zue. Please continue your meal. Shen Huai waved his car keys, saying, I'll drive you. Anxious, Su Hua accepted his offer with a quiet thank you. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Jinjiao Zue. Su Hua exited the car and hurried toward the hotel entrance, the wind lifting the hem of her coat and revealing her delicate, shapely legs. Taking the elevator, she hastily reached the 3rd floor and directly pushed open the door to Zue Xianggu. To her dismay, she found Su Hua holding a spoon, feeding Gu Beixian. Their shoulders brushed against each other, and with flushed cheeks and glistening eyes, she appeared tenderly nurturing him, radiating an aura of affection. Su Hua froze, her fingers gripping the doorknob, turning pale, as if a thorn had pierced her heart, painful and raw. She cast her gaze toward Gu Beixian, who, despite holding a wine glass, appeared clear-headed and composed, entirely devoid of intoxication. Noticing her arrival, Su Hua provocatively leaned closer to Gu Beixian, her smile oozing satisfaction. Su Hua let out a self-deprecating laugh. I apologize for the interruption, she uttered, before turning to leave. Xiao Yi quickly pushed the chair and caught up with her, grasping her arm and pulling her back beside Gu Beixian, insisting, Sister-in-law, you should be the one sitting next to him. Stay steady. He gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Gu Beixian's gaze lingered on the spot Xiao Yi had touched on Su Hua's shoulder for a brief moment before he picked up the disinfecting towel and wiped it on her shoulder. Su Hua smiled, feeling a mix of irony and pain. If he deemed her shoulder unclean after a mere touch, what did that make of him? Embracing and feeding Su Hua in such a flirtatious manner. Who, then, was truly unclean? Su Hua pressed her lips tightly together, fearing that speaking would unleash a torrent of unkind words. For 3 years of marriage, she had never quarreled with him, never even raised her voice. Even during the 2 years when he was unable to stand, consumed by a bleak and tempestuous mood, breaking things in fits of anger, she had remained silent. Now, on the verge of divorce, there was no need to break her silence. She could only blame herself. Upon hearing about his incident, she should not have panicked, rushing here only to humiliate herself. After a moment of tense silence, Beixian turned his head to Su Hua and said, "Su Hua, you should head back." Su Hua pouted slightly, reluctant to leave, yet she stood up and said to Su Hua, "Sister Su Hua, please don't be upset. It's merely a meal between me and Brother Beixian. Xiao can vouch for that." Xiao Yi, sitting nearby, rolled his eyes so dramatically it seemed he might levitate. Even eating shrimp could be turned into an elaborate performance, with them feeding each other water and soup. Was that merely a meal? Had he not been watching them with hawk-like vigilance, these two would inevitably have ignited a passionate flame. Seeing that no one was urging her to stay, Su Hua grabbed her coat from the back of her chair and began to leave. With a loud crash, the edge of her coat knocked a teacup off the table, shattering it into pieces. In a flurry, she bent down to pick it up, her finger grazing a sharp shard of porcelain, instantly drawing blood. Letting out a sharp cry, she clutched her finger, tears streaming down her cheeks, her fingertips trembling. Leaning against the table, her lips quivering, she said to Beixian, "It hurts. My hand hurts so much. Brother Beixian, could you take me to the hospital for a bandage?" Xiao Yi scoffed, "I'll take you. Your sister-in-law is here. Don't make her uncomfortable." Su Hua's expression hardened, and she raised her bloodied hand, clutching Beixian's sleeve tightly, her eyes reddened and pleading, "Brother Beixian, I really want you to take me." Beixian paused for a moment, then stood up and said to Su Hua, "Let Xiao Yi take you back. I'll take Su Hua to the hospital and then come find you." With that, he picked up Su Hua's bag and supported her shoulder as they walked out together. Su Hua demanded markedly compose. Unhurriedly, she called for the waiter to settle the bill. After signing, she meticulously packaged the untouched dishes. Once finished, she graciously thanked the waiter and left a generous tip of 100 yuan. Carrying the takeout, she exited alongside Xiao Yi, deliberately avoiding Beixian and Su Hua. She did not wish to witness their intimate, affectionate demeanor. It was too heart-wrenching. While waiting for the elevator, Xiao Yi silently observed the serene and unusually calm Su Hua and sighed. "Sister-in-law, you are a good woman." "Thank you," Su Hua replied, standing tall and elegant, her face adorned with a smile reminiscent of an eternal portrait. A good woman possesses many virtues, yet being too perfect can sometimes verge on dullness. Men may appreciate a woman's grace and poise in public, but at home, it is preferable for her to be a touch more daring, playful, and adaptable, knowing when to be coy, when to be fragile, when to be bold, and when to employ subtlety. Sister-in-law, you must invest more thought into this. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to compete with Su Hua. Every word Xiao Yi uttered came from the depths of his heart. "Is Su Hua frivolous?" Su Hua inquired softly. "Goodness, she is as wild as the wind." At the mere mention of her, Xiao Yi's temper flared. Had I not been present, those two would have surely ignited a tempest. "Sister-in-law, you must find a way to capture Xianji's heart." Su Hua tightened her grip on the drawstring of the takeout bag, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had believed that loving someone sincerely was sufficient, only to discover that it fell woefully short. Yet, the thought of being carefree and reckless was beyond her reach. Having been raised by her strict and serious grandfather and her dignified grandmother, with a mother who was spirited and straightforward, she had never possessed the essence of wildness. The two descended the stairs. Beixian remained at the car, smoking and waiting for her. Upon their emergence, he extinguished his cigarette and approached, gently grasping her shoulder and leaning slightly to meet her gaze, his demeanor exuding warmth. "I shall return shortly. Do not overthink it." Su Hua felt a strange blend of sorrow and laughter. It would have been easier if he had delivered a definitive blow to her heart, allowing her the justification to despise him. Yet, he was so courteous and tender that she found it impossible to harbor any animosity. With a half-hearted sense of propriety and spite, she said, please take her to the hospital. Very well. Noticing her indifference, Gu Beixian turned to enter the car. The driver started the engine, heading towards the hospital. Su Hua said to Xiao Yi, I came with my colleague, and the gathering has yet to conclude. There is no need for you to accompany me. You may attend to your matters. All right, do not forget what I said. Among our group, you're the only sister-in-law we recognize. Thank you. Su Hua approached Shen Huai's car and got in. As Shen Huai reversed the vehicle, he asked, What is that man to you? Which one? The second son of the Gu family, Gu Beixian. Su Huan momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. To call him an ex-husband felt incorrect, as they were not yet divorced. To call him a husband seemed equally wrong, given that he had already initiated the divorce proceedings and had paid the separation fee, his heart long since belonging to Su Hua. After a brief silence, she replied, A relative. You share the surname Su, and he is Gu. Is he your cousin? Su Hua absently murmured in affirmation. 3 years prior, due to Gu Beixian's leg injury, he had been confined to a wheelchair, making it impractical to hold a wedding ceremony. Thus, they had merely obtained a marriage certificate, known only to a select few. Now, as they approached divorce, there was no need to announce it widely, cousin it was. Noticing her despondency, Shen Hua inquired, Are you all right? I am fine. A falsehood. As her heart was heavy with unspoken thoughts. Shen Xiao, what kind of women do men like? Su Huan felt a knot in her heart. Shen Hua chuckled lightly. To each their own. Preferences vary. Some favor the curvaceous, whilst others are drawn to the slender. As for me, he discreetly glanced at her profile. With a heart-shaped face, fair and harmonious features, and large, glistening eyes framed by long eyelashes that resembled delicate butterflies, she appeared almost ethereal. The light from the street lamp filtered through, casting a mosaic of soft shadows on her face, rendering her beauty akin to a masterpiece. His heart skipped a beat as he remarked, I admire Miss Su's gentle serenity. Her beauty unacknowledged. Despite her abundant talent, she remains unpretentious and composed. Su Hua smiled faintly, realizing that there were indeed men who appreciated her essence. It was comforting to know that being liked did not necessitate exhausting efforts. She need not indulge in frivolity, ostentation, or guile to be valued. After all, she was merely a conservator of ancient artifacts. Her profession was not as exaggerated as he suggested. Su Hua's spirits lifted slightly. To speak candidly, your proficiency in the restoration of ancient texts and paintings has reached the pinnacle of the industry. Many so-called experts spend their entire lives without achieving your level of skill. You flatter me, Shen Hua replied. I have been learning from my grandfather since a young age, receiving one-on-one mentorship. Given my early exposure and numerous practice opportunities, it would be a disservice to him if I did not excel. Talent and diligence are indeed vital, as is temperament. The art of restoring ancient texts demands immense patience, and few young people today are willing to learn. It is at risk of fading into obscurity. True, she concurred. As the car turned a corner, Su Hua said, Would you mind taking me home? I prefer not to return to the hotel. Of course. Upon arriving at her residential complex, Su Hua collected her takeaway food and alighted from vehicle. Shen Hua followed suit, saying, It's rather late. Allow me to escort you upstairs. Thank you. As he took the packaged food from her hands, Shen Hua smiled, noting that he had always been surrounded by affluent young women and men. Yet this was the first time he had seen someone who would take food home after a meal. The field of ancient text restoration, though niche, was indeed prestigious, and talent was scarce. He had offered her a generous salary, thus her frugality was unexpected. After ensuring she reached her building safely, Shen Hua hesitated to leave, engaging her in conversation predominantly about work. The moonlight was enchanting, and even a simple exchange with her lifted his spirits inexplicably. Suddenly, Su Hua's gaze stiffened. A tall, straight figure approached from a distance. The individual, strikingly handsome and exuding charisma with each stride, was instantly recognizable to Su Hua. It was Gu Beixian. She furrowed her brow, perplexed. Had he not just taken Su Hua to the hospital? How had he returned so swiftly? Noticing her unease, Shen Hua turned to look and remarked with a smile, Your cousin has arrived. Su Hua paused, responding with a subdued As Gu Beixian drew nearer, Shen Hua extended his right hand, courteously stating, You must be Su Hua's cousin. Greetings, I am her colleague, Shen Hua. Gu Beixian cast a cold, piercing glance at Su Hua, his demeanor frosty. I am your cousin. Chapter 11. Quite alluring, Su Hua tilted her face slightly upwards to meet his gaze, her expression serene. Yes, cousin. Her eyes reflected a clear and resolute defiance. Those accustomed to gentleness could still exhibit an astonishing calm when standing their ground. Beixian initially intended to scold her, yet suddenly found himself unable to do so. A slight smile graced his lips as he thought, "All right, cousin, it is." He lifted his hand and pulled her into his embrace. Su Hua, caught off guard, fell into his arms, her nose catching the alluring scent of his cologne mingled with the aroma of smoke and alcohol, alongside an unfamiliar sweet fragrance, one that belonged to Chuso. A wave of distaste surged within her, prompting her to shake her shoulders in an attempt to extricate herself from his grasp. However, Beixian tightened his hold, exuding an air of possessiveness. While addressing Su Hua in a polite yet distant tone, "Thank you for bringing her back," Su Hua replied, "No need to mention it," though his eyes were filled with confusion as they lingered on the arm that rested on Su Hua's shoulder, sensing an intimacy between the cousins that seemed to transcend typical familial bonds. Beixian cast a cool glance at him and guided Su Hua towards the elevator. While waiting for it to arrive, he fixated on the shifting numbers and casually inquired, "Is he pursuing you?" "Not exactly, just admiring," she replied. However, when a man claims to admire a woman, his intentions are seldom pure. He shifted the conversation. "Have you been in contact for 3 years?" Su Hua's expression altered slightly as she broke free from his embrace. "Are you investigating me?" Beixian raised his hand to ruffle her hair, his tone gentle. "Don't phrase it so harshly. It's concern." Su Hua recoiled, avoiding him. "His grandfather knows my grandfather. 3 years ago, he offered a high salary to recruit me." "Oh, so our Hua is quite remarkable," he teased, his voice affectionate, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Su Hua felt a tingling warmth in her ears, though they had been married for 3 years, maintaining a respectful distance. It was the first time she heard him refer to her so endearingly, leaving her somewhat unaccustomed yet bittersweet. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, and they entered one after the other, finding it empty. Beixian pressed the button for the 21st floor, then turned to face Su Hua, his gaze deep and piercing, as if holding back some intense emotion yearning for release. The typically reserved man suddenly bore a wilder demeanor. Su Hua felt a sense of pressure, instinctively retreating to the corner, her large dark eyes fixed on him. "What's wrong?" Beixian blocked the surveillance camera with his back, towering over her as he questioned. "Did you tell him I'm your cousin to give him an opportunity?" Realizing this was a reckoning, Su Hua hesitated. But before she could finish, her lips were suddenly sealed by his. He was an adept kisser. Whether gentle or passionate, he stirred a tumult within her. Su Hua's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to boiling water. Fearing someone might walk in, she raised her hands to push him away, feeling indignant that he could be so close to Chu Hua yet still kiss her. However, her slender frame was no match for his towering stature. Her efforts were futile. Instead, it conveyed an allure of reluctant acceptance, enticing in its subtlety. Beixian restrained her restless hands, while his other hand gripped her chin, deepening the kiss, his intensity growing as he playfully nipped at her lips. The entire atmosphere bore an undercurrent of suppressed frustration. Su Hua found herself breathless from his passionate kiss, nearly gasping for air. It was only then that Beixian released her, adjusting her tousled hair and collar, deliberately intimidating her with the question of whether she would dare to call him cousin again. Her ears flushed crimson as she cast him a sidelong glance, choosing silence. Beixian chuckled softly, his eyes roving over her. Her glistening lips parted slightly, and her doe-like eyes sparkled with moisture, undeniably enchanting. Earlier, in front of Su Hua, she had defiantly called him cousin, igniting his desire to teach her a lesson, to see if she would still dare to address him so brazenly in front of others. The typically docile girl, revealing a hint of defiance, easily stirred his conqueror's instincts. As the elevator ascended rapidly, Beixian abruptly posed a seemingly random question. "Do you regret marrying me 3 years ago?" Su Hua looked momentarily taken aback, tilting her head to gaze into his strikingly handsome features, her expression somewhat dazed, as if she were both seeing him and not seeing him. Her voice, though quiet, was resolute. "I do not regret it. 3 years prior, she had been a disabled, tempestuous girl, so difficult that even the caretakers and servants found her burdensome. And yet, A blossoming young woman like herself had married him without a single moment of regret. He stood there with one hand in his pocket, clear and bright, his stature as upright as a pine tree. The inherent nobility he exuded under the cold white light was truly captivating, a stark contrast to the despondency he had displayed 3 years ago. Su Hua spoke earnestly. You sent someone to help my grandmother find a kidney donor, saving her life. You bought us a house and provided a substantial bride price, rescuing my family from peril. I am profoundly grateful to you. My grandfather always taught me to be grateful and to repay kindness. Gu Beixian listened impassively, and upon hearing her final words, he raised his eyelids and asked, devoid of emotion, is gratitude all you feel for me? Su Hua fed silent. Had he asked her this in the past, she would have answered without hesitation, confessing that her feelings had evolved into love over time. But now, with his mention of divorce and his closeness to Chu Susa, she hesitated to lay her heart bare before him, fearing it would diminish her worth. She pursed her lips, remaining mute. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out. Su Hua retrieved her keys from her bag and unlocked the door, entering the house. Gu Beixian silently observed as she changed her shoes. When she straightened up, he suddenly leaned against the wall with one hand, encircling her in his arms, and stubbornly reiterated his question, is gratitude all you feel for me? Nothing more? Su Hua looked up at him. His expression was as tranquil as water, his dark, profound eyes seemingly brimming with galaxies. And the mere act of him gazing at her sent shivers down her spine. Yet, in his heart, she was merely a substitute for Chu Sosoa. Su Hua felt a pang in her heart, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, yes, only gratitude, perhaps tinged with a hint of defiance. Gu Beixian curled his lips in self-mockery. Indeed, her affection was wholly bestowed upon her beloved Yao, leaving only gratitude in its wake. What significance does a marriage bound by indebtedness hold? Gu Beixian suddenly found it rather tasteless. The spark ignited in the elevator moments ago had been extinguished. He withdrew his hand, slipped it into his pocket, and surveyed the living room, distractedly inquiring, is my mother-in-law not home? The caregiver for my grandmother has taken a leave of absence, and my mother has been filling in these past few days. Please, have a seat while I wash my hands and prepare tea for you. Just as she was about to leave, Gu Beixian's phone rang abruptly. He retrieved it from his trousers, glancing at the screen to see it was a call from Chu Sosa. Close enough. Su Hua also caught sight of the name displayed. A sensation akin to swallowing a fly gripped her, prompting her to turn away towards the restroom. Watching her hurried departure, Gu Beixian paused momentarily in silence before answering the call and moving to the window. Is your finger all bandaged? Chu Suasua's voice carried a hint of moisture, as if laced with grievance. Yes, it's all wrapped up. I just got in the car and was on my way home. Is Su Huanjia upset? No. She has a pleasant temperament and seldom gets angry. Chu Susua pouted slightly, her voice softening. She didn't say anything unkind about me, did she? She feared Su Huan might reveal the matter of the 20 million yuan check. Gu Beixian's expression remained indifferent as he replied, she speaks very little. Chu Susua breathed a quiet sigh of relief, feigning surprise as she said, oh, she talks plenty. At the cafe, during lunch, she was quite eloquent, speaking extensively, each word sharp. Gu Beixian felt a flicker of annoyance. Suasua, Su Huan has never spoken ill of you in my presence. I prefer not to hear such remarks from you henceforth. Taken aback, Chu Suasua quickly amended her words. I apologize, Beixian Gu. I merely wish for you not to be deceived by Su Huanjia. Gu Beixian frowned. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. Please don't hang up just yet. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the restroom. Gu Beixian, gripping his phone, swiftly strode over, urgently asking, what happened, Su Huan? Nothing. I accidentally knocked over a vase. Su Huan crouched down to collect the shattered pieces of porcelain. I'll handle it. Don't touch that. You might hurt yourself. Gu Beixian quickly entered the restroom, pulling her aside, casually placing his phone on the sink and bent down to gather the fragments, forgetting to end the call. Su Huan found a trash bin and handed it to him, cautioning, be careful. I have tough skin. It's not easily cut. Gu Beixian picked up several larger shards and tossed them into the bin. That's nonsense. There is no such thing as skin that cannot be cut, Su Huan replied, squatting beside him to help. Gu Beixian blocked her from reaching, stating, during those 2 years, I had a terrible temper and would often throw things. You must have felt utterly overwhelmed cleaning up after me every day, reflecting on the torment of those 2 years. Su Huan felt a pang in her heart, nearly shedding tears. She quickly lowered her gaze and spoke softly. I didn't feel overwhelmed, truly. Gu Beixian gazed at her long, drooping eyelashes for a while before remarking, you possess a temperament that seems almost unreal. Recalling Xiao Yi's words, Su Hua softly inquired, is my disposition rather dull? Gu Beixian chuckled lightly. It is somewhat so. I'll hit you for that. Su Hua playfully nudged his leg. Gu Beixian laughed as he clasped her hand. Listening to the flirtatious banter between them on the phone, Su Hua, in a fit of pique, abruptly hung up. With a thud, she tossed her phone onto the car's seat, fuming in silence throughout the journey. Upon returning to the Chu residence, Hua Qiru noticed her bandaged fingers and the pallor of her face, swiftly asking, what happened to your hand? Why are you so upset? My hand is fine. Just a minor injury. Then why are you angry? Chu Hua retorted indignantly. Just a country girl, having been Gu Beixian's maid for 3 years. And he protects her so fiercely. I merely remarked on her a couple of times, and he was displeased enough to hang up on me. He even fears she might cut herself picking up a broken vase. Ultimately, he was supposed to take me to the hospital tonight, but midway he received a call from Xiao Yi, saying Su Hua got in her colleague's car, and he immediately got out, hailed a taxi, and went to find her. Hua Qiru pondered, if he cares for her so much, why is he still divorcing you? Chu Hua kicked off her high heels, who knows? Last time Beixian was drunk. He said that his decision to divorce her wasn't solely because of me, claiming that mentioning me was merely a facade. I can't tell if he was speaking truthfully or out of anger. It must have been out of anger. Chu Hua slipped on her slippers and plopped down on the sofa, her mind racing with thoughts of the day's events, growing increasingly frustrated. Hua Qiru consoled her. If Beixian married Su Hua, it indicates he still harbors feelings for you. You are the genuine article. How can a counterfeit compare? Don't rush. Given the time to accept you anew. Chu Hua frowned, seeing their bond flourish. How can I not feel anxious? Worrying won't help. Such matters cannot be hurried. You must devise a plan to reclaim him. That is the priority. Hua Qiru handed her a glass of water. Chu Hua took the cup, pouting as she reproached her. This is all your fault. A year ago, Beixian could have stood up. I wanted to drop out and return to find him, but you insisted on waiting a year. Now look, they have feelings for each other, and I seem to matter less and less. Hua Qiru shot her a glare. Accidents have their after effects. If we don't observe closely, what if he relapses and ends up in a wheelchair? Would you be willing to care for him for a lifetime? Chu Hua fell silent, sipping her water. After a few moments of quiet, Hua Qiru asked, did Su Hua accept the check you gave her? She did not. Hua Qiru was taken aback. She turned down 20 million? What a lofty appetite. 3 years ago, she was willing to marry a man who was partially paralyzed for 10 million. What's her game? At the mention of this, Chu Hua seethed. Do you have any idea how arrogant she is? She threw the check in my face, claiming that had she not married Gu Beixian 3 years ago, she could have earned $1 million on her own. Earned it on her own? Hua Qiru scoffed. A restorer of ancient paintings. Is she really that remarkable? I have consulted someone and learned that her grandfather, Su Wanmai, was quite renowned in the industry during his lifetime, and she has inherited his true legacy. So what? Hua Qiru scoffed. If her hand were to be rendered useless, I wonder how she would continue her arrogance. Chu Hua suddenly widened her eyes, staring at her mom. Please don't act recklessly. A week later, at noon in Gu Baozhai, Su Hua locked the door to the restoration room and descended to a nearby restaurant for lunch. She entered a Hong Kong-style eatery, ordered a shrimp rice dish, and chose a seat against the wall to dine in tranquility. Her demeanor was gentle and serene, her skin porcelain white, her features refined, and her slender fingers, resembling green onions, gripped ebony chopsticks as she savored her meal with exquisite elegance, making her stand out in the bustling restaurant. After finishing her meal and settling the bill, Su Hua picked up her bag and gracefully approached the door, raising her right hand to push open the glass door. The glass door proved somewhat resistant, and as she managed to create a small opening, she steadied herself with her left hand and pushed outward with increased effort. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards her, forcefully swinging the door open with a loud bang. Su Hua attempted to withdraw her hand, but it was too late. A searing, excruciating pain shot through her fingers. She felt faint from the agony, her legs trembling beneath her, and she squatted down, clutching her left hand as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her fingers on her left hand visibly swelled, as if broken, with blood oozing out and dripping onto the floor, starkly crimson against the surface. In her dazed state, She heard someone apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." The woman's voice was harsh, clad in a yellow delivery uniform and wearing a motorcycle helmet. She retrieved a wad of cash from her bag and placed it at Su Hua's feet, saying, "This is for your medical expenses. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll contact you later, all right?" Su Hua was too pained to utter a word. Her vision blurred with tears as she gazed at her hand. Her hand, the very instrument of her diligence, nurtured through nearly 2 decades of hard work, embodying the skills passed down from her grandfather and his ancestors over 5 generations. This hand, which she had cherished more than her own life since childhood, was now rendered useless. She trembled all over, her face pale and her eyes filled with sorrow, overwhelmed by despair. By the time the restaurant owner arrived, alerted by the commotion, the person who had injured Su Hua had already vanished without a trace. The owner drove her to the hospital. After stopping the bleeding and undergoing x-rays, Beixian arrived, dressed in a tailored suit with tie. He had been in the midst of a meeting when he received the call about Su Hua's injury. He hastily left his subordinates to handle the situation and rushed over. Su Hua, supported by the owner, emerged from the radiology department, looking frail and unsteady. Her eyes red and teary, utterly lost. Anyone who beheld her would feel a pang of sympathy. Beixian's expression darkened as he approached, taking over from the owner. Suppressing his fury, and inquired of the restaurant owner, who was responsible for her injury. The owner, a woman in her 40s, appeared frightened, her voice trembling as she replied, "I heard from the customers in the restaurant that it was a delivery person, but they have already fled." Beixian gritted his teeth and commanded his assistant, "Find them. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. I want that person brought to me." "Understood, Mr. Gu." The assistant sensed that his emotions had reached a critical threshold, ready to erupt. He dared not delay and promptly took action to investigate. The restaurant owner, equally anxious, hurried to follow the assistant back to the establishment to assist in reviewing the surveillance footage. The x-ray results would take some time. Meanwhile, Beixian supported Su Hua, guiding her to a chair, cradling her in his arms with utmost care, as if she were an infant. Su Hua trembled, her hands and feet icy cold. Beixian deftly unbuttoned his suit jacket, removed it, and draped it over her, holding her tightly, his chin resting gently atop her head, his expression solemn and austere. Once the x-ray was developed, it was presented to the doctor, who confirmed that Su Hua had fractured her middle and ring fingers, necessitating surgical intervention for realignment. Beixian arranged for the finest orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Bai, to operate on Su Hua. Over an hour later, the surgery was completed. After the observation period, Su Hua was transferred to a hospital room, her fingers swollen like carrots, with splints firmly securing her broken digits, requiring intravenous fluids. She appeared in a despondent state, silent and motionless as if turned to wood, her gaze filled with despair as if the world had collapsed around her. Beixian silently observed her for a moment before wetting a towel with warm water to gently cleanse her face. Afterward, he fed her porridge and administered her medication. Su Hua complied obediently, consuming the porridge and taking the medicine, yet remained mute. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, the individual responsible for Su Hua's injuries was apprehended. The assistant approached Beixian, whispering a few words into his ear. With each word, Beixian's expression grew colder, and upon hearing the final details, his jaw clenched momentarily, his brows twitching with barely contained fury. Taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to compose himself. Leaning closer to Su Hua, he said, "I shall step out for a moment, but I will return swiftly." Chapter 13. Vengeance for her. Su Hua stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to his words. Beixian sighed softly, gently patting her shoulder before turning to leave. As he exited, he instructed the bodyguard at the door, "Ensure the safety of Su Hua. Contact me immediately should anything arise." The bodyguard responded affirmatively. "Understood, Mr. Gu." Once inside the vehicle, the assistant reported, "I have reviewed all the surveillance along the route and mobilized various resources to locate Huang, Quebec. When we apprehended her, she was in a black taxi, attempting to escape to the countryside to hide." Beixian's gaze turned icy, questioning her origins. Huang Ke was the sister of Huang Guang, the bald man who had previously abducted the young mistress for the restoration of an ancient painting. Following that incident, it was discovered that he had been involved in a tomb raiding gang and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Surveillance footage indicated that Huang Ke had been disguising herself as a delivery person in recent days, loitering near the antique market, seeking an opportunity to retaliate against the young mistress. Gu Beixian's hand, hanging at his side, tightened into a fist, his knuckles turning pale. Arriving at the small building where Huang Ke was detained, he found her with short hair, a sallow complexion, red-rimmed eyes, and chapped lips. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to her brother, exuding a gender-neutral aura. Gu Beixian settled onto the sofa, lifting his gaze to cast a frigid glance at her, demanding to know why she had severed Su Hua's fingers. Huang Ke, her face contorted with rage, spat through clenched teeth, "She caused my brother to be imprisoned." Gu Beixian scoffed coldly. "Your brother engaged in tomb raiding and kidnapped Su Hua. He deserved to be incarcerated." Huang Ke glared at him with a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Gu Beixian half raised the corners of his lips, a smirk playing on his face as he leisurely remarked, "I have never laid a hand on a woman. But you are simply insufferable." No sooner had the words left his lips than he seized the ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it towards Huang Ke's head. She swiftly dodged, but was restrained by her assistant and could not escape. Bang! The glass ashtray grazed her head before shattering on the floor into a multitude of shards. The assistant then kicked Huang Ke's leg, causing her to collapse onto the jagged glass, trembling in pain, her whimpers akin to those of a wounded wild dog. Gu Beixian rose from the sofa, looking down at her with an air of indifference. The assistant, comprehending the unspoken command, stepped on Huang Ke's hand, grinding down mercilessly. The sharp glass pierced her fingertips. Huang Ke pleaded desperately, "My hand, it hurts, please spare me." Gu Beixian chuckled. "You're aware of pain. Yet when you trapped Su Hua's fingers in the door, did you consider whether she would feel pain? Those hands were more precious to her than life itself." For the past 2 years, they tirelessly massaged his legs and tenderly soothed his weary soul. Such a good girl, gentle and unassuming. Yet her most cherished fingers were cruelly severed by a wretch like you. Suppressing his fury, Gu Beixian casually remarked, "Your hands are too worthless. You may deal with it as you see fit." The assistant promptly replied, "Understood, Mr. Gu." Gu Beixian then turned and departed. Once he was gone, the assistant seized Huang Ke's hand. Crack! A glint of cold light flashed before Huang Ke let out a blood-curdling scream. Thud! She fell hard to the ground, her limbs convulsing, her eyes rolling back as she lost consciousness. Back at the hospital, Gu Beixian sat beside Su Hua's bed. Observing her vacant expression, his heart tightened. Just as he was about to assure her that vengeance had been served, she suddenly grasped his sleeve. Though outwardly gentle, her inner strength seldom revealed vulnerability. In that moment, she appeared fragile and helpless, filled with dependence on him. Gu Beixian felt a surge of tenderness, realizing he was needed. He softly reassured her, "Do not fear. I will not leave. I shall stay with you for the next few days." Only then did Su Hua gradually release his sleeve. Gu Beixian tenderly tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear and said, "Close your eyes and rest. I will watch over you as you sleep." Yet, Su Hua found no solace in sleep. Her forefingers were swollen and throbbing, each heartbeat sending waves of pain through her fingertips. Her nails had turned a ghastly shade of blackish purple. With her eyes closed, she endured each second, her heart heavy with sorrow. If her fingers did not heal properly, she would feel unworthy of the years of painstaking nurturing from her grandfather. Knock, knock! Someone rapped at the door. Gu Beixian rose to open it. Standing outside was Su Hua, tall and clad in a white coat, holding a bouquet of white roses. He called out to his cousin, saying, "I just came out of the operating room and heard that Su Hua was injured. I came to see her." Gu Beixian's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone was rather cold. "Shun Xiao has quite a few professions." Su Hua smiled and replied, "My primary occupation is that of a doctor. Gu Baozhai is my grandfather's establishment." Gu Beixian ignored him and sat down beside Su Hua. Su Hua placed the flowers on the bedside table and, examining Su Hua's hand, gently inquired, "Does your finger still hurt?" Su Hua nodded. "Try not to worry too much. I hear that Olbai performed the surgery. His medical skills are exceptional, and being so young, your finger will surely heal." "Thank you," Su Hua said softly. Su Hua noticed the bruising on her nails and remarked, "Your finger has developed a hematoma. It needs to be drained. Once the blood is released, the pain should alleviate somewhat." He called for a nurse to bring a syringe. Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you capable of doing this?" Su Hua flashed his work ID, stating, "I am the attending physician. Having been in the operating room, draining blood is not difficult." Soon, the nurse arrived with a syringe and antiseptic cotton. Su Hua sanitized the needle and carefully inserted it along the edge of Su Hua's nail, extracting a considerable amount of blood. After the procedure, Su Hua felt a slight reduction in pain. Su Hua tidied up and gently patted her arm, saying, "It's getting late. You should rest. And I will come to see you again tomorrow." Beixian stood up and coolly remarked, "I will see you out." The two of them exited one after the other, and Beixian closed the door, casting a frosty glance at Su Hua as he nonchalantly said, "Su Hua does not fancy your type. Refrain from harboring any intentions towards her." Su Hua's expression shifted slightly, but he chuckled. "Then what type does Su Hua prefer?" Beixian imagined the appearance of Yao, but could not envision what type he might be, so he replied, "She likes my type." Su Hua's smile deepened. "Unfortunately, you are her cousin." The coldness in Beixian's eyes solidified into ice as he asserted, "I am her." Just then, Su Hua's phone rang. He retrieved it from his lab coat and waved it at Beixian, saying, "Cousin, I have to take this call." After answering, he walked away. Beixian felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him, his countenance darkening as he returned to the ward, only to find Su Hua in discomfort, which quelled his anger. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was getting late. Beixian called for the housekeeper, Lu Sa, to bring 3 basins of hot water. He took a towel and gently wiped Su Hua's face, then lifted a corner of the blanket to take her foot, intending to wash it. Su Hua instinctively pulled her foot back, resisting his touch. Beixian spoke softly, "During those 2 years when I could not stand, you took care of me diligently. Now it is my turn to care for you." Su Hua remained still, her eyes slightly reddening. After wiping her foot, Beixian began to remove her pants. Realizing his intention, Su Hua tightly pressed her legs together, refusing to let him. Beixian offered a gentle smile, "We are husband and wife, given your aversion to dirt. You must feel uncomfortable without washing. Allow me to assist you." Su Hua gazed at him with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. The mere mention of the word divorce stirred a sense of unease within Su Hua, altering the dynamics of their relationship, even without an official certificate. The thought of him tending to such intimate areas felt decidedly awkward. Noticing her reluctance, Beixian paused for a moment before suggesting, "Shall I ask Aunt Lu to assist you?" After a few seconds of silence, Su Hua gradually relaxed her tightly clasped legs. Compared to Aunt Lu, Beixian undeniably felt closer. Aunt Lu, perceptive as ever, quickly averted her gaze. Beixian approached the task with utmost seriousness, leaving Su Hua blushing like a glowing ember. After completing the task, he proceeded to tend to her legs and upper body. Aunt Lu came over to remove the basin. As the night wore on, Su Hua eventually drifted into slumber. Beixian lay beside her, refraining from sleep, worried that her movements in slumber might lead to dislocations in her fingers. He remained vigilant, offering support. Time passed, and Su Hua was soon plagued by nightmares, trembling and curling into a ball. Beixian enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her like a child. Sensing a wave of security, she instinctively nuzzled closer to him, murmuring in her sleep. Beixian raised a hand to gently silence her, stifling her words. After a considerable time, observing her tranquility, he lowered his hand, whispering, "You little ungrateful one." In her dreams, Su Hua turned slightly, unaware of his words, oblivious to how often she called out for brother Yao in her nightmares. The following night, Su Hua's fingers still throbbed with pain as she tossed and turned in bed, finally managing to fall asleep. Beixian lay beside her, holding her closely. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. To avoid waking Su Hua, he silenced it and gently withdrew his arm from beneath her neck, intending to step outside to take the call. However, halfway through the motion, Su Hua awakened. She slowly opened her eyes, still drowsy, and asked, "What is wrong?" Beixian pointed to his phone, replying, "I'm going out to take a call. Just take it here. Don't go outside. It's chilly," she said with concern. Beixian nodded in agreement and, upon connecting the call, asked, "Mo Chun, is something the matter?" Chu Suasua's brother, Chu Mo Chun, politely responded, "I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. Suasua has sustained severe injuries. Someone struck her hand with a hammer, resulting in crushed fractures of 4 fingers on her left hand. She is in a terrible state and has been crying for you. Are you able to come see her?" Beixian's expression shifted as he sat up straight, inquiring, When did this happen? Just over 2 hours ago. Gu Beixian furrowed his brow, stating, I will head over immediately. Thank you. I will send the ward number to your phone shortly. Understood. Upon ending the call, Gu Beixian hurriedly began to unfasten his pajama buttons. Observing his frantic demeanor, Su Hua felt an instinctive pang of foreboding. It seemed likely that he would not return that night. She surmised that, much like how he cared for her, he would go to comfort Chu, so embracing and soothing her, their tender exchanges echoing in the night. A sharp pain pierced through Su Hua's heart, akin to the sting of a knife. Recalling what Xiao Yi once said, she should display her charm when appropriate and exhibit vulnerability when necessary. Otherwise, she would never surpass Chu Suasaw. In this moment, Su Huan found it impossible to act coy, though she could still appear fragile. For fragility is an inherent trait of womanhood. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Gu Beixian's waist, burying her head in his embrace. Her intentions unmistakable. She did not wish for him to depart. Gu Beixian paused in unbuttoning his shirt, reaching up to caress her head, his tone softening. Be good. I will just take a quick look and return. Su Huan refused to release her grip, holding onto his waist tightly, and softly pleaded, Can we wait until dawn? I will accompany you then. Gu Beixian frowned slightly, his voice tinged with mild annoyance. You are usually so reasonable. What has come over you tonight? He was subtly chiding her for her unreasonable behavior. Su Huan thought, if being unreasonable is what it takes, then so be it. In 3 years of marriage, she had never acted out, but tonight she made an exception. In moments like this, love seemed of little consequence. It had transformed into a contest between her and Chu Suasaw. She was deliberately provoking Chu Suasaw, unmistakably and unabashedly. Throughout her life, she had never felt such a strong urge to irritate another person. Gu Beixian waited patiently, but when he observed that she still would not let go, he gently pried her fingers from around his waist, one by one. After changing into his clothes, he left. Su Huan stood dazed, gazing at the closed door. Her pride shattered into pieces. In just a few hours, daybreak would arrive, and he could hardly wait. No matter how well she performed her role, she would always pale in comparison to his childhood sweetheart, his moonlight. Su Huan forced a self-deprecating smile, enduring the pain in her hands as she locked the door to her hospital room. Lying back in bed, her eyes reddened, and her heart ached profoundly. Meanwhile, Gu Beixian arrived at Chu Suasawa's hospital room. She had just returned from the operating room, curled up in her bed, racked with pain, her complexion ashen, and her eyes swollen. She looked utterly haggard. Her 4 broken fingers were in splints, her hands swollen, the skin stretched thin, with gruesome wounds marring her delicate flesh. Hua Karu was weeping, her face buried in her hands, struggling to breathe through her sobs. Chu's father stood at the corridor window, smoking one cigarette after another. Upon seeing Gu Beixian's arrival, Chu Machin approached him, politely stating, Beixian, I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. It's nothing, Gu Beixian replied coolly. Moving to the bedside, he leaned slightly to look at Chu Susaw, and softly called Son. Initially, Chu Susaw's gaze was vacant, but upon hearing his voice, she turned her head slowly. Upon recognizing his face, she burst into tears. Gu Beixian bent down beside the bed, gently patting her arm, saying, Susaw, be strong. Chu Susaw's tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed. My hand, Beixian, my hand is ruined. Gu Beixian comforted her. You are still young. It will heal. The situation has deteriorated. A comminuted fracture has left her bones shattered, pieced together with mere fragments. I feel as though my life is over. Chu Suasaw wept in despair, her cries piercing the heart. Gu Beixian, observing her anguished sobs, found his mind drifting to the moment when Su Huan's finger was broken, her eyes filled with desolation. He reached for a tissue, gently wiping away her tears, and comforted her, saying, Do not cry. Try to be optimistic. I cannot muster optimism, she sobbed. Time passed as he attempted to console her, yet her tears flowed unabated. Gu Beixian, feeling a sense of irritation, glanced at his watch. They had been there for nearly an hour. Su Huan would surely be upset by now. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a card from his wallet and placed it on the bedside table, stating, I came in a rush and couldn't buy anything. This is a small token of my regard. The password is 618618. It was late, and Su Huan was waiting for him in the hospital room. He needed to leave. Instantly, Chu Suasaw ceased her crying, looking at him in disbelief, her voice hoarse as she struggled to speak. Beixian, even now, you are leaving? I will come to see you tomorrow. Please don't go. Chu Hua's tear-filled eyes pleaded with him, her lips trembling as she reached for his hand, the back of it still bearing the needle from her fore. She appeared so fragile and helpless. Gu Beixian remained silent for a moment, gently withdrawing his hand, and softly said, "Be obedient. You have your parents and brother with you. Su Hua is only me." Su Hua felt a pang of injustice. Did she not also have a mother? Her grandmother was hospitalized, and her mother was attending to her. Su Hua was utterly disheartened. "Beixian, you have changed. You used to care for me so much. When I had a fever, you would stay with me all night." Once again, tears streamed down her face. Chu Maxin frowned and said to Gu Beixian, "Beixian, you should head back. Su Hua has us to care for her." Gu Beixian nodded slightly, rising to his feet, and inquired, "Who attacked her? Have they been apprehended?" Chu Maxin shook his head. "No, the assailant cornered her in the underground parking lot, and as soon as she stepped out of the car, she was struck unconscious. They took a hammer to her left hand. Though her belongings remained untouched, and she was not assaulted, it is clearly an act of revenge." Gu Beixian pondered for a moment. "I will send someone to investigate." "There is no need. The police have already been notified." "Thank you." "All right." Gu Beixian turned and walked out. As the door closed, Chu Hua grabbed a pillow and hurled it to the ground. Sobbing uncontrollably, she gasped for breath between her cries, exclaiming, "My relationship with Beixian, a bond forged over more than a decade. Why does it pale in comparison to his 3 years of marriage with her? I despise her. I utterly loathe that country bumpkin." Chu Maxin picked up the pillow and placed it back on the bed, saying, "When you were with Gu Beixian, he was in his prime, full of vigor. But when Su Hua entered his life, it was during his darkest and most desperate days. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Your years together cannot compare to their 3. At that, Chu Hua lost control of her emotions, shouting at him, "Why are you siding with her too? Are you truly my brother or her brother?" I maintained my focus on the matter at hand, endeavoring to assist you in a rational analysis. Chu Mo Chun stated with composure. Chu Hua became increasingly distraught. Standing nearby, Chu's father murmured, "Mo Chun, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. Your sister's hand is severely injured." Gu Beixian returned to Su Hua's hospital room, pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. He knocked persistently, yet Su Hua stubbornly refused to open the door, ignoring his calls. Rubbing his temples, he summoned the bodyguard to devise a way to unlock it. Minutes later, the lock clicked open, and Gu Beixian entered the room. Su Hua lay on the bed, facing away from him, unresponsive. Gu Beixian changed into his nightclothes and settled beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. Su Hua struggled slightly, but could not break free. Her eyes were reddened, and her voice was icy as she remarked, "Please have someone prepare the divorce agreement for tomorrow." Gu Beixian tightened his hold, fell into a long silence, and after a moment, swallowed hard before replying, "You must be tired. Let us rest." The following morning, Gu Beixian accompanied Su Hua for breakfast. He reached out to caress her face, his gaze gentle. "I have a meeting this morning. I shall return by noon to share a meal with you." Su Hua turned her head to avoid him, replying coolly, "There is no need. Do not forget about the divorce agreement." Gu Beixian's expression darkened. "Your grandmother's health has been declining, and your hand is injured. We can discuss this later." He rose, changed his clothes, and departed. After the doctor had changed her bandages, Su Hua picked up a book and quietly read in bed. By noon, a bodyguard knocked on the door, announcing, "Madam, Miss Chu's mother is outside and wishes to see you." After a brief silence, Su Hua replied, "Let her in." The door swung open, and Hua Chi-ro entered, her eyes swollen, glaring at Su Hua with clenched teeth. "It was you, wasn't it?" Su Hua posed, bewildered. "What do you mean? You sent someone to smash Laxuo's hand with a hammer, didn't you?" Su Hua's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. "It was not me." Hua Chi-ro advanced, seizing her collar. "You wicked girl, how could you be so cruel? You stole Laxuo's beloved and then crushed her hand. She is my only daughter, my precious child, whom I have cherished and protected. How could you dare to harm her? Today, I will have it out with you." Lu Saw, hearing the commotion, hurried out from the restroom and pulled Hua Chi-ro away from Su Hua. Despite being restrained, Hua Chi-ro lunged forward, hurling insults at Su Hua, her tirade filled with vulgarities and vitriol. She resembled nothing less than a shrew. Su Hua listened quietly for a full 7 or 8 minutes before addressing Lu Saw. "Please, could you step aside?" Lu Saw hesitated, then slowly released Hua Chi Ro and moved aside, seizing a cup from the bedside table. Su Hua hurled it at Hua Chi Ro's face. A resounding crash echoed through the room as the stainless steel cup collided forcefully with her nose. Suddenly, blood gushed forth. Su Hua pointed at the doorway and commanded, "Get out." Chapter 15. Is it Io? Hua Karu was struck and nearly fainted from the pain. Instinctively, she clutched her nose, her mind a blank. She never anticipated that the seemingly gentle and easily bullied Su Hua would suddenly unleash such ferocity. Looking down, she saw her fingers drenched in crimson. Filled with both pain and fury, she let out a sharp scream and lunged toward Su Hua. Lu Sa hurriedly stepped in to restrain her. The bodyguards, hearing the commotion, burst through the door and pulled Hua Kiru away. Gu Beixian entered with his assistant, his expression dark, casting a cold glance at Hua Kiru before turning to Su Hua. Seeing that she was unharmed, his demeanor softened slightly. Hua Kiru, holding her bleeding nose, complained to Gu Beixian, "Look, this is your idea of a good woman. She appears gentle and virtuous, yet her strikes are lethal. She nearly took my life with that cup." Gu Beixian replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "Su Hua has always been gentle and serene. If she acted against you, it is surely because you provoked her." He then looked at Su Hua and gently inquired, "How did she provoke you?" Su Hua was taken aback, not expecting Gu Beixian to defend her at such a moment, especially since Hua Kiru was the mother of his beloved. She pursed her lips slightly and glanced at Lu Sa, silently urging her to speak. Lu Sa quickly explained. The young mistress was sitting on the bed reading when Madame Chu suddenly barged in and began berating her, even attempting to strike her, which I prevented. She hurled the most offensive insults at the young mistress. Even I, an outsider, found it unbearable. The young mistress, however, maintained her composure and listened quietly for quite some time, only resorting to action when she could no longer endure it. Gu Beixian's gaze turned icy as he addressed Hua Kiru, apologized to Su Hua. Hua Kiru, taken aback, thought she had misheard. "Beixian, I am the one who was injured. It is she who should apologize to me. Look at the ferocity of her attack. Surely, she was also responsible for the injuries to Sua's hand." Gu Beixian's expression remained stern. "You are distressed over Susa's injury and have lost control of your emotions, which I can understand. However, without evidence, you cannot indiscriminately malign Su Hua. Physical harm is one thing, but emotional harm is equally grievous. You insulted Su Hua first. You must apologize." His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight that instilled a sense of pressure among those present. Hua Kiru felt intimidated, yet conceding an apology would cost her face. With a defiant lift of her chin, she insisted, "Beixian, the Gu and Chu families have collaborated in business for many years. I hope you will consider the bigger picture and rethink who should be apologizing." Her words dripped with veiled threats. Gu Beixian regarded her for a moment, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he raised his phone and dialed a number. "Emo-chun, your stepmother is causing a scene in Su Hua's hospital room. Please send someone to handle it." After a brief pause, Chu Machun replied, "I'm in Sipho's room. I'll be there shortly." Gu Beixian responded with a nonchalant before ending the call. Hua Kiru clutched her bleeding nose, trembling with rage. "Beixian, your protective nature is not befitting of your role. You are merely aiding the villain." Gu Beixian, indifferent to her plight, raised his leg and settled beside Su Huan's bed, smoothing out her wrinkled collar. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Are you hurt?" Su Huan shook her head. He reached for her hand, asking softly, "Does it still hurt?" "Not much," she replied. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gazing into her eyes, and quietly asked, "Are you still angry?" "Yes. You acted rightly today. If someone bullies you, you must retaliate." Su Huan lifted her gaze, her big, watery eyes silently staring at him, contemplating how to respond to his own bullying. However, with others present, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing the need for unity against a common foe. Unable to bear the sight of their intimate exchange any longer, Hua Kiru felt an overwhelming urge to leave, yet her pride resisted the thought of departing empty-handed. Just as she grappled with her emotions, Chu Majin arrived with his entourage. After greeting Gu Beixian, he took note of Hua Kiru's bloodied visage before turning his attention to Su Huan. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he courteously said, "Mrs. Gu, Zua's hand is injured, and my stepmother is devastated, her emotions spiraling out of control. I sincerely apologize on her behalf." He slightly inclined his body, bowing his head in earnest remorse. "I'm truly sorry." Being a reasonable person, Su Hua accepted his heartfelt apology with a simple, "It's all right." Hua Karu retorted angrily, "You may think it's all right, but I do not. You have caused me immense pain with that blow to my nose. I shall seek a disability assessment. Moreover, Zua's injury was most likely orchestrated by your people. I shall sue you for intentional harm." Chu Majin frowned, displaying impatience as he gestured to his subordinates to escort her away for treatment. Turning to Su Huan with politeness, Chu Majin proposed, "Once you are discharged, I would like to invite you and Beixian to dinner to apologize on behalf of my stepmother." Su Huan regarded him with newfound interest, replying, "You are too kind." Although she felt discomfort towards Chu Hua, she found herself unable to feel the same towards Chu Majin, perceiving him as a man of principle and refinement. Gu Beixian inquired, "Have you captured the person who harms Zua?" Chu Majin's expression darkened slightly. "No, that individual possesses remarkable counter-surveillance skills, evading nearly all cameras along the route and leaving no fingerprints at the scene. The underground parking lot is rife with footprints, making collection difficult for the police. The only lead we have is a blurry silhouette captured by the surveillance, coinciding with the time of the incident." Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you have the photo?" "Let me see." Chu Majin retrieved an envelope from his coat pocket, extracting a 7-inch photograph and handing it over. Gu Beixian accepted it, scrutinizing the image closely. Indeed, the photo was rather indistinct. In the dim light, the outline of a man's back could be faintly discerned. The man stood tall, with long legs clad in a black windbreaker, donning a black baseball cap and black gloves. He wielded a hammer in his hand, his athletic form exuding an aura that set him apart from the ordinary. Even a mere silhouette hinted at his extraordinary nature. Gu Beixian thought of someone, tightening his grip on the photograph. He said to Chu Majin, "Please give me this picture. I will send someone to assist in the search." "Thank you for your help. It is my duty," Chu Majin replied before departing. Once the door closed, the room fell into a hushed silence. Gu Beixian turned to Su Hua and inquired, "Do you remember the bald man who took you away to restore the ancient painting?" Su Hua nodded, recalling the incident. "His sister is the one who injured your finger. She despises you for imprisoning her brother and seeks revenge. I have already avenged you by incapacitating her left hand." Su Hua felt a chill run down her spine. Glancing at her splinted left hand, sorrow filled her heart. What good was revenge? Her fingers were severed, and her future remained uncertain. Gu Beixian cryptically remarked, "This matter has nothing to do with Su. You have retaliated against the wrong person." A sudden jolt of apprehension surged through Su Hua. She lifted her gaze sharply, staring at Gu Beixian, her voice trembling. "You suspect that I sent someone to harm Su?" Gu Beixian's eyes deepened with intensity as he held her shoulders, assuring her, "Do not be angry. I did not believe it was you. What I mean is that someone has been secretly avenging you, but they have targeted the wrong individual." "Su suis innocent." Suppressing her emotions, Su Hua asked, "Then who is it that is aiding me in the shadows?" Gu Beixian handed her the photograph, stating, "It is this person." Su Hua reached for the photograph, scrutinizing the indistinct figure. However, identifying him solely from a silhouette proved to be a challenge. Gu Beixian observed her with a knowing look, asking, "Is the person in the photo a Yao?" A wave of emotion washed over Su Hua, her eyes brimming with tears as she gripped the photograph tightly, vehemently declaring, "It is not him. It could never be him." Chapter 16. Blocked. Seeing Su Hua defend a Yao so fervently unsettled Gu Beixian. His face remained impassive, yet his eyes betrayed a tumult of restrained feelings. "I need to step outside for a smoke," he said coldly before turning away. He closed the door with more force than usual, though Su Hua noticed nothing amiss. Her mind was consumed by the haunting memories of that night 13 years ago, a night fraught with torment, howling winds, raging flames, and endless pain, accompanied by desperate cries. A Yao was the key to that nightmare. The mere mention of him sent sharp pangs through her heart, stirring turbulent emotions that left her in turmoil. A single tear silently slipped from her eye, landing on the blurred photograph. After what felt like an eternity, Su Hua finally regained her composure. She wiped her damp eyes with the back of her hand and returned her gaze to the photograph. She pondered who could possibly be assisting her in secret. The matter of her injured hand had not even been disclosed to her own mother, for fear of causing her concern. Only a select few, including Gu Beixian, were privy to this information. Discounting Gu Beixian, he would never harm the one he cherished. Could it be Shen Huai? Su Hua picked up her phone and called Shen Huai, inquiring, Mr. Shen, do you know Su Hua? Shen Huai hesitated before responding. I believe I've heard that name somewhere. What is the matter? Her hand was smashed with a hammer last night. Shen Huai replied with a soft "oh" and asked, would you like me to help find her a doctor? No, it's nothing serious, Su Hua said, ending the call. Clearly, it was not Shen Huai either. Su Hua once again examined the photograph intently. Ever since her marriage to Gu Beixian, she had led a reclusive life, her quiet and reserved nature leaving her with few friends, particularly of the male variety. She racked her brain, unable to discern whose silhouette it could be. Gu Beixian spent a considerable amount of time outside, smoking an entire half-pack before he managed to regain his composure. Upon entering the room, he found Su Hua seated on the hospital bed, clutching the photograph, her brow furrowed in concern. He paused, moved to her side, and gently smoothed the lines of worry from her forehead. His gaze bored deeply into her eyes for a prolonged moment before he enveloped her in his arms, the embrace lingering longer than what would be deemed normal. Noticing the strong scent of smoke clinging to him, Su Hua softly asked, have you smoked a lot? Yes. You should quit. It's detrimental to your health, she urged. All right. After a brief silence, he added, I'm sorry for upsetting you earlier. Su Hua wanted to respond but found herself at a loss for words, finally saying, I'm hungry. Let us eat. Gu Beixian released her, calling for the bodyguard to bring in their meal. After dining, Gu Beixian departed for the office. Later that evening, Gu Nanning arrived with a large bouquet of fresh flowers to visit Su Hua. As soon as she settled in, she began to complain, sister-in-law, why didn't you inform me about your injury? If it weren't for Mo Chun mentioning it inadvertently, I wouldn't have known you were hospitalized. Su Hua smiled gently. You have school. Visiting me would distract you from your studies. I'm graduating soon, and I'm not looking for a job or planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam. I'm just idling away my days. If you had told me, I could have come to chat with you to alleviate your boredom. As long as you don't mind my presence, Gu Nanning replied. I would mind at all. Su Hua resuscitated. Gu Nanning glanced at Su Hua's swollen hand, bandaged and red, and exclaimed angrily, who was the scoundrel that would lay such a vicious hand on you? I had a run-in with a group of tomb raiders recently. One of them, a bald man, is in prison, and his sister came seeking revenge, Su Hua explained succinctly. Gu Nanning was incensed upon hearing this. The two continued their conversation until darkness fell. Glancing at her watch, Gu Nanning picked up her phone and called Gu Beixian, saying, Brother, I'm at the hospital visiting sister-in-law. I desire to indulge in some milk tea. Could you kindly procure a cup for me on your way back? You remember my preference, do you not? Do not forget to bring a cup for my sister-in-law as well. The faint voice of Gu Beixian emanated from my phone. I am at the hospital. I wish to drink. Let the bodyguard fetch it. I am in my sister-in-law's ward. I have not seen you. I came to visit Su Hua and will return in half an hour. Gu Nanning could no longer contain herself, abruptly rising from her chair and approaching the window, exclaiming, Brother, you have greatly disappointed me. My sister-in-law is injured and in a poor state of mind. Why must you provoke her further? Are you not aware that a woman's greatest aversion is when a man maintains a close connection with his ex-girlfriend? Gu Beixian fell silent for a moment before responding, I will return shortly. You must return now. Do so quickly. Gu Beixian ended the call. Gu Nanning, feeling indignant, seated herself beside Su Hua's bed, gazing at her with words unspoken, until she could no longer restrain herself. Sister-in-law, has my brother been spending an inordinate amount of time with Su Hua lately? Su Hua acknowledged with a soft sound. Gu Nanning sighed. Sister-in-law, you are too naive. You cannot outsmart her. From a young age, she has been exceedingly cunning, particularly manipulative. Even I cannot contend with her. Su Hua listened absent-mindedly, replying casually, Is that so? Indeed, she has always sought to claim my brother's attention. Our families engage in business together, and we frequently gather for meals during the holidays. She clings to my brother, constantly calling out, Oh, Beixian dear, and oh, Beixian please, demanding him to serve her food or peel shrimp for her, all in an exceedingly affected manner. My brother seems bewitched by her, indulging her every whim. Su Hua felt a pang in her heart, yet her face betrayed no emotion. Gu Nanning continued. Out of frustration, I decided to pursue her brother, calling him Mo Chun incessantly, making him dance to my tune, much to her chagrin. Su Hua held a favorable impression of Chu Machin, remarking, They do not seem to share much in common. Their personalities are quite distinct. They are half-siblings. Su Hua's mother is Machin's biological aunt, having ascended to her position through unscrupulous means. Gu Nanning rolled her eyes dramatically. Su Hua listened in silence. Speaking of which, Machin is quite unfortunate, Gu Nanning suddenly lamented. His biological sister passed away shortly after birth, causing his mother to lose her sanity. His sister was once betrothed to my brother. Had she lived, she would be around your age. Su Hua was at a loss for words, merely curving her lips into a faint smile. Before long, Gu Beixian returned, carrying 2 cups of milk tea and desserts. One was the Yangji Ganlu that Su Hua adored, and the other was the strawberry milkshake that Gu Nanning cherished. Gu Beixian inserted a straw into the milk tea and handed it to Su Hua, stating, "I bought it from your favorite shop." Su Hua reached out to accept it, catching a faint scent of sweetness wafting from his suit sleeve. It was the fragrance of the perfume frequently worn by Su Hua. A casual glance revealed a small red mark, the size of a fingernail, on his shirt collar, a shade reminiscent of cherry red. The last time Su Hua encountered Su Hua, she was adorned with lipstick of that very hue. Su Hua felt as though she had been bitten by a cat, her heart aching with a pang that made it skip several beats. This was not the first time she had experienced such torment. Yet, each occasion felt as excruciating as the last, akin to an infernal ordeal. With a firm grip on her cup, she forced a self-deprecating smile and remarked, "Thank you for your trouble, amidst your busy schedule, for buying us milk tea." Gu Beixian casually replied, "I had the driver procure it." Gu Nanning took the milk tea from his hands, shooting him an exasperated glance as she chided, "Brother, do keep it up, and you may find yourself losing your wife. A woman as exceptional as sister-in-law is a rarity. Should you squander her, finding another would be a daunting task." Gu Beixian's peripheral gaze fell upon Su Hua, who was slowly sipping her milk tea through a straw, her long eyelashes casting shadows that obscured her expression. He nonchalantly stated, "Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in." Gu Nanning, exuding frustration, retorted, "I'm looking out for your best interests. Ignore my advice, and you shall have regrets later." 10 days later, at noon, Gu Beixian returned to the hospital after inspecting a subsidiary company. To his displeasure, the 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance were absent. Pushing open the hospital room door, he was met with an unfamiliar face lying on the bed. A jolt of surprise coursed through him as he inquired of a nurse approaching, "What happened to the patient named Su Hua who was previously admitted here?" The nurse pondered for a moment and replied, "She was discharged early this morning." Gu Beixian's expression darkened. They had agreed that he would come to escort her home. Yet, she had left without so much as a word. He retrieved his phone and dialed Su Hua's number, only to be met with a mechanical voice stating, "The number you have dialed is out of service." Opening WeChat, he attempted to send her a message, but it failed to go through. She had blocked him. Chapter 17. A night of searching. Gu Beixian's expression grew increasingly grim. He called the bodyguard assigned to protect Su Hua, demanding, "Have you been keeping an eye on her? Where is she?" The bodyguard responded with utmost respect. "The young lady said we were exhausted from guarding her for so long and requested a 2-day break, claiming it was your wish." A faint, sardonic smile twitched at the corners of Gu Beixian's lips. The usually gentle and obedient woman had taken it upon herself to issue commands. He coldly inquired, "Where did she go?" Sensing his displeasure, the bodyguard cautiously replied, "The young lady did not disclose her whereabouts." Gu Beixian abruptly ended the call and dialed Lu Saw, only to find her phone was also off. Furrowing his brow, he instructed his assistant, "Review the surveillance footage." "Understood, Mr. Gu," the assistant replied promptly, heading to the hospital surveillance room. 10 minutes later, the assistant called to report, "Mr. Gu, all footage of the young lady has been deliberately deleted." Gu Beixian gripped his phone tightly, his hand gradually applying more pressure, nearly crushing the device. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and headed toward the nephrology department. Arriving at Su Hua's grandmother's hospital room, he knocked and entered. Su Peilon was just tucking a blanket around the elderly woman. Upon seeing Gu Beixian, she lifted her eyelids slightly and, devoid of any discernible emotion, inquired, "Is there something you need?" Gu Beixian replied in a subdued tone, "Mother, Su Hua has been discharged from the hospital. Do you happen to know where she has gone?" Su Peilon chuckled, "You are her husband. Yet you have no idea where she might be. How could I possibly know? She harbored a misunderstanding towards me and is sulking, running off who knows where. A young girl, with injuries still fresh, wandering about is quite perilous. Please inform me of her whereabouts. I shall go in search of her." His words were articulated with politeness, yet they bore an undertone of command. That air of superiority was an innate part of him, which Su Hua discerned. She pulled up a chair, seated herself, crossed her legs, and regarded him with a disdainful gaze. During those 2 years when your health was poor and your temper volatile, my daughter never left your side, day and night. She devoted herself to you wholeheartedly. Now that she has run off, it must be due to some profound grievance she has endured. Gu Beixian's gaze was deep and contemplative. He remained silent, lips pressed together. Su Hua offered a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, in your eyes, my daughter is merely a caretaker. Now that your legs have healed, you no longer require her services, and naturally, she is no longer of interest to you. Gu Beixian's lips curled slightly. I have never regarded her as a mere caretaker. Su Hua shot him a sidelong glance. Do not merely speak sweet words. If you desire her, then be devoted. If not, then be decisive and end the marriage. My daughter is beautiful, possesses a good temperament, is intelligent, and is skilled in her craft. At merely 23, what sort of young man could she not attract? Divorce is commonplace nowadays and hardly a matter of concern. Gu Beixian's smile was present, yet it did not reach his eyes. He replied coolly, You seem busy. I shall continue my search. He turned and departed, the door closing with a notable thud. Su Hua clicked her tongue and remarked to the elderly woman, who lay drowsily on the hospital bed, Mother, observe his temperament. I merely spoke a few words to him, and he became angry and stormed out. Little Hua is likely enduring untold grievances behind his back. The elderly woman stirred her eyelids, but remained silent. Years ago, when she married, relatives mocked her behind her back, deriding her for selling her daughter to a cripple for money. After he finally stood again, she believed her daughter's life would improve, only to find that he had become restless once more. A mismatched marriage is often looked down upon. It invites scorn and mistreatment. Su Hua turned away, discreetly wiping her eyes. The elderly woman sighed, and after a moment's delay, murmured, It is I who have burdened her. Mother, please do not say such things. It is all my fault for lacking ability. Su Hua's throat felt tight. Meanwhile, Gu Beixian, accompanied by others, scoured every conceivable location where Su Hua might have gone, searching late into the night without success. In the dead of night, lying on the large bed in the bedroom, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. After much contemplation, a sudden thought struck him. He quickly donned his clothing, gathered his companions, and set off under the cover of darkness towards Su Village. Su Village, nestled at the foot of Su Mountain, was the ancestral home of Su Hua's grandfather, where she had grown up. The group embarked on a long and arduous journey. Upon arriving at Su Village, it was already around 3 or 4 in the morning. Gu Beixian alighted from the vehicle and pushed against the courtyard gate, but it did not yield. At this hour, Su Hua should be fast asleep. He did not wish to disturb her. Instead, he opened the car door, reclined the seat, and closed his eyes, hoping to steal a moment of rest. After such a long journey, he was utterly exhausted, and before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. When he finally reopened his eyes, the day had already brightened. Gu Beixian pushed open the car door and stepped outside. A bodyguard hurried over and informed him, Mr. Gu, there are voices in the courtyard. It sounds remarkably like the voice of the young mistress. Gu Beixian nodded slightly and approached the courtyard gate, pushing it open. This time, the door gave way. His gaze swept across the spacious courtyard, which had not been inhabited for a long while, with weeds flourishing in the corners. In the eastern corner stood a pear tree, resplendent with blossoms. Beneath it sat a gentle and serene woman. She was clad in a long white knitted sweater that enveloped her slender figure, her dark hair cascading elegantly, and her skin was as fair as snow, with delicate features and a subtle smile gracing her lips. A breeze rustled through, causing the white pear blossoms to flutter down, adorning her hair like a delicate crown. She was a vision of beauty akin to a painting. Beside her, a tall man dressed in a light blue shirt bent down to tend to her wounds. The two exchanged soft laughter, entirely oblivious to Gu Beixian's entrance. The woman was none other than Su Hua, the one he had searched for from day to night. The man was Shen Huai, the doctor and the young master of the antique shop. Gu Beixian's expression shifted to one of inscrutable coldness, a trace of self-deprecation curling his lips as he observed the pair with a detached gaze. After a lengthy pause, he suppressed his anger and addressed Su Hua. Why did you not inform me of your visit to your grandfather's house? It seemed Su Hua had only just noticed him from a distance. Her voice was devoid of any emotion as she replied, "You are far too busy. I did not wish to disturb you." She exchanged you for sir, creating a chasm between them. Su Hua turned to look, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and smiled. "Cousin, you have arrived." "Gumin." Gu Beixian cast him a dispassionate glance before striding towards Su Hua. As he reached her side, he lowered his gaze, a smile playing on his lips, yet devoid of warmth. "I have been searching for you since noon yesterday, up until now. You need not go to such lengths." Su Hua returned his smile with a cold detachment. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with a stubborn defiance. That day, when Chi-Chi got up from the bed to use the restroom, she almost fell as she got down. I merely lent her a hand. Her lipstick smudged onto my shirt. I did not notice it at the time, only realizing it when I undressed in the evening. "You need not explain," Su Hua replied, her tone somewhat dismissive. These details were bothersome to her, and she instinctively recoiled. Her decision to leave without notice stemmed from accumulated emotions rather than just the lipstick stain. After 3 years of marriage, they had maintained a respectful distance, and though she did not wish to quarrel, her heart was filled with vexation, compelling her to depart. Out of sight, out of mind. Gu Beixian paused for a moment and said, Locke's hand was shattered by someone named Io with a hammer. She was already suffering from severe depression, and this injury only compounded her misery. Fearing that she might contemplate suicide, I made a point to visit her more frequently. Su Hua remained silent for quite some time, slowly rising to her feet and saying, "Please follow me." Gu Beixian responded with a faint acknowledgement and followed her. The two exited through the main door, walking in single file towards the back of the village. The path was lined with rural dirt roads, and the spring breeze stirred up clouds of dust. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a grove of willow trees. The willows stood robust and dense, their slender branches dancing wildly in the wind. Beneath them lay a multitude of closely packed graves. Even in broad daylight, the atmosphere was thick with a sense of foreboding, and the temperature was noticeably cooler than in other areas. Occasionally, 1 or 2 crows would swoop overhead, emitting mournful cries. Su Hua felt no fear as she wound her way to a small, dilapidated grave, coming to a halt and staring at the mound, her gaze gradually filling with sorrow. After a long silence, she softly spoke, "Io is here." Chapter 18. Open your mouth obediently. He has long since passed. A deceased person cannot inflict harm. The one who shattered Chu Susa's fingers must be someone else. And as for who that person is and why they sought revenge on her, I truly do not know. Su Hua's voice was remarkably calm, yet tears began to glisten on her lower eyelashes. Gu Beixian cast his eyes down upon the grave. It was an utterly ordinary grave, appearing quite aged, with a wilting bouquet of wildflowers placed in front and the remains of burned paper scattered on the ground. The grave was as simple as could be, merely a mound of yellow earth, lacking even a headstone. It was impossible to discern whose it was. Gu Beixian faintly curled his lips. When he had previously inquired about Io, she had evaded the question. After reviewing the surveillance footage that captured Io's silhouette, she had chosen a random, small grave to placate him. Little did she know that when she first called out Io Gu in her dreams, he had dispatched someone to this small village to investigate Io in secret. The village consisted of a total of 98 households, and regardless of age or gender, every villager uniformly claimed that there was no Io living in the village. Therefore, the grave contained within it could not possibly belong to Io. She, who had always been sincere and genuine, now found herself lying to protect her Io Gu. Gu Beixian felt a wave of discomfort rise within him, anger simmering beneath the surface. Just as he was about to expose her deception, he noticed that her eyes had become misty with tears, gazing sorrowfully at the grave. The wild wind swept by, causing her fragile frame to sway precariously, eliciting a sense of pity. In an instant, his protective instincts surged forth. His heart softened, and his anger diminished. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace, and spoke gently. "All right, I will not pursue this any further. Please do not cry." Su Hua pressed her face against his collar, silently shedding tears, quickly soaking a small patch of fabric, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly. Gu Beixian gently caressed her slender back, his tone a mix of reproach and affection as he said, "Next time you go out, please inform me in advance. Do you understand?" Su Hua remained silent. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds echoed through the tranquil wilderness, resonating sharply in the stillness. Gu Beixian chuckled softly, only just now realizing his hunger. Su Hua, a moment behind, finally reacted. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes, emerging from his embrace to gaze up at him. Is that your stomach growling? Are you hungry? Indeed. From noon yesterday until now, I haven't had a single bite to eat. How can I not be hungry? His slightly elevated tone hinted at a touch of grievance. Why didn't you eat? You went missing, and I was preoccupied with searching for you. How could I think of food? Su Hua couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. His actions easily led her to believe that he truly cared for her. Yet, the last time she thought this way, he had ended their relationship under the guise of Su Hua. Let us return to eat. Sister Lu must have prepared the meal. After we dine, you can go back, Su Hua suggested softly. Beixian paused slightly and responded with an affirmative hum. The two walked side by side towards the village. Upon arriving home, Su Hua was setting up a table in the yard, while Sister Lu emerged from the kitchen with bowls in hand. Noticing Su Hua, Beixian took Su Hua's hand in his. She attempted to withdraw, but found herself unable. Su Hua's gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, his expression darkening slightly. Sister Lu, upon seeing Beixian, spoke with a hint of trepidation. Mr. Gu, my phone died yesterday, and I missed your call. Beixian, unfazed, replied, It's all right, let us eat. The group took their seats. Beixian picked up an egg, peeled it, and placed it in front of Su Hua, saying eat. Su Hua, however, handed it back. You're hungry. You should eat first. Su Hua remarked with a mild smile. You two cousins seem quite close. Beixian's eyes turned slightly frosty. His tone flat as he clarified, I am her older cousin. He is my distant cousin. Su Hua interjected, somewhat defiantly, I am his impoverished relative from the countryside. I worked as a maid in his household for 3 years, tending to his every need. Su Hua expressed regret. You possess such remarkable skills. Yet you chose to be a maid. What a pity. Su Hua cast a sidelong glance at Beixian, her words laden with meaning. Fortunately, his family offers a rather generous salary. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a hand suddenly rest on her thigh. Almost immediately, that hand began to pinch her leg beneath the table, eliciting a ticklish sensation that made her heart race. Su Hua's ears flushed with crimson as she turned her head to shoot Beixian a discreet, reproachful glance, urging him to remove his hand. Yet, his expression remained solemn as he leisurely sipped his porridge with a refined demeanor, betraying none of the mischief beneath the table. Su Hua reached down to grasp that restless hand, attempting to shift it away, but found herself unable to move it as he held her firmly in place. Their fingers entwined. He gently rubbed her palm with his thumb, causing her hand to perspire. Su Hua, with one hand injured and the other clasped by Beixian, was unable to eat, remaining seated in stillness. Beixian turned to glance at her, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he teasingly inquired, Hua, why are you not eating? Typically addressing her as Su Hua, he intentionally used a more affectionate name now. Su Hua shot him a mock glare, feigning annoyance. Beixian chuckled, not eating? Are you waiting for your cousin to feed you? He scooped a spoonful of congee, testing the temperature with his lips before presenting it to her. Now, open wide, cousin will feed you. The tone was laced with flirtation, more playful than serious. Su Hua's cheeks flushed instantly, her lips pressed tightly together, refusing to part. Beixian's smile deepened. Was the spoon not sufficient? Shall I feed you with my mouth instead? He suggested, escalating the playful challenge. Taken aback by his audacity, she rolled her eyes at him, replying, You've used that spoon. Please get me a clean one. Seizing the moment as she opened her mouth, he swiftly thrust the spoon in. We often shared a spoon before. Why the sudden aversion? It's not a good habit to be so picky. A spoonful of congee was forced into her mouth, and she glared at Beixian, chewing with gritted teeth. Su Hua shrugged, helplessly remarking, Su Hua, your cousin truly dotes on you. Beixian, beneath the table, squeezed Su Hua's hand affectionately, grinning of course. I'm meant to cherish my cousin. Sister Lu, nearly burying her face in the bowl of congee, thought to herself, wealthy individuals certainly know how to entertain. Although they are clearly a couple, they insist on playing the roles of cousin and sister for excitement. After what felt like a drawn-out meal, Sister Lu rose to clear the dishes. Su Hua, maintaining a polite distance, addressed Beixian, You are rather busy. You should return to work after eating. Beixian regarded her with gentle eyes. You should come back with me. This desolate place offers no conveniences. I miss you dearly when we are apart. Su Hua felt her ears tingle from his flirtation, realizing she had unwittingly shot herself in the foot. After a moment's hesitation, glancing at her injured left hand, She responded, "My hand cannot function for 3 months. It's best I remain here to recuperate." "Well then, I shall visit you again tonight," he remarked, placing emphasis on the word tonight as if it hinted at something significant. Su Hua quickly interjected, "There's no need. The drive to the city is quite lengthy and would disrupt your rest." Gu Beixian affectionately pinched the tip of her nose. "Why are you becoming increasingly stubborn?" Su Hua turned her head away, warning softly, "Please refrain from such actions." "But I am your cousin. Such gestures between cousins are quite normal. No?" He raised his hand to caress her cheek, his fingertips grazing her flushed lips, a smile that hinted at mischief dancing upon his lips. The refined and ascetic visage, at this moment, bore a mischievous glint that was utterly captivating. Su Hua had maintained a respectful distance from him for 3 years. He oscillated between despondency and irritability, or presented himself as a paragon of virtue, or exuded a gentle warmth akin to jade. Even during their intimate moments, he wore an expression of pretense. She had never witnessed him in such a light, resembling a dashing and debonair young man, quite the scoundrel. Flushed and aflame with emotion, she hastily turned away to evade his touch. At that moment, Su Hua's countenance darkened, and he could no longer endure the situation. He rose and left. Su Hua, unable to remain seated, stood and retreated into the room. Gu Beixian followed closely behind. Upon entering the bedroom, Gu Beixian embraced her from behind, adjusting her posture, gently moving her injured hand aside, and caressing her chin before leaning in to kiss her. Chapter 19. Becoming spouses Su Hua instinctively recoiled. Gu Beixian's kiss landed on her chin instead. She could distinctly sense the drop in his emotional temperature. As he held her chin, his hand slid down her back, encircling her waist. With a questioning tone, he inquired, "Why did you tell Su Hua that I am your cousin?" Su Hua lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Since we are on the verge of divorce, there is no need to make a grand announcement of our marital status. Moreover, your illustrious lineage means that after the divorce, should your colleagues discover the truth, they would regard me with disdain. I do not wish to be labeled as a wealthy family's discarded wife. It is simply more convenient to refer to you as a distant cousin." Gu Beixian regarded her with a knowing look. "You seem to have considered this quite thoroughly." Su Hua offered a self-deprecating smile. "What can I say? It is the instinct for survival of a commoner. You are hardly a commoner. There are very few in the entirety of Kyoto who can command my attention as you do." A teasing smile played at the corners of his lips as he observed her intently. "Please, do not jest at my expense. I would never presume to command you," she replied, feeling a bit flustered and turning her back on him. Just then, Gu Beixian's phone rang. He retrieved it from his trousers pocket and glanced at the screen, his expression subtly shifting. Su Hua, beauteous, turned to look and caught a glimpse of the name Lock. A wave of discomfort surged within her, and she said, "You should answer it." Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you not upset?" In her mind, Su Hua thought, "If I were upset, would you refrain from answering? You would still take the call." She feigned indifference as she urged him on, "Please answer, do not keep her waiting." Gu Beixian scrutinized her for a moment before answering the call. Lock, what is it?" From the phone came the weak and pitiful voice of Su Hua Beixian. "Where have you been? You didn't come to the hospital to see me yesterday. Will you come today? If you don't, I can't eat. I'm so sad." A wave of revulsion washed over Su Hua, and she felt utterly repulsed. She tiptoed closer to the phone and mimicked Su Hua's tone, saying, "Darling, I've already taken off my clothes. What are you waiting for?" The phone fell into an eerie silence. Gu Beixian lowered his gaze, a smile that was neither here nor there playing on his lips as he regarded her. Su Hua met his gaze with an impassive expression. The two of them locked in a silent standoff. Time stretched on interminably. Finally, a weak voice emerged from her phone. "You go ahead and be busy, Beixian Gu." She ended the call. Su Hua's expression was unreadable as she remarked, "You should head to the hospital to check on her. Severe depression and a serious hand injury. What if she takes sleeping pills and harms herself? It would be my fault." Gu Beixian reached out, gently tousling her hair. "I'll step outside to make a call." He exited the room, dialing Chu Mo Chun. Once the call connected, he said, "Please keep an eye on Su Hua. She just called me, and I fear she may be in a fragile state after some distress." "Understood." Chu Mo Chun paused momentarily, then added, Su Hua has been spoiled by us since childhood. Her temperament is rather indulgent. She seems to believe that she hasn't truly parted ways with you, which blurs her sense of boundaries and may cause you trouble." Gu Beixian remained silent for a few seconds. "It's all right. Her illness is also tied to me. Your wife won't be upset, will she? Gu Beixian offered a faint smile. Fortunately, she has a very good temper and is quite understanding. She doesn't concern herself too much with me. The latter half of that statement remained unspoken. Adults seldom divulge their innermost feelings. Chun hesitated. I'll treat you both to dinner later as an apology. Let us discuss it when we have time. All right. After hanging up, Gu Beixian returned to the room. He found Su Hua reclining on the bed, absorbed in an old book, her expression serene and devoid of discernible emotion. He approached the bedside, caressing her face and gently brushing his nose against her hair. I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you tonight. It's too far. You have work to do, so don't tire yourself with back and forth. Then you should return with me early. It's not safe for a young lady like you to be here in the desolate mountains. I can't help but worry. He took her injured hand to examine it. Su Hua felt a pang of sadness. His actions made it difficult for her to fully let go of him. Just when she decided to leave, he would reach out to her again, and whenever her heart softened, he would drive another knife into it. Such a tangled emotional connection was most tormenting. Withdrawing her hand, Su Hua said coolly, You should go. Don't come back tonight. I grew up here, and I was fine without you. That is true. Gu Beixian squeezed her other hand. You, my dear girl, may appear pitiful, but you are, in fact, remarkably strong, stronger than I. Su Hua pressed her lips together, thinking to herself, It's clearly your heart that is hard, yet you twist the narrative. How wicked. Gu Beixian stood up. I'm really leaving now. Want you see me off? Su Hua turned her head away, conflicted emotions swirling within her, wanting him to leave yet not wanting him to go. Gu Beixian's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he stepped outside. Upon encountering Su Hua, his expression turned icy, and with a detached tone he inquired, When are you leaving? Su Hua replied with a faint smile. I have a few days off. I'll return the day after tomorrow. Su Hua requires a change of dressings, and, as her physician, it is more convenient for me to care for her. Gu Beixian's countenance darkened as he lifted his eyes to the distance. 2 bodyguards were seated on stools. Artillerie consuming instant noodles. He commanded, You two remain here and ensure Su Hua's safety. The bodyguards hastily set aside their noodle containers, standing at attention. Understood, Mr. Gu. Gu Beixian then turned to Lu Sa, who was washing dishes by the sink. Lu Sa, accompany me to the car. Lu Sa quickly wiped her hands on her clothing and followed him to the vehicle. Settling into the passenger seat, she nervously twirled her fingers and said, Mr. Gu, yesterday, the young madam instructed me to turn off my phone. I dared not disobey her. Gu Beixian crossed his long legs, resting his arm on the car window, his fingers gently pinching his brow as he spoke softly. Do not be afraid. I sought you out for another matter. What is Su Hua's attitude towards that Dr. Shun? Lu Sa pondered carefully before responding. The young madam is polite to Dr. Shun and maintains a distance. She likely has no interest in him. However, it seems Dr. Shun is quite fond of the young madam and takes good care of her. He had the hospital surveillance footage deleted, and it was he who drove us here. Mr. Gu, should I inform Dr. Shun that the young madam is your wife? No need. Let her play her games, he replied. Understood, Mr. Gu. Gu Beixian retrieved a cash check from his bag and handed it to her. Take good care of her. Ensure she does not spend time alone with that Shun. Lu Sa beamed as she accepted the check. Rest assured, I will make sure they are not alone together. You may exit now. Lu Sa opened the car door and disembarked. The driver started the engine. Gu Beixian lowered the window and gazed outside, feeling a slight emptiness as he did not catch sight of Su Hua. How ungrateful of her. He had traversed great distances through the night to find her. Yet she did not even come out to bid him farewell. As the car moved forward, kicking up dust, Gu Beixian, unwilling to relent, glanced back once more before the turn. He spotted a slender silhouette at the corner, wrapped in a white knitted sweater. That delicate, palm-sized face belonged to Su Hua. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a small consolation for her lingering sense of obligation. As the car turned the corner, her figure vanished entirely from view. Gu Beixian slowly rolled up the window, reminiscing about the first time he met her 3 years ago. She was merely 20 then, a recent university graduate, still a girl. Her diminutive face was pale and delicate, with large, fluffy eyes that surprised him with their beauty. Back then, she was rather reticent. She would respond to inquiries with a single sentence, remaining silent if not prompted. Her face adorned with a smile that maintained an air of distance, much like the eternal smile captured in an identification photograph. Beneath her striking features lay a hint of stubbornness. He recalled that day as particularly cold, when she presented him with a box of gifts. The contents eluded his memory, yet he vividly remembered her delicate fingers. Reddened by the chill, the sight of those hands stirred an inexplicable pang of tenderness within him. It was on that very day that they registered their marriage, solidifying their bond as husband and wife. Chapter 20. When the gun was fired until the vehicle of Gu Beixian faded from her sight, Su Hua stood rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the direction in which the car had vanished. An indescribable feeling stirred within her, an emptiness, a sense of loss. The wind swirled the leaves around her feet in a playful dance. After lingering for a moment longer, Su Hua finally turned and made her way back to her grandfather's home. She retrieved the key and entered the eastern side room, a sanctuary for her grandfather's restoration of ancient paintings, the place where she had spent countless hours in her youth. The room remained unchanged, with two tall, crimson hardwood tables occupying the center, adorned with an array of restoration tools, brushes, palette knives, and lamb's wool towels. A thin layer of dust had settled, indicating it had been some time since it was last cleaned. Recalling her grandfather's passing from gastric cancer brought a tightness to Su Hua's throat, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Is this where you honed your craft?" Came the voice of Su Hua from behind. Su Hua nodded affirmatively. Su Hua approached her, raising a hand to brush the dust from the table, expressing admiration. "When I was young, my grandfather tried to pass down his craft to me, but I abandoned it within a month. I simply could not endure the monotony. Restoration requires an immense amount of patience and resilience, a skill not suited for everyone." His grandfather, too, was a renowned restorer of ancient texts and paintings. Su Hua smiled softly, recalling how her grandfather had wished to impart his knowledge to her mother, who also struggled to find her focus. "But must be preserved, or will be lost to time," she replied. "Indeed, the threshold for entering this field is quite high. One must possess tranquility, sensitivity, insight, patience, resilience, and a willingness to endure hardship," he affirmed. "Especially, one must not be hasty. When unveiling a painting, it requires meticulous care. Sometimes it takes weeks. A moment of impatience can ruin the artwork." Shen Huai turned his gaze towards Su Hua, tenderness evident in his eyes. "Your childhood must have been quite arduous, was it not?" With a faint smile, Su Hua replied, "What childhood? While other children played outside, I was engrossed in copying ancient paintings." "How dismal," he remarked. Su Hua chuckled lightly, perhaps a bit. At that moment, Sister Lu entered quietly, wielding a cloth, diligently cleaning here and there, casting a hostile glare at Shen Huai's back. Shen Hua inched closer to Su Hua, his hand subtly reaching for hers, yearning to intertwine their fingers. Just as he made his move, Sister Lu abruptly seized the broom from behind the door and rushed towards Shen Huai, striking the ground forcefully near his feet while exclaiming, "Dr. Shen, step aside. A mouse just scurried by." Shen Huai quickly stepped aside. Su Hua looked at Sister Lu in bewilderment. The room, specially designed by her grandfather, was impeccably sealed, impervious even to cockroaches. How could there possibly be a mouse? Soon, the realization dawned upon her. Gu Beixian must have instructed her to be cautious. She had never noticed his possessiveness before. Even a simple exchange with Shen Huai seemed to provoke his disapproval. As evening descended, the group enjoyed their meal. After Su Hua finished her evening routine, she lay in bed with a book. Lu Sa entered briskly, holding her phone, and announced, "Madam, Mr. Gu is calling. He has urgent matters to discuss with you." Su Hua took the phone and inquired, "What is it?" From the device, Gu Beixian's deep, magnetic voice resonated. "Grandmother is ill and hospitalized. She has been mentioning her desire to see you. I have already notified the bodyguards. Please return swiftly." Upon hearing this, Su Hua hurriedly donned Herculotes. The last time she saw her grandmother, she appeared frail. At her advanced age, even a cold or fever could pose significant risks. After dressing and gathering her belongings, she stepped outside. Shen Huai stood in the courtyard, smoking. Su Hua informed him, "I must return. Grandma is in the hospital." Shen Huai extinguished his cigarette and replied, "All right, I shall accompany you." Over 3 hours later, they arrived in the city. After parting ways with Shen Huai, Su Hua, along with Lu Sa and the bodyguards, proceeded to the hospital. Her grandmother resided in a VIP room on the top floor. Exiting the elevator and turning a corner, Su Hua immediately spotted Gu Beixian, tall and elegant, standing by the window, smoking. His stature was striking, his features handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura of affluence that made him stand out in any crowd. Just as Su Hua was about to call out to him, she heard a bright voice exclaim, "Beixian Ge!" Instantly, a figure burst forth from the fire escape, rushing to embrace Gu Beixian's waist. Her face pressed against his back as she affectionately said, "I heard Grandma is ill, so I came to see her." The woman was stunning, with a fair complexion and an air of pampered delicacy. None other than Su Hua. Su Hua's heart jolted painfully against her ribs, leaving her momentarily paralyzed, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. Lu Sa urgently called out, "Mr. Gu, Madam has returned." Gu Beixian gently released Su Hua's hand and strode toward Su Hua, his tone calm, yet slightly reproachful. "Why didn't you call upon your arrival? I would have come downstairs to meet you." Su Hua found herself at a loss for words, casting a cool, distant glance his way as she moved her heavy legs towards her grandmother's room. Upon entering, she found the elderly lady seated on the bed, sipping bird's nest soup. Upon seeing Su Hua, the old woman's dim eyes brightened. "Hua, it has been a while since we last met. I heard from Beixian that you were on a business trip." This was likely an excuse crafted by Gu Beixian on her behalf. Su Hua responded affirmatively, suppressing her emotions, concealing her injured hand behind her back, and smiling. "Grandma, how have you been?" The elderly lady sighed. "At my age, my body is as fragile as paper. A mere breeze can cause me to catch a chill." "Cool me. Sit closer so I can take a good look at you." Su Hua bent down to sit beside her bed. Noticing that Su Hua had kept her hand hidden, the old lady curiously reached out, asking, "Why is your hand behind your back?" "It's nothing." Su Hua instinctively recoiled, but was gently pulled forward. Upon revealing her left hand, it was evident that 2 fingers were encased in splints, and all 4 nails were a dark, purplish hue. The elderly lady gasped, her heart aching profoundly. "Quickly, tell me, grandmother, how did you injure your hand?" Su Hua replied quietly, "Not long ago, I crossed paths with a tomb raider. He has since been imprisoned, and his sister has come seeking revenge." The elderly lady trembled with indignation. What audacity does this tomb raider possess to dare harm a member of the Gu family? Is he courting death? Please, elaborate on the matter. Su Hua recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. After hearing her account, the elderly lady's eyes shifted slightly, her mind deep in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, she spoke. "On the day of the incident, Beixian was present. They may not know you, but they could undoubtedly inquire about Beixian. What courage does a mere tomb raider's sister possess to come after you?" Suddenly, she glanced towards the entrance, cryptically stating, "It is highly probable that she has been incited by someone, used as a pawn." A chill ran down Su Hua's spine as she followed the elderly lady's gaze, landing on Su Hua, who stood at the doorway. Chapter 21. Tailored solution. Seeing both of them cast doubt upon her, Su Hua hastily extended her injured hand, exclaiming, "Grandmother, just days later, my hand was also smashed with a hammer, resulting in a comminuted fracture. I felt so despondent I wished to cease living." The elderly lady raised an eyebrow, questioning the sheer coincidence. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Hua continued, "My injury is identical to Sister Su Hua's. My left hand. 4 fingers affected." The police suspect it to be a malicious act of retaliation, directly pointing to Su Hua. A cold smile crept onto the elderly lady's lips. "Is that so? Why was it you who was targeted for revenge, and not anyone else?" Su Hua, with tears welling in her eyes, lamented, "Perhaps my closeness to Beixian has displeased Sister Su Hua." The insinuation was unmistakable, implying that Su Hua had orchestrated the retaliation. Su Hua's expression remained placid, though a flicker of derision danced in her eyes. The art of the villainous first accuser had indeed become increasingly refined. The elderly lady snorted dismissively, ignoring Su Hua, and turned her attention to Gu Beixian. "Have someone locate that tomb raider's sister and interrogate her thoroughly. Determine if she was incited by someone or promised some form of benefit. I have a feeling this situation is far from straightforward." "Understood." Gu Beixian pondered for a moment before stepping outside to call his assistant. The elderly lady directed a cold gaze at Su Hua. "Do you have something to say?" Su Hua, attempting to appear compliant, replied, "Nothing more. I merely came to visit you." The elderly lady frowned. "If that is the case, you may leave." Su Hua se complexion pallid. "Grandmother, I have grown up under your watch. Might you not always treat me so harshly? You once cherished me dearly." The elderly lady remained silent, lips pursed. Su Hua, choked with emotion, continued, 3 years ago, when Beixian was injured. I yearned to stay by his side and support him. However, my mother forcibly sent me abroad, ensuring I was watched around the clock. I feared Beixian had succumbed to severe depression due to our separation, which was agonizing for me. Upon hearing of his marriage, I wept for 3 days, consumed by despair. Tears glistened in her eyes as she stood there, head bowed, resembling a wounded little puppy. Anyone who sees this would feel pity. The elderly lady's expression eased slightly. 3 years ago, the doctor announced that Beixian would never stand again. I can understand your departure. After all, the disparity is too great for an ordinary person to bear. Whether your departure was voluntary or forced, you have already parted ways, and Beixian has since married. To disrupt their marriage now would be your wrongdoing. Do you understand? Su Hua wiped her eyes, insisting I did not ruin Beixian's marriage. I simply couldn't resist wanting to see him. Grandma, yerbo no intentions, truly. Su Hua, with a hint of restraint, responded casually yet coolly, you have embraced him. How can you claim no harm has been done? Pray tell, Miss Chu, what constitutes destruction? Chu bit her lip. Beixian and I grew up together, loving each other for over a decade. It's a habit that cannot be easily altered. I will try my utmost to be more mindful in the future. The phrase over a decade of love sounded light, yet bore great weight. Su Hua felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if a heavy stone lodged in her chest, causing her pain. Compared to their years of affection, her 3-year role as a substitute in marriage felt utterly insignificant. With a click, the door opened. Gu Beixian, having finished his call, entered. Su Hua paused, stood up, and took his arm, smiling. Husband, let us not divorce, shall we? Gu Beixian hesitated briefly, lowering his gaze to her, his eyes veiled in ambiguity. Su Hua gently placed her hand on his waist, rose on her toes, and whispered in his ear, just promise me first. Though her words were directed at him, her gaze darted towards Su Hua. Her typically indifferent nature was forced to summon a fighting spirit. Whether love was present or not became irrelevant. She simply needed to triumph over Su Hua. She wished to convey that their childhood bond and over a decade of love were now matters of the past. She was his wife. Gu Beixian glanced at the tearful Su Hua, responding blandly with a simple A sigh of relief washed over Su Hua as she grasped his hand. She had genuinely feared his refusal. As they held hands for a moment, Gu Beixian attempted to withdraw, but Su Hua tightened her grip, refusing to let go. Su Hua stared at their intertwined hands, tears streaming down her face. Covering her mouth, she turned and fled. Gu Beixian remarked to Su Hua, I will escort her back to her ward. She suffers from severe depression. Running off like this could lead to serious consequences. I will accompany you, Su Hua replied. Gu Beixian frowned slightly. Su Hua, what is troubling you today? You are my husband, she retorted. Noticing the brewing argument, the elderly lady hastily interjected. You both should go together. The two exited in succession, spotting Su Hua at the elevator, hands covering her mouth, silently weeping, her shoulders trembling pathetically. Bystanders observed her with curiosity. Gu Beixian strode over, retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, and gently offered it to her, saying softly, wipe your tears. Su Hua stood there, delicate and fragile, watching her husband tenderly caring for his ex-girlfriend from afar, her heart pierced with discomfort. Su Hua took the handkerchief, glanced at Su Hua, and sobbed. Beixian Gu, you should return with Su Hua Jia. Otherwise, she might get angry again. She looked down at her hands and quietly added, I fear she might misunderstand and vent her anger on me. My left hand is already incapacitated. I do not wish for my right hand to suffer the same fate. Although they were not close, the corridor of the VIP ward was sparsely populated, and Su Hua heard every word clearly. It was her first encounter with such a person, capable of shifting blame onto others with just a few words. No wonder Gu Nanine claimed she had been envious since childhood. Indeed, the malice was palpable, and she felt it keenly. Su Hua observed Gu Beixian quietly, eager to hear his response. After a moment of silence, Gu Beixian spoke. It was not Su Hua who sought this. I know her well. She is a wonderful person. Su Hua turned and walked away, feeling a slight relief from his words. She feared that lingering would only deepen her heartache. Upon returning to the hospital room, Su Hua quietly sat by the bed. Though her body was there, her heart lingered on Gu Beixian, endlessly speculating about what they might be doing together. Noticing her dazed expression, the elderly lady gently took her hand and said, Hua, you should have a child soon. Having a child will stabilize your marriage. A child is the bond that tightly connects you both. Su Hua's heart was a tumult of emotions. In the first 2 years of their marriage, Gu Beixian's health had been poor, preventing them from consummating their relationship. Once his legs improved, he consistently took precautions, leaving her unable to conceive. Moreover, in this precarious and crumbling marriage, could a child truly bring stability? What if they ultimately separated? The harm to the child would be immense. As a child of a single-parent family, she understood that pain all too well. Yet, seeing her grandmother's hopeful gaze, Su Hua couldn't bear to disappoint her and smiled gently, saying, "All right, I will make a sincere effort." The elderly lady beamed with joy, affectionately patting her head. "You are such a beautiful and intelligent girl. With such splendid genes, you will surely have a lovely, plump son who will be adored." Su Hua felt a bit shy from the praise and replied, "Grandma, you flatter me. 3 years ago, I selected a bride for Beixian, specifically seeking someone from the university, prioritizing beauty, academic excellence, and obedience. After much searching, I was still unsatisfied until the principal presented your profile to me. Upon seeing your photograph, I thought, this is the girl for our Beixian." It was as if she were tailor-made for him. Su Hua understood that while other attributes were secondary, the most significant factor was that she resembled Su Hua. Chapter 22. Can you swim? 10 minutes later, Gu Beixian returned. He sat beside Su Hua, reached up to touch her head, and softly said, "Su is unwell and cannot handle stress. Do not hold it against her." This was an indication for her to endure. Su Hua pressed her lips together slightly, remaining silent. She is, in fact, a person of remarkable endurance, having tolerated Chu Suso's antics several times. Now, the moment she resists, it is perceived by Gu Beixian as a display of pettiness. The character of endurance, when dissected, reveals a blade thrust into the heart. Only those who endure truly comprehend its sting. During those 2 years, when Gu Beixian's health was frail, he would often lose his temper and throw things. Yet she bore it all. Initially, it was out of gratitude, but eventually, it blossomed into love. Yet, what is Chu Hua to her? Why must she endure her? The more Su Huan contemplated, the angrier she became, her lips pressed tightly, her expression dark as water. The elderly lady, sensing something amiss, gently patted her shoulder and glared at Gu Beixian, warning him. Huaner is still a young girl, merely a year older than Chu Hua. Why should she endure her? You must manage your relationship with her properly. If my Huaner suffers any more, I shall have words with you. Gu Beixian turned Su Huan's shoulder towards him, studying her face with a teasing smile. Whose little girl is this? Her face is turned as round as a bun from anger. Su Huan shot him a disdainful glance. Gu Beixian chuckled, pulling her into his embrace, his tone softening. All right, no more anger. He grasped her injured wrist, gently caressing it, knowing that anger could hinder her healing. The elderly lady, witnessing this, joined in the comforting. Huaner, do not be upset. If he bullies you again, just tell me, and I shall handle him. Realizing the hour was late, she added, you two should head home and rest. Having received such reassurances, Su Huan found it difficult to maintain her stern demeanor. She gently pushed Gu Beixian away, surveying the room, and upon noticing a servant by the bedside, she said, Grandma, please take care of yourself. I shall visit again tomorrow. The grandmother smiled kindly. Very well, do not forget your promise to me. Su Huan felt her ears flush slightly and replied, Of course. Rising, she gathered her bag and walked alongside Gu Beixian out of the ward. Once outside, Gu Beixian fixed his gaze on her reddened ears and inquired, What promise did you make to Grandma? Why are your ears still red? Su Huan replied softly, Grandma wants me to bear you a child. Gu Beixian chuckled lightly, remarking that his grandmother was quite eager for a great-grandchild. Last year, as soon as I could stand again, she began to press for children, having urged me multiple times in private, and now she turns her sights on you. Just a few days ago, she even suggested we move back to the old residence, trying every means to coerce us into having children. Su Huan, momentarily lost in thought, did not respond. They took the elevator down, and, once in the car, the driver started the engine. Gu Beixian turned to Su Huan, a smile gracing his lips. Yet his eyes held a probing depth. Do you wish to have children? Su Huan pondered seriously, considering having a child at this juncture was indeed quite risky. Wasn't he it? Gu Beixian's expression darkened slightly, his words ambiguous. Is it that you do not wish to have children, or that you do not wish to have my children? Su Hua felt his words carried an underlying tone, and after some contemplation, she replied, "Let us discuss it when things settle down. You yourself mentioned divorce. What if we have a child and then separate? That would be unfair to the child." Gu Beixian smirked self-deprecatingly, diverting his gaze to the front, casually responding, "Indeed." Both harbored their own thoughts, remaining silent throughout the journey. As they turned the corner, Gu Beixian inquired, "Come home with me. It will be easier to take care of you." Su Hua fell into a momentary silence before responding, "All right." Upon arriving at Ryu Bay, they exited the vehicle. Gu Beixian took her hand, leading her toward the entrance of the house. Su Hua glanced down at their intertwined hands. They had seldom held hands in public before, maintaining a relationship marked by mutual respect. Recently, however, he had grown notably more intimate. Yet, the thought that this very hand had once held onto Chu Suasa's filled her with a sense of discomfort. Upon entering the home, Su Hua placed her bag down and opened the shoe cabinet, intending to fetch slippers for Gu Beixian. He gently grasped her shoulders, preventing her from bending down, and said, "Your hand is injured. Allow me to assist." He retrieved the slippers from the cabinet, carefully removed her shoes, and delicately slipped her feet into the slippers, even adjusting her socks with meticulous care. She had always been the one to serve him in such matters, and now being catered to by him felt rather disconcerting. Perceiving her unease, Gu Beixian chuckled. "In a marriage, one must care for the other. You have taken care of me. Now it is my turn to care for you." Su Hua murmured, "Thank you." "No need for thanks. It's only right," he replied. After changing into slippers, he carefully helped her remove her outer garment, saying, "You haven't bathed in several days. You merely wiped yourself down at the hospital and did not truly get clean. I shall help you with that shortly." Su Hua's face flushed instantly. Having felt embarrassed when he helped her with sponge baths at the hospital, the thought of him assisting her in bathing was overwhelming. Gu Beixian gazed at her crimson cheeks, a playful smile gracing his lips. "You are no longer a child. Why do you blush so easily? It has been 3 years since our marriage, yet you still behave like a bashful girl." Recalling what Xiao Yi had said about being a bit more carefree at home to compete with Chu Suaso, she quietly asked, "Do men prefer women who are less reserved? Perhaps a bit more daring?" Gu Beixian chuckled. "Who told you that?" "Xiao Yi," she replied. Gu Beixian surveyed her with keen interest, a smirk forming as he leisurely asked, "And do you possess this daring nature?" Su Hua's cheeks deepened in hue. Accustomed to being reserved, she found it difficult to embrace boldness. Yet her desire to surpass Chu Suasaw ignited something within her. Having spent her childhood learning the art of restoring ancient paintings under her grandfather's tutelage, she had long since smoothed her edges, embodying a tranquil and uncontentious spirit. Yet, inexplicably, Chu Suasaw had provoked within her a fierce competitive spirit. Contemplating her next move, she lifted her foot to tease Gu Beixian's calf, her fingers slipping into the seams of his shirt to caress his abdominals, her large, glistening eyes meeting his with sincerity as she asked, "Is it like this?" Gu Beixian erupted in laughter, capturing her exploring hand to prevent her from further mischief, and asked, "Who taught you this?" "I read it in a Mary Sue novel," she confessed. Gu Beixian lowered his gaze, scrutinizing her eyes. "Your expression is off. You seem far too earnest, making me want to engage in a calculus discussion instead." He pinched her waist, noting that her movements were too rigid. The atmosphere felt less like flirtation and more akin to a challenge. "You must relax, soften your waist, and let your gaze be languid and alluring." Suddenly realizing something, Su Hua raised an eyebrow and glared at him, questioning, "How do you know so much?" Gu Beixian chuckled. "Have I not seen a pig run after eating pork?" Indeed, men tend to favor a flirtatious demeanor. After Su Hua expressed her discontent, she turned and walked towards the sofa. Observing her inexplicable sulkiness, Gu Beixian couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I will prepare the bathwater." Upon preparing the bath, Su Hua entered the bathroom. With Gu Beixian's assistance, she removed her clothing and settled into the bathtub. She raised her injured left hand high to keep it dry and said, "You may leave. I can wash myself." Gu Beixian rolled up his sleeves, picked up the pink washcloth hanging on the wall, and replied, "Let me help you scrub your back. You Haven Tea had a proper bath in nearly half a month. You must be quite dirty." As Su Hua was about to refuse, she felt an itch on her back. Before she could respond, Gu Beixian had already begun to scrub, teasing, "So much dirt, little mud monkey." Flustered, Su Hua retorted, "I am not dirty." Gu Beixian's smile deepened. "All right, you are not dirty. Our Hua is quite clean. A slight warmth crept to Su Hua's ears. This man was becoming increasingly adept at flirtation. As he continued to scrub, she noticed his breath behind her, which began to feel increasingly inappropriate. Just as she turned to look, his hand glided from her back to her waist, holding her firmly. He embraced her from behind, kissing down from her earlobe. Su Hua shifted her shoulders, intending to resist. He grasped her shoulders, turning her to face him, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Chapter 23. Unable to resist, Su Hua hurriedly turned her head away, her eyes wide with suspicion as she questioned, "What are you trying to do? What do you think?" Beixian pinched her delicate chin and casually replied, "Certainly not to discuss advanced mathematics with you." Su Hua pressed her fingers against his chin, preventing him from drawing nearer, and stated seriously, "You said you wanted a divorce. Today at the hospital, you also mentioned not wanting one anymore. I was merely trying to provoke Chusa." He gazed deeply into her eyes, but I took it seriously. Su Hua lowered her lashes. "I do not wish to engage in such matters with you right now." Beixian raised an eyebrow, slightly. "Who was it that was enticing me just now?" "I did not. I was—" Su Hua suddenly found herself at a loss for words. In her fluster, her face flushed. Not just her face, but her neck and wrists were also adorned with a delicate blush. Like bright blossoms of begonia resting upon a blanket of snow. A blend of purity and allure, it was utterly irresistible. Beixian pressed his finger against her lips, silencing her, and gently massaged her soft lips with his thumb, saying, "You are quite enticing at this moment." Enticing? Su Hua momentarily lost her train of thought, surprised to find herself associated with such an alluring term. She took a step back, her large, glistening eyes gazing at him. "Could you please step outside?" Beixian tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear, speaking softly, "Let us go out together." Without waiting for Su Hua's response, he bent down and pulled her, drenched, from the water, washing away the foam from her body with the shower head. He wrapped her in a large bath towel, cradling her as one would a child, and carried her into the bedroom. Gently placing her on the bed, he carefully positioned her injured hand above her head. He leaned in, softly nibbling at her chin, and began to kiss along her collarbone with exquisite attention. Su Hua's body could scarcely endure his teasing, though her heart resisted. She pushed him away with her uninjured hand, but his strength was overwhelming. Her feeble resistance only served to heighten his amusement afterward. Breathlessly, Su Hua murmured, "Aren't you fond of flirtation? Why then do you engage with someone like me?" Beixian, perplexed by her discomfort, pinched her waist casually and replied, "You were quite flirtatious just now. I rather enjoyed it." The inflection in his voice carried a hint of suggestiveness. Su Hua was skeptical of the man's flirtations in bed. She tilted her head, gazing at his handsome jawline, pondering the enigmatic nature of men. They could love one person while effortlessly pursuing another. Women, however, could not. If their hearts were not in it, their bodies would not comply. Beixian's hand slid down her back, encircling her waist, as he nuzzled her hair, saying, "My mother's birthday is at the end of the month. Since you're not working lately, why not come over in the evening to join the festivities? It would do you good. You are too quiet." His words were unintentional, yet they stirred something within Su Hua, prompting her to ask, "Is being too quiet considered dull?" Beixian pondered for a moment, replying, "Not at all. You are quite amusing. That little seduction earlier could bring laughter for a year." "Stop it." Su Hua lightly punched his chest. Beixian chuckled and grasped her hand, adding, "What I mean is at your age, you should be brimming with vitality. Being overly restrained is detrimental to both body and mind." "All right, I'll go buy a birthday gift for my mother tomorrow. What will be suitable?" "Anything will do. Perhaps a bag, as she has a penchant for them." "Very well." They lay in silence for over 10 minutes. Beixian took her injured hand, examining it closely, and inquired, "Did you hurt it earlier?" "No." "What about your legs? Are they sore?" Su Hua moved her legs and replied, "Yes, they are. I'll massage them for you." He lifted the covers, taking one of her legs, and began to gently knead it, moving from her calf to her thigh with remarkable skill. Su Hua was exceedingly sensitive to his touch. It was not long before her face flushed, her heart raced, and her body grew warm. They had registered their marriage at their first meeting, and in the 2 years that followed, his leg injury had left him with a terrible temper. No matter how handsome his face was, his perpetual gloom made it difficult for her to love him. At that time, her feelings were largely about gratitude. It was only in the past year that she truly fell in love with him, and to her, it still felt like a passionate romance, unfortunately severed by his abrupt demand for separation. A tinge of sadness welled up within her, and she found her eyes misting over unknowingly. Gu Beixian remained oblivious to her thoughts as he gazed into her glistening eyes, recalling the earnest manner in which she had playfully flirted with him moments ago. His interest piqued once more. He remarked, "A double negative yields a positive. If your legs ache, then let us try again, and the discomfort shall dissipate." Su Hua felt that his reasoning was rather skewed. Yet, he did not grant her the luxury of contemplation and pressed closer. Just then, the phone abruptly rang. However, at such a moment, a man's heart is seldom inclined to answer a call. He held Su Hua's delicate waist with one hand while the other reached for the bedside table, his fingers casually brushing the phone's screen, silencing the ringtone. He believed he had hung up, but in reality, he had inadvertently answered the call. On the other end, Su Hua perked up her ears, hearing delicate and sultry whispers emanating from the phone. The sound sent a shiver down her spine. A sense of suffocation gripped her heart, akin to having a cactus painfully lodged within. Gritting her teeth, she listened for a while, then, in a fit of rage, hung up and tossed her phone onto the sofa, furiously declaring to Hua Kiru, "Mother, I wish to eliminate Su Hua." Hua Kiru, gazing at the splint on her left hand, touched her nose and replied with a scowl, "I share your sentiments. I too desire to see her gone. Have we received any news about that individual named Huang Ke?" "Yes, I have learned that she has been sold to a remote and impoverished region in the northwest. It is a harsh land with fierce customs. There is no mobile signal, and even electricity is a luxury. She will be coerced into bearing many children. And if she attempts to flee, her legs will be broken, and she will be driven to madness, forever bound to that place." Su Hua nodded, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. "I wish to send Su Hua to that very place as well. Can you reach that trafficker?" Hua Kiru's emotions surged suddenly. "No, you must not act rashly." Su Hua clenched her teeth. "But seeing her grow close to Beixian troubles me. That wretched girl, surnamed Su, as soon as she suffered an injury, within days had her hand shattered into a million pieces. The man who inflicted that injury was brazenly warning you not to provoke Su Hua, or else your fate shall be far worse than hers. Until we uncover that man, you must not lay a finger on Su Hua. Understood?" Su Hua furrowed her brows in agitation. "But who is that man? Why has he not been caught after all this time? That man is exceedingly cunning. The police dispatched a task force, searching day and night for over a week. Yet they found no trace of him. All they possess is a blurry photograph of his silhouette, making it impossible to issue a wanted notice. Your father and brother have also sent people to search, but to no avail." Su Hua rubbed her throbbing temples, her impatience evident. "Have they retrieved Su Hua's call records?" "They have. Her call log contains few contacts, yielding no suspicious individuals. Judging by her demeanor, it seems she is equally unaware of who it might be." "So, you imply that this man is silently guarding her from the shadows?" "That appears to be the case, though his motives remain unclear," Hua Kiru replied dismissively. Su Hua mocked, "A mere rustic bumpkin, yet he possesses such unwavering loyalty. Is he blind to be enamored with Su Hua? Apart from her decent appearance and her ability to restore ancient paintings, what else does she possess? She seems as stiff as a wooden block." The wooden block-like Su Hua was tormented by Gu Beixian last night, leaving her exhausted, as if devoid of bones, lying in his embrace and soon drifting into a deep slumber. Gu Beixian rose to take a shower and, upon returning, lay beside her, propping his chin on his hand, gazing at her serene and delicate face for quite some time. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, murmuring softly, "If you call out for your brother, Yao, in your dreams again tonight, I shall truly be vexed." Chapter 24. The substitute is you having not slept well at her grandfather's house the previous night, and after being thoroughly worn out by Gu Beixian again. Su Hua slept soundly. She slumbered until dawn, too fatigued even to dream of nightmares. If she did not revisit that dreadful dream from 13 years ago, she surely would not speak in her sleep, nor would she call out for a Yao in her dreams. The following morning, she opened her eyes and, upon glancing beside her, noticed that Gu Beixian had already risen. Carefully avoiding her injured hand, she dressed and got out of bed. Entering the bathroom, she found that Gu Beixian had even squeezed toothpaste for her. She smiled, picking up her toothbrush and brushing her teeth slowly. After freshening up, Su Hua steadied herself against the railing as she descended the stairs. Gu Beixian was setting the prepared breakfast on the dining table. Upon seeing her, A charming smile illuminated his features, his expression radiating warmth as he beckoned. Come and eat. It's all your favorites. He appeared to be in high spirits. With his handsome visage and sculpted features, his arched brows and starry eyes possessed an allure that could enchant anyone. When he smiled, it conveyed both deep affection and a carefree spirit, stirring one's heart. Unable to suppress a smile herself, Su Hua replied, "Why didn't you call for me? I could have done it. Your hand is still injured. It's not that I can't manage, it's merely a small task." As Su Hua took her seat at the table, Beixian handed her a spoon. The breakfast was lavish, a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines, featuring fried eggs, steak, salmon, tiramisu, toasted bread, and even ate treasure porridge alongside a serving of fruit. Sipping the porridge in small bites, which was quite well prepared and deliciously soft, she heard Beixian propose, "Su Hua, let us have a child. If you become pregnant, we want to part ways." Startled, Su Hua paused, her hand gripping the spoon. It had been he who had insisted on contraception, and he had broached the topic of divorce. Now, he suddenly desired a child and wished to remain together. After a moment of silence, she slowly raised her gaze to him and asked earnestly, "Can you distance yourself from Su Hua in the future?" Beixian's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied, "She suffers from severe depression, which is related to me. I consulted a doctor. Emotional state is crucial for that condition, and a moment of despair could lead to suicide. Moreover, the Gu and Chu families have business dealings and reside in the same city, making it inevitable to cross paths. The answer is simply two words: it cannot be done." Su Hua chuckled self-deprecatingly, lowering her eyes to the porridge and murmuring softly, "I can endure everything, but I cannot bear to share my husband with another woman. I truly am not as magnanimous as you think. I apologize." Beixian paused for a moment, remarking that in his eyes, she held a status comparable to that of Nanine. Unlike Nanine, who never called him at ungodly hours to summon him over or embraced him in a tender manner, Beixian took a sip from his cup, his tone exceedingly subdued. He asserted that no marriage is flawless. Rather, most couples endure each other, tolerating one another's imperfections. Su Hua sensed an underlying meaning in his words. After pondering for a considerable time, she finally discerned a hint of the essence. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Yao has long passed away, so there is no need for your forbearance. I also do not wish to tolerate Su Hua." Beixian's lips curled into a faint, icy smile as he gazed at her with profound eyes for an extended period, cryptically stating, "Is that so?" Su Hua chose not to respond, lowering her head to continue sipping her congee. Should she delve deeper into the conversation, it would inevitably lead to an argument, a prospect she wished to avoid. Quarreling could severely damage their already fragile marriage, hastening its potential unraveling. Even now, her love for him remained strong. She had never loved anyone so deeply in her life. Possessing a somewhat reserved temperament, she found it challenging to fall in love, but once she did, extricating herself became an arduous task. After finishing her meal, Su Hua stood to clear the dishes. Beixian gently pressed her hand down, stating, "Wait a moment. Let Lu Saw and the housekeeper handle the cleaning. You may read at home if you wish, or go out shopping." He retrieved a card from his wallet and handed it to her, saying, "Use my card." Su Hua declined, asserting, "I have money." Beixian tucked the card into her pocket, adding, "The password is your birthday, 618618. Call the driver when you leave. And be careful on the road." "All right." After Beixian departed, Su Hua also left the house to select a birthday gift for her mother-in-law, Qin Shu. Qin Shu, a renowned wedding dress designer, had established her eponymous brand, Shu Qin, and had shifted her focus from Paris to domestic endeavors this year. Su Hua had little interaction with her, knowing only that she possessed an elegant demeanor, a cool temperament, and spoke very little. Arriving at the Hermes boutique, Su Hua entered to choose a bag for Qin Shu. She settled on a 30 centimeters amber yellow Birkin bag, priced at over 100,000, which required complementary items of equal value, such as silk scarves or cushions. While she was selecting, a sweet voice emerged from behind her, "Sister Su Hua, are you here to choose a bag too?" Su Hua felt a slight shiver and turned to see Chu Hua, dressed in high-end fashion, adorned with jewels, and clutching an expensive crocodile leather Birkin bag. Chu Hua's delicate frame walked with an air of arrogance. Su Hua replied with a mild Chu Hua, resembling a sticky toffee, leaned in closer and asked the sales associate beside her, "Which one has Sister Su Hua set her sights on?" The sales associate picked up the amber-yellow Birkin bag she had chosen and said, "It is this one, Miss Chu." A glimmer of mockery flickered in Su Hua's eyes as she scrutinized the unbranded bag hanging from Su Hua's shoulder, derisively commenting, "Someone like Sister Su Hua, who hails from a small village, might not be very familiar with luxury goods. In order to purchase a bag here, one must spend over 100,000. Do you have that amount?" Su Hua's gaze turned slightly frosty. Of course she did. She was not particularly enamored with luxury goods. The bag she carried was merely a convenient choice made in haste. The brand lost her memory. However, during festive occasions, when gifting to Gu Nanin and the elderly lady, she would select items they cherished. Gu Nanin had a particular fondness for Hermes bags, and Su Hua had gifted her several. Su Hua let out a sardonic "oh," remarking, "Sister Su Hua, you certainly spare no expense when it comes to spending Brother Beixian's money." Su Hua smiled. "He is my husband. I can spend as I please, and there's no need for you, an outsider, to meddle." Su Hua scoffed. "Having grown up alongside Brother Beixian for over a decade, we share countless memories. If anyone is an outsider here, it is you. You may not know, but my very first Hermes bag was a gift from him." Not wishing to engage in a verbal sparring match, Su Hua selected several silk scarves, accessories, an ashtray, and a blanket, totaling over 100,000. She withdrew a card from her wallet and handed it to the sales assistant. "Please process this." "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment," replied the assistant as she took the card to the register. Su Hua needed a sign, so she stepped forward. Su Hua leaned in, sneering. "That must be Brother Beixian's card, right? You refuse to leave him because you're enamored with his wealth, aren't you?" With a placid expression, Su Hua turned to the sales assistant. "Could you kindly inform Miss Chu whose name is on this card?" The assistant smiled at Su Hua and said, "Miss Chu, the card is registered under Su Hua." With an unruffled demeanor, Su Hua smiled lightly and inquired, "Could you please check the balance remaining on the card?" The assistant, gazing at the computer screen, respectfully replied, "Miss Su, your card balance is 56 million. Su Hua's complexion shifted dramatically, alternating between red and pale, leaving her momentarily speechless. Su Hua observed her expression, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She was never one to indulge in comparisons, but dealing with a petty person like Su Hua in this manner was exceedingly satisfying. The sum of 100 million was the severance pay given to her by Gu Beixian not long ago, while the 56 million was a compilation of various amounts he had bestowed upon her over the past 3 years. Each time he lost his temper, he would compensate her generously. In the past, Su Hua often lamented his habit of placating her with money. Yet today, she found this impulsive display of wealth utterly charming. Sending flowers and bags to Su Hua was a trivial expense. Each time he provided her with a card or a check, the minimum amount was 1 million. After completing the transaction, Su Hua gracefully signed her name with the pen handed to her by the assistant. The assistant returned the card, and Su Hua waved it in front of Su Hua, tauntingly stating, "Miss Chu, I doubt your account even holds 50 million. In the future, refrain from using your ignorance to seek attention in my presence. It is truly quite low." Regarding the matter of accepting a 20 million yuan check to sever ties with Gu Beixian, I implore you to refrain from such antics in the future, for they render one a mere jester. Su Hua's face twisted in indignation as she retorted with a tinge of bitterness. "What audacity! If my mother had not forcibly taken me abroad 3 years ago, you would not even be in the position of a mere substitute." "Substitute? Ha, substitute!" Su Huan's complexion paled, her fingers digging into her palm with fierce intensity. This was a thorn embedded deep within her heart, a single jab causing her profound anguish. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air from behind. "Miss Chu, you might be unaware that you are the true substitute." Chapter 25. Heartfelt regret. The one betrothed to our Beixian by fate is your sister. Her untimely demise granted you the opportunity to draw near to him. Henceforth, cease referring to Su Huan as a substitute. You are merely a substitute yourself. The woman's words were unrelenting, offering no semblance of grace to Su Hua. Su Huan turned around to behold a tall, elegant woman standing 10 meters away, draped in a long black trench coat that accentuated her strikingly beautiful legs and straight posture. It was Gu Beixian's mother, Qin Shu. Su Huan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and called out, "Mother." Qin Shu elegantly curled her lips in a subtle smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Hua, momentarily stunned. was about to unleash her wrath when she recognized Qin Shu and quickly donned a cheerful facade, exclaiming, "Aunt Qin, you have returned home." She practically scampered over her, enveloping Qin Shu's waist in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "I missed you so much. Just the other day, I told my mother that your birthday is approaching. I came today to pick out a gift for you, and unexpectedly, I ran into Sister Su Hua and chatted for a bit." Su Hua couldn't help but admire Su Hua's audacity. Even in the face of Qin Shu's blatant disregard, she managed to act as if nothing had transpired, engaging her in conversation as if they were the best of friends. Qin Shu's expression remained impassive as she gently extricated her arm from Su Hua's grasp, stepping back to create distance. Yet, Su Hua seemed unfazed, continuing with a smile. "Aunt, what brings you here today? May I assist you in your selection?" Qin Shu cast a glance at the bag on Su Hua's shoulder and replied nonchalantly, "I came to purchase a bag for my daughter-in-law. The young lady is far too frugal. Despite her husband's wealth, she insists on carrying a bag worth only a few hundred yuan. Such superficial individuals may ridicule her." The smile on Su Hua's face froze. Those superficial individuals were undoubtedly referring to her. After a prolonged silence, she finally stammered, "Ah, indeed, Sister Su Hua is quite thrifty. Despite her beauty, she does not indulge in adornments. Aunt, you're in the fashion industry." Yet Su Hua discerned that Su Hua was subtly insinuating her lack of style. Her usual attire consisted of simple shirts and trousers, trench coats, or knitwear, all devoid of luxury labels, purchased from ordinary department stores, with minimal jewelry, compared to Su Hua's ensemble of the latest haute couture adorned with jewels and vibrant embellishments. Her appearance was indeed modest. However, she did not feel anything amiss. As long as her attire was comfortable and appropriate, that sufficed. Su Hua criticized her for being unsophisticated, while she found Su Hua's ostentation equally distasteful, as she always dressed as if she were a star walking down the red carpet, adorned with clanging jewelry that was visually exhausting. Qin Shu cast a cool glance at Su Hua and remarked softly, "My daughter-in-law possesses both grace and virtue, valuing inner beauty. Even if she were to drape herself in a bedsheet, she would still be captivating enough to command attention. A confident individual requires no cumbersome external embellishments." Su Hua found herself at a loss for words, biting her lip in silence. Su Hua felt a surge of gratitude, admiring her mother-in-law's astonishingly protective words, each one striking a blow to Su Hua. At that moment, a sales associate approached with a milk-white platinum bag, respectfully addressing Qin Shu, "Madame Gu, the bag you ordered has arrived." Qin Shu accepted it and promptly handed it to Su Hua, saying, "This is a gift from your mother. Do not solely focus on purchasing bags for your mother and nannying while carrying one worth only a few hundred. This circle is so ostentatious. One's bag speaks volumes about one's character. If others possess it, you should too." Su Hua received the bag with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mom. It's so beautiful. As long as you like it," Qin Shu replied, presenting her card to the sales associate for payment. Su Hua then handed over the amber-yellow platinum bag she had chosen for Qin Shu as a birthday gift. Qin Shu immediately requested the associate to unwrap it, transferring her belongings into the bag Su Hua had purchased, declaring from now on, "This will be my sole bag. A gift from my daughter-in-law holds profound significance." Each time Qin Shu referred to her as daughter-in-law, it felt like a sharp needle piercing Su Hua's heart. She stood there, frozen, her expression fluctuating between various emotions. The driver approached to place Su Hua's purchases into the trunk. The two women, each carrying a new bag, exited the store, chatting and laughing, leaving Su Hua standing alone in disarray. The store associates, seasoned in observing such dynamics, noted the subtle shift in their gaze towards Su Hua. Once outside, Qin Shu suddenly inquired, "Ex-girlfriends can be rather irksome, can't they?" Su Hua smiled lightly. "Indeed, they can be quite bothersome. Do not overly fixate on whether Beixian can forget her. What matters most is that he loves you in the present." Su Hua fell silent. Though it was unfortunate that Beixian's heart did not truly belong to her, but to Su Hua. His sudden decision not to divorce her stemmed from his grandmother's persistent objections. His kindness toward her was rooted in the fact that during his darkest times, she had cared for him with great dedication. He was, at his core, a person who valued loyalty. Qin Shu glanced at her watch and suggested, "It's still early. Shall we have a cup of coffee together?" "Sounds good," Su Hua replied, getting into Qin Shu's car as they headed to a cafe she frequented. Once seated, they each ordered a cup of coffee. Qin Shu rested her chin on her left hand, studying Su Hua. In the past 2 years, Beixian's temper was notoriously bad. You must have endured quite a lot, right? As the saying goes, no filial son stands by a sickbed for long. Even I, his own mother, found it difficult to care for him. Initially, I believed you would depart within a few days, yet I am astonished by your endurance until now. Su Hua gently caressed the cup in her hand and remarked, "It's fortunate. 156 million. How many times must Beixian have lost his temper and treated you poorly to feel compelled to compensate so fervently? If it were me, I could hardly bear it. No matter how deep the love, I would struggle to endure." Su Hua paused, realizing she had overheard her dialogue with Su Hua. She smiled, saying, "Since childhood, I have studied the restoration of ancient manuscripts and paintings with my grandfather, cultivating resilience and patience. I find it nothing remarkable. Those 2 years of his inner turmoil, when his temper flared, were an improvement. Bottling it up would only lead to deeper affliction." "You certainly know how to consider his feelings," Qin Shu remarked, casting a glance at her injured hand. "That precious hand, now splinted, must be a source of great sorrow." "Indeed." Su Hua lowered her gaze to her bandaged hand and forced a smile. "Indeed, the sky has fallen. It will heal," Qin Shu consoled. She called the waiter, handing him her car keys to retrieve a gift box from her vehicle's trunk. Upon receiving the box, Qin Shu opened it and presented it to Su Hua, saying, "This was designed by Mom herself, prepared long ago. When my birthday arrives at the end of the month, you shall wear this." She glanced at Su Hua's plain white shirt, noting that simplicity is a virtue, yet some superficial individuals often judge by appearance. We are not without means. If we desire to wear something, we shall. Su Hua lowered her eyelids to behold a night blue starry dress. The delicate, sheer fabric was adorned with countless sparkling artificial diamonds, resembling the stars of the Milky Way, twinkling brilliantly. Even without wearing it, she could envision how breathtaking this gown would appear when adorned. Suddenly struck by a thought, Su Hua softly said, "Mom, for your birthday, if I were something so extravagant, wouldn't that overshadow the occasion?" Qin Shu lifted her coffee cup, took a sip, and replied with a gentle smile, "Not at all. You're my daughter-in-law. The more beautiful you are, the more radiant I appear as your mother-in-law." Su Hua felt profoundly moved. She had always perceived Qin Shu as aloof and taciturn, seemingly indifferent, yet beneath that cool exterior lay such warmth. Just as Su Hua was closing the box, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Gu Beixian. After answering, she softly inquired, "Is there something you need, Beixian? Where are you?" He asked. "I'm having coffee with Mom." "You're with my mother? Which cafe are you at?" "I'll be finished here shortly and will come find you." Gu Beixian's deep voice suddenly took on an urgent tone. Su Hua hesitated before responding. "You continue with your work. There's no need to come." Hand the phone to her. Su Hua passed the phone to Qin Shu, who took it and said, "Hello?" Gu Beixian's warning tone followed. "Do not make things difficult for Su Hua. If there's an issue, come to me directly." "Difficult?" Qin Shu raised her hand to her ear, perplexed. "Why would I make things difficult for Su Hua?" she asked, frowning. Gu Beixian replied in an emotionless tone, "You know your own temperament." Qin Shu said nothing and abruptly ended the call. She opened WeChat and sent him her location, handing the phone back to Su Hua. She chuckled self-deprecatingly and chided, "You little rascal, do you truly think I sought you out to make things difficult? Do I really come across as a wicked stepmother?" Su Hua recalled the earlier confrontation in the Hermes boutique, where Qin Shu had fiercely challenged Su Hua, and indeed, the impact was quite formidable. However, since the target of her ire was Su Hua, Su Hua felt only exhilaration and gratitude. With a smile, she replied, "No, you're the most beautiful stepmother." Qin Shu's anger transformed into joy. "You certainly know how to speak. You little rascal, your wife is about to be driven away by him, and here I am, kindly trying to soothe her. Yet he, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, fails to recognize a benefactor." Su Hua now understood completely. It must have been either her grandmother or Gu Nanin who had said something to Qin Shu. Hence, the typically aloof Qin Shu, upon returning home, had been showering her with gifts and designer bags. Su Hua felt quite flattered. In a prestigious family like the Gu's, social status was of utmost importance. Previously, Gu Beixian, confined to a wheelchair, had seemed a suitable match for her. But now, Having regained the use of his legs and returned to the company as the CEO of the publicly listed Gu Group, he was powerful and prominent, drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, despite her talent for restoring ancient paintings, her lack of a distinguished background rendered her influence feeble. She was acutely aware of this, and one could only imagine how others perceived her. Thus, it was no wonder that the affluent Su Hua would so openly provoke her time and again. Before long, Gu Beixian arrived. He pushed open the door and surveyed the cafe. Spotting Su Hua, he strode over, took her hand, and pulled her up from her seat. Stating in a deep voice, "We are leaving." Su Hua withdrew her hand and smiled up at him. "Where are we going?" "I am having a delightful chat with my mother." She gestured to the bags and gift boxes on the table. "These are all gifts from her." Gu Beixian's expression softened slightly. "She didn't say anything to make you uncomfortable, did she?" "Not at all. My mother is very kind to me." Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow. "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Su Hua was perplexed. "Why would I deceive you? As long as you aren't lying." "The coffee is finished. Let us go. I hardly ever get to see my mother. We still have much to discuss," Su Hua protested, reluctant to leave. Qin Shu, holding her coffee, cheerfully urged, "You should hurry and go with him. If you don't, he might curse me in his heart." Su Hua laughed. He wouldn't dare. Qin Shu shot Gu Beixian a glance. "You don't understand. Once a man marries, he forgets his mother. Right now, he only has eyes for you, his wife, and has completely disregarded me, his mother." Although it was a complaint, her words made Su Hua laugh. Yet, as the laughter faded, a tinge of sadness crept in. How wonderful it would be if her words were indeed true. The last day of the month arrived, Qin Shu's birthday. In the evening, Su Hua changed into the blue starry gown she had gifted herself and adorned herself with a delicate makeup before being driven to the Gu residence. The villa was ablaze with lights. The spacious living room, with its soaring 9-meter ceiling, was adorned in exquisite splendor. A lavish long table was laden with an array of high-end buffet delicacies, featuring a cornucopia of mountain and sea treasures, complemented by an abundance of fine wines, fruits, and exquisite desserts. The male guests donned suits and ties, while the women were resplendent in evening gowns, adorned with sparkling jewels. Glasses were raised in joyous toasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Shu, who appeared cool and aloof, was adept at mingling, gracefully navigating through the crowd, engaging in light-hearted banter with charm and ease. This was Su Hua's first grand birthday celebration since marrying into the Gu family. Previously, the family had been shrouded in gloom following Gu Beixian's car accident that left him unable to stand. Even during the matriarch's birthday, the festivities had been minimal, with only a few close relatives gathering for a simple meal to mark the occasion. As soon as Su Hua entered the room, all eyes turned towards her in unison. Both men and women gazed at her in astonishment. Su Hua was already beautiful without makeup, but with a touch of enhancement, she was nothing short of breathtaking. In her magnificent attire, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Her porcelain face framed by two elegant ebony brows, her large eyes shimmering with a radiant glow, exuding brilliance. Her figure was tall and graceful, and the night blue gown, trailing to the floor, was adorned with countless tiny diamonds, resembling a scattering of stars. The interplay of the light from the lamps and the gowness sparkle created an ethereal aura as she moved. Qin Shu spotted Su Hua and promptly approached her with warmth, linking arms and introducing her to the crowd. "Allow me to present my daughter-in-law, Su Hua." The guests gasped in surprise, questioning when her son had married and why they had not been informed. With a smile, Qin Shu replied, "They have been married for 3 years. The wedding will be celebrated in due time." A middle-aged socialite in a purple evening gown, standing nearby, scrutinized Su Hua with admiration, exclaiming over her beauty and poise. Surely she must be a lady of high birth. Su Hua felt a slight shadow cross her eyes, about to respond when Qin Shu gently squeezed her hand, interjecting, "Su Hua is the granddaughter of the esteemed ancient painting restorer Su Mai, hailing from a scholarly lineage." The middle-aged lady, unfamiliar with the antiquities scene, exhibited a subtle shift in demeanor, remarking, "A scholarly family. How lovely," her tone now noticeably dismissive. The smiles of others also shifted to expressions of ambiguity. Su Hua, perceptive to the undercurrents of their reactions, felt a twinge of discomfort, yet managed to maintain her composure. Qin Shu guided her further inside, leaning in to whisper, "Do not mind those people. They are all rather mundane, steeped in materialism and ignorance." Su Hua felt warmth in her heart, returning a radiant smile to Qin Shu. Thank you, Mom. Iem mifine. Qin Shu patted her shoulder reassuringly. As long as you're well, sit here for a while. Feel free to help yourself to anything you desire. If you need assistance, just call for the servants. Beixian will arrive shortly. I'll attend to our guests. Su Hua slightly inclined her body. Please go about your business. Do not mind me. Once Qin Shu had wandered off, Su Hua found a place to sit. Having been married to Gu Beixian for 3 years, she had largely remained out of the public eye. This was her first exposure to so many people. Among the attendees, aside from Qin Shu, she recognized none, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She took a sip of juice and scrolled through her phone. Suddenly, a mocking female voice pierced through the air behind her. Oh, Su Hua has graced us with her presence today. In that little dress, she's transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix. I almost didn't recognize her. The words were painfully sharp. Su Hua felt a slight tingling at her scalp and turned to look. Not far away stood a woman in a black evening gown, tall and slender, whose well-maintained appearance belied her true age. With a long face and high cheekbones, her eyes bore a slightly contemptuous glint. It was Gu Beixian's aunt, Gu Fengjiao. Su Hua rose, forcing a polite smile as she greeted her aunt. Gu Fengjiao approached, wine glass in hand, high heels clicking on the floor as she scrutinized Su Hua with a sidelong glance. This little girl must have burned incense for 8 generations to marry my nephew. She has it all: wealth, family background, looks, and grace, all exceptional. Su Hua smiled faintly, maintaining her composure as she replied. Beixian is indeed remarkable, but I'm not lacking either. You may not be lacking, but your family is quite unremarkable, Gu Fengjiao scoffed, taking a sip of her wine. Su Hua suppressed her irritation and replied coolly, the status of my family does not matter. What matters is that Beixian treats me well. Moreover, my grandfather, grandmother, mother, and Nanny all show me great respect. Gu Fengjiao was taken aback. Su Hua, despite her gentle appearance, was not to be underestimated. For every comment she made, Su Hua had a retort, refusing to back down. Gu Fengjiao's anger flared. Their good upbringing did not mean she was worthy of it. Do not try to embellish your own worth. Suddenly, a stern male voice cut through. Su Hua does not need to embellish. She is gold in her own right, more than worthy of me. Su Hua turned at the sound. A tall and elegant man approached, donned in a dark formal suit. His chiseled features and striking good looks commanding attention as he strode closer. He halted before her, towering over Gu Fengjiao, and pronounced firmly, my woman is not to be judged by an outsider like you. Gu Fengjiao's face turned pale, speechless with rage. Darling, you're here. Su Hua's eyes brightened as she lifted her skirt and rushed towards him. Chapter 27. I cannot do it. Reaching Gu Beixian's side, Su Hua tilted her face up to smile at him. He stood tall and straight, like a pine tree against the backdrop of bright lights, his beauty almost surreal. Su Hua gazed at him with eyes sparkling like stars, her small fingers brushing against his, which were significantly larger than hers. Gu Beixian felt the touch, smiled as he held her hand, and gently caressed the back of her head, his voice softening. I'm sorry for being late. There was traffic on the way. Su Hua smiled faintly, assuring, it's nothing. I just arrived as well. Gu Fengjiao, feeling a surge of annoyance, clicked her tongue, contemplating a retort, yet hesitated, fearing it might provoke Gu Beixian and put her in an awkward position. With her wine glass in hand, she discreetly moved to another corner. Gu Beixian took Su Hua's hand and led her to a table, where they seated themselves. He skillfully picked up a piece of sashimi with silver chopsticks and presented it to Su Hua's lips, declaring, bluefin tuna, freshly imported this morning. This is the finest cut, do give it taste. Revered as the king of sashimi, bluefin tuna is likened to the Rolls-Royce of fish, celebrated as one of the world's most exquisite delicacies. Su Hua opened her mouth to savor it, slowly chewing. The sashimi was refreshingly tender, its texture resilient, leaving a lingering fragrance and a particularly delightful taste. After swallowing, she smiled at him and remarked, delicious. She then picked up her chopsticks, offering him a piece. You should try some too. Gu Beixian gently pushed it back. You enjoy it. There's no need to mind me. From a distance, Qin Shu, amidst her busy schedule, glanced over at Gu Beixian and Su Hua, a subtle smile gracing her lips upon witnessing the scene. Nearby, a wealthy lady in a green qipao also observed, commenting, your son treats your daughter-in-law exceptionally well. Qin Shu humbly replied, it's all right. My daughter-in-law is deserving. She possesses remarkable character. The lady in the green qipao responded. That is splendid. However, it seems this cultured lineage holds little significance for those of us in business, doesn't it? Qin Shu offered a perfunctory smile. Bending to retrieve a piece of cake from the table, presenting it to her, Madam Li, the desserts ordered this time are quite delightful. Do have a taste. Thank you. The lady accepted, taking small bites, silencing her inquisitive chatter. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. Su Hua turned her gaze towards the entrance. A man clad in a black suit, over 60 yet still imposing, strode in with an upright posture, broad shoulders, and neatly groomed gray-white hair. His sharp brows bore an air of authority, commanding respect without uttering a word. It was Gu Beixian's father, Gu Outing. Just as Su Hua was about to rise to greet him, she noticed a petite young woman trailing behind him. Su Hua. Coincidentally, she too wore a midnight blue starry dress adorned with countless shimmering rhinestones. However, while Su Hua's gown flowed elegantly to the floor, Su Hua's was a short, voluminous style, showcasing her long, slender legs. Su Hua exuded a dignified grace, whereas Su Hua embodied a playful charm. Turning her head towards Gu Beixian, Su Hua inquired, "Is she someone you invited?" Gu Beixian slightly shook his head. "Neither my mother nor I invited her. It must have been my father who did." He and Su Hua's father have been classmates since childhood and subsequently took over their respective family businesses, maintaining a good rapport. Su Hua pressed her lips together in silence. Her interactions with Gu Outing were scant. They only crossed paths during festive gatherings at the old residence, exchanging mere pleasantries. After Su Hua entered the room, she busily greeted the male and female guests with familiarity, calling out, "Hello, Uncle Zhang. Hello, Aunt Li. Hello, Aunt Tang," with her injured hand discreetly hidden behind her back. She wore a sweet smile, presenting an image of gentle obedience. The guests praised her, exclaiming, "Girls transform as they grow. Su Hua has become increasingly beautiful." Su Hua smiled, her eyes squinting with delight as she thanked Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, and Aunt Tang in return. Gu Beixian noticed Su Huan's unwavering gaze on Su Hua and gently patted her hand, saying, "These people have watched Su Hua grow up. They're all familiar faces." Whether it was her own insecurities or not, in that moment, Su Huan felt like an outsider, inadvertently intruding upon their circle, unable to integrate herself. Soon, Su Hua spotted Gu Beixian, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she dashed over in her high heels, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother Beixian." In stark contrast to her enthusiasm, Gu Beixian's demeanor was noticeably indifferent. He merely curled his lips in a slight smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Unfazed by any awkwardness, Su Hua approached and stood beside him, scrutinizing Su Huan with admiration. "Wow, Sister Su Huan, you look stunning today," she exclaimed, playfully adjusting the overly extravagant hem of her dress and shyly adding, "What a coincidence that we're wearing the same outfit today." Imitating Gu Beixian's manner, Su Huan offered her a faint nod and picked up a piece of tiramisu, bowing her head to eat. She couldn't even muster the energy to feign interest in Su Hua. With a pitiful expression, Su Hua turned to Gu Beixian and remarked, "It seems Sister Su Huan doesn't particularly like me." Gu Beixian slightly raised his chin, gesturing to a seat across the room. "Perhaps you should sit over there." Su Hua looked at him, hesitating before reluctantly agreeing. "All right then." As she took a seat across the room, her gaze lingered on Gu Beixian. After Gu Outing and a group of guests finished their socializing, they approached Gu Beixian and Su Huan. As they neared, Su Huan stood up, smiling as she called out, "Dad!" Gu Outing cast her a cold glance, responding with a curt acknowledgement, then turned to Gu Beixian, saying, "Come with me to the study upstairs." Gu Beixian simply replied with a soft gently instructing Su Huan, "Take your time eating. Feel free to indulge. This is your home. Don't hold back. Call me if you need anything." Su Huan replied with a smile, "All right, you go ahead." The moment Gu Beixian departed, Su Hua approached with a wine glass in hand, her expression one of smug satisfaction. "So what if the Gu family adores you? Uncle Gu's favorite is still me. I am his ideal choice for a daughter-in-law." Su Huan recalled Gu Outing's cold demeanor toward her earlier, suspecting that it was due to Su Hua's influence. After all, she had a habit of exaggerating and playing the victim. A wave of discomfort washed over Su Huan, akin to swallowing a multitude of flies, leaving her feeling utterly repulsed. Clenching her glass tightly, she coldly retorted, "Are you finished? If so, kindly disappear from my sight and go wherever you please. Today is my mother-in-law's birthday, and I have no desire to create an unpleasant atmosphere. Su Hua gazed at the cup in her hand, recalling the last time she had impulsively hurled a thermos at her mother's face. Instinctively, she felt a pang of pain in her nasal bridge and subconsciously touched her nose before turning to leave. As the clock approached 9, Qin Shu approached and inquired about Beixian's whereabouts. Su Hua stood and replied he was called to the study by Dad. Qin Shu glanced at her watch, noting it was time to cut the cake. Could you please go upstairs and summon them? She asked. Su Hua smiled and responded, of course, Mom. She lifted her dress and ascended to the second floor. The second floor was eerily quiet. Su Hua tread lightly, wary of disturbing their discussion. Arriving outside the study, she raised her hand to knock, but paused upon hearing Gu Outing's voice within. Su Hua is more suitable for you. I have collaborated with her father for many years, and our business is now so intertwined that it is indistinguishable. If you two were to marry, it would significantly benefit our family's enterprise. On the way here, I subtly inquired about Su Hua, and from what I gathered, she still holds affection for you. A jolt of dismay struck Su Hua, as if she had been doused with cold water, sending chills through her. Time stretched on, and she eventually heard Gu Beixian say, during my most challenging and despairing moments, it was Su Hua who stood by my side. Gu Outing scoffed in response. Money is sufficient. Nothing is beyond its reach. 3 years ago, had you been penniless, she would not have married you. Over the years, you have provided her with substantial financial support, purchased a home for her family, assisted her grandmother in finding a kidney donor, covered all medical expenses, and sustained 3 generations of her family. You have done more than enough. Gu Beixian remained silent for a moment before declaring, the greatest distinction between humans and beasts is that humans possess emotions. Gu Outing frowned. You are a man. Men should not be consumed by romantic entanglements. The business world is fraught with volatility. Navigating it alongside a partner is far safer than going alone. A union with the Chu family would provide support in times of crisis. What can Su Hua contribute? Su Hua stood quietly outside the door, akin to a withered tree stripped of its once vibrant blossoms by a thunderstorm, her heart heavy with anguish. A profound, powerless sorrow surged within her. Indeed, as a restorer of ancient paintings, no matter how skilled she became, what could she possibly offer to the Gu group? The divide between professions was vast. She felt utterly helpless. Yet, she remained, eager to hear Gu Beixian's words. However, she waited in vain, as silence enveloped the room. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. Previously, she had believed his proposal for divorce stemmed from lingering feelings for Su Hua, but now it seemed there was more to it than mere nostalgia. Su Hua turned to leave, only to realize her legs felt weak and unsteady. Leaning against the wall, she painstakingly made her way downstairs when suddenly, Gu Beixian's voice echoed from the study. I'm sorry, I cannot do it. Alas, Su Hua had already drifted beyond the reach of his words. Chapter 28. Unable to hold her back upon descending, Su Hua turned a corner and entered the restroom. Closing the door, she sat on the toilet seat, covering her face with her hands. After a considerable period of stillness, she finally recalled the pressing matters at hand. She took out her phone and sent a text to Gu Beixian. Mother wants you both to come down. It's time to cut the cake. Gu Beixian replied, okay. Su Hua sat for a few more minutes before standing up, pushing open the door and walking to the sink to wash her hands. Upon looking up, she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror, her complexion alarmingly pale. She forced a smile, attempting to appear more composed. The sound of crisp, high heels echoed. Growing nearer, the door swung open, revealing a charming figure stepping inside. Su Hua, clad in a midnight blue starry dress. She glanced at Su Hua, her smile devoid of warmth as she remarked, what a coincidence, Sister Su Hua. Su Hua responded with a faint acknowledgement, drying her hands with a towel. Su Hua walked past her to the mirror, retrieving lipstick from her exquisite handbag. As she leaned in to touch up her makeup, she glanced at Su Hua in the mirror and snidely commented, Sister Su Hua, that dress is quite the imitation. Did you purchase it from Taobao? Su Hua paused momentarily, her smile tinged with irony as she replied, the dress was designed by my mother-in-law herself. If Miss Chu's eyesight is lacking, I suggest a visit to an ophthalmologist. Is that so? Chu Hua feigned surprise, turning her head to scrutinize her again. How curious that a gown designed by Aunt Qin carries such a counterfeit essence when worn by you. She pouted, making a series of dismissive sounds, implying that despite wearing the authentic piece, Su Hua's appearance lacked authenticity. Su Hua remained silent, observing her reflection alongside Chu Hua. Although Chu Hua was a pampered heiress, for some reason, Su Hua felt she embodied the essence of a traditional lady of high standing more than she did. Perhaps it was due to her childhood training in painting that it cultivated an air of elegance about her, her gaze bright and clear, devoid of flattery or avoidance. In contrast, Chu Hua, adorned in ostentatious finery, possessed a wandering gaze, flirtatious and provocative, reminiscent of the eyes of a concubine from a bygone era. As Gu Nanin would put it, she exuded a distinct air of pretentiousness. Su Hua lifted her chin, pointing at the mirror, and declared, "Open your eyes and see clearly. I am taller, more beautiful, more accomplished, and possess a superior demeanor. The distinction between genuine and imitation is evident." Chu Hua's face flushed with anger, and in a fit of rage, she snapped her lipstick in half. Su Hua turned to leave. As she stepped outside, she heard Chu Hua's haughty voice behind her. "What if you are more beautiful and accomplished? My father is better than yours. In this circle, having a good father is paramount. I will certainly win back Beixian. Just wait." Recalling Gu Outing's words, Su Hua felt as though hundreds of ants were crawling inside her. An unbearable sensation. She tightly grasped her dress, glanced back at Chu Hua, and nonchalantly remarked, "Miss Chu, being so proud of being a mistress is quite a singularity. I hope your father lives to be 200, always shielding you." Chu Hua gasped in indignation. "I still have an older brother." As thoughts of Chu Machin crossed her mind, Su Hua smiled faintly. "Your brother possesses a commendable moral compass. He may not endorse your actions. Perhaps you should find ways to procure some longevity-enhancing medicine for your father. An extra year of protection could mean everything." With a loud bang, Chu Hua angrily slammed the bathroom door. The smile on Su Hua's face gradually faded. What did it matter to win a war of words? In the realm of Gu Beixian, she had undeniably lost. The harshness of reality was palpable. No matter how hard one endeavored, nothing could compare to having a benevolent father. A good father even enhances the prospects of marriage. Once Gu Outing and Gu Beixian descended the stairs, Su Hua had managed to compose herself. She appeared unfazed as she joined them in singing a birthday serenade for Qin Shu, blowing out candles and cutting the cake. After the cake was devoured, Gu Beixian remarked, "I will have the driver take you home first. I will be delayed returning." Su Hua nodded with a smile. "All right, you attend to your matters." Bidding farewell to Qin Shu, she departed from the Gu residence and entered the car. As they passed a pharmacy open 24 hours, she instructed the driver to stop, disembarking to purchase a box of emergency contraceptive pills. Having shared a night with Gu Beixian, she was in her ovulation period, and he had not taken any precautions. This was not the time to contemplate having a child. Gu Beixian's intentions were uncertain. Divorce could loom on the horizon. Since her birth, she had never experienced paternal love and was acutely aware of that void. She did not wish her child to traverse the same path. Upon returning home, Su Hua followed the instructions and swallowed one pill with warm water. The second was to be taken 12 hours later, which she placed beside the water dispenser on the dresser. After a quick shower upstairs, she lay in bed, yet sleep eluded her as her thoughts spiraled in myriad directions. It was nearly midnight when Gu Beixian returned, having indulged in drinks with guests. After changing into slippers, he unfastened the buttons of his suit jacket with one hand, hanging it on a rack. He poured himself a glass of water at the dispenser, his gaze suddenly hardening as it fell upon the contraceptive pills on the dresser. He picked them up for inspection. Indeed, they were contraceptive pills. One remained. The other had already been consumed by Su Hua. She did not wish to bear his child. Gu Beixian's expression grew increasingly cold as he grasped his phone and dialed Xiao Yi's number. Moments later, a languid male voice emerged from the device. "Bro, it's late at night. What do you need?" Gu Beixian, devoid of emotion, inquired, "What does it signify when a woman refuses to bear children for her husband?" Xiao Yi, still groggy from sleep, responded sluggishly, "What else could it mean? She doesn't love her husband." Gu Beixian's heart skipped a beat before he replied flatly, "Understood." He ended the call, his face unusually calm, yet his grip tightened around the phone, threatening to distort it. After a long pause, a few cold laughs escaped his lips, mocking himself. How absurd it was to think that he could bind her through a child, to hold onto a woman who did not love him. He tossed his phone onto the table, picked up a wine glass, opened the wine cabinet, and retrieved a bottle of red wine. pouring himself a generous glass. He sank into the sofa and tilted his head back, taking a hearty sip. Recalling Xiao Yi's words, he gripped the glass tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the glass shattered in his grasp. The jagged shards sliced into his palm, yet he felt no pain. Meanwhile, Su Hua, who had been unable to sleep, was jolted awake by the distinct sound of shattering glass from downstairs. Startled, she sprang from her bed. Approaching the railing, she peered down and saw Gu Beixian's right hand smeared with dark red liquid, indistinguishable as wine or blood. Scattered on the floor were shards of glass. In haste, she returned to her room, retrieved the first aid kit, and made her way downstairs. By the time she hurried down the staircase, Gu Beixian had already moved to the window to make a phone call. His tall, elegant figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling glass, exuding a sense of indifference and poise, reminiscent of a pine tree steadfast against the storm. Some men, merely by their silhouette, possess the power to ensnare hearts. Su Hua paused, waiting quietly for him to finish his call. She overheard him asking the other party, "Have you found the man who injured Chu Suasa?" Whatever the response was, Gu Beixian's temper flared suddenly. "A bunch of useless fools. Why is it so difficult to find someone? Go search again. If you can't find him, get lost." Su Hua stood frozen, her heart feeling icy. He truly cared for Chu Suasa. Even at this late hour, he was still searching for her assailant. How ridiculous that she was so eager to bring the first aid kit down to tend his wounds. Bending down, Su Hua gently placed the first aid kit on the floor and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she heard Gu Beixian's voice behind her. "Have they caught that woman named Huang Ke?" Chapter 29. Do you love me? His words piqued Su Hua's curiosity. Recalling her grandmother's mention that Huang Ke might have been incited by someone, she glanced meaningfully at Chu Suasa. Su Hua lowered her gaze to her own arm, which was in a splint. She was eager to discover whether her injury was connected to Chu Suasa. After waiting silently for a moment, she heard Gu Beixian murmur a response. Su Hua turned back, picked up the first aid kit, and approached him, asking, "Have they caught Huang Ke?" Gu Beixian ended the call and turned to her, saying, "She has gone missing." Su Hua furrowed her brow. "Missing?" "Yes. The people I sent have searched her home and her relatives' places, but found nothing. Her family has already reported it to the police. We will wait for news." A subtle shift occurred in Su Hua's expression. The timing of her disappearance seemed rather suspicious. Just as he dispatched someone to find her, she vanished. Gu Beixian settled onto the sofa, crossing his long legs, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Her brother was caught for tomb raiding, and under pressure, he will surely implicate others. It is only natural for those seeking revenge to come knocking. Her disappearance is hardly surprising. Su Hua man saident, not wishing to engage in an argument at this late hour. Without evidence, meaningless arguments devolve into mere quarrels, which resolve nothing and only serve to deplete emotional reserves. Placing the medical kit on the coffee table, Su Hua approached him, taking his right hand for a meticulous examination. His palm and fingers were embedded with several tiny shards of glass. She chided gently. "How could you be so careless? I've injured my left hand, and now you've hurt your right. It seems we must sustain our injuries in pairs." Gu Beixian withdrew his hand, indifferent. "It's just a minor flesh wound. It will heal in 2 or 3 days, and it doesn't hurt." "How could it not hurt? You are not made of iron." Su Hua retrieved a disinfectant cotton ball to cleanse the alcohol and blood from his hand, then procured a bright flashlight to illuminate the wound, using tweezers to extract the embedded glass shards with precision. During those 2 years when Gu Beixian could not stand on his legs, he became despondent and irritable, frequently breaking things in fits of anger. Injuries became a commonplace occurrence. Su Hua had long since mastered the art of tending to wounds, executing the task swiftly and expertly. Once cleaned, she applied the medication, softly admonishing, "Be more careful next time. If you injure yourself again, I will be quite upset." Her tone was a blend of playful reproach and tenderness, soothing like the medicine itself. The pent-up displeasure within Gu Beixian began to dissipate. He lowered his gaze, studying her inky eyes, his expression deepening while his voice remained calm. "Didn't Tiwi agree to have a child? Why are you taking contraceptives?" Beneath his inscrutable demeanor lay suppressed emotions. Su Hua paused for a moment, then turned her face away, responding calmly, "I believe we are still young. There is no need to rush into having children. A child is not a toy. It is a life we must be responsible for. A child can ease tensions but can also exacerbate them. It cannot resolve the underlying issues. Gu Beixian slightly curled the corners of his lips, his gaze fixed on her innocent, beautiful profile, his eyes reflecting an ambiguous emotion. You have quite a strong will. Su Hua chose not to reply, closing the medical box. Noticing a faint scent of alcohol on him, she inquired, how much did you drink? Not much. I'll go prepare a hangover remedy. As she stood, Gu Beixian grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace, his chin brushing against her ear as he murmured, There's no need. I truly didn't drink much. Your hand is injured. Don't exert yourself. Held in his arms, Su Hua felt his broad chest against her back, the rapid beat of his heart resonating in her ears. Under ordinary circumstances, she would find warmth in this, her heart racing and her body heating up. Yet now, a tumult of emotions swirled within her. After a moment of silence, she said, It's getting late. Let us wash up and sleep. All right. Gu Beixian released her and stood. They ascended the stairs to the bathroom. Su Hua assisted him in removing his watch and the buttons of his shirt, unfastening his belt, and asked, Would you like me to help you wash? No need. I can manage with my left hand. A quick rinse will suffice. Very well. Su Hua stepped into the shower area, adjusting the water temperature before stepping back to allow Gu Beixian to bathe. As her gaze briefly lingered upon him, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Approaching the wash basin, she deftly squeezed the toothpaste for him. Upon exiting the bathroom, rather than returning to her room, she stood quietly by the door, awaiting his return. This had become her routine over the past 2 years. When the sound of running water ceased, she entered the room, retrieving a towel to dry the droplets from Gu Beixian's body. He attended to the front himself, while she assisted with the areas on his back that he could not reach. Observing his well-defined physique, the graceful contours of his muscles, and the striking elegance of his back, a wave of emotion surged within her. Once she had watched him languish in a wheelchair, yearning for the day he would rise again, yet now that he had, his aunt and father deemed her unworthy of him. Those who prided themselves on their aristocratic status truly valued profit over sentiment, placing interests above all else. After he had dried off, Gu Beixian donned his robe. As he tied the sash, she held one end with her right hand while he grasped the other with his left. In perfect synchrony, they effortlessly tied the knot. With a gentle smile, Gu Beixian inquired, What do you call this? After a moment of contemplation, Su Hua tilted her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling. Mutual support? Gu Beixian seemed to ponder something, responding slowly, Yes, mutual support. His gaze fell upon her crescent-shaped eyes and brows as he asked, If 3 years ago I had no money, would you have married me? A sudden unease gripped Su Hua's heart. This echoed Gu Aoting's earlier words to him tonight, and a sense of foreboding began to creep in. She feigned casualness as she replied, Why ask such a meaningless question? It is indeed rather trivial. Let me rephrase. If I were to lose my wealth now, would you leave me? Su Hua took a moment to contemplate before asserting, I have money. I would support you. Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. How much do you possess? 56 million, she stated. He chuckled, feigning surprise. How did you amass such a fortune? Have you not spent any of the money I've given you over the years? I hardly spend anything. My grandmother's medical expenses are regularly covered by you. As for my living expenses, she receives a pension each month, and my mother does as well. Every time I offer money to my mother, she adamantly refuses, insisting I save it for myself. My daily expenses are all taken care of by you. And when it comes to clothing and cosmetics, I simply use the shopping card you provided. Gu Beixian affectionately ruffled her hair. Our Su Hua truly is a master of frugality. Her smile grew sweeter. Not only can I save money, but I can also earn it. Once my hand heals, I will return to work. You may not know, but I earn quite a bit restoring ancient paintings. By the way, in our line of work, we can also find treasures at a bargain. The pieces I have replicated were once attributed to my grandfather's name and sold at auction in the harbor city for as much as 500,000. If you find yourself short on funds, I shall simply produce more. Gu Beixian's smile deepened as he praised. Our Su Hua is truly remarkable. Su Hua couldn't help but boast, adding, I also possess some knowledge of financial ventures. A few days ago, I deposited 150 million into a 3-year fixed-term account, negotiating an impressive interest rate of 8% for large deposits with the bank. Over the span of 3 years, the interest alone will amount to over 30 million. She cupped his face in her hands and sweetly declared, Darling, even if you were to lose all your money, I would still take splendid care of you. Gu Beixian's dark eyes sparkled, as if illuminated by starlight. He gently pulled her into his embrace, tenderly kissing her hair, and softly inquired, "Why are you so good to me?" "Because you are good to our entire family," she replied. Gu Beixian's gaze dimmed slightly. Was that truly all there was? Su Hua sensed a hint of sentimentality in him that night, and chuckled. "What would you like me to say?" Gu Beixian focused on the shadow she cast upon the floor, his expression deepening as he pondered for a while before speaking. "Do you love me?" Suddenly, Su Hua was jolted awake, her smile faltering. Of course, she loved him, but in moments like this, what significance did uttering love hold? A precarious marriage could not be salvaged by love alone, could it? She found it hard to believe that a mere whisper of affection could alter anything. Ultimately, he would still heed his father's words. After a long pause, Su Hua managed to smile, slowly extricating herself from his embrace. She rose on her toes, gently kissed his chin, and softly said, "Let me dry your hair. It's time for bed." Turning away, she retrieved the hairdryer from the cabinet, instructing him to sit while she skillfully dried his hair. Listening to the hum of the dryer and inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance, Gu Beixian's lips curled into a smirk, a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. She was willing to care for him, yet her heart belonged to another. No matter what he did, he could never replace her beloved Ge. After drying his hair, they both climbed into bed. This time, Su Hua quickly fell into a deep slumber. In the latter half of the night, a thunderous clap of spring thunder burst through the partially open window, startling Su Hua awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she glanced beside her, finding the space empty. Gu Beixian was nowhere to be found. Suddenly struck by a thought, a chill ran down her spine, and she fully awakened. Scrambling up, hastily throwing on her clothes, and leaping out of bed to search for him. Chapter 30. Goodbye, Uncle. In the previous 2 years, Gu Beixian was unable to stand, engulfed in despair and harboring suicidal tendencies. Su Hua had thus formed a habit. Regardless of day or night, whenever he disappeared, she would worry he might harm himself, and she would tirelessly search for him until she found him, feeling at ease only then. Even after his legs had healed, this habit persisted. Su Hua pushed open the door to the guest room next door, finding it empty. She moved on to the study, which was also devoid of life. She searched the bathroom, the balcony, downstairs, and even the kitchen, yet Gu Beixian was nowhere to be found. Her heart raced erratically, pounding as if someone were beating a drum within her chest. Though she knew he was no longer at risk of taking his own life, a primal fear lingered. She pushed open the door and hurried towards the courtyard. A brilliant flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the dark night as bright as day, followed by a deafening roar. Su Hua raised her hands to cover her ears, yet her search continued unabated. In the flickering light, a tall figure emerged ahead, gliding towards her with an air of serene detachment. Dressed in a pristine white shirt tucked into black trousers, his waist was firm, and his stature was both imposing and upright. His pale, handsome face bore a strikingly chiseled visage, and beneath his eyes lingered a hint of weariness. Yet his elegance and nobility remained undiminished. It was Gu Beixian. Su Hua let out a small sigh of relief, leaning against a nearby tree, clutching her chest as she breathed in shallow gasps. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on the man. Upon spotting Su Hua, Gu Beixian quickened his pace and approached her. Drawing near, he took her hand, his cool palm enveloping her fingers completely, and inquired, "What brings you out here?" Su Hua assessed him from head to toe, and upon seeing him unscathed, her previously anxious heart settled back into her chest. With a hint of trepidation, she asked, "Where did you go in the middle of the night?" Her voice trembled slightly from her exertion. Gu Beixian gazed at her, his expression subtly shifting as he replied softly, "I stepped out for a smoke. It thundered. I worried you might be afraid, so I came back." After speaking, he clasped her hand and led her inside. Just as they reached the doorway, the rain cascaded down in torrents, splattering the ground with a pungent scent of wet earth. The rain fell so fiercely that it seemed more akin to summer showers than spring drizzles. Upon entering the house, Su Hua detected a strong smell of smoke clinging to him and playfully chided, "Didn't you quit smoking long ago? Why did you sneak a puff? You're being naughty." Her tone was a mix of jest and reproach, reminiscent of a parent scolding a child. This elicited a smile from Gu Beixian, who promised, "I won't smoke again next time." Yet, despite his assurances, he often found himself succumbing to the habit. Su Hua felt a flicker of annoyance. "Tonight has been trying. You should smoke less in the future." He seemed to concede, Contemplating the weight of Gu Outing's words, she surmised the source of his distress. Caught between his grandmother's insistence on his marriage and his father's pressure for divorce, he was likely in a state of turmoil. Tentatively, Su Hua asked, "Is it me who troubles you?" Gu Beixian's gaze faltered momentarily before he affectionately ruffled her hair and murmured, "Indeed, my little simpleton, your naivete can be quite bothersome." There was a playful undertone to his words. Su Hua, initially feeling melancholic, found herself chuckling at his endearing nickname. Rolling her eyes playfully, "You are the little simpleton." A glimmer of amusement danced in Gu Beixian's eyes as he cautioned, "Do not venture out looking for me again. I will be fine." To which Su Hua softly replied, "I've grown accustomed to it." Gu Beixian paused, tightening his grip on her hand, not willing to let go for some time. They exchanged their shoes for slippers and ascended the stairs side by side. Su Hua remarked, "You need to brush your teeth after smoking." "I brushed them earlier," he replied. Gently nudging him with her shoulder, her voice soft, she insisted, "Go brush anyway." With a smile, Gu Beixian held her shoulder and observed, "You've changed a bit lately." "In what way?" she inquired. "You've learned to be more affectionate and speak more than before." Su Hua smiled. "Don't all men enjoy a bit of pampering?" Gu Beixian grinned. "That is indeed true." He released her and stepped into the bathroom, with Su Hua following closely behind. His right hand was injured, making it inconvenient for him to squeeze the toothpaste, so she assisted him by preparing it. Gu Beixian picked up his toothbrush with his left hand and began to brush his teeth in front of the mirror. Perhaps it was the night that stirred emotions more easily. Su Hua reflected on the days they had spent together, realizing there would not be many more. And a wave of sadness washed over her. Unable to contain herself, she embraced his waist from behind, resting her head against his back. Though she said nothing, her heart was filled with reluctance. To be fair, aside from the annoyance caused by Su Hua, he was truly unblemished in character. After finishing brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, Gu Beixian took her hand and remarked, "Su Hua, you've been rather clingy lately." Su Hua raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking if she annoyed him. "Not at all," he replied with a smile, intertwining their fingers as they made their way to the bedroom. A breeze picked up, causing the curtains to flutter softly. Gu Beixian approached the window and closed it. They lay down on the bed as another rumble of thunder echoed, louder than the previous two, reverberating through the air. Su Hua instinctively sivereth. Gu Beixian pulled her into his embrace, covering her ears with his hand, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, and softly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Just go to sleep." Su Hua responded with a soft emma. Nuzzling into his chest like a little kitten, finding a comfortable position, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. A week later, after accompanying Gu Beixian for breakfast, Su Hua boarded the driver's car to visit her grandmother in the hospital. Upon arriving and just stepping out of the vehicle, she received a call from an unfamiliar number, a young man on the other end. He introduced himself as Gu Outing's assistant and politely stated, "Miss Su, our chairman wishes to meet you." Memories of the words Gu Outing had spoken to Gu Beixian on Qin Shu's birthday resurfaced in her mind, weighing heavily on her heart and evoking a sense of impending doom. Yet, Gu Outing was an elder, and she had no valid reason to decline. They arranged to meet at a cafe near the hospital at 10 o'clock. Su Hua arrived 10 minutes early. After a short wait, Gu Outing arrived precisely on time. His imposing demeanor, marked by a solemn expression and a commanding aura, created an unspoken pressure that lingered even in silence. Feeling slightly anxious, Su Hua stood and obediently greeted him with that. Gu Outing nodded, gesturing for her to sit. Once seated, he ordered a cup of black coffee, glanced at his watch, and stated, "I'm quite busy and do not have much time for pleasantries, so I will get straight to the point." Su Hua's heart raced, yet she maintained a polite smile, encouraging him to proceed. Gu Outing took a sip from his coffee cup and began, "You are aware that I have two sons, Gu Lin and Beixian. Although Beixian is the younger son, he possesses greater talent, which makes me place more importance on him. 3 years ago, when he first entered the company, he quickly distinguished himself, excelling among his peers, but unfortunately, he later suffered a car accident. Had he not been in that accident, given your circumstances, it would have been impossible for you to transcend social strata and marry him. You come from entirely different worlds." Such words are deeply hurtful. It is as if she were being pointed at and insulted as inferior, accused of overreaching. The smile on Su Hua's face froze, her fingers tightening around the cup's handle. Gu Aoting regarded her with an enigmatic gaze. The Gu and Shu families have engaged in business for many years, and Beixian and Su have been childhood friends. We have always regarded Su as the prospective daughter-in-law. The choice of you as Beixian's wife was made because Su went abroad, and you bear resemblance to her. Beixian requires someone like her for companionship. That person could be you or anyone who resembles Su. Su Hua has always believed in her psychological resilience. Yet at this moment, she found herself struggling to maintain composure. She pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent, her hands gripping the cup firmly, her head bowed. Tears glistened on the surface of her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Gu Ao Ting's voice, stark and unyielding, pierced her ears. You have invested 3 years of your youth, assisting Beixian greatly. However, he has also aided you significantly. Let's not speak of anything else, but consider the financial support you have received from him, which many could only dream of earning in a lifetime. One must know when to withdraw, Miss Su. Being as astute as you are, you should comprehend what is required. After a lengthy pause, Su Hua responded with a soft, reluctant acknowledgement. Observing her acquiescence, a faint smile graced Gu Ao Ting's face. Let us keep our meetings from Beixian. You are a reasonable child and would not wish for a rift between him and me over such trivial matters. Would you? Trivial matters? Su Hua let out a self-deprecating laugh. To her, this was a monumental affair. To him, it was but an insignificant concern. She forcibly stifled her tears, slowly lifting her gaze to meet his, softly stating, I understand. Gu Ao Ting's smile deepened. You are a wonderful child. I actually quite like you. The only issue is that your uncle is a businessman, and the company is of utmost importance, the culmination of generations of effort from the Gu family. Do not fault your uncle for being pragmatic. This world is inherently so. The term uncle elicited a smile from Su Hua, as it dawned on her that he likely never regarded her as family. I understand. Goodbye, uncle. With that, she grasped her bag, stood up, and departed. Having prepared herself mentally, Su Hua did not feel overwhelmingly sorrowful. Exiting the Western restaurant, her expression remained remarkably calm, as though nothing had transpired, her back straight. Not a single tear fell from her eyes. However, upon returning to the hospital, she spent the entire morning in the small garden. Beneath a wisteria tree, she sat quietly on a bench, admiring the blossoms. The wisteria bloomed exuberantly, clusters of delicate flowers densely packed together. She had always perceived these flowers as lively. Yet today, she realized they exuded a profound melancholy, each blossom concealing a sorrow that had nowhere to rest. The sadness seemed on the verge of overflowing. She was so absorbed in her contemplation that she failed to notice someone observing her from a distance. He was a tall man with long, powerful legs, clad in finely textured black casual attire, and wearing a mask over his face. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, dark and profound, with long, jet-black lashes. Those eyes appeared cold when gazing at others, yet radiated warmth exclusively when resting upon Su Hua, glistening with a tender brilliance. He silently watched her for as long as she remained seated, only vanishing into the crowd after confirming her safe departure. Chapter 31. Unattainable Desires. Su Hua returned to her grandmother's hospital room. Upon seeing her pale complexion, Su Peilon expressed her concern, asking, What happened, my dear? Why does your face look so dreadful? Su Hua shook her head, moved to her grandmother's bedside, took her hand, and smiled as she engaged her in conversation. Su Peilon, known for her impulsive nature, quickly approached and seized Su Hua's wrist, insisting, Come with me for a moment. They stepped into the corridor. Su Peilon fixed her gaze upon her daughter, demanding, Has Gu Beixian bullied you again? No, Su Hua de Plaive. Then who has upset you? I am your mother. Why wouldn't you share your troubles with me? Su Peilon's urgency was palpable. Su Hua calmly responded, Gu Beixian's father contacted me. Did Gu Outing make things difficult for you? He wants us to divorce. Su Peilon scoffed. When Gu Beixian was confined to a wheelchair, why didn't Gu Outing press for a divorce then? Now that Gu Beixian can run and jump, he begins to demand it? What a heartless and ungrateful creature, crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Discarding the donkey after it has served its purpose, a wolf's heart with a dog's lungs. After her tirade against Gu Outing, she inquired, What did Gu Beixian say? He mentioned having a child. If I become pregnant, he won't pursue the divorce. Su Peilon retorted angrily, What nonsense! With a shameless ex-girlfriend and a callous father, even if you were to have a multitude of children, they would still manage to tear you apart, leaving the poor children to suffer. Su Hua nodded in agreement. I think so too. Impatiently, Su Hua waved her hand, urging divorce quickly. The sooner the better. My daughter is young, beautiful, talented, and kind-hearted. After a divorce, what kind of man could she not attract? With a quiver in her nose, Su Hua leaned on her shoulder and wept, tears flowing uncontrollably. At times, crying serves as a release, an emotional catharsis, and expressing her sorrow seemed to lighten her burden. Su Hua gently patted her back, her throat tight with emotion. It is my fault for being ineffectual, my dear. I have allowed you to endure this suffering. We are but a humble family, unable to aspire to their kind of life. Just as Su Hua was about to respond, her phone suddenly rang. She retrieved it from her pocket and saw it was Gu Beixian calling. Wiping her eyes, she answered, "Hello." Gu Beixian informed her, "Your hand will have the splint removed tomorrow. I made an appointment with Dr. Bai for you at 10:30 in the morning. Don't forget." Su Hua, maintaining a polite yet distant tone, replied, "Thank you." Noticing a discord in her voice, Gu Beixian paused and asked, "What happened?" Su Hua pressed her lips together and said, "I wish to spend more time with my grandmother lately, so I want to be returning home tonight. I will stay at my mother's house. As it is closer to the hospital, could you please help gather my things and the medical card? Send someone to bring them to me." Gu Beixian fell silent for a moment before replying, "All right, I will make time to deliver them. Thank you." That evening, Gu Beixian brought Su Hua's hospital card along with some essential items, also carrying a pot of rib soup. He handed the soup to Su Hua, stating it was made by Aunt Lu, urging her to drink plenty for the healing of her bones. Su Hua accepted it with a thank you and placed the soup on the table, awkwardly saying, "You should go back. The company is important." Gu Beixian's brow furrowed slightly. "I've finished work. Please take a rest. You need to work well tomorrow." Gu Beixian's dark, profound eyes locked onto her with a quiet intensity, leaving him momentarily speechless. After he left, Su Hua opened the thermos and divided the rib soup into 3 portions, sharing it with her grandmother and mother. The soup was made exquisitely, infused with cordyceps and goji berries. Su Hua sipped it slowly, while Su Hua did not take a single sip, sighing heavily at the bowl. The following morning at 10 o'clock, while waiting for her X-ray in the radiology department, Gu Beixian arrived again, dressed in formal attire with a tie, looking hurried, holding a file while his phone rang incessantly, clearly having taken a break from his busy work. Once he finished his calls, Su Hua remarked, "If you're so busy, there's no need to come. It's just a splint removal. I can manage myself." Gu Beixian placed his phone and file into his briefcase and replied coolly, "One must see things through to the end." The word "and" inexplicably tugged at Su Hua's heart. After the splint was removed, the doctor advised her on various precautions, including rehabilitation exercises. Gu Beixian recorded the instructions on his phone and sent them to Su Hua afterward. The two then returned to her grandmother's hospital room, where Su Hua was examining her grandmother. Su Hua stood beside him, chatting and laughing. Upon noticing Gu Beixian's arrival, she raised her voice intentionally, asking, "Dr. Shun, do you have a girlfriend?" Su Hua glanced at Su Hua and replied, "No." Su Hua's interest was piqued. "What do you think of our little Hua? She has always excelled in her studies, skipping several grades, graduating from university at 19. She is kind-hearted, good-tempered, and hard-working, as you know from her talent in restoring ancient paintings." Shang Fai smiled gently, acknowledging Su Hua's exceptional qualities. Su Hua shot a sidelong glance at Gu Beixian and said to Shen Hua, "If you're interested in our little Hua, do pursue her boldly. Don't be deceived by her quiet demeanor. She is quite approachable." Shen Hua straightened up, removed his mask, and looked at Su Hua with a smile in his eyes, saying, "That would be wonderful. I would welcome the opportunity." Standing aside, Gu Beixian's expression shifted, revealing an unspoken chill, his lips curled in a faint, mocking smile as he observed the playful exchange between Shen Hua and Su Hua. Su Hua cast a provocative glance at him and said to Su Hua, "Xiao Hua, I find Dr. Shen quite admirable. He is handsome, has a pleasant temperament, and is even the deputy manager at your shop. You two must have much in common." Su Hua furrowed her brows and interjected, "Mom, perhaps you should say a little less." "Why should I refrain from speaking?" She retorted, "When a mountain does not move, the water will. It's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but 2-legged men are everywhere." Gu Beixian remained silent, placing the medical record and appointment card on the table with a decisive thud before turning to leave. Su Hua followed him out. At first, Gu Beixian walked briskly, forcing Su Hua to jog to catch up. As they approached the elevator, he slowed his pace slightly, seemingly waiting for her. Once inside the elevator, neither spoke a word amidst the crowded space. Gu Beixian gripped the fabric on Su Hua's shoulder, drawing her protectively behind him. Upon reaching the ground floor, they exited the elevator in silence. The early spring chill struck them, prompting Su Hua to shiver involuntarily. Gu Beixian unfastened a button of his suit jacket with one hand and draped it over her shoulders. Su Hua raised her hand to remove it, but he pressed down on her shoulder to stop her, leaning in to fasten the button. His movements were somewhat forceful, and his handsome face bore a dark expression. Once finished, he walked away. Su Hua quickened her pace to catch up with him. It was not until they reached the parking lot that he finally halted, looking down at her from a height and coldly stating, "Not wanting to return home is to facilitate your relationship with Shenhui." Su Hua shot him a resentful glance. Her eyes filled with hurt. Gu Beixian paused for a moment before apologizing. "I was a bit impulsive just now." Su Hua pressed her lips together in silence. He lowered his gaze to her, suppressing his emotions, and said, "I believe we share quite a bit in common too. As for Shun, he is merely average in looks. Far inferior to me. My temperament may not be as good as his, but over the past year, I have been quite restrained in your presence." Su Hua felt a pang of bitterness, unable to articulate her emotions. She slowly approached him, leaning against him, her face resting on his chest, refraining from embracing him, appearing utterly powerless. Gu Beixian was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he raised his arms and enveloped her in his embrace. Holding back tears, Su Hua whispered, "Please have someone prepare the divorce agreement when you return. You had already notarized your assets before our marriage, and you've long since provided me with the separation fee. So drafting the divorce agreement should be quite straightforward." Gu Beixian's expression hardened, and he suddenly tightened his grip around her, nearly making it difficult for her to breathe. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Has my father approached you?" Chapter 32. The veteran takes action. Su Hua's heart sank. She hadn't anticipated Gu Beixian would guess so quickly, remembering Gu Outing's warning not to let him find out, as it would affect their father-son relationship. She feigned nonchalance and replied, "You've mentioned divorce long ago. I've already stated that I cannot endure Su Hua." Gu Beixian's fingers gently traced her spine as he lied, claiming that he had been mindful of maintaining distance from her. Su Hua smiled faintly, though her eyes betrayed no mirth, and remarked, "You two are childhood sweethearts, well matched in every regard. I am merely a hired caretaker, and now that your leg has healed, I suppose my time as your caregiver should come to an end." Her self-deprecation struck Gu Beixian like a heavy weight, prompting him to embrace her more tightly. He towered over her, tall and upright like a pine tree, his features striking and well-defined. Such a stern man, whispering softly above her, stated, "I have never regarded you as merely a caretaker, truly. You are my rightful wife, and I have always held you in great esteem." A sharp pang of bitterness pierced Su Hua's heart, yet she smiled as she replied, "You were the one who proposed divorce, and now you are the one who hesitates to finalize it. I cannot comprehend the thoughts of men. What do you perceive me as? You summon me at will while claiming to respect me. Does this constitute respect?" She was accustomed to gentleness and rarely spoke so harshly. Gu Beixian fell silent for a moment. "I suggested divorce because you go ahead, leave." Su Hua hastily interrupted him, fearful of her own softening heart. It was better to endure the pain swiftly than to languish in a prolonged agony. The indecision between parting and staying was like a dull knife slicing through flesh. Far too tormenting. Gu Beixian gradually released her, lowering his gaze, quietly observing her pale face. In a deep voice, he remarked, "Grandmother will not consent." Su Hua turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. "As for grandmother, I will accompany you this weekend to persuade her." Gu Beixian leaned down and kissed her forehead, holding her for a while longer before saying in a subdued tone, "All right." The word fell like a stone cast into the center of a lake, sending ripples through Su Hua's heart. She felt no relief, only a tumult of emotions. As she extracted herself from his embrace, she reached to unbutton his suit, intending to return it to him. Gu Beixian grasped her hand, saying, "Keep it on. The car has air conditioning." Su Hua paused in her actions. Gu Beixian tucked the wind-tousled strands of her hair behind her ear, his gaze deep and earnest. "Take care of yourself." Su Hua felt a sting in her nose. "You two, avoid getting your right hand wet to prevent infection. Smoke and drink less. And eat on time." Gu Beixian nodded softly. "Let us head back. The wind is strong." Su Hua forced his mind. All right. He opened the car door and settled inside. It was only after the vehicle disappeared from view that Su Hua turned to make her way back. Her fingers brushed over his buttons, her face adorned with a smile, while her heart ached profoundly. A deep sense of helplessness washed over her once more. Since childhood, her grandfather had instilled in her the belief that diligence would lead to success. However, the vast disparity in their family backgrounds was a chasm she could not bridge, no matter her efforts. Different circles need not be forcibly merged. Upon returning to the hospital room, she found Su Peilon had stepped out, leaving only Su Hua behind. Su Hua glanced at him in mild confusion and politely inquired, "My grandmother's attending physician is an elderly gentleman with the surname Chiu. Why has it changed to you?" Su Hua tucked his pen into the pocket of his white coat and smiled. "Dr. Chiu has not been feeling well these past few days, so I am here to cover for him." Su Hua responded with a soft acknowledgement, saying, "My mother was just joking earlier. Please do not take it to heart." Su Hua raised the corners of his lips, intending to say something, but ultimately settled for a simple "all right." On Saturday evening, Su Hua arrived at the ancestral home of the Gu family with Gu Beixian. As soon as they entered the house, Grandma greeted them with a warm smile, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hua is here." Su Hua sweetly replied, "Hello, Grandma." Good. Come, sit down." The elderly lady warmly took her hand and led her to the sofa. Her eyes subtly glancing at Su Hua's flat abdomen, she mysteriously inquired, "Child, are you expecting?" Su Hua shook her head, offering an apologetic smile as she confessed, "Grandma, I am going to divorce Beixian. I am sorry." Grandma was taken aback, her smile faltering, disappointment flooding her eyes. "Didn't you promise to give me a chubby great-grandson? How could things change so quickly?" Su Hua lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Initially, she thought not having children was the right choice. However, the disappointment reflected in Grandma's eyes filled her with guilt. Grandma was a sensible woman. Noticing Su Hua's demeanor, she had her suspicions. She gently patted Su Hua's head, then raised her eyes to glare at Gu Beixian, asking, "Have you been entangled with that Chu Susuk girl again, causing Hua distress?" Gu Beixian subtly lifted the corners of his lips, responding calmly, "Su Hua and I have been getting along quite well recently, and my mother adores her. As for nannying, that goes without saying." The implication was clear. The elder could draw her own conclusions. Grandma furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "It couldn't be your father causing trouble, could it?" Gu Beixian nodded. Anger flared within the elderly lady. She grabbed her phone and called Gu Outing, "You rascal. I need to see you. You have half an hour to return." Gu Outing was currently entertaining clients at a banquet. The elderly lady's sharp voice overwhelmed him, and he stepped outside, holding the phone away from his ear, impatiently retorting, "Mother, have you lost your senses? I am with clients and cannot leave. I am busy every day, unlike your leisurely self. Don't you have many subordinates? Delegate the task to them and come back this instant." With that, Grandma hung up. Half an hour later, Gu Outing returned precisely on time. Upon entering and spotting Su Hua, his expression darkened instantly, his countenance reflecting utter displeasure and disdain, betraying no pretense. Su Hua's self-esteem shattered into fragments, humiliation threatening to bring her to tears. She had always been a person of strong pride, her sensitivity akin to fragile paper, having been well-mannered and academically accomplished from a young age. Along with her skill in restoring ancient books and paintings, she had never faced such overt disdain until now. Gu Beixian noticed her distress. The palm turned over, slender and delicate fingers clasped her hand. The other hand cradled her face, drawing her into his embrace, shielding her from Gu Outing's piercing gaze. Su Hua nestled against him, her fingers instinctively clutching his shirt. The air was filled with his refreshing and pleasant masculine scent, emanating a warmth that felt reassuring. The heaviness in her heart seemed to lighten considerably. She pressed her face closer to him, seeking solace. The elderly woman gently patted Su Hua's back, her previously gentle demeanor replaced by a sharp glare directed at Gu Outing, admonishing, "Who are you putting on that sour face for?" "It wasn't Su Hua who told me. I deduced it myself. I knew you couldn't be trusted. My wonderful granddaughter-in-law. Why are you causing her distress? When Beixian was confined to a wheelchair, you pressured her into divorce. Now that Beixian has risen, you want to drive this young lady away. You heartless wretch. Are you even human?" Gu Outing, accustomed to a position of power for many years, had never faced such a public reprimand, especially not in front of younger generations, particularly Su Hua. His expression faltered, unable to maintain its composure. Chapter 33. Reluctance with a scowl, Gu Outing proclaimed, kindness does not lead armies, and righteousness does not conduct business. I am a businessman. Profit is paramount. A businessman who does not prioritize profit is not a competent one. As for my actions, I discussed them thoroughly with Su Hua a few days ago, and she agreed wholeheartedly. The memory of the humiliation suffered that day in the cafe made Su Hua's scalp tingle with discomfort. She truly did not wish to endure a repetition of that ordeal. Gently, she pushed Gu Beixian's hand away, standing up to address Gu Outing. Father, no uncle. I wish to speak with you privately. Gu Outing cast a cold glance at her. Follow me to the study. Gu Beixian rose, intending to accompany Su Hua, but she shook her head, signaling him to stay back. He squeezed her hand gently, speaking softly. If you're unhappy, just come out. There's no need to endure it. Su Hua acknowledged him with a nod. They proceeded to the study, Gu Outing leading the way. The elderly gentleman was already there, writing with a brush, inscribing the character for tranquility in a vigorous style. Upon seeing Su Hua enter, he looked up and smiled warmly. Little Su, come here. Su Hua greeted him gently, calling out grandfather. Gu Outing pulled out a chair and sat down, gesturing for her to join him. However, Su Hua remained standing, her posture upright, addressing him politely yet distantly. Uncle, you misunderstand. I did not come here to complain to Grandma. I came to persuade her to agree to our divorce. She has always been kind to me, and as I am departing, I wish to bid her farewell. Gu Outing regarded her with a complex expression for several moments before replying. The assets under Beixian's name were notarized before marriage, and the properties acquired afterward have nothing to do with you. As for the compensation, a few months ago, an unexpected sum of 1 billion appeared in your account. Was that from him? Su Hua nodded in affirmation. Gu Outing opened his briefcase and retrieved a stack of documents, presenting them to her. This is the divorce agreement I had drafted. Please review it, and if you have no objections, simply sign it. Su Hua accepted the papers and swiftly perused them, finding them in alignment with her expectations. She turned to the signature section, picked up a pen from the desk, and signed 3 copies. After completing the task, she handed them back to Gu Outing. He examined the documents closely, and upon confirming their accuracy, the grimness of his expression transformed into a smile. Uncle appreciates your straightforwardness and your lack of unnecessary fuss, considering your dedicated care for Beixian over the past 2 years. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall assist you. Su Hua replied with poise, that 1 tea be necessary. My work in artifact restoration is entirely distinct from your business pursuits. Our fields are worlds apart, and your assistance would be of little relevance. Gu Outing's demeanor shifted, his countenance growing cold, and his gaze became haughty and dismissive, clearly indicating his disapproval of her lack of gratitude. Su Hua smiled faintly, meeting his gaze with unyielding calmness. The elderly gentleman, having reached the final stroke of his calligraphy, could write no more. He set down his brush, sighed, and addressed Su Hua. Little Su, even after your divorce from Beixian, you will always remain a child of your grandparents. Please visit often. This will forever be your home. The tension that Su Hua had been holding on to shattered in an instant, and her eyes grew misty, nearly spilling over with tears. Her throat tightened as she replied, Thank you, Grandpa. I will certainly come to visit you and Grandma frequently. The old man raised a hand to cover his eyes, reclining back into his armchair, and gestured for her to leave, his voice hoarse as he said, You may go now. I wish to reflect in solitude. All right, Grandpa. Su Hua cast a lingering glance at him before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Upon hearing the door creak, Gu Beixian rose from the sofa, striding over with long strides. He placed his left hand on Su Hua's shoulder, looking down to assess her expression. In a low voice, he asked, Are you all right? Su Hua shook her head, managing a faint smile, her large eyes glistening with moisture. The elderly lady also rose from the sofa, observing Su Hua from a distance, wishing to smile, but finding it impossible. Su Hua approached her and silently embraced her. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Grandma, your legs are ailing. Remember to take your calcium supplements on time and bask in the winter sun. In summer, avoid excessive air conditioning and refrain from eating too much watermelon, as your stomach cannot handle the cold. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady comprehended everything instantly. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she held Su Hua tightly, exclaiming, Child, Please stay, will you? Su Hua felt a pang in her heart and choked out, Grandma, I have made my decision. The elderly lady wept inconsolably, clutching her even tighter. We, the Gu family, have wronged you. We are truly sorry. Grandma cannot bear to see you leave. Su Hua felt a sharp ache in her heart, grateful for her grandmother's care over the past 3 years. No, it should be Grandma expressing gratitude. Without her companionship, Beixian might not have endured those 2 years. Gu Outing stood aside, observing with a cold gaze, unable to refrain from interjecting. The Beixian clan revived her grandmother, purchased a house for them, and provided Su Huan with ample financial compensation. We owe her nothing. The elderly lady lifted her eyelids and glared at him, exclaiming, Money, 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 that is all you think about. Perhaps you should just follow the money from now on. Gu Outing's expression darkened like a stormy cloud. I have matters to attend to. You all carry on, he said curtly, dropping the words as he grasped his luxurious briefcase and departed. The chef prepared dinner, and the servants brought the dishes to the table. Although the meal was lavishly prepared, the atmosphere was so stifling that the food became tasteless and hard to swallow. An unusual somberness enveloped everyone present. After a long, arduous meal, Gu Beixian and Su Huan bid farewell to their grandparents. Once in the car, Gu Beixian fastened his seatbelt and helped Su Huan with hers before silently starting the engine. The two shared no words during the drive. Upon arriving at the community where Su Huan resided, Gu Beixian parked the car and turned off the engine. Su Huan unfastened her seatbelt and said, Drive slowly on your way back. Gu Beixian remained silent, his handsome face displaying a frosty demeanor, his thin lips pressed tightly together, betraying no emotion. I'm home now, Su Huan softly stated, reaching for the car door. Suddenly, Gu Beixian grasped her wrist firmly. Without looking at her, he stared blankly ahead, devoid of any feeling, and asked, Are you truly resolved? Yes, she replied. I have already signed the divorce agreement that Uncle Gu prepared. When you have a moment, please sign it as well. On Monday morning, let us bring the household registration book and ID card to finalize the procedures. Her tone was strangely calm, exhibiting a composure that belied her age. Only then did Gu Beixian turn to face her, his expression inscrutable as he queried, Finally free? His voice was soft, his lips curving slightly, the smile tinged with a hint of self-mockery. Indeed, Suan Said Yentli. I'm finally free. I will no longer have to endure Chu Suasua's vexations or worry about Gu Outing's disdain. That feeling of being looked down upon and scorned is unbearable, like a thorn in one's back. It's as if I had committed numerous wrongdoings despite having done nothing at all. Gu Beixian silently chuckled, cradling her injured left hand in his palm, his fingers gently caressing her middle and ring fingers. Su Huan remained still, allowing him to do so. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke, I had intended to assist you with your rehabilitation, given that you helped me with my legs for 2 whole years. A pang of pain gripped Su Huan's heart, but she managed to smile as she replied, You have given me so much money, more than many will earn in a lifetime, so you need not feel indebted to me, truly. Gu Beixian lowered his gaze to her, the smile on his face gradually fading. He reached up, drawing her head close, their foreheads touching. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, I will miss you dearly. Chapter 34. He is so Su Huan felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if something were clenching it, leaving her breathless. She longed to tell him, Let us not divorce. We shall not part ways. However, recalling Gu Outing's words, the reason for choosing her as Gu Beixian's wife was that Chu Suasua had gone abroad, and she happened to resemble her. This person could be her, or anyone who bore a likeness to Chu Suasua. In that instant, Su Hua felt a pang of insignificance. It dawned on her that had it been any other woman, after spending 3 years in close companionship with Gu Beixian, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of loss. It was akin to nurturing a small pet. Should it suddenly go missing, one would certainly feel a brief sorrow, yet soon enough, it would be forgotten. Occasionally, when remembered, it would only elicit a sigh. Su Hua stifled her tears, gently caressing his chin, and smiled as she said, It's getting late. You should return. Gu Beixian grasped her hand, stating, I will escort you downstairs. Su Hua did not decline. As they exited the vehicle and entered the community, the night breeze was intoxicating. The shadows of the trees danced, and the crescent moon hung in the sky like a wound. The brief distance felt elongated as they walked slowly together. Their shadows, cast by the pale streetlights, stretched long and thin. Though they appeared as pairs, they felt profoundly solitary. Neither spoke. At such moments, words seemed unnecessary. Upon reaching the ground floor, Gu Beixian turned to leave only after Su Hua's figure had completely vanished from sight. Back in his car, he picked up his phone and dialed his assistant, instructing, "There's no need to find the person who shattered Su Hua's left hand." Having previously urged the search, the sudden change left the assistant bewildered, prompting him to ask, "President Gu, what has occurred?" "Nothing." Gu Beixian curtly ended the call. The one responsible for harming Su Hua's hand was undoubtedly a Yao. Once they divorced, it wouldn't be long before Yao returned to Su Hua's side. If he were to send someone to harm her beloved Yao, she would certainly despise him. Gu Beixian wished to avoid her hatred. After silently finishing a cigarette, he started the car. The following noon, at the hospital, Su Hua carried a meal prepared by her mother to deliver to her grandmother. She exuded an elegant aura, her figure graceful, and her skin luminous, even without makeup. Dressed merely in a simple shirt and long skirt, she was a striking sight as she traversed the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. As she walked through a less crowded tree-lined path, she suddenly heard a familiar female voice behind her. "Su Hua." What a coincidence. The well-known voice sent a shiver down her spine. Turning around, she saw Chu Sisa, flamboyantly dressed, hastening toward her. With a flourish of her left hand, she said in a mocking tone, "Thanks to you, I'm here to remove the splint today." Su Hua cast a disinterested glance at her hand and replied coldly, "Your hand injury has nothing to do with me. As for whether my hand injury is related to you, that remains uncertain." Chu Sisa paused momentarily before sneering and producing evidence, declaring, "Without evidence, one should refrain from making baseless accusations." Su Hua offered a faint smile, retorting, "I could say the same to you." Chu Sisa raised an eyebrow, circling around her. "I've heard that you've signed the divorce agreement." Su Hua tightened her grip on the thermos, realizing that Gu Outing must have eagerly shared the news with her. With a triumphant smile, Chu Sua declared, "Didn't I mention before that I would certainly win over Brother Beixian? What does it matter if Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt Chin, and Nanine favor you? You were still cast aside." At times, Su Hua found Chu Sisa quite clever, yet at other moments, she deemed her overly impulsive. Like now, as she had resolutely decided to divorce Gu Beixian, yet Chu Sisa's provocation sparked a sudden urge to reclaim him. "So what kuli? I have merely signed the divorce agreement. The formalities at the Civil Affairs Bureau remain unaddressed. Even if I were to go, there is a 1-month cooling-off period before the divorce certificate can be issued. One should be cautious, Miss Chu, and refrain from premature triumph. It may well lead to an unwelcome slap of reality." Chu Sua laughed heartily. "Whether it happens today or tomorrow, what difference does it make? It's already a done deal." Su Hua smiled softly. "Is that so? Yet your current demeanor clearly betrays your anxiety. After all, a man won through the influence of a wealthy father is indeed something to be concerned about. Should the Gu family encounter a more advantageous match, you might find yourself swiftly cast aside. It is rather admirable how Miss Chu takes pride in acting as a stepping stone." In an instant, the smile on Chu Sua's face vanished. She abruptly raised her hand and slapped Su Hua across the face. Caught off guard, Su Hua felt a ringing in her ears and stars dancing before her eyes. After a moment, she placed the thermos down, calmly adjusting her disheveled hair. Suddenly, she raised her hand and retaliated with a forceful slap to Chu Sua's face. The years spent caring for Gu Beixian had endowed her with considerable strength. Unmatched by the delicate Chu Sua, the impact left Chu Sua's face swollen, causing her to stagger back several steps before steadying herself against a nearby tree. Clutching her cheek in pain, she began to cry. As tears streamed down her face, her eyes suddenly brightened, and she pitifully called out towards the direction behind Su Hua. "Brother Beixian, Su Hua hit me." Su Hua turned to see a tall, strikingly handsome man striding towards them with long strides. He held a specially designed takeout box from the hotel, a notably large one. It was Gu Beixian. A sense of unease washed over Su Hua. While Gu Beixian might not have witnessed Chu Sua striking her, he would undoubtedly have seen her retaliatory slap. She feared his wrath directed at her, and even more so, that he might defend Chu Sua. The thought of losing face and feeling heartbroken was daunting. However, she remained silent, standing there with an impassive expression as she gazed at Gu Beixian. His handsome face bore a cold demeanor, betraying no discernible emotion. As he approached, he lightly nodded at Chu Sua, placing the takeout box on a nearby table. He took hold of Su Huan's right hand, examining it and noticing the redness in her palm. "Does it hurt?" he inquired. Su Hua was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard him. After all, Su Hua was not only his childhood sweetheart, but also his future betrothed. Yet, he chose to express concern for her well-being. Confused, Su Hua shook her head. But upon reflection, she corrected herself, admitting, "It does hurt." Beixian gently cradled her hand in his, rubbing it softly, and chided, "If it hurts, why are you using your hand? Are you foolish?" Implicitly suggesting that she could have used her foot instead. Su Hua was instantly taken aback, staring at the pair in disbelief. After a moment, she finally reacted, raising her voice, "Beixian, my face has been swollen by Su Hua, and it hurts terribly." Not one to be outdone, Su Hua retorted, "I only retaliated after she hit me first." Beixian remained silent, continuing to knead her hand before releasing it. He slightly raised his chin, gesturing toward the takeout box. "I had a meal with a client earlier, and the Buddha jumps over the wall from that hotel was delightful. I packed a portion for you. It's enough for 3. Hurry back and enjoy it while it's still warm." If Su Hua were not present, Su Hua would have politely declined, stating, "We are getting divorced on Monday, so there is no need for such gestures. It's complicated." However, with Chu so eagerly watching, she instead smiled brightly and said, "You are so kind to me, always thinking of me." Beixian, sensing her subtle intentions, played along. "Only now do you realize how good I am to you, you ungrateful little thing." His voice was deep and melodic, akin to a cello, while his gaze was gentle and affectionate, sparkling with warmth. Su Hua found him incredibly charming, his demeanor radiating warmth that melted away the anger she had felt moments before due to Chu Sua's provocation. She longed to kiss him and embrace him, though such thoughts remained unvoiced. Beixian lowered his gaze, studying her face, and gently stroked it. "Your face is a bit red. Remember to apply ice when you get back." "All right," Su Hua replied, her smile widening, her large eyes curving like crescent moons, slightly uplifted. Meanwhile, half of Chu Sua's face was swollen and bruised, and having been ignored throughout, she could no longer contain her frustration. Covering her face, she ran away in tears. Once she was out of sight, Su Hua returned to her usual demeanor and politely remarked, "Please don't bring me food next time." Beixian responded with a low hum, retracting the tenderness from his eyes, and said with a neutral tone, "The hotel prepared it, and I only remembered about our divorce on Monday. I will be more mindful in the future." Su Hua felt a pang of sorrow and softly said, "Thank you for earlier." Beixian remained indifferent, stating, "She hit you first. I saw it." Su Hua paused momentarily, yet her gratitude remained. "I truly appreciate it. You should return to your work." Her voice was dry, but her heart felt heavy with emotion. "Very well, I will escort you back," Beixian said, picking up the takeout box along with her thermos. He accompanied her to the entrance of her grandmother's hospital room before turning to leave. The following morning arrived. As soon as Su Hua opened her eyes, she received a WeChat message from Gu Nanin, accompanied by a photograph. Curiosity piqued. She clicked to enlarge the image and was taken aback. The photo depicted a young woman's face, her cheeks swollen and red, resembling a hairless pig's head. Her forehead was also grotesquely swollen, evoking a somewhat comical resemblance to the god of longevity. Only upon closer inspection could one recognize that this battered visage belonged to Chu Hua. Chapter 35. Self-delusion indeed. Su Hua had slapped Chu Hua the previous day, but only struck one side of her face, which was certainly not as severely bruised. Clearly, someone had dealt a further blow. Su Hua dialed Gu Nanin's number and inquired, "Nanin, what happened to Chu Sua's face?" Gu Nanin burst into laughter, chuckling heartily for a while before responding, "Last night, she went to a bar, drank until midnight, and on her way home, someone intercepted her, dragged her out of the car, and knocked her unconscious, turning her face into a pig's head. She had a bodyguard with her, but that bodyguard was also knocked out. I can't take it anymore. I need to laugh a little longer. Haha." Once Gu Nanin finished laughing, Su Hua asked, "Did she report to the police?" "Yes, they checked the surveillance footage, but unfortunately, the cameras in that area were malfunctioning, so they couldn't solve the case." Su Hua let out a quiet sigh of relief. Regardless of who had attacked Chu Hua, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Did you go to see her?" What she truly wanted to inquire was whether Beixian had visited her. Some thoughts were almost instinctive, beyond her control. Gu Nanin seemed to sense her unspoken concern and reassured her, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. My brother didn't go." He had an unexpected matter to attend to yesterday afternoon and flew out. My dad and I went to see her. Su Hua was crying pitifully. She had it coming. After chatting with Gunanin for a while longer, Su Hua ended the call. After freshening up, she made her way to the living room. Breakfast was laid out on the dining table, and Su Peilon was at the hospital. The household registration book lay beside the breakfast, topped with a note. Su Hua picked it up to read the message. Dear daughter, I found a household registration for you. Happy divorce. The sooner you leave, the sooner you escape the sea of bitterness. In a few days, I will arrange blind dates for you. One a day, whether early or late. Drive Gu Beixian mad. Drive that old scoundrel Gu outing mad. Su Hua chuckled lightly, but as the laughter faded, a wave of sadness washed over her. She felt that, after the divorce, it might take her a long time to accept another man. After finishing her breakfast, Su Hua placed the household registration book and her ID into her bag, preparing to meet Gu Beixian for their divorce proceedings. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. It was Gu Beixian calling. His voice sounded distant as he said, There was an issue at the overseas branch yesterday afternoon, and I've come to handle it. Let's discuss the divorce when I return. Su Hua felt a slight sense of relief, yet it quickly transformed into concern as she asked, How long will you be gone? At least a week. Possibly up to 2 weeks. Su Hua paused, resigning herself to wait for his return. All right. Just as she was about to hang up, something struck her, and she added, Su Hua was attacked last night. It wasn't me who had someone do it. Gu Beixian replied calmly, I know. Su Hua was slightly taken aback. You know? Yes. It should be the same person who shattered her left hand last time. Who? A Yao. Just 2 brief words pierced Su Hua's heart like a sharp arrow. Her emotions surged suddenly, and almost instinctively, she cried out, It's not him. Her typically gentle voice turned sharp and shrill, leaving her feeling unfamiliar with her own tone. After a moment of stunned silence, she softened her voice and replied, It's not him. He passed away long ago in a fire. When we were at my grandpa's house last time, I took you to see his grave. You remember, don't you? Gu Beixian said nothing, merely offering a faint acknowledgement. Su Hua sensed his lingering disbelief, perceiving his non-committal response as an attempt to silence her. However, she chose not to engage in further debate. After calming herself, she said, Call me when you return to the country. All right. A week later, a young woman named Shun Yuan arrived at her door, greeting her with enthusiasm. Senior, hello. My name is Shun Yuan, and Shun Hua is my brother. Su Hua had already received a call from Shun Hua in advance and welcomed her inside. She invited her to sit and poured her a cup of tea. Shun Yuan introduced herself. I'm also from the archaeology department at Kyoto University, but I only studied for 6 months before going abroad as an exchange student in international archaeology. I just graduated this year and am now working at the City Museum. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. You were quite the figure at our school. Su Hua smiled. You don't need to call me senior. Just use my name. I graduated early and even skipped grades in elementary school, so I might actually be younger than you. After comparing their ages, they discovered they were born on the same day, with Su Hua being a few hours younger. Shun Yuan was there to represent the museum, inviting Su Hua to participate in the restoration of an ancient painting. When Su Hua followed her to the City Museum, she learned that the painting in question was a retreat scene by Wang Meng, one of the 4 masters of the Yuan dynasty. This was the very painting from 2 or 3 months prior, when the tall man and the bald one had abducted her to restore it. At that time, they had only unveiled the painting and had yet to begin the restoration before the case was solved. Su Hua wondered why the painting had remained unrestored for so long. Shun Yuan sighed, explaining, Stolen goods must follow procedures. They need to be handed over to the state treasury before being allocated to the museum. Once in the museum, experts have to authenticate and study it, followed by restoration specialists drafting a restoration proposal. This process can take 2 to 3 months. She continued, We're inviting you to collaborate with other restoration experts because you were the one who unveiled the painting. Of course, this is also my brother's intention. Su Hua understood that Shun Hua's actions were meant to benefit her. While informal restorations might carry a certain rustic charm, official ones appeared more legitimate. Participating in this restoration would add a layer of prestige, even if she did not particularly need it. Upon arriving at the Cultural Heritage Protection Department, Su Hua entered the restoration room and was greeted by a crowd of experts. The youngest among them was at least in their 40s or 50s, with many having gray hair, all elite talents invited from across the country. Su Hua was indeed the youngest present. However, due to her status as the granddaughter of Su Wanmai and her modest reputation within the industry, No one dared to underestimate her. She engaged in discussions about restoration plans with the experts throughout the morning. When lunchtime arrived, Su Hua was reluctant to dine with a room full of older men, so she decided to leave. Upon exiting, she found Xin Yuan had been waiting for her at the door, smiling as she said, "Our curator has asked me to entertain you alone." Both being archaeology majors of similar age, they quickly found common ground and became familiar with one another. The primary reason for this ease was Xin Yuan's vivacious and affable nature. As they walked, Su Hua received a WeChat message from Su Hua inquiring about the day's events. While walking, she responded to his message. Suddenly, Xin Yuan's eyes lit up and she gasped, covering her mouth, "Wow, handsome guy. Our curator is accompanied by an incredibly attractive man, and he is walking this way. My goodness, he is so striking." She fumbled to check her face, adjusting her hair and clothes, then nudged Su Hua with her elbow. "Quick, help me see if my makeup is intact. How is my hair and outfit?" Su Hua, engrossed in her phone, glanced up at Xin Yuan's words and replied, "It's fine." Xin Yuan blushed. That handsome man looked at me and smiled. "Do you think he might be interested in me?" Su Hua followed her gaze. The man was indeed quite handsome, young, striking, tall, with fair skin and a noble, sculpted bone structure, his features exquisitely chiseled, resembling a sculpture. Dressed in a dark suit, he exuded elegance and an extraordinary presence. However, this dashing gentleman was none other than her soon-to-be ex-husband, Gu Beixian. His gaze was clearly directed at her, not Xin Yuan. Perhaps all women tend to be overly romantic. Su Hua mused. As their eyes met, Gu Beixian smiled and nodded slightly at her, exchanged a few words with the curator, and then strode towards them. Xin Yuan abruptly halted, vigorously brushing her clothes. Su Hua also stopped, puzzled as she observed, "Why aren't you moving?" Xin Yuan stared blankly at Gu Beixian, too excited to respond to Su Hua. When Gu Beixian reached them, Xin Yuan eagerly extended her hand and enthusiastically said, "Hello, handsome. I'm Xin Yuan. Yuan means eagle. It's a pleasure to meet you. What shall I call you?" Gu Beixian did not reciprocate the handshake, merely casting a dispassionate glance her way, stating, "I'm looking for Su Hua." Xin Yuan quickly hooked her arm with Su Hua's, smiling brightly. "She is my good friend. We were born on the same day. So seeking her is akin to seeking me." Su Hua was both amused and exasperated, surprised by Xin Yuan's amusing demeanor. Gu Beixian clearly lacked the patience to engage with her, directly placing his hand on Su Hua's shoulder, pulling her into his embrace, and asking, "Shall we have lunch together?" "All right," Su Hua replied. Xin Yuan stood there, stunned. "Su Hua, do you know this handsome man? What is he to you? Why is he holding you?" Su Hua smiled, recognizing the closeness of their relationship. Whether they were a couple or just acquaintances, there were times of intimacy and times of estrangement akin to strangers. Upon hearing their relationship was somewhat intimate, Xin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, as she assumed they were relatives and was about to speak. However, Gu Beixian's patience had worn thin. He simply took Su Hua's arm and departed. Xin Yuan was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 36. A warning and a threat. The two arrived at the parking lot and entered the car. Su Hua fastened her seatbelt and curiously inquired, "What brings you to the museum?" Gu Beixian started the engine, casually replying, "I went abroad for business and took the opportunity to photograph some artifacts to donate to the museum upon my return." Su Hua felt a surge of respect, expressing her gratitude on behalf of the country and its people. Gu Beixian glanced at her with mild indifference. "It's been just a few days since we last met, and you speak to me so formally? Don't think of me as some great benefactor. Donating artifacts can elevate a company's reputation and offer tax benefits." Su Hua posed, gazing at his handsome, profound profile, and smiled. "You are increasingly resembling a competent businessman." Gu Beixian smirked. "Are you mocking me for my commercial demeanor?" Su Hua chuckled. "I wouldn't dare. Where shall we dine?" "Anywhere you prefer," he replied. Gu Beixian drove her to a secluded building by the river. The antique plaque, carved with two grand characters, read, "Tang Palace." Its exterior exuded an air of elegance and opulence, resembling a miniature palace. Luxurious cars lined the entrance, their license plates obscured. After disembarking, Gu Beixian handed the keys to the valet. As Su Hua followed him inside, she noted that the establishment operated on a membership basis, ensuring a high degree of privacy. Gu Beixian, evidently irregular, was warmly greeted by the manager upon entering the lobby. After exchanging pleasantries, the manager graciously led them deeper into the venue. Faint sounds of stringed instruments wafted through the corridor, reminiscent of a poetic serenade from across the river. Occasionally, maids clad in Tang Dynasty attire glided past, evoking dreams of a bygone era. They arrived at a private room at the end of the corridor. Once inside and seated, the manager exchanged a few courteous remarks before excusing himself. Gu Beixian handed the menu to Su Hua, encouraging her to order whatever she fancied. She accepted the menu, selecting only her favorite dish while choosing several of his preferred items. After 3 years of marriage, she knew him inside and out, unable to forget even if she tried. Once she finished ordering, Gu Beixian moved the menu before him and requested the server to replace his chosen dishes with those Su Hua loved. The server was left puzzled, unable to comprehend such subtle affection. When the dishes arrived, Gu Beixian used chopsticks to serve Su Hua, insisting she eat more. In turn, she offered him a dish. Observing his slightly gaunt face, she asked, "Were you busy while abroad for a week? You seem to have lost some weight." Gu Beixian placed a piece of fish on her plate, replying, "Not at all. The food abroad pales in comparison to your cooking." Su Hua beamed, aware that he was intentionally teasing her. Wherever he goes, he stays in the finest hotels and indulges in the most exquisite cuisine. How could dishes crafted by world-renowned chefs possibly rival her humble home-cooked meals? As they were finishing their meal, Gu Beixian stepped out to take a business call, while Su Hua rose to visit the restroom. The decor here is quite distinctive. Even the restroom is adorned with an antique charm, exuding elegance. Emerging from the restroom, Su Hua retraced her steps down the corridor. Just as she was about to turn a corner, a sudden force from behind grasped her garment and propelled her into a small garden nearby. Startled, Su Hua turned to see that it was Su Hua. Having been persistently entangled, even the most patient of individuals would feel a tinge of annoyance. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "What do you want?" Without uttering a word, Su Hua dragged her behind a towering, lush banyan tree, glaring fiercely at her, and exclaimed, "You slapped me, and now you've had someone else bruise my face. You wicked woman." Su Hua calmly adjusted her disheveled attire, casting a cool gaze upon her. "The person who did that was not sent by me. Perhaps, Miss Chu, your arrogance has led you to offend too many individuals." "Nonsense. I have only just returned to the country, and, aside from our disagreements, I have no other enemies." Su Hua appeared indifferent, responding, "Think whatever you like, but as I said before, please provide evidence." Unfortunately for Su Hua, she could not produce any proof and was left seething, her face turning pale as she retorted, "What are you doing here?" In a flat tone, Su Hua replied, "I came to the restaurant to dine. What else would I be here for?" Su Hua bit her lip and asked, "Is it with Beixian?" "Yes," came the reply. Su Hua's expression shifted, turning sinister as she scoffed, "You've signed the divorce agreement. You are about to be divorced. Yet you still cling to Beixian for a free meal. How shameless." Her words were harsh. They were not yet divorced. As long as they remained married, they were still a legitimate couple. Standing tall, Su Hua coolly remarked, "Miss Chu, I do not look down upon you. If we were on equal footing, competing fairly, you would find that your impatience is your downfall." Su Hua sneered, "What does it matter how patient you are? Without a good father, everything is in vain. I am simply more fortunate than you. I won the lottery of life the moment I was born." Su Hua laughed in disbelief, having once envied her. Now realizing how pitiful she truly is, besides having a wealthy father, she possesses nothing of value. Such words were an affront to Su Hua, who considered herself a paragon of privilege. All the pent-up frustration within her erupted, and she raised her foot to kick Su Hua's leg. Su Hua quickly dodged, only to hear the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped her as a tall figure pulled her into an embrace. Su Hua stood there, mouth agape, staring at the man who had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. As Su Hua inhaled the familiar scent of a man, crisp yet warm, tinged with a hint of tobacco, she looked up to see Gu Beixian. A silent sigh of relief escaped her as she clutched her racing heart and smiled at him, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Gu Beixian's expression remained inscrutable, though his gaze was frigid as he cast a cold look at Su Hua before addressing Su Hua. "After finishing the call, I returned and didn't find you. I inquired with the waiter and came here." "You're not hurt, are you?" Su Hua shook her head. Su Hua, quick to react, immediately reined in her previous defiance, standing demurely and saying, "Beixian Gu, I was trying to kick Su Hua Jia. My shoes were uncomfortable, and I merely lifted my foot to check them. You misunderstood me. A hint of a sardonic smile tugged at Gu Beixian's lips as he replied, I'm not blind. Su Hua's expression faltered slightly, her lips pouting as if on the verge of tears. Beixian Gu, please don't wrong me. Just then, a somewhat aged male voice resonated from a distance. Su Hua, where have you gone? Her eyes brightened as she perked up, responding, Dad. I'm over here in the little garden. Footsteps grew louder, and soon, a man in his 60s approached, his hair flecked with gray, with prominent brows and large eyes. His imposing figure clad in a well-tailored dark gray suit, an expensive watch adorning his wrist, exuding a refined elegance. He was Chu Yinru, Su Hua's father. Casting a glance at Su Hua, Chu Yinru greeted Gu Beixian with a smile. Beixian, you're here too. Gu Beixian offered a nonchalant affirmation, a slight smile gracing his lips, yet devoid of warmth as he distantly remarked, Uncle Chu, please keep a closer watch on your daughter's behavior. If this continues, she will be spoiled. The term your daughter sounded rather distant. In an instant, tears streamed down Su Hua's cheeks. She touched her face, tearfully exclaiming, Beixian Gu, you're biased. Clearly, it was Su Hua Jie who bullied me first. She had someone turn my face into a pig's head, and it took an entire week for the swelling to subside. It hurt so much. Gu Beixian's fingers lightly rested on Su Hua's shoulder as he replied softly. Regarding that incident, Su Hua was unaware. If you refrain from provoking her, you will naturally remain unharmed. Su Hua seemed about to protest further when Gu Beixian, losing patience, lowered his gaze to Su Hua and gently stated, Let us take you back to the museum. Su Hua nodded in agreement, but as Gu Beixian turned to leave, she remained rooted in place, for Chu Yinru was regarding her with a strange, unsettling gaze. That look was sinister and complex, seemingly imbued with disdain, contempt, disgust, anger, and hostility, making her feel thoroughly uneasy, as if she were being seared over a flame or fried in hot oil, an indescribable discomfort enveloping her. It was hard to fathom that such an unsettling gaze could emanate from a man of such cultivated demeanor. They often say that eyes can kill, and today, Su Hua truly experienced that sentiment. She yearned to flee from this place, yet her legs felt as if they were rusted, unable to move even an inch. Gu Beixian walked a few paces ahead, noticing that Su Hua remained motionless, her complexion unusually pale. Why aren't you moving? He returned, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Chu Yinru's gaze, which he had failed to withdraw in time. Gu Beixian's expression abruptly froze, and he then grasped Su Hua's hand, enveloping it within his own. Without casting a glance at Chu Yinru, he gazed indifferently into the distance and said in a nonchalant tone, This woman has weathered storms with me. Whoever dares to harm her shall find themselves at odds with me. His voice bore no weight, and his face remained inscrutable, yet it exuded an intangible sense of pressure, both a warning and a threat. Chu Yinru's countenance darkened instantly. Su Hua let out a cry and ran away. Chapter 37. Trying on the wedding dress, Su Hua. Chu Yinru called out, shooting a cold glance at Su Hua before hastily pursuing her. The little garden fell silent once more. Su Hua extended her arms and silently embraced Gu Beixian, her heart tumultuous, a wave of emotion choking her throat. She buried her face against his chest, tears streaming uncontrollably. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to part from him, an unwillingness to proceed with the divorce. She clung tightly to his waist, her grip fierce, yet her heart felt utterly powerless. She sensed the dampness on his shirt as Gu Beixian gently lifted her delicate chin, asking, Are you crying? Su Hua remained silent, her eyes reddened, pressing her face once more against his shirt. Stop crying. If you continue, your eyes will swell, he said softly, patiently soothing her. Su Hua's throat tightened. Why are you so good to me? Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Is it merely a simple phrase that earns such appreciation? How is it that our dear Hua is so easily satisfied? Ignoring his jest, Su Hua stubbornly repeated her question. Gu Beixian's gaze softened. He stroked her head. The world is full of treachery. You lack a protective father and have only a paper tiger for a mother, alongside a frail grandmother. As an orphan with a single mother, if I do not shield you, who will? Su Hua's heart ached sharply. The more kindness he showed her, the more her heart ached. She whispered, Is it worth it? She yearned to ask whether it was truly worth offending the partners of the Gu group. alienating her future father-in-law and estranging his childhood betrothed for her sake. Gu Beixian discerned her unspoken thoughts and drew her closer, conceding, from a business perspective, "It indeed seems unwise. However, if I do not act, my conscience would torment me." Su Hua said nothing, but tightened her embrace around him, wishing to meld into his being. That profound sense of helplessness surged within her once more, ensnaring her deeply. Su Hua had a point. She was destined to be reborn, having triumphed from the moment of her birth. Upon returning to the museum, the moment Xin Yuan encountered Su Hua, she bombarded her with questions. "I heard from my brother that the handsome gentleman's name is Gu Beixian, the second son of the Gu group, and a distant relative of yours?" For a fleeting moment, Su Hua contemplated revealing that he was her husband, from whom she was on the brink of divorce. Yet, she was not the type to divulge personal matters to just anyone. Even if she did, Shen Yuan's inquisitive nature would undoubtedly compel her to pry further. It is not a particularly glorious matter, and she wished to avoid drawing too much attention to it. After a moment of silence, Su Hua responded with a faint acknowledgement and indifferently entered the restoration room. She quietly settled in a corner, observing a gathering of experts from across the nation, embroiled in a heated debate over whether to employ the southern or northern restoration techniques to mend the painting's imperfections. The cacophony was overwhelming to Su Hua, who felt an urge to intervene directly and complete the repairs herself. Had they spent less time deliberating, she would have already rectified the damage. As afternoon approached, the meeting concluded, and the experts departed for a hotel to dine and drink. Su Hua took her leave and, upon stepping outside, received a call from Gu Beixian. "My mother wishes to meet us. My car is parked at the museum entrance. Please come." Once inside the vehicle, Su Hua inquired, "Have you been at the museum all day?" Gu Beixian started the engine, replying, "No, I arrived an hour ago." The director held a donation ceremony, which has just concluded. The two proceeded to Qin Shu's bridal shop, situated in a bustling commercial center. The entire 10-story building belonged to her and was impressively adorned. Qin Shu was undoubtedly a formidable woman. Together with Gu Beixian, she ascended to her office. Upon entering, Qin Shu warmly greeted them, taking Su Hua's hand and guiding her to the computer. "I have designed 3 wedding dresses for you. Tell me which one you like best," she said, pointing to the designs on the screen. Su Hua's heart sank momentarily, feeling a sharp pang as she glanced at Gu Beixian before smiling at Qin Shu. "Mom, no, auntie. It's no longer necessary. Beixian and I are about to get divorced." Qin Shu paused, her expression tinged with sadness. "I know, but I simply wish to gift you a wedding dress. Regardless of whom you marry in the future, I will always present you with one." Torn between gratitude and sorrow, Su Hua felt a tumultuous ache in her heart. With a strained smile, she replied, "Thank you, Annie, but really it's not needed." She was a slow-blooming person, finding it difficult to love, and once she did, escaping from it proved to be arduous. As for remarriage, that seemed a distant prospect. Qin Shu appeared somewhat displeased. "Do not call me Annie. Even if you and Beixian divorce, I will still be your mother. If I cannot have you as my daughter-in-law, I shall have you as my daughter. I have worked tirelessly for several nights on these designs. If you refuse, it feels as though you look down upon my efforts." Tears welled in Su Hua's eyes, moved to the point of tears. Unable to resist her, she sat beside her and began to consider the designs earnestly. She favored simple and elegant styles and ultimately chose a fitted white gown with a long train, crafted from a light fabric as pure as clouds. Qin Shu picked up the mouse and asked, "Are you certain you want this one?" "I'm sure. Thank you, Mom. Then I will have someone come by to take your measurements. Once we have those, I will arrange for the pattern to be made. Creating the wedding dress is quite time-consuming." "All right." Qin Shu used the intercom to summon her assistant. Su Hua took a moment to survey the office, which also served as Qin Shu's design studio. It was spacious and bright, adorned with numerous exquisite wedding gowns displayed on mannequins. A woman's affinity for wedding dresses is instinctive. Su Hua, unable to resist, approached the display. The impact of the physical gowns far surpassed that of the design sketches. She found the wedding dresses extraordinarily beautiful and couldn't help but reach out to touch the silky fabric. In her mind, she envisioned herself adorned in one of these exquisite gowns, a smile gracing her lips, yet a tinge of sadness lingered within her. 3 years prior, when she married Gu Beixian, he was unable to stand, and they had not held a wedding ceremony, leaving an undeniable sense of regret in her heart. "Qin Shu, Noticing Su Hua gazing dreamily at the wedding dresses, smiled and encouraged her. If you like them, try one on. Whichever you fancy, I shall gift it to you. Instantly, Su Hua's gloomy mood lifted, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Shall I really try one? Indeed, do so, Qin Shu replied gently, her gaze filled with affection and indulgence, akin to that of a mother watching her daughter. At that moment, the assistant knocked and entered, removing a wedding dress from the mannequin to accompany Su Hua to the fitting room. Trying on a wedding dress proved to be a bit of a task, but the assistant assisted her in donning it. After more than 10 minutes, Su Hua emerged from the fitting room, gracefully gliding forward. The pure white, form-fitting gown accentuated her slender waist, showcasing her elegance. Her delicate heart-shaped face was fair and symmetrical, adorned with enchanting, glistening eyes, cherry-red lips, and a refined nose. The open-back design tastefully revealed her beautiful spine and delicate shoulder blades. Upon gazing into the mirror, Su Hua felt an overwhelming sense of beauty wash over her. Indeed, the wedding dress was the most exquisite attire. Beixian sat comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed in a casual manner, observing from a distance. His expression was calm, yet a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. Qin Shu approached, helping Su Hua arrange the gown's hem, exclaiming, "My daughter-in-law possesses a slender waist, long legs, a graceful neck, fair skin, and a commendable aura. She outshines even the stars in this dress. Perhaps she should model for me in the future." Beixian smirked slightly, retorting, "Su Hua is already earning quite well restoring ancient paintings. Why would she model for you when you pay so little?" Su Hua recalled a recent conversation where she had claimed her painting restoration was quite lucrative, even jesting about supporting him, causing her cheeks to flush. Qin Shu shot Beixian an exasperated glance. "Indeed, my daughter-in-law is talented and beautiful, kind-hearted, while someone here has poor judgment and insists on divorce. Su Hua softly interjected. I do not blame him." Qin Shu playfully chided, "Please refrain from defending him. While his father bears some responsibility, his burden is the heaviest." Su Hua felt deeply touched. What a remarkable mother-in-law she had. Most mothers would side with their sons, yet she stood firmly with her daughter-in-law. After the fitting, the assistant helped Su Hua lift the gown as she returned to the fitting room to change. Qin Shu fetched a glass of water and settled beside Beixian, silently observing him for a moment before speaking in a somewhat melancholic tone. "Clearly, you care for her. Why not find a way to keep her?" Beixian, slightly distracted, took a sip of his coffee and absently replied, "My father disapproves. If she stays, it would only bring her distress. Your father may disapprove, but with your capabilities, you could thrive independently without his support. To live is to seek solace in affection. Material possessions merely serve the whims of our desires. As one reaches my age, it becomes evident that wealth, power, fame, and fortune are but secondary. It is love that holds paramount importance. Some individuals, once they miss their chance, will carry the weight of regret for a lifetime." Reflecting on past encounters, Qin Shu gazed into the distance and let out a soft sigh. Beixian's eyes darkened as he raised his gaze toward the fitting room, contemplating for a long while before finally speaking. That is her decision, and I respect it. Deep down, he understood the true reason. Su Hua had someone dear to her heart. She did not love him. He could not bear to confine her beside him, forcing her to endure restless nights plagued by nightmares, calling out for Hera Yaoge. There exists a form of love characterized by the willingness to let go. Chapter 38. Wedding dress photos. Su Hua emerged from the fitting room, donning her own attire. The assistant assisted her in taking precise measurements of her body, ensuring every detail was accounted for. Once completed, Su Hua settled onto the sofa, her eyes lowered as she scrolled through her phone. Earlier, in the fitting room, she had taken several photos of herself in the wedding dress, wishing to keep the most exquisite one as a memento. However, after much deliberation, she found each photo captivating and could not bring herself to delete any of them. Beixian cast a sidelong glance and chuckled. "Since you adore it so much, why not have a wedding photo shoot?" Su Hua looked up from her phone, astonished. Was he suggesting that, even on the verge of divorce, they should still capture wedding photos? Beixian reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair, encouraging her to seize the opportunity without overthinking it. "Tomorrow is the weekend. I will be free in the afternoon. Once I finish my tasks, I will come pick you up. It's settled." Qin Shu handed Su Hua a cup of milk, adding, The wedding photography studio next door is run by someone I know very well. You can go there for your shoot. I will give him a heads up and arrange an impromptu session." Su Hua accepted the cup, casting a grateful glance in her direction. Naturally, she wished to participate. Apart from a picture on their marriage certificate, she and Gu Beixian had never taken another photo together. A photo shoot would indeed be delightful, serving as a cherished keepsake. In the twilight of her years, she could revisit those images and reminisce about the profound love she once held for a remarkable man. She turned her head slightly, secretly observing Gu Beixian. The soft orange light cast delicate shadows on his jawline and prominent nose, illuminating the breathtaking beauty of the man she loved. The following afternoon, Gu Beixian arrived punctually at the hospital to escort Su Hua. Upon reaching the wedding photography studio, Su Hua proceeded to the makeup room while Gu Beixian waited outside. The ladies' makeup area was expansive, bustling with several individuals preparing themselves. Su Hua closed her eyes, sitting quietly before the makeup station. The makeup artist applied foundation with a brush. Inquiring, "Miss Su, what brand of skincare do you usually use? Your skin is so radiant. A light layer of foundation suffices." Su Hua could not recall the name of the skincare brand she used. It was a gift from Gu Beixian, imported from France, boasting a lengthy name in French, reputed to be high-end and custom-made. She had little understanding of French, and despite 3 years of effort, she still could not recall the brand name. With an apologetic smile, she said, "Please allow me a moment to consult my husband. I shall inform you shortly." The makeup artist, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Your husband is truly devoted, taking care of even your skincare products." The word love caused Su Hua to pause momentarily. He treated her well, but was that truly love? Suddenly, a sweet, melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. "Sister Su Hua, are you here for a photo shoot as well?" Su Hua's scalp prickled as she slowly opened her eyes to see Chusa, already made up and adorned in a flowing yellow tulle gown, beaming at her from a distance of 1 meter. The makeup room was bustling with activity, and Su Hua, disinterested and engaging, merely nodded slightly. However, Chu Susoal was not inclined to let her off the hook. With a mischievous smile, she said, "Sister Su Hua must be taking her first photo shoot, having lived in the mountains all her life." Her voice was loud enough for everyone in the makeup room to hear, and all eyes swiftly turned to Su Hua, their gazes dripping with condescension, reminiscent of those who look down upon a country bumpkin. Su Hua felt somewhat speechless. Her grandparents had worked in the city during their youth, and upon retirement, they relocated to their old home at the foot of the mountain due to her grandfather's asthma. As advised by doctors seeking a healthier environment, coming from a single-parent household, with her mother often occupied with work, she had spent her childhood in the care of her grandparents. She found nothing wrong with mountain village life. The environment was splendid, and the local customs were sincere. Meeting Chu's as a triumphant gaze, Su Hua nonchalantly replied, "I am not here for a photo shoot. I am here for a wedding shoot." At once, the meticulously crafted expression on Chu Sisua's face faltered, turning rather unappealing. With a sarcastic tone, she retorted, "Are you out of your mind? You and Brother Beixian are on the verge of divorce. What is the point of a wedding shoot?" Su Hua maintained her composure, simply stating, "It was Beixian's suggestion." Chu Sisao scoffed in disbelief, asserting, "It must be you clinging to him, as Brother Beixian has never liked taking pictures." Disinterested in further conversation, Su Hua closed her eyes, allowing the makeup artist to continue her work. Chu stood there, a predatory gaze fixed upon her, lingering for quite some time before finally departing. Once Su Hua completed her makeup and made her way to the waiting area to find Gu Beixian, she spotted Chu Suo seated beside him, leaning in closely, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she whispered sweet nothings, exuding an air of intimacy. The specifics of their conversation were lost on her from a distance, but she felt a pang of discomfort in her chest, prompting her to quicken her pace towards them. Noticing her approach, Chu Suo deliberately raised her voice, addressing Gu Beixian, Brother Beixian, "Since you and Sister Su Hua are getting divorced, why is she still insisting on a wedding shoot with you?" Gu Beixian replied coolly, "It is I who wishes to shoot." Chu Suso was momentarily taken aback. "But you have always disliked taking photos." In the past, whenever she suggested a joint picture, he would politely decline, citing his disinterest in photography. Gu Beixian lifted his gaze, his eyes brightening as he beheld Su Hua, resplendent in her pristine wedding gown, gracefully approaching him. He replied to Chu Suaso absent-mindedly, "That depends on who I am shooting with." Like a sudden splash of cold water, Su Hua felt a chilling sensation from head to toe, utterly defeated. Suppressing her emotions, she forced a smile and said, Beixian, Uncle Gu mentioned that after you divorce Su Hua, he intends to marry me. Don't you think it's offensive to me that you are now taking wedding photos with her? Gu Beixian cast a cool glance at her from the corner of his eye, responding, my divorce from Su Hua and marrying you are two entirely different matters. But Uncle Gu insists that we are a perfect match, childhood sweethearts, and he believes I am destined to be your fiancé. In her eagerness to salvage her dignity, Su Hua's tone became somewhat aggressive. Gu Beixian's brow slightly furrowed, his impatience evident. Everyone has a rebellious spirit. Already displeased with being forced into a divorce by Gu Outing, his resentment grew as he witnessed Su Hua continually provoking Su Hua. The guilt he once felt towards her was nearly depleted. Whoever made you such promises, you should go to them, he stated before rising, striding towards Su Hua. Taking her hand, he gazed at her with a smile, his eyes filled with a tender warmth, and softly said, you look truly beautiful today. Su Hua reciprocated his gaze, her eyes sparkling, and sweetly replied, you too incredibly handsome, the most dashing groom. Playfully, she gave him a thumbs up. Sensing their mutual understanding, they exchanged smiles and walked hand in hand. As they turned a corner, they simultaneously released each other's hands. Su Hua expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you for giving me such respect. Gu Beixian casually replied, it's only right. It all began because of me. They entered the photography studio side by side. Meanwhile, Su Hua watched them depart hand in hand, her fury threatening to explode. She picked up her phone and called Gu Outing, Uncle Gu, Beixian and Su Hua are here, taking wedding photos. What are they doing? They're about to divorce. Yet they act as if they're newlyweds. Are they really going to go through with this divorce? Upon hearing this, Gu Outing felt a vain throb on his forehead in frustration. However, to pacify Su Hua, he replied, perhaps they want to commemorate their time together before the divorce. Both Su Hua and Beixian have signed the divorce agreement. Only the final procedure remains. Don't panic, stay calm. Hearing that Gu Beixian had also signed the agreement, Su Hua felt a sudden relief wash over her. Having grown up together, their bond spanned over a decade. She was confident that once they divorced, she could win him back. In the photography studio, Su Hua and Gu Beixian posed in front of the backdrop, following the photographer's instructions as they struck various poses. They playfully draped their arms over each other as shoulders, embraced, and kissed, their cooperation seamless. To an outsider, they appeared as a blissfully affectionate newlywed couple. Even the photographer praised them repeatedly, declaring them the most visually stunning and perfectly matched couple he had ever photographed. Su Hua smiled on the outside, yet a sense of sadness lingered within her. What significance does external compatibility hold? The disparity in their backgrounds was glaring, and divorce loomed on the horizon. Gu Beixian detected the sorrow lurking in her eyes. He encircled her waist and whispered softly in her ear, if you cannot bear to part with me, then do not proceed with the divorce. Let's make do together. Whatever it is you dislike about me, I am willing to change. Chapter 39. A heart captured at first glance, Su Hua tilted her delicate face upward, her large, glistening eyes gazing at Gu Beixian. It was quite a feat for someone so exalted to utter such words. How could she possibly not be enamored with him? She was utterly smitten. If she were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be his rather tempestuous temperament. Yet, throughout the past year, he had shown remarkable restraint in her presence. She also harbored discontent towards his rather off-putting ex-girlfriend, but of late, he had consistently stood by her side. After she expressed her discomfort regarding Su Hua, he had made a conscious effort to maintain his distance from her. Feeling her heart soften, Su Hua was about to acquiesce when there was a knock at the door. A young woman resembling a receptionist entered and announced, Miss Su Hua, there's a call for you downstairs. Having locked her mobile phone in the dressing room locker while changing into her wedding gown, she assumed someone must be in urgent need of her. Apologizing to the photographer, she descended to take the call. Upon reaching the first floor, she picked up the landline. The familiar, indifferent voice of Gu Outing echoed through the receiver. Miss Su, integrity is paramount in life. I detest those who waver in their commitments. Su Hua felt as though she had been struck in public, her cheeks aflame. After a moment to compose herself, she replied, I have not wavered. Beixian just returned from abroad yesterday, and the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed today, being the weekend. Gu Outing retorted coldly, next Monday I will have my assistant clear his schedule. I trust, Miss Su, that you will not disappoint me further. Su Hua merely acknowledged with a hum. Gu Outing continued with a weighty undertone. I hold Beixian in high regard. However, should he provoke my displeasure, I am not beholden to him. My eldest son, Gu Lin, may possess slightly less business acumen, but he is decisive and not prone to romantic entanglements. He heeds my counsel. Our family dynamics differ from yours. Ours is a grand enterprise where the marketplace is akin to a battlefield, governed by the law of the strongest. If Beixian fails to become a king, he risks becoming a pawn. Do you comprehend my meaning, Miss Su? The implication was clear. If she did not pursue the divorce, she would become an impediment to Gu Beixian's success, a sinner in her own right. Such seasoned words, devoid of any vulgarity, cut deeply, leaving the listener feeling as though they had been pierced. What more could Su Hua say? To remain married would render her culpable. With a pale countenance and a voice trembling slightly, she uttered, I understand. Gu Outing ended the call abruptly. Su Hua trudged away from the reception area, seeking refuge in a secluded corner. It would take considerable effort to quell the tumult within her. Once she felt composed enough, she feigned nonchalance and returned to the studio. However, her enthusiasm for photography had vanished entirely. After hastily taking a few photographs, she told the photographer, "That's enough. Let's just go with these." Exiting the studio, she quietly made her way to the dressing room to change her clothes and remove her makeup before leaving with Gu Beixian. Once outside, Gu Beixian inquired, "Who called you just now?" Su Hua shook her head, indicating there was no one. Gu Beixian gazed intently at her, urging, "Speak the truth to me." Su Hua averted her eyes, glancing down at her wristwatch, and half-jokingly remarked, "I promise to take care of you, but it seems that may not be feasible. How about I treat you to a meal instead?" Gu Beixian fell silent, the glimmer of something concealed in his eyes gradually fading. He gently ruffled her hair, teasingly responding, "You think you can appease me with just one meal? How stingy." Su Hua managed a weak smile. "One meal isn't sufficient. Then let us make it two." Gu Beixian ceased his chatter. They soon found a nearby restaurant. After dining, they emerged into the night, the sky now cloaked in darkness. As they got into the car, Gu Beixian asked where to. Su Hua fastened her seatbelt and replied, "Take me to the hospital." "What do you need to do at the hospital this late? Doesn't T, your grandmother, have a caregiver?" "Recently, for some reason, she has become particularly attached to me, especially at night. She doesn't T want a caregiver or my mother. She only wants my company." Gu Beixian reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear, his dark eyes quietly locking onto hers. He wanted to say, "I too am quite attached to you, especially at night," but felt that such sentiments were overly sentimental for a man and ultimately refrained from voicing them. It would serve no purpose anyway. As they arrived at the hospital, rain began to fall. Gu Beixian parked the car and retrieved an umbrella from the trunk, escorting Su Hua to the inpatient department. The umbrella tilted mostly towards her side, leaving one of his shoulders exposed to the rain. Noticing this, Su Hua pushed the umbrella handle over to his side. However, after just a few steps, the umbrella once again shielded her. She raised her hand to push it back, but Gu Beixian grasped her hand gently, saying softly, "I'm a grown man. A little rain won't harm me. You, however, are a delicate young lady and cannot afford to catch a chill." Su Hua's eyes glistened with emotion as she linked her arm with his, refusing to let go until they reached the door of the hospital room. Later that night, Su Hua helped her grandmother wash her face and feet. Observing the loose, wrinkled skin on her grandmother's face filled her with sorrow. Having been raised by her grandparents, her bond with her grandmother surpassed that of her mother. As night deepened, she lay beside her grandmother, wrapping her arms around her from behind. The once towering figure of her grandmother now appeared frail and slender, akin to withered grass swaying in the wind. During a recent comprehensive examination, it was revealed that her grandmother's organs had aged significantly, particularly the kidney transplanted 3 years ago. At this age, the doctors no longer supported further surgeries due to the considerable risks involved. They could only count the days, living one at a time. Su Hua was troubled, unable to find sleep. Her grandmother, too, remained awake in the darkness. She heard her grandmother's hoarse voice slowly saying, "Child, it is I who have burdened you. If it were not for me, you would not have married into such a family, nor would you have faced divorce." Su Hua buried her head into her grandmother's frail back and, after a moment's pause, replied, "I do not regret marrying him, truly." The grandmother remained silent, only letting out a heavy sigh. The following day, Monday, Su Hua and Gu Beixian planned to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. As she stepped out of the car, She glanced up and noticed a tastefully decorated cafe by the roadside. Pausing momentarily, her footsteps halting. 3 years prior, it was there that she first met Gu Beixian. She recalled that day, marked by an unexpected chill in early spring. The air was quite cold. He wore a black cashmere coat, looking even more handsome than in the photographs, exuding a cool and aloof demeanor, a striking beauty that seemed untouched by the world. Though seated in a wheelchair, he could not conceal his noble aura. His eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, dark and deep, with pronounced double eyelids and long lashes that slightly drooped at the outer corners. Yet, those exquisite eyes held a melancholic coldness, reminiscent of dust-covered pearls. Gazing into his eyes stirred an inexplicable ache within her, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to a Yao's eyes. 13 years ago, when she last saw him in the hospital, he wore an oxygen mask, unable to speak, yet his eyes silently gazed at her, filled with sorrow. Seeing Gu Beixian's similarly melancholic eyes made her long to embrace him, to kiss those eyes, to soothe the pain that lay within them. Why have we stopped? Gu Beixian's deep, melodious voice pulled Su Hua back from a reverie. He grasped her cold fingertips, his touch equally frigid. Su Hua nodded and matched his pace. Upon reaching the Civil Affairs Bureau, she turned back to glance at the cafe's name, Love at First Sight. The Civil Affairs Bureau was bustling with couples seeking divorce, most of whom appeared to be of a similar age to theirs, quarreling without hesitation. The young couples ahead of them bore expressions of coldness, their faces taut with tension, resembling adversaries. In stark contrast, Su Hua and Gu Beixian held hands, their eyes filled with affection, embodying a sense of reluctance to part. Their striking appearance drew curious glances from those around them, leaving Su Hua feeling somewhat embarrassed. She turned to face Gu Beixian, who gently pulled her into his embrace, his fingers caressing her back in a comforting manner. It hardly seemed like they were there for a divorce. It felt more like a display of affection. Finally, someone could not contain their curiosity, pointing toward the marriage registration section, saying, "The marriage certificates are over there. Are you sure you are in the right place?" Gu Beixian, with his cool demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "We are here to divorce." At that moment, whispers erupted among those present, clearly perplexed by the couple who appeared so affectionate, questioning why they would seek a divorce. As the moment drew near for them, Su Hua's phone suddenly rang. She retrieved the device from her bag and moved to the window to answer the call. Within moments, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Sensing something amiss, Gu Beixian approached her. Upon witnessing her tear-streaked visage and the pallor of her complexion, he felt a sharp pang in his heart and urgently inquired, "What has happened?" "Grandmother, grandmother, I no longer have a grandmother," Su Hua sobbed, her knees buckling as she collapsed to the ground. Gu Beixian swiftly swept her into his arms, lifting her gently before hastening towards the exit. Chapter 40. The arrival of a Yao carrying Su Hua to the parking area. Gu Beixian opened the car door with one hand and placed her in the passenger seat. Su Hua was a veritable wreck, her delicate face glistening with tears, exuding a forlorn aura that tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who beheld her. Gu Beixian entered the car, fastened her seatbelt, embraced her tenderly, and whispered softly by her ear, "Be strong. I shall take you to the hospital at once." Yet, Su Hua was oblivious to his words, her mind consumed solely by thoughts of her grandmother. Her grandmother was gone. Gu Beixian drove at breakneck speed. Upon finally arriving at the hospital, he exited the vehicle and opened the door. As Su Hua stepped out, her legs faltered, threatening to give way beneath her. Gu Beixian promptly cradled her once more and strode purposefully toward the inpatient department. Upon entering the ward, they found Su Peilon weeping inconsolably, her face buried in her hands. Her grandmother lay on the hospital bed, shrouded in a white sheet, even her face obscured. It felt as if something monumental had collapsed within Su Hua. Her heart clenched painfully, as if ensnared by a tightening noose, rendering her breathless. Struggling to extricate herself from Gu Beixian's embrace, she staggered towards the bed. Gu Beixian rushed to support her. The doctor lifted the white cloth to allow her one final glimpse. Her grandmother's eyes were tightly closed, her complexion a ghostly gray, and her lips had turned a chilling blue. With a thud, Su Hua fell to her knees, tears blurring her vision. She desperately wiped her eyes, yearning to see her grandmother clearly, but no matter how she tried, the tears would not cease. She leaned over the bedside, clutching her grandmother's waist, and cried out in anguish, "Grandmother, oh grandmother," yet no response would come. She slapped her grandmother's face in a futile attempt to rouse her. But her grandmother would never awaken again. She wept like a child, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness and despair, as if she had been cast adrift in an abyss of sorrow. Her grandfather had departed, and now her grandmother followed. The two dearest souls in her life had left her in succession. It was as if she had become an orphan, utterly alone. Beixian, concerned that her knees might suffer on the cold floor, attempted to lift her. However, Su Hua stubbornly refused to rise. In resignation, Beixian procured a pillow to cushion her knees and fetched warm water from the restroom, dampening a towel to gently wipe away her tears. As her weeping subsided, Su Hua found herself unable to produce any more tears. Her throat was hoarse from her cries, and she remained there, kneeling in a daze, fixated on her grandmother's face. Motionless, Su Hua intended to return her mother's remains to their hometown of Su Village, to be laid to rest alongside her father. Beixian stepped outside to contact his assistant, arranging for a hearse and funeral services. An hour later, his subordinate arrived with the hearse, carefully placing the remains of her grandmother inside. A procession of several vehicles then made its way to Su Village. The professional funeral team swiftly erected the canopy, dressed the grandmother in a burial garment, and placed her in the coffin. That evening, Su Hua donned deep mourning attire, keeping vigil with Beixian by her side. As the night deepened, he gently urged her to rest for a while. Su Hua shook her head ever so slightly. Beixian ordered someone to bring bedding and made her lie down on it, insisting she take a moment to rest. Throughout the days of mourning, Su Hua primarily remained in a daze, kneeling, only allowing herself brief moments of rest when utterly exhausted. Though she refrained from sleep, Beixian kept vigil beside her, attentively watching over her. He feared for her well-being, concerned she might succumb to her sorrow, feel lonely and frightened, or even despair, with the greatest dread being the thought of losing her. Lacking the words to comfort her, he simply held her hand tightly, offering his shoulder for her to lean on, silently accompanying her in her grief. Under the dim light of the eternal lamp, her delicate face appeared as pale as a cold moon, her large, furry eyes filled with sorrow, long lashes drooping like the wings of a dying butterfly. She looked utterly worn, stubbornly kneeling before her grandmother's coffin, motionless. Her fragile form stood stark against the warm orange light. In those moments, he felt more heartache for her than ever before, a sentiment that would linger in his memory for years to come, causing his heart to ache whenever recalled. In the courtyard, a rather sharp-tongued relative approached Su Hua, remarking, "Isn't your son-in-law quite mobile? I heard he was disabled and could only sit in a wheelchair." Su Hua was aware that they were mocking her behind her back, insinuating that for money, she had married her daughter off to a cripple. She lifted her swollen eyelids and shot a sidelong glance at the relative. "My son-in-law was merely injured. He was in a wheelchair temporarily. His legs have been fine for over a year." The relative scoffed. "Oh, is that so? Well, he seems to have recovered quite rapidly. Indeed, my son-in-law is fortunate and blessed. A person of good fortune is always favored by fate." The relative chuckled, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. "I've heard your in-laws are quite wealthy. Will Hua be treated poorly in their household? Our humble family cannot compare to theirs." Su Hua shot a cold glance in her direction. "Not at all. They treat my daughter with utmost respect." The relative clicked her tongue. "Then why hasn't anyone from your in-laws come? They must secretly look down on us. We are too humble for them to bother with." Though they did not come in person, the monetary gifts arrived. My in-laws each transferred $200,000 to my account. My son-in-law has been incredibly devoted to my daughter, keeping watch over her day and night without a moment's rest. Such dedication is something your son-in-law could scarcely achieve, even with wealth. Su Hua had always been direct and outspoken, never hesitating to settle scores immediately. This relative was her cousin, who had envied her superiority since childhood. Initially, I intended to seize this opportunity to express my grievances towards her, but it resulted in nothing but disappointment, and I walked away with a frown. 3 days later, we were to transport my grandmother's remains for cremation. As dawn broke, Beixian brought a bowl for Su Hua to eat. However, she lacked the appetite to eat. Yet, according to family customs, descendants must not leave their stomachs empty before cremation. Su Hua hastily took a few bites. The hearse arrived, and Beixian's subordinates, along with several relatives, lifted her grandmother onto it. Su Hua and a few other family members wept loudly. Su Hua stood by the hearse, tears streaming down her face, positioning herself closest to her grandmother. In her heart, she whispered, "Grandma, do not be afraid. I am here." Custom dictates that the family of the deceased must support the hearse as it exits, and the procession was quite impressive, comprising not only relatives and neighbors, but also her grandmother's former students. The hearse slowly began to move. Su Hua clutched the handle of the hearse, tears flowing freely, as she followed it out of the village. As the hearse turned onto the road and began to accelerate, her outstretched hand grew increasingly distant from the cold door. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she was at a loss for words, desperately reaching out and running to chase the hearse. Beixian, fearing for her safety, quickly restrained her. Su Hua, sabiendo incontrolably, collapsed. Beixian lifted her, cradling her tightly as one would a small child. She could not move, reaching out but unable to touch, as the hearse grew ever more distant. Watching the hearse fade from view, her cries became silent. On the way home, she retched repeatedly by the roadside. Beixian wiped the remnants from her mouth and gently comforted her. She could hear his voice enveloping her, yet the words were indistinct. All she comprehended was that the person on the hearse was her grandmother, destined to be consumed by flames. She was on the brink of losing her grandmother forever. She would no longer have her grandmother, never again. After the cremation, the ashes were returned. On the day of the burial, the sky was overcast, and a fine drizzle fell. The cold wind swept through the muddy paths, chilling to the bone. With Beixian's support, she and her mother, along with relatives, made their way to the willow grove behind the village, where her grandmother would be laid to rest beside her grandfather's grave. The grove felt ominous, even during the day, a chill pervading the air. Yet, with her grandfather buried there, and her grandmother soon to join him, Su Hua felt no fear. Not far from her grandfather's grave lay a Yao, who once saved her life. The three individuals she cherished most would rest here, and this place felt familiar and comforting. Su Hua quietly leaned against Beixian, watching as shovelfuls of earth were cast upon her grandmother's coffin, gradually filling the grave and forming a new mound, soon marked by a well-crafted gravestone. The paper offerings, including a floral sedan chair and paper figures, were set ablaze, the flames roaring to life, casting a red glow across the chilly willow grove amidst the whispering winds. Crows cawed and flew to the distant trees. Su Hua gazed at her grandmother's photograph on the stone tablet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Beixian continuously wiped her tears away. Amidst her sorrow, Su Hua suddenly similed. Her eyes reddened as she said to him, "I shouldn't be sad. I ought to feel joy for my grandmother. She has gone to find my grandfather, the one she wished to be with the most. They are buried together, keeping each other company, and will no longer be alone." Beixian nodded silently, his gaze fixed on her swollen eyes, yearning to say, "In 100 years, let us also be buried together." He opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. The timing felt inappropriate, and he feared the unpredictability of life, making promises that might remain unfulfilled. He said nothing, instead tightening his grip on her hand, angling the umbrella entirely toward her side. After the funeral, Beixian supported Su Hua as they walked back. For several consecutive days, she lost her appetite, her figure dwindling to its utmost limits. Her frail silhouette resembled a slender bamboo, delicate and alone, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Beixian observed with a heavy heart, wishing he could shoulder all her pain. As they walked, his gaze suddenly hardened. He caught sight of a tall figure standing near the broken bridge at the village's edge, intently watching them from afar. The man exuded an aura distinct from ordinary people. Clad in a black windbreaker with short, dark hair, his face obscured by a mask, and long legs that seemed to command attention. He stood there like a statue, immobile, his deep, dark eyes fixed on Su Hua. Even from such a distance, one could feel the profound sorrow in his gaze. Beixian's heart sank. His intuition told him it was a Yao, strikingly similar to the person in the photograph provided by Chu Machin. A chill began to spread in his heart. He tilted the umbrella forward to shield Su Hua from view, ensuring she would not see a Yao, nor would a Yao see her. Chapter 41. No more divorce. The umbrella blocked Su Hua's line of sight, obscuring the path ahead. Realizing the umbrella had completely covered her, she noticed Beixian's clothes were soaked from the rain. She reached up to push the umbrella handle, attempting to nudge it away from him. Beixian instinctively turned to glance toward the broken bridge. The man named Yao had vanished, elusive as a fleeting dream, almost like a phantom. He silently exhaled in relief, pulling Su Hua closer into his embrace. It was only then that he recognized, in that moment, he had been afraid of losing her. This feeling was entirely new to him, surprising even himself. Upon returning to her grandfather's house, it was already noon. They hastily consumed a light meal. Exhausted and weary, Su Hua entered the bedroom, undressed, and intended to take a brief nap. She had scarcely slept these past few days while keeping vigil for her grandmother. Beixian followed her inside, draping his coat over the chair beside the bed, wanting to accompany her in slumber. Su Hua's hoarse voice softly suggested, "You should sleep in the next room. I haven't bathed in 3 days, and I must smell." Beixian leaned closer, bending down to inhale the scent of her hair. Indeed, there was a hint of odor. Su Hua felt utterly embarrassed and hurriedly covered her head with her hands to prevent him from noticing. Beixian smiled faintly, assuring her, "It's all right. I do not find you bothersome." He lifted the blanket and gently pushed her into the warmth of the bed, removed his shoes, and lay down beside her. With tender affection, he remarked, "Your relatives are watching. If we sleep in separate rooms, there will surely be gossip." Su Hua pondered this and realized he was right. 3 years ago, when she married Beixian, a few relatives who were aware of the situation whispered behind her back that her mother had sold her for money to a disabled man. Now that Beixian had recovered, those people were likely waiting to see her humiliation. People are often concerned about their reputations. Even if a divorce were to become inevitable, they must maintain appearances before outsiders. Su Hua decided not to resist any longer. These past few days had been unbearably exhausting. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she began to experience nightmares. The night was pitch black, fierce winds whipped up flames, and thick smoke engulfed the air. The searing heat of the fire scorched her skin, and the acrid scent of gasoline and smoke filled her nostrils. A slender youth struggled to pull her from the inferno, only to be struck on the leg by a burning beam. She reached out desperately to grasp him, attempting to drag him from the blaze. But she could not move him. She cried out in anguish, "Brother Yao, Brother Yao." Beixian was awakened by her cries, finding her eyes closed, her face contorted in pain, and tears streaming down her cheeks. He furrowed his brow slightly and retrieved a tissue from the bedside table, gently wiping away her tears one by one. After tending to her, he silently observed her for a moment before enveloping her in his embrace. He soothingly caressed her back, gently patting her as he had done before, yet inside, his heart felt as if it were weighed down by a stone, causing him profound anguish. The long lashes cast shadows beneath his eyes, lending an air of gloom to his otherwise handsome features, and the atmosphere around him felt oppressively low. For days, he had set everything aside, tirelessly staying awake to care for her. He believed he had done enough, yet here she lay in his arms, calling out for her brother, Yao, in distress. He felt as if his sincere affections had been misplaced. This was not the first instance. He had tolerated her for 3 long years. Beixian was not known for his patience, rarely allowing others to test his limits, yet he had consistently endured for her. Tolerance, however, bore its own emotions. He could not help but harbor resentment alongside it. This was an invisible crack in their relationship. The prolonged lack of sleep pushed his emotions to the brink of chaos, and his patience had worn thin. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his anger upon her and storm away. Yet, she was too remarkable, intelligent, beautiful, gentle, and understanding, especially in her current vulnerable state. He could not bear to scold her, let alone consider an argument. After several deep breaths, Beixian managed to suppress the fury bubbling within him. He held the woman haunted by nightmares tightly, gradually soothing her, and tucked the blanket around her securely. Descending from the bed, he donned his coat and stepped outside, craving a cigarette. The courtyard was not devoid of company, prompting him to walk to the gate. Before him lay a dilapidated pond, while beyond it stood a sparse grove of poplars, their tangled wires weaving through the treetops, swaying gently in the breeze. Beixian extracted a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with a flick of his lighter, shielding the flame from the wind. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of pale smoke. Squinting at the trees across the way, he continued to smoke, one after another. His typically composed and restrained visage betrayed a hint of chill. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the scene. The ground was littered with scattered cigarette butts. After consuming nearly half a pack, his restless spirit remained unassuaged. Suddenly, his phone rang. Holding the cigarette between his lips, he retrieved the device from his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Su Hua. Frowning, he abruptly ended the call. Mere minutes later, his phone chimed again. This time with a call from his father, Gu Outing. He answered. When will you return? Gu Outing inquired. With little emotion, Gu Beixian replied. Su Huan's grandmother is being buried today. I shall return early tomorrow. A note of reproach seeped into Gu Outing's tone, questioning the length of his absence. Nearly 4 days altogether. Her grandmother has passed, and she is distressed. I cannot leave her alone, he explained. Does she not have a mother and relatives? Her mother is equally grief-stricken and overwhelmed. As for her relatives, they are of little assistance. At present, I am all she can rely upon. Gu Outing exhaled with annoyance. You are on the verge of divorce. Why extend such kindness? Simply provide her with more financial support. Your time is far more precious than money. The projects you have been involved in have all been delayed due to your absence. Do you comprehend the extent of the losses incurred by the company? With a slight narrowing of his eyelids, Gu Beixian replied, the losses to the company will be deducted from my personal account. Gu Outing retorted, this is not merely about money. It concerns the company's reputation. After a moment of silence, Gu Beixian stated, this is the one and only exception. Gu Outing acknowledged with a grunt, commanding, remember to finalize the divorce upon your return. Prolonging it is an unnecessary hassle. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Su Hua stirred in her sleep, instinctively reaching out to embrace Gu Beixian, only to find emptiness. A pang of anxiety jolted her awake. Blinking her drowsy eyes, she felt a void in his absence, a flicker of worry igniting within her. Rubbing her eyes to clear the fog of slumber, she tossed aside the covers, donned her clothing, and descended to seek him out. After searching several rooms to no avail and finding him missing from the courtyard, panic set in, prompting her to hasten to the gate. Bathed in the light by the entrance, she discerned a tall, elegant figure standing resolutely by the pond, engaged in a phone conversation. A faint orange glow flickered at his fingertips. Clad in a long black overcoat, he exuded an air of aloof refinement, embodying a distinct presence. It was Gu Beixian. He is extraordinarily unique. Even a mere silhouette distinguishes him from others. In an instant, Su Hua's anxious heart found solace. Fearing to disrupt his phone call, she tread lightly, gradually making her way towards him. As she approached, she overheard him speaking to the person on the other end, saying, I am a human, not a beast. It was Su Hua who stood by me in my darkest hour. Now that she is so vulnerable, I cannot abandon her. Let's forget about the divorce. A warmth surged within Su Hua, and her nose tingled with emotion. She quickened her pace, stepped forward, and enveloped him in her arms, burying her head against his back. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, as if fearing that loosening her grip would cause him to vanish. Gu Beixian's gaze momentarily faltered upon turning to see her. The gloom on his face softened slightly. Her embrace alleviated a considerable weight from his heart. How pitiful, he thought. Without uttering a word, she had managed to comfort him. After dismissing Gu Outing with a few perfunctory remarks, Gu Beixian ended the call, discarding the cigarette but on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. He took Su Hua's hand, his voice gentle as he inquired, Why are you out here? It's chilly. You should have dressed warmer. I thought you had left. Su Hua replied in a hushed, hoarse voice that sounded particularly helpless. I wanted to stay a few more days until my grandmother's 7th day has passed. Gu Beixian paused. All right, I will leave 2 people to protect you. Good. Su Hua noticed the scattered cigarette butts and asked, Why have you smoked so many? Gu Beixian replied nonchalantly, I've been a bit troubled, but it's nothing now. Su Hua gazed into his eyes. Is it because of the divorce? No, it's work-related. Gu Beixian averted his gaze, avoiding her eyes. When he looked up, he spotted a tall, sharp figure standing at the edge of the woods across the pond, clad in a black windbreaker, with short, dark hair and a mask obscuring their face. It was Yao again. His expression turned icy as he scrutinized the figure, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He grasped Su Hua's delicate chin and leaned down, kissing her forcefully. Chapter 42. Cherishing Yu, Su Hua was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Gu Beixian suddenly kissed her, especially so intimately. Although it was evening, people were still passing by. The village is not as liberal as the city. Being seen would be quite embarrassing. Moreover, her grandmother had just been buried. Such romantic displays felt decidedly inappropriate, at this moment. Su Hua reached out, attempting to push him away. However, Beixian firmly held her wrist with one hand, preventing her from moving. Su Hua, lacking his strength, could not push him away and thus closed her eyes, surrendering to his kiss. He kissed her with fervor, almost forcefully, a stark contrast to his previous gentleness, as if competing with someone. Su Hua recalled the words he had just spoken into the phone, undoubtedly directed at Guo Ting, and initially thought he was merely sulking. It was only when she struggled to breathe under the intensity of his kiss that Beixian finally released her, gently wiping the moisture from her lips and softly declaring, "We will not divorce." His tone was not one of negotiation, but a firm resolution. A myriad of thoughts raced through Su Hua's mind. She was grateful for his consideration of her feelings at such a moment, yet she thought of his father. Beixian calmly replied, "I will speak with him upon our return." She remembered Guo Ting's words about the victors and the vanquished, her gaze dimming as she said, "I do not wish for you to be caught in the middle between me and your father." Beixian cupped her face in his hands, commanding, "Do not speak further. Trust me." His tone brooked no argument. Without allowing her a chance to respond, he took her hand and led her toward the door. After walking a few steps, he glanced back toward the trees across the pond. The man named Yao was no longer there. A smirk tugged at his lips, yet his eyes held no mirth. For the first time, he realized the depth of his possessiveness. Despite having promised to let go and allow her freedom, he found himself incapable of doing so. Indeed, mortals are subject to their desires and emotions. Upon returning to her grandfather's house, as they entered the bedroom, Su Hua approached with a tray of food. 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice, were set before them. She warmly beckoned Beixian, saying, "Beixian, you must be hungry. Come and eat while it's hot. I served it right after it came off the stove, untouched by anyone else. I know you're particular about cleanliness." Beixian paused. Previously, her demeanor had been rather frosty, and he was taken aback by her sudden warmth. After attending to him, Su Hua turned to Su Hua, saying, "Su Hua, you should return with Beixian tonight. There is no need to wait for your grandmother's 7th day. I will take care of things here." Su Hua was slightly puzzled, replying, "I've already taken leave. There is no rush to leave. Please return. Your grandmother would surely wish for you and Beixian to go back together. Seeing you both well would bring her the greatest joy." Su Hua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she smiled, adding, "You two enjoy your meal. I will step out for a moment." With that, she turned and left. Beixian raised an eyebrow, noting his mother-in-law's unusual behavior that evening. Su Hua pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it is because she has been moved by how diligently you have cared for me these past few days. My mother may have a sharp tongue, but her heart is soft, a tough exterior hiding a tender core. Indeed, her mother was a person of deep sentiment." Beixian smiled faintly, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Su Hua took them, seated herself beside him, and placed a piece of crispy meat onto his rice, exclaiming, "This meat is particularly delicious. You must try it." He picked it up and tasted it, chewing thoughtfully. It was indeed fragrant. Typically, he abstained from such fare, deeming it too oily and unhealthy. However, Su Hua would likely consume even the most unpalatable of dishes. After the meal, Su Hua entered to clear the table and urged the two, "You should depart promptly. It will only take 2 to 3 hours to reach home. Once there, you can freshen up and enjoy a restful slumber. If you return tonight, Beixian can resume his work at the company first thing in the morning. Prolonging your stay here has significantly hindered his responsibilities." Beixian found this to be most agreeable. Staying longer would only lead to troublesome complications, particularly concerning the potential encounter between Su Hua and Yao. While the thought unsettled him, he realized he was unwilling to simply relinquish her. He found himself yearning to be selfish, wishing to keep her close. Su Hua, on the other hand, was reluctant to leave. She felt a deep attachment to her grandmother and wished to remain by her side until the 7th day of mourning had passed. Unfortunately, she could not withstand Su Hua's insistence, who physically ushered her out and directly into Beixian's car. Once the vehicle had left the village, Su Hua received a message from Su Hua. "My dear daughter, I have recently come to notice that Beixian treats you rather well. If this marriage can be salvaged, it would be wise to do so. The next man you marry may not surpass him. Furthermore, his recovery from injury owes much to your care. Why would you so readily hand that over to someone else after all your efforts?" Su Hua frowned slightly in response, writing back, "But his father disapproves. Su Hua replied. Ultimately, parents cannot dictate the choices of their children. You two should strive for one another. Giving up without effort will only lead to regret in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hua responded, All right. At 10 o'clock that evening, the couple returned to their home in Ryu Bay. Su Hua entered the bathroom to wash her hair and take a shower. Upon emerging, she reached for the hairdryer. Just as Gu Beixian, freshly emerged from another bathroom, approached her. He took the hairdryer from her hands, offering to assist her. I'm nearly recovering my left hand. I can manage, she smiled. Gu Beixian, with an impassive demeanor, gently pressed her onto the small sofa, softly stating, I simply wish to care for you. The sentiment bore a tender weight. Especially when spoken in his typically aloof and reserved manner, it was far from cloying. Rather, it was undeniably alluring. A wave of warmth surged within Su Hua as she replied, Thank you. As Gu Beixian plugged in the hairdryer, he lifted his gaze and casually remarked, We promise to support each other. Why the need for gratitude? A smile graced Su Hua's lips. She cherished the notion of mutual support, finding it sturdier and more heartfelt than mere respect. Though Gu Beixian was a man of stature, he was surprisingly gentle in tending to her hair. Initially, he struggled to find the right balance, but it soon became more comfortable than when she styled herself. After finishing her hair, they settled onto the bed. Having napped earlier, Su Hua found it difficult to fall asleep again. Instead, she closed her eyes and nestled into Gu Beixian's embrace, reminiscing about her grandmother. Understanding her sorrow, Gu Beixian gently patted her, as one might soothe a child. Before long, Su Hua had drifted off to sleep, as she gradually settled into a steady breath. He lowered his head and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering, If you dare to dream of calling for your Ayao again, I might just have to spank you. Perhaps due to the change in surroundings, Su Hua surprisingly found herself free from nightmares. Upon waking the next morning, her eyes fluttered open to find Gu Beixian propped up on his elbows, gazing at her with a tenderness in his eyes, his demeanor radiating joy. She curved her lips into a faint smile, wondering why he looked at her so intently. Because you are beautiful, he replied, tenderly caressing her face. His voice soft as though infused with moonlight. Yet, Su Hua felt an inexplicable oddity about him, though she could not pinpoint its source. After freshening up, they descended the stairs. The dining table was adorned with a lavish breakfast spread, alongside an array of exquisite pastries. Several nourishing soups filled the air with delightful aromas, igniting one's appetite. Gu Beixian mentioned, I called the hotel to have this brought over. You haven't eaten properly in days, so indulge a bit. His thoughtfulness deepened Su Hua's reluctance to part with him. Perhaps her mother was right. If she did not make an effort now, she would regret it later. She did not want to lose him. After their breakfast, Gu Beixian prepared to head to the office. He donned his wristwatch, and Su Hua, as she always had, assisted him in tying his tie. Her hands were deft, crafting the knots swiftly and beautifully. Once she finished, Gu Beixian suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly and advising, Stay home as much as possible. The world outside is chaotic. Su Hua increasingly sensed something amiss. What chaos was there in the world? It was not a time of war. Moreover, there was a driver, strong and capable, always on call. She smiled, saying, The museum is still waiting for me. Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow. Did you not take a bereavement leave? Left without a retort, she conceded, Very well then. Gu Beixian held her close, refusing to let go, lowering his head to gently nuzzle her nose and kiss her ear, sharing an intimacy reminiscent of a couple in the throes of love. Su Hua felt a flicker of confusion. He was not typically the clingy type. What had come over him today? No, it seemed that since last night, he had been acting somewhat peculiarly. Just as she was about to inquire, Gu Beixian's lips brushed against her earlobe as he murmured, I truly wish I could shrink you down, so I could tuck you into my pocket and carry you with me wherever I go. Chapter 43. The mind of a celestial being, Gu Beixian's voice was exquisitely captivating, deep, magnetic, and clear, akin to the sonorous tones of a cello, caressing her ear and gliding into her consciousness. Su Hua's heart fluttered uncontrollably, as if a playful fawn were thrumming against her chest. She stood frozen, spellbound. The sweet nothings uttered by the one she adored could truly trigger a flood of dopamine in the brain. With her eyes sparkling and her face tilted upwards, she gazed at his strikingly handsome visage and said, Thank you for sweet-talking me. I truly appreciate it. Gu Beixian chuckled softly, pinching her cheek with a playful glint in his eyes. I've noticed you possess a certain straightforwardness, my little innocent. Su Hua's expression faltered slightly, and she offered an embarrassed smile. I admit, I could be a bit lacking in romantic nuance. Xiao, you mentioned the same thing about me before. With a smirk, Gu Beixian inquired, what did he say? He remarked that I am a good woman, yet perhaps too good, which can render one somewhat dull. He suggested I should learn to be a bit more flirtatious, a touch more playful, to be charming when the moment calls for it, to exhibit a softer side when necessary, to have a thicker skin at times, and to employ my wiles when needed. Gu Beixian pondered for a moment. Flirtation is permissible, but only in my presence. Charm and softness are acceptable, yet let us forego the thickness of skin and the use of wiles. Su Hua obediently replied, understood. He gently ruffled her hair. Stay at home and wait for me. Let me know what you wish to eat tonight, and I shall bring it to you. Having had a poor appetite these past few days, Su Hua replied, I don't particularly crave anything. I will decide what to bring you. Let Aunt Lu prepare lunch. You need tea, lift a finger. Su Hua felt as though she had transformed from a maid into a princess and responded dutifully, all right. I'm off now. Gu Beixian embraced her once more, grabbed his briefcase, changed his shoes, and reached for the doorknob. Suddenly, Su Hua dashed after him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind and softly murmuring, I wish I could shrink down and be tucked into your pocket, so wherever you go, I could follow. She struggled to express sweet nothings, but feeling the need to reciprocate, she awkwardly constructed that line. Gu Beixian was nearly in fits of laughter at her earnestness. The difficulty of uttering a romantic phrase left her floundering, akin to attempting to compose a couplet. What others could deliver effortlessly, she needed to contemplate deeply to produce such an awkward response. The sincerity with which she spoke rendered her words devoid of any flirtatious allure. He gently turned to her, cradling her small face in his hands, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her lips, unable to suppress a smile. How is it that our little Hua is so utterly adorable? Adorable? Su Hua was momentarily taken aback. Once Gu Beixian departed, the vast room felt desolate, and Su Hua began to miss her grandmother. She wandered to the balcony, settling into a recliner, her mind blank and her gaze distant. Just as she succumbed to her melancholy, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Shun Yuan calling. Upon answering, she heard, Su Hua, the restoration of Wang Meng's hermitage has commenced, and we need to select the individuals for the retouching. The museum has gathered a group of skilled copyists from across the nation. Each will replicate a portion, and we will choose the finest from among them. My brother has requested that you also submit a copy. Retouching refers to the process of completing the missing segments of an ancient painting, seamlessly restoring it to appear untouched by restoration. This task is a true test of one's comprehensive aesthetic sensibility and mastery of fundamental techniques. Copying is the act of achieving a certain standard through one's own abilities and methods, while the act of engaging directly with a subject requires a higher level of skill, as it involves embodying the role of the artist. This is why museums gather experts to select the finest among them. Su Hua plaid affirmatively. Shun Yuan remarked, I have a complete photo of the hidden landscape on my phone. I will send it to you shortly. Su Hua casually responded, no need. I've committed it to memory. What? You memorized it? Shun Yuan was astounded. That hidden landscape is so intricate. Can you truly remember every detail? Even the missing parts? Su Hua simply acknowledged, yes. My grandfather trained me deliberately from a young age. No matter the ancient painting, after a few minutes of observation, I can recall it entirely. Within half a month, I could replicate it perfectly. Shun Yuan was taken aback. Oh my goodness, you must be the legendary genius. Su Hua thought to herself. I can hardly articulate a romantic phrase. How could I be considered a genius? Enough chatter. I will work on a section of it and deliver it to you tonight. Shun Yuan was surprised again. So soon? Yes. After ending the call, Su Hua entered her study. The room was equipped with a complete set of tools for restoring ancient paintings and calligraphy. Old Master Gu had a passion for collecting ancient artworks, and over the years, she had assisted in their maintenance and restoration. This set of tools had been procured by Gu Beixian. Su Hua took a sheet of Xian paper, skillfully stained it with red tea to give it an aged appearance, and asked Lu Saw for help in grinding ink. Once the paper was dry, she picked up her brush and began to paint from the images stored in her mind. Wang Meng's paintings are rich in layers and variations in technique, characterized by his unique methods of brushwork and ink application, with dense compositions and multiple landscapes interwoven, presenting lush and profound scenery. His works reflect a deep yearning for a secluded life, exuding tranquility and a sense of detachment, embodying a rich and elegant essence. Under her grandfather's guidance, Su Hua had copied many of his works in her youth. Well-versed in his style and brush techniques, she found it effortless to create a section of the painting. By evening, Su Hua completed her work and contacted Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan hurried over, and upon receiving the painting, she compared it with the photos on her phone, finding it almost identical. The only difference was that Su Hua had successfully filled in the missing elements of the original artwork. Shen Yuan exclaimed in awe. Unable to resist inspecting Su Hua's head from various angles, "Sister Hua, what kind of extraordinary mind do you possess? It's even more effective than a camera." Su Hua felt a bit embarrassed by her scrutiny and gently pushed her away, saying, "I was born a few hours after you. Please just call me Su Hua." "No, you are my sister Hua." Sister signifies status in the world, regardless of age. Su Hua, unable to resist her insistence, acquiesced to her whims. Shen Yuan carefully rolled up the painting and placed it in her car, saying, "My brother has gone abroad for a medical exchange conference. His colleague mentioned your grandmother's passing and asked me to keep you company. Where would you like to go? I will accompany you." In moments of leisure, Su Hua finds herself reminiscing about her grandmother. As fate would have it, she is also in a mood to seek solace outdoors, thus she suggests, "Let us ride the Ferris wheel." Shun Yin rolls her eyes, questioning the appeal of such an endeavor. Su Hua, slightly embarrassed, admits, "I have never experienced it." Shen Yin bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Really? You're in your 20s and have yet to ride a Ferris wheel?" To which Su Hua replies, "No, I haven't." "Then let us go," Shen Yin states. Su Hua climbs into Shen Yin's car, and the two enjoy a meal together before heading to the largest amusement park in Kyoto. The towering Ferris wheel, over 100 meters high, is adorned with splendid colored lights, resembling a rainbow when viewed at night. Su Hua and Shen Yin enter one of the cabins. After approximately 10 minutes, they reach the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel. Each cabin is equipped with a telescope for visitors to admire the nocturnal scenery. Both Su Hua and Shen Yin take hold of the telescope and gaze outside, witnessing the entirety of Kyoto illuminated by countless lights, a dazzling spectacle of stars. Enchanting and breathtaking, as shimmering neon lights outline an unparalleled nightscape. Suddenly, Shen Yin taps Su Hua's shoulder and exclaims, "Look, that handsome man, Beixian." Su Hua adjusts the telescope to follow Shen Yin's gaze. Across from them, in the parking lot in front of the Kyoto Grand Hotel, a man and a woman emerge from a luxurious stretch limousine. The man is tall and handsome, clad in a dark suit, striding with elegance. The woman, strikingly beautiful and fashionably dressed, sparkles with jewels. The man is indeed Beixian, and the woman is Su Hua. They walk side by side toward the hotel entrance, engaged in cheerful conversation. The telescope reveals every detail, even the radiant smile on Su Hua's face, brimming with joy. Su Hua's smile falters, her expression frozen. Chapter 44. An encounter with a Yao. It feels as if someone has plunged a sharp knife into her heart, causing an unbearable pain. Her complexion pales to that of parchment, rendering her unsteady on her feet. Gripping the railing tightly, her fingers turn white. This was the man who had just this morning expressed his reluctance to let her go, wishing to keep her small enough to carry in his pocket wherever he went. Yet, in an instant, he is sharing laughter with his ex-girlfriend, appearing as a couple. Indeed, a man's words can be deceitful. Shen Yin, alarmed by Su Hua's demeanor, grasps her hand and anxiously inquires, "Su Hua, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is it the height of the Ferris wheel that frightens you?" Su Hua numbly nods, her chest rising and falling rapidly. After a full minute, her pallor gradually returns to normal, and she manages a self-deprecating smile. No wonder Beixian had urged her to stay indoors, citing the chaos of the world. He was merely afraid she would witness his camaraderie with Su Hua. She cannot comprehend him. If he remains so attached to Su Hua, why marry her? Why hold on to her while still entangled with his past? Su Hua sits in silence, her expression impassive, her lips sealed. Shen Yuan sat beside her, reaching out to stroke her head. "Did you feel nauseous?" "Su Hua mani da fantasmide." "How much longer until we can go down?" Shen Yuan glanced at her watch, reassuringly replying, "Soon, just a little longer." A few minutes later, the Ferris wheel descended. Su Hua and Shen Yuan disembarked together. Shen Yuan looked at her with concern. "Are you feeling better? Let me take you home. I feel a bit better now. Please take me to the Kyoto Grand Hotel." Xin Yuan realized. Ah, you're going to meet that handsome man, Gu Beixian? Su Hua nodded. She wanted to witness their intimate rendezvous with her own eyes, so she could finally let go of him, departing with a sense of resolution, rather than lingering in a state of heartfelt reluctance. Xin Yuan fetched the car and drove Su Hua to the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Once they arrived, Su Hua thanked her, saying, "Thank you, you can head back now." Xin Yuan thought little of it, attributing her earlier unease to a fear of heights, and replied, "All right, call me if you need anything." Su Hua nodded and entered the hotel. She opened her bag, retrieved her phone, and calmly dialed Gu Beixian's number, asking, "Which room are you in at the Kyoto Grand Hotel?" Gu Beixian paused before responding, "On the 3rd floor, in the Ingsong Pavilion." "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Su Hua hung up. Approaching the elevator, she pressed the button and stepped inside. A few minutes later, she arrived at the entrance of the Ingsong Pavilion and gently knocked on the door. A deep, familiar voice responded from within, "Please come in." It was Gu Beixian's melodious tone. Taking a deep breath, Su Hua pushed the door open, only to find a large round table surrounded by several individuals, at least 7 or 8, along with 2 assistants standing nearby. Seated at the head of the table were Gu Outing and Chu Yinru, with Gu Beixian beside Gu Outing and Chu Suo next to Chu Yinru. Gu Beixian and Chu Suo were not seated together. The assistants held contracts, indicating a business discussion was underway rather than the private meeting she had envisioned. Su Hua's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, plummeted back into her stomach. Yet, the image of the two emerging from the same car, engaged in intimate conversation, with Chu Suo laughing joyfully, unsettled her once more. She struggled to calm her emotions, offering a polite nod to the stern-faced Gu Outing, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry. Uncle Gu, I must have come to the wrong door." Without waiting for a response, she swiftly closed the door. The expressions on Gu Outing's and Chu Yinru's faces were too grim. One could sense the looming shadows of nightmares if she lingered any longer. Su Hua turned to leave, her footsteps hastening toward the elevator. After taking a few hurried steps, she heard Gu Beixian's voice call out, "Su Hua." She paused momentarily, then quickened her pace, feeling a surge of indignation toward him for sharing a car with Chu Suo. With so many vehicles at the company, why must they ride in the same one? Gu Beixian strode forward with long strides, swiftly catching up. Su Hua opted for a light jog. As she turned a corner, her gaze averted from her path, she inadvertently collided with an individual. The person was exceptionally tall, and beneath a thin shirt, his muscular chest was formidable. The impact of his chest against her face left Su Hua with a sharp sting, particularly in her nose, which throbbed painfully, threatening to summon tears. Hastily, she covered her injured nose and apologized. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Is it all right? Is your nose fine?" The man's voice was somewhat cold, yet distinct, reminiscent of a foreigner speaking Chinese with a hint of rigidity. Su Hua lifted her gaze, only to be captivated by his strikingly deep features and cropped hair. Before she could fully discern his facial structure, she was ensnared by the allure of his eyes, dark and profound, akin to the depths of the ocean, exuding a somber chill. His double eyelids bore deep creases, and his lashes were thick and ebony. Gazing into his eyes, Su Hua felt a jolt in her heart. They bore an uncanny resemblance to Ayang's eyes, even more so than Gu Beixian's. The memory of Ayang's sacrifice to save her resurfaced, rekindling the ache in her heart. Initially, it was a dull pain, but soon it intensified to a knife-like sting. Clutching her chest, she leaned against the wall, her complexion paling significantly. "Are you all right?" The man extended his hand to steady her. However, before his fingers could make contact with her arm, he was forcefully pushed aside by a towering figure. Gu Beixian had rushed over. He pulled Su Hua into his embrace with an air of assertiveness, cradling her face with a cold expression that belied his underlying concern. "What did you hit?" Su Hua shook her head, glancing around to catch another glimpse of the man, but he had vanished without a trace. Staring into the empty corridor, she fell into a daze for a moment. Gu Beixian noticed the bewilderment in her eyes. The silhouette of that man bore a striking resemblance to someone she had seen in Su Village the previous day, closely matching the individual depicted in the photograph provided by Chu Machin, both in height and physique, almost identical. The only distinctions lay in their attire and hairstyle. Clothing could be changed, and hair could be cut. Gu Beixian's expression darkened, yet he maintained a neutral demeanor, softly inquiring, "Do you know that person?" Su Hua replied candidly, "I don't know him, but his eyes seemed familiar." Gu Beixian pondered her words for a moment, as if gauging their credibility. After a brief pause, he casually guided her into the elevator, pressing the button for the ground floor, and asked gently, "How come you're out?" Su Hua fixated on the elevator's numerical display, her mind elsewhere as she responded. Shun Yuan requested a partial drawing of Wang Meng's secluded scene. The museum needs a calligrapher, and I prepared it for her while coincidentally passing by. Gu Beixian took her hand, scrutinizing it closely. "Can you still draw?" Su Hua withdrew her hand, dismissively stating, "Drawing primarily involves the right hand. It's not a significant issue. What do you feel like eating? I'll take you out." After dining with Shun Yuan, Su Hua continued to avoid his gaze. Gu Beixian discerned her discomfort and explained, "Chu Suasua has entered her father's company as his assistant. The Gu Group and the Chu Group have numerous business collaborations, making it inevitable for them to encounter one another. However, rest assured, I will remain mindful of the boundaries." Su Huan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She was well aware of Chu Suasua. On several occasions, she had witnessed the woman clinging to Gu Beixian, their interactions laden with ambiguity. The woman was stunningly beautiful, possessing a delicate charm, adept at both coquetry and flirtation, with a bold demeanor and an array of tactics at her disposal. Over time, who could withstand such allure? Moreover, she was Gu Beixian's childhood sweetheart, a former girlfriend with over a decade of shared history, and also the prospective daughter-in-law recognized by Gu Outing. With a heavy heart, Su Huan exited the hotel lobby alongside Gu Beixian. The driver, upon seeing them, promptly started the vehicle and approached. Gu Beixian instructed the driver, "Take Su Huan home." The driver alighted, opened the rear door, and respectfully said, "Young madam, please step inside." Su Huan expressed her gratitude and settled into the car. The moment she entered, a sickly sweet scent of perfume enveloped her, Chu Suasua's signature fragrance. She covered her nose, feeling an unpleasant wave of nausea wash over her, akin to biting into an apple only to discover half a worm inside, the other half having already been swallowed. After witnessing the car depart, Gu Beixian returned to the hotel. Once inside the lobby, he picked up his phone and called his assistant, instructing, "Retrieve the surveillance footage from the third-floor corridor and ascertain the name and background of the individual who just crossed paths with Su Huan." Half an hour later, the assistant entered the Ing Song Pavilion and presented the information to Gu Beixian. He reached out for the documents, lowering his gaze to the name section, his expression growing increasingly frosty. There, in stark black and white, were the three characters, Gu Jinyao. Ayo, the brother Su Huan had been yearning for day and night. Chapter 45. A man of integrity, Gu Beixian tightened his grip on the documents, continuing to read. Gu Jinyao was the young director of the Zhengrong auction house, with a father named Gu Zhengrong. Gu Zhengrong was the principal founder and largest shareholder of the auction house. Zhengrong Auction House, affiliated with the Kyoto Zhengrong Arts and Crafts Import and Export Trading Company, boasted an annual transaction volume exceeding 100 billion, making it one of the largest antique auction houses in Kyoto. Perhaps Gu Zhengrong was too low-key or not active within the country, as Gu Beixian had seldom heard of him. Yet, a family of such standing certainly lacked for nothing. He fixated on the documents, lost in contemplative thought. 3 years prior, Su Huan had not chosen her Ayao, but had opted for him instead. At that time, he had been left paralyzed from the waist down due to a car accident, possessing nothing but wealth. Su Huan's primary motivation for marrying him had been her family's financial struggles, leading him to believe that Ayao was merely a penniless youth. Yet, upon reviewing the documents, it appeared that Gu Jinyao was far from lacking in financial resources. Observing Gu Beixian's furrowed brow as he clutched the stack of documents in silence, Gu Outing turned to him and inquired, "What are you looking at?" Gu Beixian casually replied, "Nothing, just had some information retrieved." He calmly folded the documents and set them aside. Gu Outing, with his sharp eyes, caught sight of the name Gu Zhengrong and, after a moment's reflection, remarked, "Gu Zhengrong. I am somewhat acquainted with him. By lineage, I ought to address him as cousin. His grandfather and mine were cousins. Yet his branch of the family emigrated abroad many years ago, leading to a gradual estrangement. To Gu Beixian, he seemed like a distant relative, hardly connected. Due to Su Hua's influence, he wished to keep his distance from Gu Jinyao as well. Gu Outing inquired, "What is your purpose in investigating him?" "For friend's sake." Gu Beixian casually fabricated an excuse. Once the business discussions concluded and the meal was nearly finished, everyone began to rise and leave. Gu Outing called out to Gu Beixian, "Please escort Su home." Gu Beixian subtly furrowed his brow, recalling that upon arriving, Gu Outing had mentioned Su was nearby, and he had been asked to pick her up. Now, as they were heading home, he suggested, let her take Uncle Chu's car. They are family, and it would be more convenient than my escort. Gu Outing's expression darkened instantly, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure in front of Chu Yanru and his subordinates. Gu Beixian's blunt refusal, especially in front of so many witnesses, left Su embarrassed and further fueled her disdain for Su Hua. If it weren't for her grandmother's timely demise, the two would have long been divorced. In her heart, she silently cursed both Su Hua and her grandmother. Upon exiting the hotel, Gu Beixian instructed his assistant, investigate Su Hua's recent call records for any unfamiliar numbers. The assistant was efficient in his tasks. By the time Gu Beixian was nearing home, he received a call from his assistant. Upon answering, he said, President Gu, the call records of the young madam show only a few contacts. Aside from family, there are only Shen Huai, Shun Yuan, Lu Sa, the property management and the delivery service. There are no other acquaintances. Gu Beixian's dark expression lightened somewhat. It appeared these two had not maintained contact privately. Upon returning home, he found Su Hua seated on the sofa, engrossed in an ancient book. Hearing the door open and catching a whiff of alcohol, she assumed Gu Beixian had been drinking. She hurriedly stood and approached the shoe cabinet, bending down to retrieve his slippers, a gesture she had long been accustomed to. Gu Beixian gently placed a hand on her, softly interjecting, I haven't drunk much, and my leg is fine now. You needn't fuss over me as before. You are my wife, not a maid. The latter part of his statement remained unvoiced, as Su Hua had previously performed the duties of a servant. Su Hua pressed her lips together, remaining still, harboring a sense of indignation over his shared ride with Chu Su. Gu Beixian changed his shoes independently. Su Hua assisted in removing his watch and then approached to help him out of his suit jacket. While the pretense of removing the jacket was one thing, her true intention was to check for any lingering traces of intimacy left by Chu Su. As she unfastened it, she discreetly inspected the collar for lipstick marks and even subtly inhaled to detect any lingering fragrance, attempting to ascertain whether Chu Su had embraced him and, if so, where. She believed she had concealed her feelings well. Yet Gu Beixian saw through her completely. Amused, he leaned down and gently rubbed his nose against hers, teasing, Why do you sniff around like a little puppy? Caught off guard, Su Hua felt a bit embarrassed. Without uttering a word, she turned away and hung his coat on a nearby rack. Gu Beixian discerned her subtle thoughts and remarked, When we went to the hotel, it was my father who called to arrange for Chu Hua to get into my car. As soon as she got in, I told her I was a married man and advised her to keep her distance to avoid unnecessary trouble. During dinner, she insisted on sitting next to me, but I made an excuse to avoid it. After the meal, my father asked me to drive her home. I declined that as well. Hua, I am quite principled. If you don't believe me, you can check the dashcam footage of my car or ask my assistant. With such earnestness, it was clear he spoke the truth. The frustration Su Hua had been harboring dissipated, replaced by a sense of gratitude that he would oppose Gu Outing for her sake. After all, that was his father, a man who held sway over his future. Su Hua reached out and enveloped him in her arms, wishing to utter some affectionate words of praise, but the more she tried to articulate her feelings, the more at a loss she became. Flirting was not her forte. Her grandparents had shared a relationship characterized by subtlety, quietly caring for one another. Her parents had divorced early, and her mother's fiery temperament made it easier to hurl insults than to express sweet sentiments. She had become adept at the former, particularly when dealing with Chu Hua. She held Gu Beixian for what felt like an eternity, racking her brain for words that simply would not come. Understanding her nature, Gu Beixian gently stroked her hair and soothingly said, It's all right. Love isn't merely spoken, it's demonstrated. His words were easily misinterpreted, causing Su Hua's ears to flush and her cheeks to redden. Embarrassed, she turned away. After showering, they climbed into bed. Gu Beixian unbuttoned Su Hua's nightgown and began kissing along her pristine shoulders. Despite her verbal protests, a wave of warmth coursed through her body, leaving her feeling weak and electrified. She feebly pushed his hands away, tilting her head to the side, her dark hair cascading over the pillow like a storm cloud. Her lips slightly parted in a delicate shade of pink. As the kisses continued, she found herself, unbeknownst to her, wrapping her arms around his waist. They became entwined in each other, and afterward, Gu Beixian held her close and said, "In the coming days, I will quit smoking and drinking. Let us prepare to have a child." This was the second time he had broached the subject of children. Su Hua was reluctant. She felt no security in their marriage. However, recalling her mother's advice to strive for what she desired to avoid future regret, she nodded and replied, "All right." Beixian's dark eyes suddenly sparkled, as if sprinkled with starlight. He pulled her into his embrace, seemingly incredulous. "Are you truly willing to have a child for me?" Su Hua hesitated for a moment, then decided to give it a try. Beixian pressed his lips firmly against hers, his fingers caressing her fair shoulder, suggesting they have a son. If the first child were a boy, there would be no need for a second. Childbirth was a painful ordeal. Su Hua willingly acquiesced, responding with a simple "all right." Beixian tousled her hair, smiling as he said, "Then it shall be a labor of love for you." "It is but a duty," she thought, snuggling into his embrace. Yet her mind was plagued by the shadow of Outing's brooding visage, as dark as coal. She feared that upon giving birth, Outing might tear them apart, leaving their child to suffer the pangs of growing up without both parents. That night, as slumber overtook her, Su Hua found herself once more ensnared in dreams. She was transported back 13 years to the hospital, where she bid a final farewell to a Yao. He lay on a hospital bed, his body marred by injuries, an oxygen mask covering his face, his dark eyes gazing at her with a sorrowful intensity, as though his pain were an ocean. Su Hua felt a sharp ache in her heart, just as she was about to approach him. Suddenly, a Yao vanished without a trace. In a frenzy akin to a headless fly, she searched for him, but instead, Beixian descended like a guardian angel. He enveloped her in his arms, cradled her face, and tenderly kissed her, whispering, "Come home with me. Let us have a child. I will treat you well." In her dream, Su Hua instinctively burrowed into Beixian's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist and murmuring, "Beixian." The ever-watchful Beixian, who had not yet succumbed to sleep, felt his heart, long encased in ice, melt at the sound of her soft call. This was the first time in 3 years that she had uttered his name in slumber, finally breaking free from the haunting shadow of a Yao. He wrapped his arms around her, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling like stars. 3 days later, Shen Yuan called, brimming with excitement. Sister Hua, wonderful news. After a unanimous decision by all the experts present, you have been chosen as the successor to the painting Wang Meng's hidden dwelling. Are you thrilled?" Su Hua replied with a nonchalant hum, inquiring when she would commence. Shen Yuan was taken aback. "Is that really your reaction?" Su Hua raised an eyebrow. "What should my reaction be?" Shen Yuan's voice escalated. "Do you realize? You have triumphed over 18 esteemed masters gathered from across the nation. Each one is a distinguished figure from local museums, all aged 40 or above. You are only 23, yet you have outshone them all. Shouldn't you be celebrating with exuberance, clapping your hands in glee, and reveling in this triumph?" Su Hua managed a dry chuckle. "Is that acceptable?" Hearing her half-hearted laughter, Shen Yuan was taken aback. "Is your left hand still recovering? Will it affect your ability to take on this task?" "It's manageable. I rely more on my right hand. However, I would need your assistance in grinding ink. I cannot use ready-made ink, as it runs and would affect the mounting. Of course, whatever you require, just say the word, and I will discuss it with our curator. I could even assist you in grinding the ink myself." "Agreed. Once the restoration of the hidden dwelling is complete, I shall take up the brush." She approaches her work with utmost seriousness. Once she sits down and takes up her brush, she becomes entirely absorbed, transcending the mundane, as if in a meditative state, often forgetting to eat. Shen Yuan dares not remind her, for she is engaged in the restoration of an artifact over 700 years old. This single piece is irreplaceable. Should she be disturbed and make a mistake, the painting would be rendered worthless. Thus, conservators of cultural relics are often likened to surgeons, tasked with preserving the very essence of history, and must ensure absolute precision. After 10 days, Su Hua completed her work. Her brushwork, technique, spirit, and expression harmonized flawlessly with that of the original artist, Wang Meng. A group of seasoned experts, magnifying glasses in hand, scrutinized the painting for a considerable time, yet could not discern a single flaw. It must be said, Su Hua executed her task with remarkable skill and efficiency. What others might take months to accomplish, she achieved in merely 10 days. Most professionals in the field dedicate their entire lives without reaching her level of mastery. Effort establishes the lower limit, while talent sets the upper boundary. She possesses both innate talent and a strong work ethic, alongside a grandfather renowned as a master of relic restoration, who has guided her meticulously. An affable elder expert commended Su Hua, praising her as an exemplary student of Su Hua, noting that she had surpassed her mentor. Several esteemed experts, recognizing her potential, jointly submitted a request to award Su Hua a certificate as a relic restoration specialist. The museum also appointed her as a visiting researcher at the Kyoto Museum. Subsequently, the restored painting was entrusted to a framing studio. Su Hua and the elder experts attended a celebratory banquet. Although termed a celebration, it was essentially a gathering for a farewell meal. During the dinner, a few silver-haired experts inquired if Su Hua had a boyfriend, eagerly vying to introduce their grandsons to her. Before Su Hua could respond, the old men began to argue among themselves, each extolling the virtues of their own grandsons. Some, in their eagerness, even called their grandsons, urging them to come quickly. Su Hua felt somewhat embarrassed amidst their animated discussion. Shen Yuan promptly intervened, saying, "With Su Hua's beauty, she must certainly have a boyfriend already. We appreciate all the affection from the esteemed experts." The elder experts responded with regret, asking, "Which fortunate lad is it?" Naturally, Su Hua could not reveal Gu Beixian's name, so she laughed it off and deflected the question. In the past, Su Hua had refrained from mingling with these elder experts. She never joined their gatherings. Yet today, she discovered that this group of experts was rather endearing, despite their age. They retained a youthful spirit and were quite playful. After the meal, journalists arrived for interviews. Due to her association with the Gu family, Su Hua found it inconvenient to appear on camera and did not wish to have her background scrutinized, so she graciously declined, allowing the opportunity to go to the charming elder experts instead. With some free time, Shen Yuan insisted on taking her to the antique market, claiming they would find hidden treasures. In tumultuous times, gold flourishes, while in prosperous eras, antiques soar in value. In today's era of peace, the antique market is bustling, making it challenging to uncover true bargains. Quality items are expensive, while the cheaper ones are often mere crafts or forgeries. The world of antiques is fraught with complexities. The two individuals meandered through several shops, yet returned empty-handed. Eventually, they arrived at an elegantly adorned antique store, rich in antiquity and charm. Su Hua surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately landing on a transparent vacuum box containing a collection of tattered scraps of paper, the largest of which was merely the size of a child's palm. Utterly obliterated in form, noticing her unwavering attention to the fragment, Shen Yuan curiously inquired of the attendant, "How much for this?" The attendant raised two fingers. 200,000. Shen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare to ask 200,000 for this worthless scrap? Why not just rob a bank instead?" The attendant, unperturbed, smiled amiably. "This is an ink lotus painting by the renowned artist Juda from the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou, which was poorly preserved during tumultuous times. If it were intact, it would fetch no less than 10 million. If you doubt it, I encourage you to research it online." Shen Yuan scoffed. "But this painting is in such disarray that it hardly warrants 200,000. The attendant, aware of the reality, reflected, "When I acquired it, I spent 2,000. I sought the expertise of the nation's foremost restoration specialist, Su Hua, only to learn of his unfortunate passing due to stomach cancer. Other restorers have deemed it irreparable due to its condition. It occupies valuable space here, and I must dust it daily. The owner has decreed, if you have the funds, it's yours." The attendant's eyes flickered with calculation. "What price do you propose?" Shen Yuan glanced at Su Hua, recognizing her intent to purchase and her ability to restore. She raised a finger. 100. Su Hua nearly burst into laughter at her audacity. It was fortunate they resided in a civilized society. In a different era, such bargaining could have led to violence. The attendant, feigning amusement, retorted, "Do you consider this mere waste paper? Even a scrap. This paper from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty could fetch 8 to 10,000. Do not deceive me. 8 to 10,000 is for complete ancient Xian paper. This is mere fragments, unfit even to mend an old painting. How about this? I offer you 1,000. Any more, and we shall take our leave." With that, Shen Yuan grasped Su Hua's hand and began to exit. The attendant followed, calling out, 10,000. 10,000 for you, to take it away. 1,000. Not a cent more. Shen Yuan, without looking back, continued to negotiate. As they reached the threshold, the attendant, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "Take it for 1,000. Su Hua swiftly retraced her steps, processed her payment with a card, signed the contract, and departed with the tattered scraps. Upon returning to the Sun and Moon Bay, she entered her study and immediately began the painstaking task of piecing together the artwork. To prevent any unwelcome interruptions from Lu Sa or the part-time worker, which might scatter the delicate fragments, she hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on her study door. When Gu Beixian returned home, he discovered her absence. Approaching the study, he noted the "Do Not Disturb" sign and inferred she was engaged in her work. He gently cracked the door open and beheld Su Hua, deeply focused on the table before her, her head bowed in concentration. The warm orange light bathed her delicate, fair face, rendering her serene and almost ethereal. The tranquil ambience enveloped the room, transforming it into a sanctuary of silence, reminiscent of a temple, where ancient scrolls and dim lanterns evoked a sense of reverence, making it nearly unbearable to intrude. Gu Beixian gently closed the door behind him as he stepped out. Su Hua toiled until the early hours of the morning before finally pausing. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted it was already 1 o'clock. She set down her painting and exited the study, locking the door behind her. To avoid disturbing Gu Beixian, she tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up before heading to the guest room to sleep. However, the following morning, upon awakening, she found Gu Beixian lying beside her. Gazing down at her with an attentive expression, Su Hua was taken aback, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she beheld his handsome, refined face and asked, "Why did you come to sleep in the guest room?" Gu Beixian gently embraced her, his index finger softly brushing against her rosy lips as he replied, "I was concerned you might dream of me in the night, and, not finding me, end up in tears." Such warmth enveloped her heart. A wave of sweetness surged through Su Hua, touched by his words. With a playful smile, she leaned in, cupping his face to plant kisses on his forehead, his eyes, and then on the tip of his nose, leaving her breathless from the affectionate display, her own saliva adorning his striking visage. In Chapter 47, filled with deep emotions, Su Hua dedicated 3 days to completing the restoration of a painting by the renowned artist Judah, known as the 8 Great Mountains Man. The fragments had been exceedingly delicate, making the task quite daunting. Once completed, she embarked on the restoration process. After enduring numerous challenges, she finally succeeded in mending the painting flawlessly. Upon its completion, she found herself immensely satisfied with the ink lotus painting. The entire piece emanated a sense of profound depth and strength, characterized by an austere elegance and an enduring artistic essence. The work was imbued with Zen philosophy, presenting a simplistic yet infinitely resonant imagery. Judah broke away from traditional methods in his conceptualization, composition, and style, employing variations in ink color and deft brushstrokes to create the depiction of lotus flowers. The sturdy lotus stems appeared to sway gracefully in the breeze, harmoniously complementing the upward and downward curvatures of the lotus leaves. With the restoration complete, her next endeavor was to seek a buyer. She called Shen Yuan, inquiring about reputable auction houses in Kyoto. Shen Yuan, surprised, responded, "You repaired such a fragmented painting in such a short time?" "Indeed. There are no visible traces of the repairs." "My goodness, you are truly remarkable." Su Hua slightly furrowed her brows, moving the phone a bit away from her ear. She mused that although Shen Yuan and Shen Huai were siblings, their personalities diverged considerably. Shen Yuan was exuberantly vivacious, a perfect counterbalance to her own serene disposition. Shen Yuan promised to look into it, and hung up. Before long, she returned the call, stating, "I've inquired. The largest auction houses in Kyoto are Zhongrong Auction and Poly Auction, boasting an impressive transaction rate of 80. These 2 houses together comprise over half of the high-end collectors in the country, all of whom possess fortunes in the billions." Su Hua asked, "Which one is closer to us?" "Zhongrong Auction is slightly nearer," Shen Yuan replied. Su Hua pondered for a moment, concluding, "Then let us proceed to Zhongrong Auction." "All right, I'll come and pick you up." An hour later, Su Hua and Shen Yuan arrived at Zhongrong Auction. As they entered the hall, they were greeted with the sight of a long queue. Before them stood a queue of at least 50 or 60 individuals, each hailing from various corners of the nation, bearing their prized possessions for auction. The process of authentication, scrutiny, and negotiation of starting prices proved to be rather cumbersome prior to the auction. Having arrived, Su Hua and Shen Yin found themselves amidst the throng in the hall. They stood in line from morning until noon, and only half of the queue had diminished, leaving their legs weary and aching. Su Hua suggested, "Shall we consider another venue? Let us wait a little longer. The alternative might be equally crowded," Shen Yan replied, bending to massage her sore legs. After a moment, she straightened and stretched lazily. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed towards the elevator and exclaimed, "Look, a handsome man." Her voice resonated, prompting the collective gaze of the crowd to turn towards her. However, they swiftly shifted their attention to Su Hua, who was undeniably captivating. With her lustrous black hair, crimson lips, and a delicate oval face that glowed with an ethereal pallor, her enchanting autumnal eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, radiating tranquility. Standing there with an air of unassuming grace, she seemed as though she had stepped forth from a distant ancient painting. Under the scrutiny of many, Su Hua felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She turned her head to evade the gaze of the onlookers and followed Shen Yan's pointed direction. The man was indeed strikingly handsome, tall and clad in a stylish black jacket and trousers. With short hair, his chiseled features were deep and compelling, particularly his dark, brooding eyes that bore an enigmatic story, piercing through to Su Hua's heart. In an instant, she recognized him as the man she had encountered days prior at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. His eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Yao. The mere thought of a Yao caused a tightening in her chest, rendering her breathless, as her heart ached and shrank within her. She pressed her hand against her chest, brows furrowed in distress. It seemed the man had taken notice of them. He turned slightly and instructed someone behind him before departing. Shortly thereafter, a staff member clad in a suit approached Su Hua, inquiring, "Are you Miss Su Hua?" Su Hua nodded, "Yes, I am. Our young master requests your presence." Su Hua was taken aback. "I do not know your young master." The staff member glanced at the scroll of painting in her hand. "Aren't you here to auction ancient paintings?" "Yes. Our young master wishes to view the painting you hold." Following the staff member, Su Hua and Shen Yan took the elevator to the young master's office. The office was spacious, adorned with an antique charm. On the eastern wall hung a traditional ink bamboo painting by Zheng Banxiao, backed by a grand floor-to-ceiling window. Seated in a sleek black leather chair was their young master. Appearing youthful, around 25 or 26, with a handsome, polished demeanor, clad once again in a black jacket, contrasting sharply with the antiquated decor. He was the very man Su Hua had observed in the hall, the one whose eyes mirrored those of Yao. Stunned, Su Hua realized that, up close, the resemblance was even more striking. His eyes were nearly identical to a Yao's. However, apart from the eyes, there was little resemblance. The nose, face shape, skin tone, and height were all different. In her memories, Yao was a fair and slender youth, strikingly handsome as if he had stepped out from the pages of comic. The man before her had a deeper complexion, a robust physique, and short hair. His features were chiseled and distinctly masculine, embodying the allure of a handsome and sharp mature man. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she murmured, "What a youthful, handsome, and stylish young master." The man rose from his chair, striding over with his long legs. Su Hua stood there quietly, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes. Those eyes resembled a key that unlocked her painful memories, and once opened, they revealed layers of untouchable sorrow. The man approached her and extended his right hand, courteously stating, "Hello, Miss Su, my name is Gu Jin Yao." Upon hearing the name Yao, Su Hua paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at the hand he offered. Long, strong fingers with a thin layer of calluses on either side of the right index finger. It was the hand of one accustomed to wielding a gun. Noticing Su Hua's immobility, Shen Yuan nudged her arm, urging, "Su Hua, do shake hands with him." Only then did Su Hua reach out to grasp his hand. They held on for an extended period, surpassing the norm for a handshake. Since she had gazed into Gu Jin Yao's eyes, Su Hua felt dazed, almost oblivious to the prolonged contact. It wasn't until Shen Yuan cleared her throat and said, "Su Hua, hurry and unveil the painting for young Master Gu to see," that Su Hua realized her lapse and hastily withdrew her hand. Gu Jin Yao reached for her painting, his eyelashes momentarily lifting as he glanced at her left hand, which bore a scar from being caught in a door. Such beautiful fingers were marred, the nails still a shade of dark purple, not yet fully healed. His expression cooled as he accepted the painting, unfurling it discreetly to examine both the artwork and the paper, then noting the few red seals atop it. "This is an authentic piece by the 8 great masters. How much do you intend to sell it for?" Xin Yuan hurriedly interjected. I checked online. The Ink Lotus painting by Zhu De of the 8 Great Masters has consistently sold for over 10 million. Gu Jinyao disregarded her comment and inquired once more. How much do you plan to sell it for, Su Hua? Su Hua's face turned pale, her mind wandering as she absent-mindedly replied, anything is fine. Gu Jinyao placed the painting on the table, stating nonchalantly, I will offer 2 million. I will purchase this painting. Su Hua was astonished. You want to buy it? Gu Jinyao replied with a slight nod. My father is an avid collector of the 8 Great Masters' works and is currently missing a piece of Ink Lotus. Realizing his earnestness, Su Hua gathered her wits and said, this painting is significantly damaged. I have restored it, so there's no need to offer such a high price. Whether it was restored or not could easily be verified with instruments. Su Hua wished to be transparent. There was no hiding it. Gu Jinyao gazed down at her, his expression unreadable as he remarked, money can't buy what I desire. Let it be 2 million then. Would you prefer cash or transfer? Su Hua pos contemplatively. Either is fine. Please provide your account details so that the finance department can transfer the funds to you. Su Hua was taken aback by his promptness, hesitating for a moment. Aren't you going to have an appraiser authenticate the painting's authenticity? Gu Jinyao glanced at the artwork on the table, his tone resolute. The Ink Lotus art of the 8 Great Masters is unparalleled throughout history, a true masterpiece that is difficult for an ordinary person to replicate. Even if one attempts imitation, they can only mimic the form, never capturing its essence. This painting possesses both form and spirit, unmistakably genuine. The seals on it are also authentic. I trust my discerning eye. Su Hua wanted to say more, but Xin Yuan nudged her hand, signaling her to refrain from further comment. Consequently, Su Hua provided her bank account details. The other party likely had enabled a real-time large transfer feature, as after signing the contract, she promptly received a notification of 2 million in her account. The proceedings were remarkably smooth, leaving Su Hua feeling somewhat unreal, as if caught in a dream. After expressing her gratitude to Gu Jinyao, she took the contract and departed with Xin Yuan. Upon stepping outside, she heard the man call out from behind her, Su Hua. That single utterance of her name seemed to carry profound emotion. For reasons unknown, a thin veil of tears suddenly formed in Su Hua's eyes. Chapter 48. His name is Liu Yao, although Gu Jinyao's voice differed greatly from that of A Yao. Su Hua inexplicably felt that the earlier call was indeed A Yao reaching out to her. Stunned for a moment, she raised her hand to wipe her eyes and turned to face Gu Jinyao's strikingly handsome visage, a face entirely dissimilar to A Yao's. Regaining her composure, she smiled and inquired, Mr. Gu, did you call me? Gu Jinyao picked a business card from the box on the table and approached her. This is my card. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me directly. Su Hua extended her hands to accept it, replying, certainly. We have gathered a group of high-end collectors, including enthusiasts of ancient books and paintings. May I refer clients in need of restoration to you? With a smile, she added, of course. Gu Jinyao's lips curled into a smile. Then it is settled. We shall communicate via phone when the time comes. All right. Su Hua tucked his card into her bag. As they took the elevator, Xin Yuan turned to scrutinize Su Hua. I sense that your relationship with this Mr. Gu is quite special, yet the way you converse seems as though it is your first encounter. With her hands tucked into the pockets of her trench coat, Su Hua gazed at the elevator's digital display, slightly lost in thought, and absent-mindedly replied, his eyes bear a striking resemblance to someone I know. Xin Yuan pondered for a moment. Do they resemble Gu Beixians? Indeed, the similarity was notable. Both had large eyes with dark pupils, deep double eyelids, and long, thick eyelashes. Handsome individuals often share similar features, while those less fortunate in appearance possess their own unique flaws. Su Hua fell silent. She preferred not to divulge her personal matters too freely. Once in the car, Su Hua asked, is your Alipay account linked to your phone number? Xin Yuan started the vehicle and casually replied, yes. Su Hua picked up her phone and gently swiped her fingers across the screen. Not long after, Xin Yuan heard her phone emit a notification sound. While waiting for the green light, she pulled out her phone to take a glance. To her astonishment, a sum of 100,000 yuan had been credited to her Alipay account, the sender being Su Hua. Flustered, Xin Yuan exclaimed, Sister Hua, I cannot accept this money. I shall return it to you immediately. Su Hua gently pressed her hand and replied, it's not a large amount. Take it and enjoy some tea. 100,000 is hardly trivial. It exceeds my annual salary at the museum. Accept it, for you have accompanied me these past few days, and this is but a token of appreciation. To refuse, it would seem ungracious. Shun Yuan paused, then leaned in and planted a grateful kiss on her cheek, saying, "Thank you, Sister Hua." Su Hua smiled softly and lowered her head to message Gu Beixian, inviting him to dine at the revolving restaurant that evening. Upon receiving her message, Gu Beixian instructed his assistant to delegate his evening engagements to someone else. At 7 o'clock, the two arrived at the rotating restaurant, perched atop the highest building in Kyoto. The establishment boasted a circular design, enveloped entirely by transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the city as it revolved. Due to the spontaneous nature of their visit, they were unable to secure a VIP private room and opted instead to dine in the main hall. Although the hall lacked the seclusion of private chambers, it was still quite satisfactory. The restaurant's opulent decor, adorned with golden and resplendent ambient lighting reflecting off the frosted glass, created a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, further enhanced by the enchanting strains of a violinist, enveloping the atmosphere in romance. Most patrons were couples enjoying their meals. As their Western cuisine was served, Su Hua glanced out at the dazzling nightscape and remarked to Gu Beixian, "The last time you brought me here for dinner, I was elated the entire night." Gu Beixian chuckled. "Is it truly that simple to please you? Then I shall bring you here often." "Occasionally is enough. Frequent visits would diminish the novelty," she replied. Gu Beixian then took the steak from in front of her, expertly cutting it with his elegant hands, which were long and well-defined, exuding a refined charm. Once finished, he pushed the steak towards Su Hua, encouraging her to eat it while it was still warm. Su Hua took a few bites with her fork, savoring the tender beef and delightful flavor. Halfway through her meal, she produced a card from her bag and slid it across the table to Gu Beixian, stating grandly, "This is my earnings. Feel free to spend it. The password is your birthday." His lips curled into a teasing smile as he retorted, "Indeed, money transforms a woman. You used to regard me with utmost respect, and now, with wealth in hand, you have swiftly assumed the role of sister, as if you were a liberated serf singing songs of freedom." Su Hua burst into laughter, tilting her chin defiantly, of course. Economics determines one's standing in the household. Gu Beixian, amused by her wit, reached out to ruffle her hair, remarking on her newfound confidence. Su Hua playfully inquired, "Are you complimenting me or mocking me?" "Certainly, I am complimenting you," he replied. Su Hua cast him a sidelong glance and declared, "I am not foolish." With that, she speared a piece of beef and thrust it into his mouth. Gu Beixian chewed leisurely, swallowing the meat before inquiring, "Did that painting you repaired a few days ago sell?" "Yes, I encountered an admirer," she replied. A piece of torn paper purchased for 10,000 was resold for 20 million, with the transaction settled on the spot. Gu Beixian, ever the supportive companion, praised, "A net profit of over 10 million. Remarkable, indeed." Setting down her cutlery, Su Hua cleared her throat, her gaze bright and earnest as she stated solemnly, "I intend to earn an abundance of wealth, striving to be worthy of you." Gu Beixian smiled gently, placing his hand atop hers. "You are already more than sufficient for me. There is no need for such arduous efforts." Deeply moved, Su Hua felt a mix of joy and melancholy, whispering, "I wish to be so exceptional that even your father deems me a fitting match for you." Gu Beixian fell silent, tenderly cradling her hand within his dark eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. "I apologize for any inconvenience," he murmured. Just then, her phone rang. Su Hua retrieved it from her bag, inadvertently pulling out a business card which went unnoticed. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was her mother, Su Peilon. "Hello, Mom. Is there something you need?" She answered. Su Peilon spoke rapidly. "I just received a text indicating an additional 5 million in the account. Did you transfer that?" "Yes, I sent it at noon." "The funds are a bit delayed," Su Hua replied. Her mother chided, "Did I not instruct you? The money Gu Beixian gave you should be kept for yourself. I have my retirement fund, which suffices." "It wasn't tea from him. It's my own earnings," Su Hua clarified. Su Peilon was taken aback. "What did you do to earn so much?" "I restored a painting by Beixian and fortuitously found an enthusiastic buyer. Feel free to spend that money as you wish. Buy whatever you desire. And do consider joining a travel group to unwind." Such a reckless girl, always splurging, Su Peilon feigned annoyance, though her heart was undeniably touched. After hanging up, Su Hua beamed at Gu Beixian, only to notice his expression had darkened, his gaze fixated on a business card lying beside her bag. Following his line of sight, She recognized it as the card given to her by Gu Jinyao when she departed. Nonchalantly, she picked it up and placed it in her bag, saying, "This is the card of the young master of Zhengrong Auction House. It may prove useful in the future." Gu Beixian's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his emotions intricate. "Did you sell your painting to him?" Su Hua gandili, Jis. Xin Yuan informed me that Zhengrong Auction House is reputable, so we went there. While waiting for authentication in the lobby, Gu Jinyao sent someone to summon us to his office. After viewing the painting, he mentioned that his father has a fondness for Beixian's works and was specifically seeking a painting of Ink Lotus. Thus he made the purchase based on historical auction prices. Gu Beixian's demeanor shifted, adopting an indescribable chill, his lips curling with a trace of self-deprecation as he coldly remarked, "Do I lack funds? Go and ask him for money." Su Hua was taken aback. Those words were undeniably hurtful. It is not merely a denial of her abilities, but an affront to her character. That was the fruit of her labor. How could it be construed as her soliciting money from Gu Jinyao? Like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, Su Huan's good mood was utterly shattered. She gazed at Gu Beixian with a sorrowful expression, deeply wounded. Gu Beixian dreaded seeing her in such a state. After a moment of silence, he relented, rubbing his forehead to dispel the chill in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "I may have spoken too harshly earlier. I apologize." Su Huan bit her lip, remaining silent. After a pause, Gu Beixian took her hand from the table, gently stroking the back of her hand, and said softly, "I do not appreciate your closeness to that person." This was his way of seeking reconciliation. Su Huan took the cue and relaxed, no longer maintaining her tension. She pondered his feelings for a moment, albeit slowly, and responded, "Though Gu Jinyao's name also contains the character Yao, he is not a Yao. A Yao passed away 13 years ago. His surname is Liu, and his name is Liu Yao." Chapter 49. A gentle fury, however. Gu Beixian felt that Su Huan was shielding Gu Jinyao. On the day of his grandmother's burial, he had seen Gu Jinyao twice, standing nonchalantly at the edge of the broken bridge, gazing at Su Huan from across the pond. The affection in his eyes was unmistakable, transcending distance. Su Huan had injured her left hand, and Chu Sua's hand had also been crushed, affecting the same left hand with 4 fingers injured. Chu Sua slapped Su Huan, leaving her face swollen like a bloated pig that very night. If Liu Yao were truly dead, how could such coincidences be explained? The only reasonable explanation would be that Liu Yao did not die, but instead assumed a new identity as Gu Jinyao. Alternatively, it could mean Su Huan was lying. Between these two hypotheses, Gu Beixian preferred to believe the former. Considering how Su Huan's demeanor shifted dramatically at the mere mention of a Yao, he ceased to argue with her, discreetly picking up a knife and cutting a piece of foie gras, feeding it to her, urging her to eat more after her strenuous efforts on the painting a few days prior. Believing that he was no longer angry, Su Huan returned to her normal self and began to eat. After finishing her meal, she settled the bill and headed to the restroom. In the distance, a figure stealthily followed her into the restroom. Upon exiting, Su Huan washed her hands. A young woman approached another sink, turned on the faucet, and began washing her hands, casually saying, "Sister Su Huan, are you here to eat as well?" Su Huan turned to see it was Chu Sua. She found her presence utterly annoying. It was as if she was everywhere, like a persistent fly. Su Huan replied coolly, "Are you following me?" Chu Sua scoffed, "We come here to eat every day. It's merely a coincidence." Su Huan chose to ignore her, continuing to wash her hands. Chu Sua turned off the faucet, crossed her arms, and looked at her with a contemptuous tone, saying, "Sister Su Huan, coming from such a small place, this must be your first time dining in such a romantic venue, right? Do you feel like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden?" Su Hua believed her temperament to be quite amiable. Yet, Chu Sua persistently challenged her patience. With a slight curve of her lips, Su Hua thought, "What audacity does a parasite, reliant solely on her parents, have to mock me?" Chu Sua's expression abruptly soured, and she abandoned pretense, directly stating, "You truly are more tenacious than I imagined. Even at the Civil Affairs Bureau, you refuse to divorce." Her true intention was to compel Su Hua to separate from Gu Beixian. Su Hua scoffed, "Whether or not to divorce is a matter solely between Gu Beixian and me. It is none of your concern." A hint of scorn flickered in Chu Sua's eyes as she leaned closer, whispering mockingly, "If it weren't for your grandmother's timely demise, you would have divorced long ago. How clever of her to choose that exact moment to pass away, just as you were about to end your marriage." It must have been to prevent your divorce. Women from humble backgrounds are indeed cunning. Having finally climbed a high branch, you will cling to Beixian, refusing to let go. A surge of fury coursed through every pore of Su Hua's being. Her pupils dilated, and she could almost sense the flames of wrath igniting within her. Without a second thought, she seized Su Hua's clothing at the chest and forcefully slammed her against the wall. Su Hua's back collided with the hard surface, causing her to wince in pain. Su Hua's hand swung down. Crack! A resounding slap struck Su Hua's face, fueled by her anger, delivering a blow that was swift, loud, and fierce. Instantly, Su Hua's cheek swelled up, her fair complexion marked by 5 vivid red fingerprints. Tears streamed down her face, and she struggled to regain her composure from the pain. Suddenly, she lifted her head and called out toward the doorway. Beixian, have you seen Su Hua's true colors? Look how she pretends to be gentle and kind in front of you, but she is nothing more than a shrew, fierce when she strikes. Su Hua's heart sank, and she slowly turned her head. There stood Gu Beixian outside the bathroom, tall and composed, observing the two of them with an impassive gaze. It dawned on Su Hua why Su Hua had leaned in to whisper those words. It was a provocation meant to incite her to violence. The last time Gu Beixian had sided with her was because Su Hua had initiated the conflict, but this time she had struck first. Su Hua silently regarded Gu Beixian, awaiting his response. He remained silent, merely pursing his lips and coolly regarding them both. She suddenly realized that his silence was, in fact, a form of support for her. After all, she was the one who had made the first move. Given the cooperative relationship between the Gu and Shu families, there were certain matters he could not address overtly. With a composed demeanor, Su Hua coldly regarded Su Hua and remarked, "You are quite peculiar. He is my husband, and he treats me and my family with such kindness. Naturally, I shall be gentle with him. You covet my husband, repeatedly provoke me, slander my grandmother, and yet you expect me to treat you with kindness? Is it you who is unwell, or am I the one ailing?" Su Hua found herself momentarily speechless, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Gu Beixian, pointing at her swollen cheek and pitifully saying, "Beixian, look at what she has done to my face." Gu Beixian paid her no mind, his dark eyes calmly fixed on Su Huan, softly inquiring, "Did she strike you?" Su Huan shook her head. Such blatant favoritism was utterly apparent. Su Hua was nearly livid, exclaiming, "Beixian, you promised Uncle Gu to take good care of me. Have you forgotten?" Gu Beixian replied coolly, "I only promised to look after you in matters of work." With a sorrowful demeanor, Su Hua lamented, "Beixian, after all these years of our childhood friendship, can you not show me a little kindness?" Suddenly, a male voice called out, "Su Hua, stop talking and come out." Su Huan turned to see Su Hua's brother, Chu Machin. She was momentarily unsure how to approach him. However, Chu Machin gave her a slight nod and said, "I apologize." Su Huan was taken aback, as she had indeed just struck Chu Hua quite firmly, frustrated at not gaining any advantage. Chu Hua huffed at Su Huan and turned to leave. Having felt the dirtiness from touching Chu Hua's face, Su Huan washed her hands again. She emerged, walking side by side with Gu Beixian towards the exit. Gu Beixian remarked in a neutral tone, "I didn't realize you could be quite fierce." That slap echoed from quite a distance. Upon hearing the sound of the slap, he had thought Su Huan was being bullied and rushed over. Su Huan was momentarily puzzled by his meaning and asked, "Do you think I was pretending? Are you disappointed in me?" Gu Beixian's handsome face tightened slightly, indicating that he was indeed a bit disappointed. Su Huan, feeling irked, retorted with a hint of bitterness, "Did it hurt you that I struck your ex-girlfriend? Why did you strike her? She insulted my grandmother, which prompted my reaction. She can insult me, but she must never speak ill of my grandmother. Such words are intolerable." Su Huan fumed, her eyes reddening. Seeing her earnestness, Gu Beixian ceased his teasing, reaching out to caress her head, his tone softening. "I felt no pity for her. I am simply accustomed to your gentle demeanor. It surprised me to see you so fierce for the first time. In the past, even when I had a terrible temper, you never raised your voice at me." Fierce? Su Huan was momentarily taken aback. She had expected him to side with Chu Hua, her heart brimming with indignation. Yet, as he shifted his tone, her defenses crumbled instantly. She clung to his arm, almost instinctively exclaiming, "You are my husband, my closest person. I would never dream of being harsh with you." A smile involuntarily graced the corners of Gu Beixian's eyes. He lifted her chin and playfully pushed her against the wall, planting a swift kiss on her lips, his demeanor radiating joy. Having bottled up his frustrations from her meeting with Gu Jinyao, he found solace in her playful charm. Chapter 50. Unwavering Commitment. Chu Hua, covering her face, unhappily followed Chu Machin out of the restaurant. Upon exiting, she began to complain. Are you still my real brother? My face is like this because of Su Hua. Why didn't you help me seek justice, instead of dragging me away? Chu Machin turned to examine her face, which bore 5 vivid red fingerprints. His expression darkened as he asked, what did you say to her? Why did she strike you so forcefully? Chu Hua replied angrily, I merely remarked that her grandmother died at an opportune moment, deliberately holding on to life to prevent her from getting divorced. Is that too much to say? She had intended her words to provoke Su Hua into action. Fortunately, she had managed to garner sympathy from Gu Beixian. Unfortunately, this time it was Su Hua who struck first, and Gu Beixian did not support her. Chu Hua felt her plans unraveling and was increasingly exasperated. Chu Machin smirked slightly, half amused. No wonder she hit you. If I were in her shoes, I would have done the same. Perhaps you should exercise a bit more restraint next time. Chu Hua shot him a sideways glance. Sometimes I truly doubt your allegiance. You seem to side with Su Hua at every turn. You are in the wrong. You and Gu Beixian have already broken up. You shouldn't harbor any illusions about him, nor should you entertain thoughts of marrying him. Chu Hua huffed. They were bound to divorce anyway. Besides, Brother Beixian chose Su Hua because I resemble her, which suggests he still harbors feelings for me. Chu Machin halted in his tracks, scrutinizing her closely. Perhaps he simply favors your appearance. It doesn't necessarily mean you are indispensable. Chu Hua rolled her eyes in response. Chu Machin then added, to be frank, Su Hua is more beautiful than you, and her grace surpasses yours. She exudes an air of elegance and intellect that is undeniably pleasant. He tugged at her Parisian haute couture outfit. Look at you. From head to toe, all I can sense is a whiff of materialism. Chu Hua raised her fist to strike him, exclaiming, Chu Machin, I am severing our sibling ties. How dare you say that rustic girl is prettier than me? Are your eyes defective? Chu Machin grasped her wrist firmly, admonishing, stop it. They both got into the car. As Chu Machin started the engine and began to reverse, Chu Hua fastened her seatbelt, saying, I spent some money to inquire with the nurse who attended to Su Hua's grandmother that day. The nurse revealed that although the grandmother's health was poor, she could have lived for another 2 to 3 months. On the day of their divorce, the old lady sent everyone out of the room and discreetly turned off her life support machines. You see, these people from humble backgrounds can be quite cunning. To prevent Su Hua and Brother Beixian from divorcing, the old lady resorted to suicide. Chu Machin fell silent, reflecting on how Su Hua had married Gu Beixian to afford treatment for her grandmother, and now the old woman had taken her own life to free her granddaughter. The bond between them was evidently profound. However, Chu Hua did not share this perspective. With indignation, she stated, if the old lady had timed her death so precisely, they would have divorced long ago. Once Su Hua leaves, Brother Beixian will inevitably reconcile with me. It's that old woman's fault for ruining my chances. Respect the deceased, and perhaps adopt a more gracious attitude, Chu Machin retorted, pressing the accelerator and increasing speed. Chu Hua turned her head to look at him, her gaze peculiar. Brother, do you perhaps have feelings for Su Hua? Chu Machin retorted sharply, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly like her? Chu Hua pinched the tip of his ear and teased, if you don't like her, then why are your ears turning red? Chu Machin swatted her hand away. My ears are red because you pinched them. Stop making such jokes. They're not amusing at all. Leaning her elbow on the car window and resting her chin on her hand, she contemplated him for a moment before a clever idea struck her. She inched closer and, in a playful tone, suggested, Brother, dear brother, why not sacrifice a bit of your charm to woo Su Hua? Wouldn't that be fun? Chu Machin's expression darkened. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll have you get out of the car. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Gu Beixian was driving with Su Hua, heading along the Riverside Avenue. Su Hua sent something amiss and inquired, this isn't the way home, is it? No, he replied, I'm taking you somewhere. Where to? You'll find out when we arrive. An hour later, Gu Beixian parked the car by the river. The river wind was fierce, and the waters churned violently. Surrounded by dense woods, the area was eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. Su Hua peered through the car window at the roaring, turbulent waters, puzzled. What are we doing here? Get out, Gu Beixian urged, opening the car door and stepping outside. Su Hua followed suit. He handed her the car keys. Please fetch something from the trunk. Confused, Su Hua took the keys and walked to the back of the car. Upon opening the trunk, her heart leaped with surprise and delight. It was filled to the brim with red roses. These were legendary roses imported from the Netherlands, with petals the size of a bowl. Velvety in texture, a deep, alluring red, dripping with vibrancy, adorned with a unique vintage edge, both stunning and elegant. How beautiful! Gu Beixian stood casually with his hands in his pockets. Leaning against the car, his handsome features softened as he glanced at the awestruck Su Hua. Do you like them? Of course I do. Su Hua's eyes sparkled with joy as she gently caressed the rose petals, feeling the delicate fuzziness that sent tingles through her. It was the first time Gu Beixian had given her flowers. Gu Beixian replied nonchalantly, I wasn't sure what flowers you liked. But the florist said red roses symbolize sincere love, so I chose these. Sincere love, a mere 5 words, resonated more deeply than the entire trunk full of roses. Su Hua felt a swell of emotion within her, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes gleaming with affection. Gu Beixian was captivated by her sparkling eyes, a fire igniting within him. He stepped forward, grasped her wrist, and drew her into his embrace, tilting her face towards him as he began to kiss her, his hands exploring beneath her clothing. Su Hua pressed her hands against his. No, she had never kissed him in such a wild setting before. Gu Beixian bent down, lifting her as if she were a child, carrying her to the front of the car. Su Hua's arm draped around his neck as she smiled and asked, What are you planning to do? The smile on her face froze. As she contemplated his next move, her ears flushed slightly. Gu Beixian held her with one arm, opened the car door, and gently placed her inside. He leaned down, kissing along her earlobe and trailing downwards. Su Hua offered a slight resistance, but he pressed her shoulders, preventing her from moving, and began kissing her lips. As she gasped for breath, she murmured, Why not go home? Why here? Gu Beixian, kissing her neck, replied nonchalantly, I heard that doing it outdoors makes it easier to have a son. Su Hua chuckled in disbelief. I didn't expect you to be so biased toward boys. What if I give birth to a daughter? It doesn't matter to me. As long as it's your child, I will cherish it. Besides, it's mainly the grandparents who want a boy. If you have a son in your first pregnancy, you won't have to endure it again. If it's a daughter, you'll have to suffer once more. Su Hua laughed. You certainly know how to show concern. With just one, who else would I care for? His breath was warm and moist against her neck and ear, stirring an involuntary thrill within her. This man, usually distant and aloof, exuded an air that discouraged strangers and even acquaintances. After 3 years of marriage, they had maintained a respectful distance, with few words exchanged, let alone sweet nothings. Recently, however, he seemed to have opened up, showering her with tender words that made her feel both ticklish and giddy. Su Hua found herself unaccustomed to this change. As his fingers lifted her clothing, her skin touched the cool leather seat, igniting a peculiar excitement within her. She relinquished her modesty, wrapping her arms around Gu Beixian's waist, her soft lips returning his kiss as she whispered, How did you become so skilled? You seem quite experienced. What she truly wished to ask was whether he had shared such moments with Su Hua as well. Gu Beixian discerned her thoughts, and, as a form of playful punishment, bit her shoulder gently. He murmured, I never reached that level with her. You are my first woman. Remember to take responsibility for me. Such words are typically spoken by women to men, but when they came from him, they were particularly teasing and somewhat amusing. Su Hua chuckled softly, promising, All right, if you don't leave, I won't abandon you. Chapter 51. Tender affections. Gu Beixian's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of starlight as he propped himself up from her. He bit his lip, silently gazing at her for quite a while. Lowering his head, he kissed her nose and murmured, You must keep your word. Su Hua replied with a faint Gu Beixian was dissatisfied with her response, feeling it was too casual, and reiterated his point. Su Hua couldn't help but smile inwardly. The initiative was clearly in his hands, yet he made it seem as though she was reluctant. After a moment of thought, she lifted her arms to encircle his neck, leaning her lips close to his ear and softly said, Many people are drawn to you because of your handsome looks, wealth, power, and charm. Yet, some are attracted to you out of empathy after witnessing your struggles. She silently settled beside you, wishing to offer both her shoulder and her sweetness. Gu Beixian's expression hardened as he cradled her face, their cheeks brushing against one another. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I invited you to awaken desire, not to stir sentiment. Now, it seems, all has settled in the heart, unable to reach the loins. Su Hua was on the verge of tears from his teasing. She could only express such heartfelt truths. The overtly suggestive and tantalizing words eluded her. Gently poking his waist, she tentatively proposed, if desire cannot be stirred. Shall we return home? No need. It's sufficient, he murmured, lowering his head to capture her lips, softly nibbling on her tender petals. His kissing prowess was exceptional. Su Hua felt herself melt under his kiss, delicate and charming as water. Though her frame was slender, it was alluringly curvaceous. The most enticing features were her graceful waist and exquisite silhouette. While appearing pure and untainted in Beixian's eyes, she was irresistibly enchanting, tugging at one as heartstrings. Outside the car, the river wind howled, the shadows of trees danced, and indigo clouds obscured half of the moon. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with passion, lingering and enchanting. The following day, Su Hua received an unexpected message from her bank. 1 million had been credited to her account. The remittance originated from the Jingdu Zhengrong Arts and Crafts Import and Export Trade Company, the parent company of Zhengrong Auction House. Su Hua retrieved Gu Jinyao's business card and dialed the number listed. After a single ring, he answered. Su Hua. He called her name in a deep, masculine tone, resonating with pure baritone. For some reason, every time she heard him utter her name, Su Hua felt an unusual sensation, as though those two brief syllables were laden with profound emotion. Yet, women often indulge in romantic musings. She dismissed it as her own overthinking. Mr. Gu, I just received 1 million from your company. Is there an error with your accounts? She inquired politely. Gu Jinyao chuckled. No mistake, it was I who requested the transfer. Su Hua's brow furrowed slightly. They had settled their financial matters regarding the painting. Why the transfer? Your artwork remains in my office. Before I could deliver it to my father, a regular client expressed interest, offering 13 million, 100,000 more than what I paid you. Su Hua pondered for a moment. Doesn't your auction house take a 10% commission? I should return this million to you. She preferred to settle accounts clearly with those she did not know well, not wishing to owe anyone favors. Gu Jinyao replied nonchalantly, no commission, as it didn't go through the auction channel. Su Hua hesitated. If you truly wish for my gratitude, how about a meal together? Such a request was hardly unreasonable. She would have gladly invited anyone else. However, Gu Beixian had expressed his disapproval of her getting too close to him. Su Hua declined gracefully. You have helped me immensely, and I should indeed treat you to a meal, but I find myself in a bit of a bind. Given your father's fondness for the ink lotus paintings of Beixian, I shall replicate one for him. It will not take long. Within 10 days, it shall be complete. However, I will only be copying, not forging. The seals upon it will be your responsibility. Gu Jinyao paused for a moment and replied, very well. I have already captured a photograph of that painting on my phone and shall send it to you shortly. No need, she insisted. I have committed it to memory and assure you I can replicate it flawlessly. Gu Jinyao fell silent for a brief moment before softly saying, you remain as astute as ever. Su Hua's heart fluttered at his words, and she asked, what did you say? With a smile, Gu Jinyao raised his tone and remarked, I said you are far more intelligent than I had imagined. Su Hua suspected she had misheard and casually replied, it's a skill honed from childhood. Practice makes perfect. As for the seals on the painting, feel free to use your own. I believe you will become renowned in the future. Once your name resonates widely, the value of your replicated ink lotus painting will naturally ascend. You flatter me, she said, though inwardly, she felt a surge of joy from being acknowledged. After ending the call, Su Hua entered her study and hung a do not disturb sign on the door. She meticulously ground the ink, the first step in painting, which serves to calm and center the mind. Once the ink was ready, she grasped her brush and approached the expansive desk where a sheet of ancient rice paper lay spread out before her. With her eyes closed, Su Hua slowly replayed the composition, brushwork, and ambience of Beixian's ink lotus painting in her mind. His style is characterized by bold strokes and expressive ink, drawing inspiration from nature with a simplicity that is grand and uniquely innovative. Throughout her life, she has copied countless ancient ink paintings, yet she finds Beixian's works to be the most challenging. Chinese painting does not emphasize three-dimensionality or focal perspective. It must exist in a realm that is both likeness and unlikeness. The closest replicas are deemed inferior. The intermediate ones are called exquisite, while the highest are referred to as transcendent or divine. She believes Beixian's paintings epitomize the transcendent. His works invariably convey a sense of desolation, solitude, and melancholy, reflecting his tragic heritage and neglected sentiments. Originally a descendant of the Zhou royal lineage, his life was one of tumult and displacement. To quote him, his paintings carry few ink spots, but many tears, as the mountains and rivers remain unchanged amidst the chaos of the world. A week later, Su Hua completed her interpretations of Zhu Da's ink lotus paintings, having created 2 pieces in total. The first, lacking in depth, she had framed and hung in her study. The second, however, met her full satisfaction, capturing form, spirit, and rhythm. The withered leaves and ink lotus emanated a chilling solitude. Once finished, Su Hua called Gu Jinyao to inform him, "Mr. Gu, the painting is complete. Shall I send someone to collect it, or would you prefer that I deliver it myself? Thank you for your efforts. Let us meet for a meal. You can conveniently hand over the painting then." Su Hua hesitated momentarily, and Gu Jinyao remained silent for a brief moment before adding, "Everyone needs to eat. It's merely a meal, and it won't take much of your time." Having reached this point in their conversation, Su Hua found it difficult to refuse any further without appearing ungracious, hence she acquiesced. The other party had arranged to meet at a private dining establishment tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. After hanging up, Su Hua gazed at the ink lotus, painting sprawled across her table, deliberating for a moment before dialing Gu Beixian. Once connected, she inquired, "Do you have time tomorrow at 6? I have a dinner engagement and would like you to accompany me." Gu Beixian paused briefly, then inquired with a hint of amusement, "Whose dinner is it that requires such elaborate arrangements?" Su Hua replied softly, "It's Gu Jinyao." At the mention of the name, Gu Beixian's demeanor shifted. His grip on the phone tightened, almost to the point of deformation. Chapter 52. Jealousy and Rivalry. Su Hua sensed his potential irritation and hastily clarified. The painting was in his office and was purchased by a regular client for 13 million. He transferred an extra million to me, insisting I keep it, and suggested I treat myself instead. I declined and painted another ink lotus piece for him, but he insisted on treating me to dinner. Unable to refuse, I thought I'd bring you along. If you're unavailable, I can ask Xin Yuan instead. As her words faded, Gu Beixian's voice resonated through the phone. "I am available." Su Hua smiled, "Thank you." The following day at 6 o'clock, Su Hua and Gu Beixian arrived at the private restaurant reserved by Gu Jinyao. The proprietor of this establishment was said to have ancestral ties to the imperial kitchen, serving only 8 tables daily, each with a fixed menu of 8 dishes, refusing any customer requests and never preparing extra. Despite this, the business thrived remarkably, with reservations required 3 days in advance, and during peak times, a 3-month wait was necessary. The restaurant itself was transformed from a small Western-style building once inhabited by a warlord during the Republic of China era, boasting a retro and enchanting ambience. Upon their arrival, Gu Jinyao was already present. Noticing Gu Beixian standing beside Su Hua, his expression darkened momentarily, only to be replaced by a smile as he greeted, "Hello, Mr. Gu." Gu Beixian, with a cool demeanor, acknowledged him with a nod, his face betraying little emotion. As the 3 took their seats, Su Hua carefully unfolded a portion of the painting she held and presented it to Gu Jinyao, asking, "Mr. Gu, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" He accepted it, gradually unfurling the artwork, his gaze descending to appreciate the details. After examining it, he shifted his attention to Su Hua, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I was right about you. This painting embodies form, spirit, and charm, truly lifelike. Please extend my gratitude to your father." Su Hua smiled lightly in response. "It was my pleasure." As they settled in, she caught a glimpse of Gu Beixian, his expression cool as he sipped tea. She reached beneath the table, gently massaging his leg in an attempt to soothe him. His playful hand was quickly captured by Gu Beixian, held firmly within his grasp as he caressed it slowly. His expression softened slightly in response. Since the reservation was made in advance, the dishes arrived promptly, including Buddha jumps over the wall, orchid bear paw, goji berry shark fin soup, and rock sugar bloodbird's nest, among other delicacies. Gu Jinyao gently spun the glass on the table, presenting the rock sugar bird's nest before Su Hua. "Miss Su, this is specially ordered for you." Su Hua graciously replied, "Thank you." Gu Beixian's gaze grew slightly frosty as he raised his eyes and beckoned to the attendant standing nearby. The server approached respectfully, inquiring, "Mr. Gu, How may I assist you? Gu Beixian extracted a card from his wallet and handed it to her, stating, "This meal is on me. Please charge it to my card." Su Hua couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Wasn't it agreed that Gu Jinyao would treat them? After just a single remark, he insisted on settling the bill, which seemed rather inconsiderate. The server smiled and responded, "Mr. Gu, this gentleman has already settled the bill in advance." Gu Beixian, still clutching the card, remained poised in the air as he commanded, "Return his payment. Charge it to my card." The server found herself in a bind and turned to Gu Jinyao for guidance. "Mr. Gu, what do you think?" Gu Jinyao's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he replied to Gu Beixian, "Mr. Gu, this time I shall treat. Perhaps next time you can take care of it." Su Hua tilted her head to glance at Gu Beixian, who remained unmoved in his stance. Understanding his pride, she knew he required an opportunity to relent. She gently extracted the card from his hand and returned it to her wallet, noticing his expression still darkening. She took a spoonful of the bird's nest and fed it to him, cheerfully saying, "You've been busy with work lately. Have some bird's nest to soothe yourself." Gu Beixian accepted without hesitation, elegantly consuming it, his demeanor gradually returning to normal. Su Hua quietly sighed in relief, grateful to have navigated this delicate moment. Before their gathering, she had never anticipated that the typically refined and courteous Gu Beixian could exhibit such possessiveness. A man of exceptional intellect and charisma in the business world, he now resembled a lovesick youth, consumed by jealousy. Quite an unusual sight. As Su Hua pondered this, Gu Beixian scooped a spoonful of shark fin soup and offered it to her, gazing at her with tender eyes, softly saying, "You've been burning the midnight oil painting. You must be exhausted. Have some shark fin to nourish yourself." Su Hua felt a tinge of embarrassment, with Gu Jinyao observing from across the table. Their acquaintance was still fresh, and being fed in front of him felt rather awkward. Yet, Gu Beixian's competitive spirit compelled her to concede. So she opened her mouth to eat, smiling as she replied, "You should have some too." Gu Beixian merely nodded, gesturing toward the bird's nest before her. "You feed me." Su Hua found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, it was she who had invited him to this gathering, and she naturally wanted to honor his wishes, so she complied. Gu Jinyao watched with a discerning eye, shaking his head ever so slightly. Men understand men best. He recognized Gu Beixian's underlying sentiments. This overwhelming sense of urgency was truly unparalleled. Subsequently, Gu Beixian continued to feed Su Hua intermittently. Though she felt a deep sense of embarrassment, she could not affront his pride and thus maintained a facade of calm as she ate. Gu Beixian, on the other hand, remained composed, showing no signs of discomfort. Gu Jinyao sat silently across from them, observing the affectionate couple without uttering a word. Despite the table laden with exquisite delicacies, he found the food tasteless, eager only to finish and leave. When he had nearly finished, Gu Beixian turned to Su Hua and said, "I'm going outside for a smoke." Normally, Su Hua disapproved of his smoking, yet outside, she graciously smiled and replied, "Go ahead, but smoke less." Gu Beixian nodded, exchanged a glance with Gu Jinyao, pushed back his chair, and stepped outside first. "Miss Su, I'll join you for a smoke." Gu Jinyao remarked to Su Hua before following suit. The two of them proceeded to the smoking room, where they reached the window. Gu Beixian opened the window, took out a cigarette box, shook one out, and offered it to Gu Jinyao. Gu Jinyao accepted it, but did not light it, merely toying with it between his fingers. He casually pulled up a chair, crossing his long legs, his expression smiling, yet his eyes betraying a sharpness that was hard to conceal. Gu Beixian, tall and elegant, leaned lazily against the window, his gaze coolly fixed on him as he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you surnamed Liu?" Gu Jinyao's dark pupils hardened slightly, and in a flat tone, he replied, "I am surnamed Gu, the son of Gu Jingrong, just returned to the country this year." Gu Beixian did not respond immediately, pursing his lips as he studied him for a few seconds. He placed the cigarette in his mouth, flicked the lighter, ignited it, and took a deep drag, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. The white haze swirled around, obscuring the contours of his handsome face, rendering his expression unclear. Silence enveloped them, thick and oppressive. After a lengthy, chilling pause, Gu Beixian finally spoke, not looking at Gu Jinyao, his gaze lowered to the cigarette in his hand, and in a nonchalant tone he said, "The hand and face of Chu Suasa were harmed by you, weren't they?" Gu Jinyao's smile froze, and he gripped the cigarette tightly, snapping it in two. His voice was devoid of warmth as he replied, I do not comprehend what you are implying. Gu Beixian's gaze flicked to the broken cigarette, his eyes growing increasingly intriguing as he spoke. Su Hua is my wife. Regardless of your surname, do not disturb her. Gu Jingyao shrugged, his expression defiantly challenging. What are you afraid of? Gu Beixian's eyes turned cold, scrutinizing him as the atmosphere turned tense. Gu Jingyao smirked, a smile that seemed to conceal a blade. Gu Beixian returned the smile, flicking the ash into the ashtray, his tone neither warm nor cold. Today, Su Hua invited me. You witnessed how much she cares for me just now. His voice was slightly heavy, the smile on his lips enigmatic. Gu Jingyao hesitated, his smile fading. Take good care of her. With that, he pushed back his chair and stood to leave. Gu Beixian's gaze turned icy as an outsider. Don't you think it inappropriate to concern yourself with my wife? Gu Jingyao paused, his expression unchanging as he replied, a talent like her is a rare find. One that everyone should cherish and protect. Upon concluding his words, he discarded the extinguished cigarette into the waste bin and stepped outside, watching his retreating silhouette. Gu Beixian's gaze darkened profoundly, his fists gradually clenching. The cigarette, but crushed in his fingers, seared his palm, yet he felt no pain. Disposing of the cigarette, he retrieved his phone from the pocket of his trousers and dialed Su Hua. Let's go, he stated. All right, see you in the lobby on the first floor. Su Hua diently. Gu Beixian responded with a faint acknowledgement. After hanging up, Su Hua emerged, her bag in hand, and coincidentally encountered Gu Jingyao. She offered him a slight smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your generous hospitality this evening. Gu Jingyao's smile deepened. It was my pleasure. Su Hua courteously bid him farewell. Gu Jingyao gazed down at her, his eyes softening as he replied, Goodbye. If one listened closely, they could discern the hidden longing concealed within those seemingly ordinary words. Unfortunately, Su Hua was oblivious, her heart wholly devoted to Gu Beixian. She hurried away, swift as a gust of wind. Gu Jingyao silently watched her retreating figure, that slender silhouette gradually fading into the corridor until it vanished entirely. Only then did he slowly withdraw his gaze, his dark eyes deepening like an unfathomable lake. Upon reaching the first floor, Su Hua met Gu Beixian, and the two exited the private dining establishment. As they stepped outside, Su Hua exhaled a long sigh of relief. That meal was truly exhausting, she mused. However, she refrained from inviting Gu Beixian, fearing his displeasure should he discover it in the future. Their already precarious marriage needed careful nurturing. They entered the car, and as the door closed, Gu Beixian suddenly pulled Su Hua into his embrace, gripping her chin and kissing her fervently. The kiss grew increasingly forceful, as if he were competing with someone. Such intensity brought no pleasure, yet Su Hua did not push him away. After all, he was her man, and she could only indulge him. Meanwhile, Gu Jingyao drove away from the private dining establishment, holding onto Su Hua's painting. Upon returning to his residence, he had scarcely settled when he received a call from his mother overseas. I heard you met with Gu Beixian? She inquired. Gu Jingyao furrowed his brow slightly, responding coolly. You promised me you wouldn't visit that family. It was the condition for allowing you to return. His expression remained indifferent as he replied, I invited Su Hua to dinner. She came of her own accord. Su Hua is also part of that family. Do take care, his mother cautioned before hanging up. Chapter 53. Reluctance is futile. Su Hua's left hand underwent rehabilitation for 2 months, and her dexterity had nearly returned. She resumed her work at Gubaozhai. Upon entering, she spotted the appraiser, Cui Shoshing, scrutinizing an ancient painting through a massive magnifying glass, examining its authenticity. As she passed by, she casually glanced at the artwork, a bamboo painting by Zheng Banqiao. Having practiced calligraphy since childhood, her first attempts had been imitations of Zheng Banqiao's bamboo, and she could discern its quality at a mere glance. Cui Shoshing adjusted his glasses and inquired of the seller, What is your asking price for the painting? The seller, a disheveled middle-aged man, with his hands tucked into his sleeves and shoulders hunched, replied, This is a bamboo ink painting by Zheng Banqiao, passed down through generations. I would prefer not to sell it unless absolutely necessary. I have inquired about past auction prices, which start at 30 million. The implication was clear. The price could not be significantly lower than that. 30 million is no trifling sum. Cui Shoshing squinted and scrutinized the painting once more, asking, Why not take it to an auction house? The seller rubbed his nose and explained, I need the money urgently. If I go to an auction, I must wait, and I cannot afford to do so. Selling to you at a lower price is acceptable, as long as the payment is prompt. Cui Shoxing sighed. We cannot offer such a high price. The seller hesitated for a moment, then said, All right, you propose a price, and if it seems fair, I shall sell. I'm open to negotiation. At that moment, Su Hua suddenly halted her steps. From a distance, she cast another glance at the painting. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Cui Shoxing called out, Xiao Su, come over and take a look at this painting. Su Hua returned, donned the store's special white gloves, and lifted the painting from the counter for a meticulous examination. The composition of the bamboo was artfully arranged, the stalks slender, yet exuding strength, and the leaves, depicted with a firm brush, exhibited a cursive style, while the bamboo trunks embodied the essence of seal script, swaying gracefully. It was indeed a genuine piece by Zheng Banxiao. However, Su Hua felt something was amiss, though she could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. It was a nagging intuition that arose from her extensive exposure to such works over time. She looked up and asked Cui Shoxing, Have you tested it with instruments? Cui Shoxing nodded, confirming that the paper and ink were consistent with their respective eras, and the style and seals were authentic. He was certain it wasn't original. He hesitated, however, due to the exorbitant price, requiring him to be cautious. Su Hua took the magnifying glass from him, examining the painting closely, her expression growing increasingly grave. She folded the painting and signaled to Cui Shoxing. He understood and returned the painting to the seller, smiling apologetically. Regrettably, we cannot comprehend this painting. Cannot comprehend is a term used in the antiques trade, implying the painting may be a forgery. The seller, upon hearing this, grew agitated. You have tested it with instruments. The paper and ink are from the Qing dynasty, and the seals are authentic. How can you say you do not understand it? Cui Shoxing found himself at a loss for words, believing the painting to be genuine. Observing his indecision, the seller became emboldened, slumping into a chair, shedding his earlier timid demeanor for a more brazen attitude, declaring, This painting has been in my family for generations. You must provide an explanation today, or I shall not leave. Having run the shop for many years, he had encountered all kinds of individuals, and those who resorted to such tactics were not uncommon. In the past, Cui Shoxing would have easily dismissed them with a few words. However, in regard to this painting, he truly could not find any fault and had no choice but to cast a pleading glance toward Su Hua. The shop assistant also turned to look at Su Hua. Under the watchful eyes of many, Su Hua approached the seller of the painting and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing her, the seller's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily rolled up the painting and left in a dejected manner. Once he had distanced himself, Cui Shoxing curiously inquired of Su Hua, Little Su, what did you say to him? What was the issue with that painting? Su Hua smiled elegantly and replied, That painting is a forgery. Ancient artworks, particularly those by renowned figures of antiquity, command exorbitant prices, often ranging from millions to even billions. With such immense profit at stake, there are inevitably those willing to take risks. A skilled restorer of ancient paintings can split a single artwork into 2, 3, or even more, all in pursuit of outrageous profits. The most adept among them can reportedly divide a painting into 5 or 6 pieces, with legends of one artwork yielding as many as 9. However, such conditions are exceedingly rare and fraught with peril. A single misstep can ruin the entire piece. Cui Shoxing's face darkened, and he felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back. It was fortunate that Su Hua had arrived in time, otherwise, he would have been deceived. If he had purchased a painting worth tens of millions, he would have suffered a significant loss. More critically, his reputation in this trade would have been irreparably tarnished. When Su Hua first arrived, the young master had asked him to consult her about anything he did not understand, and he had felt quite indignant. Now, however, he found himself completely convinced. Cui Shoxing, hunching his shoulders, asked, How did you discern that? Su Hua smiled lightly. Although the paper, ink, and the seal on that painting are genuine, upon closer inspection, one can notice minute, unrefined burrs on its surface. However, I did not elaborate, simply stating, it was intuition. I have been dealing with ancient books and paintings since I was a child, though I am still young. I have been in this field for nearly 20 years. At a glance, I sensed something amiss, and upon closer examination, it proved to be true. When she had first arrived, she had made similar statements. At that time, Cui Shoxing had dismissed her as boastful, but now he felt she was merely being modest. Her expertise in ancient books and paintings undeniably surpassed his own, and he could no longer deny it. Cui Shoxing's aged face broke into a broad smile, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum as he glanced down at Su Hua's hands. With a tone laced with concern and a hint of flattery, he said, "Teacher Su, how is your hand recovering? I know a highly reputed acupuncturist. Would you like me to introduce you?" Everyone present was taken aback. Hui Shangxing, the oldest in the shop and proud of his discerning eye, typically held himself aloof. Even Su Hua, the young master, showed him respect, addressing him as old Chui with formality. Yet now, he had begun referring to the merely 23-year-old Su Hua as Teacher Su. Su Hua was also slightly surprised, but quickly responded with a smile, "Old Chui, please continue to call me Little Su." Cui Shoxing shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "No, from now on, I shall call you Teacher Su. If it weren't for your keen eye just now, I would have been led astray." That was a painting worth several tens of millions. He felt that addressing her as Teacher Su was well worth it. Su Hua ceased her words, smiled faintly, removed her gloves, and ascended the stairs. Her hand, injured, had necessitated nearly 3 months of rest, resulting in a backlog of tasks. However, the restoration of ancient books and paintings is a meticulous endeavor, one that requires both skill and integrity. It cannot be rushed. Upon closing the door, she flexed her fingers and commenced her work. By noon, she glanced at her phone and noticed 2 missed calls. During her work, she typically kept her phone on silent to avoid distractions. She dialed the number back. It was the photography studio, informing her that her wedding photos were ready for collection. In the afternoon, Su Hua instructed her driver to take her to the studio to retrieve the wedding photographs. At the time of the shoot, due to her impending divorce, she had only opted for one outfit, enlarging a single image to create an album to take with her. Now, she found herself regretting not having captured more outfits. Su Hua was particularly pleased with the wedding photographs. Both of them appeared striking, a perfect match made in heaven. The driver assisted in placing the large photograph into the car. Once seated, Su Hua called Gu Beixian, saying, "I've picked up the wedding photos and I adore them. I would like to treat you to dinner. When will you be free?" Gu Beixian replied with a gentle smile, "I'm currently inspecting the progress at a construction site, so I will be a bit late." Su Hua inquired, "Which construction site? I can come pick you up." Gu Beixian teased, "Su Hua, you seem rather clingy." She smiled, "I'm just being clingy with you, so what?" Gu Beixian chuckled, "I'm at the Beixian Mingzhu site. Just tell the driver, he'll know where to go." "All right. See you soon." 40 minutes later, the driver brought Su Hua to the Beixian Mingzhu development. Upon disembarking, she immediately spotted a long, limited edition luxury car parked at the construction site entrance, Gu Beixian's. She took out her phone to call him. Just as she was about to dial, she noticed a group of people hurriedly exiting the construction gate, led by Gu Beixian, who was carrying Su Hua in his arms. His expression rushed as he swiftly approached the waiting car. Upon reaching the vehicle, someone hastily opened the door. Gu Beixian, cradling Su Hua, bent down and entered the car. The vehicle sped away, emitting a plume of white exhaust. Su Hua's phone fell to the ground, her heart shattering with a resounding thud. Chapter 54. By any means necessary, Su Hua stood there, her lips pale, feeling as fragile as a delicate shell. Although it was the balmy spring of April, with the sun shining brightly, she felt as if she were standing in a frigid, wintry landscape. A chill coursed through her from head to toe, her teeth chattering faintly. Her heart clenched painfully, making it hard for her to breathe. What had happened to the promise of maintaining decorum? What had happened to keeping a distance from Su Hua? Yet here was Gu Beixian, intimately cradling her, hurrying into the car. She stood right at the entrance, so conspicuous, yet he did not even notice her. Young madam, the driver called out twice. Su Hua demanda indispensive. The driver bent down to pick up the phone lying on the ground, inspected it briefly, and handed it to her. "Say, madam, your phone?" Su Hua numbly accepted it. The driver cautiously observed her expression and remarked, "Miss Chu must be injured. It is Mr. Gu who is carrying her." I saw that her eyes were closed, and her face bore an expression of great pain. Su Hua had been entirely focused on Gu Beixian earlier, not paying attention to what Su Hua looked like, nor did she care to. Upon hearing the driver's words, she pondered for a moment. It seemed plausible. Otherwise, it was unfathomable for Gu Beixian to carry her so brazenly in broad daylight, especially in front of numerous subordinates. Anxiety breeds chaos. She had been momentarily flustered. Coming to a realization, Su Hua's stiff gaze softened slightly as she said, Could you call and ask which hospital they went to? We should go check. She did not believe Beixian would deceive her. She wished to see the truth with her own eyes. The driver took out his phone and called several individuals who had accompanied Beixian, quickly gathering the hospital's address. Learning that Chu Hua had indeed been injured, Su Hua felt a slight relief. Upon arriving at the hospital, she found that Chu Hua was being taken into the examination room for a brain CT scan. Beixian stood at the window, one hand in his pocket, his gaze fixed intently on the examination room door, his brow furrowed. A few workers from the construction site were nearby, quietly conversing. Su Hua approached Beixian slowly. As if sensing her presence, he turned his head toward her, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Soon, he softened his gaze and inquired gently, "What brings you here?" Su Hua replied softly, "We had agreed to dine together. Have you forgotten?" "I apologize. An incident occurred. Chu Hua was injured, and I cannot leave for the moment." Beixian placed his hand on her shoulder, holding it gently. "If you're hungry, you should return and eat." Su Hua shook her head. "I'm not hungry." "What happened to her?" "She was representing the Chu group with me on a site inspection when she was struck on the head by a metal bucket that fell from the scaffolding." This was a matter Beixian had mentioned previously, indicating that Chu Hua was taking on the role of assistant to her father. The Chu group and the Gu group had numerous collaborative projects. Clearly, this was a deliberate attempt by Chu Yanru and Gu Outing to create an opportunity for Chu Hua and Beixian. Suppressing her emotions, Su Hua asked, "Was she wearing a safety helmet?" "Yes." "Is her injury serious?" "She is unconscious. We will only know the specifics once the examination results are available." Beixian glanced at his watch and said, "My father and others will be arriving shortly. You should head back." Su Hua understood he was concerned that Gu Outing's arrival might put her in an uncomfortable position. She, too, wished to avoid facing Gu Outing's cold, coffin-like demeanor and replied, "Then you should return home early." "All right." Beixian gently squeezed her fingertips, noticing their chill. After a moment, he stroked her head, his voice softening. "Do not let your thoughts wander. Since I have chosen to continue this journey with you, I shall not remain entangled with Chu Hua. Today is an unusual circumstance." Su Hua nodded, her beautiful autumn-like eyes glistening with moisture as they gazed upon him. "I trust you," she said. Beixian's lips curled into a smile. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to embrace her, but restrained himself due to the presence of his subordinates. He enveloped her hand entirely within his palm and said, "Call me when you arrive home. Let Lu San know what you wish to eat. One day, when time permits, I shall take you out for a meal." Su Huan replied, "All right, let's head back." He released her hand. Just as Su Huan turned to leave. Her expression suddenly hardened upon seeing Gu Outing and Chu Yanru approaching hurriedly. From a distance, Gu Outing's sharp gaze landed coldly upon her face, piercing like a sharp ice pick that chilled her to the bone. Chu Yanru's eyes were like a keen blade, slicing across her visage, leaving her profoundly uncomfortable. Some individuals possess the uncanny ability to inflict pain merely through their gaze, without uttering a single word. Feeling overwhelmed, Su Huan found herself wanting to laugh. Two elderly men, both over 100 years collectively, were bullying a girl in her early 20s. They were fathers and grandfathers. What kind of hearts did they possess? Initially intent on leaving, she suddenly lost her resolve and wished to see how these two old men intended to handle her. Beixian, noticing her stillness, pulled her behind him protectively. Gu Outing approached, his expression stern as he directed a frosty gaze at Beixian, his tone laden with unmistakable reproach. "You promised me to take good care of Su. Is this how you care for her?" Beixian's eyes darkened slightly as he replied, "It was an accident." Gu Outing scoffed. "I entrusted you with Su Hua precisely to prevent such accidents." Beixian remained silent. He slightly turned his head toward Chu Yanru, speaking politely yet distantly. "Uncle Chu, I kindly request that your company assign a more competent assistant to liaise with me for work." Chu Yanru's expression soured instantaneously. He forced a smile, saying, "Beixian, your words are rather unpalatable to Uncle Chu. I've heard from the workers on site that the iron barrel was meant to strike your head, but Su Hua pushed you aside, shielding you from it. She was injured in her effort to save you. One must possess a sense of conscience." Beixian paused. "I will take responsibility for her injuries, but I also ask Uncle Chu to assign someone else. Su Hua studies jewelry design abroad. She is ill-suited for the real estate industry." Chu Yanru's smile was ambiguous. "That is precisely why I had you take her. You have known each other since childhood, making communication more convenient." Gu Beixian's countenance remained composed, yet his eyes were dark and profound. There was an absence of emotion, yet they emanated a chilling aura. Gu Outing sensed that chill. He cast a glance at Su Hua and, in a tone devoid of warmth, reminded Gu Beixian, "Previously, you suggested that I refrain from making things difficult for Su Hua, and in exchange, you would take good care of Su Hua at work. I have upheld my end of the bargain. What of yours? In just a few days, you have managed to get Su Hua admitted to the hospital." Su Hua thought to herself, "This cunning old fox is indeed shrewd. Rather than troubling her, he has chosen to trouble Gu Beixian instead. Ultimately, he seems intent on finding ways to separate the two of them." She gently tugged at the corner of Gu Beixian's suit, wishing to speak. However, he silenced her with a glance, lowering his gaze to Gu Outing and Chu Yanru. His expression remained icy as he stated, "A forced fruit is never sweet. Continuing down this path serves no purpose. It will only deepen the bond between Su Hua and myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Nurse hurriedly wheeled Chu Hua out from the examination room. Chapter 55. Unexpected. Lying on the gurney was Chu Hua, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale, and her safety helmet had already been removed. Her hair obscured the visibility of her injuries. Upon seeing her, Chu Yanru discarded what he was holding and rushed over, grasping her hand and calling out, "Su Hua, please make way." The nurse urged as she pushed the gurney towards the emergency room. Chu Yanru quickly followed suit. The results of the brain CT scan would take 10 minutes to arrive. Gu Beixian remained still, waiting for the results, as this matter was indeed pertinent to him. Gu Outing gazed in the direction where Chu Hua had gone, his voice laced with reproach. "Look how good Su Hua is to you. She risked her life to save you. If she hadn't taken the blow for you, it would have been you lying there." Gu Beixian replied coolly, "I did not ask her to shield me." Gu Outing's simmering anger flared up. "What kind of statement is that? You used to have such a good relationship with Su Hua. What has changed recently?" Upon finishing, he shot a cold glance at Su Hua, implying that she was the instigator. Gu Beixian, noticing this, pulled Su Hua aside, his gaze darkening as he remarked, "Is it wrong for me to maintain distance from women other than my wife? Must I embrace them to satisfy you?" Gu Outing was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, letting out a cold huff as he departed. Once he left, Gu Beixian reached up to tousle Su Hua's hair, studying her face as he said, "I apologize for the distress you have endured." His cool voice carried a hint of remorse. Su Hua, who had been simmering with frustration from Gu Outing and Chu Yanru's earlier confrontation, felt all her anger dissipate upon hearing Gu Beixian's words. She lightly grasped his fingertips, saying, "It's nothing. This isn't the first time." She had endured harsher words in the past. In Gu Beixian's presence, Gu Outing had indeed been much more restrained. 10 minutes later, the results of Chu Hua's brain CT scan revealed a mild concussion. Su Hua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She truly feared that Chu Hua might be rendered foolish or even become a vegetable due to the incident. Given the temperament of their family, they would undoubtedly cling to Gu Beixian. Glancing at his watch, Gu Beixian remarked, "It's getting late. You should head back. I may return home quite late tonight." Su Huan, with a lingering reluctance, urged, "Don't forget to have dinner." "I know, and you should too," he replied. As Su Huan turned to leave, she encountered Gu Beixian's assistant around the corner and reminded him, "Don't forget to order dinner for your boss and remind him to eat." The assistant replied respectfully, "Understood, madam." Upon returning home, Su Huan washed up and went to bed. However, as the night wore on, Gu Beixian still had not returned. Exhausted, she eventually succumbed to sleep. In the midst of the night, she awoke, her eyes opening to the emptiness beside her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted it was already past 2 in the morning. Gu Beixian was still absent. She picked up her phone to call him, but it was turned off. A wave of anxiety washed over her, her heart racing in trepidation of what might have transpired. She trusted Gu Beixian, yet she couldn't dismiss the potential mischief from Gu Outing, Chu Yanru, and the mother-daughter duo of Chu Hua, with 2 cunning old foxes and 2 scheming minds. What unsavory deeds could they not conspire together? What if they were plotting something that would jeopardize Gu Beixian? Should she intervene or remain passive? Throwing on a jacket, Su Huan contemplated going to the hospital. However, it was quite late, and the driver would surely be asleep. Hailing a cab at this hour would be challenging, and her driving skills were mediocre. Venturing out at night felt unsafe. In her bedroom, She paced restlessly until she finally managed to reach Gu Nanine on the phone. Groggy from sleep, Gu Nanine answered without checking the caller ID, her voice laced with annoyance. Who is this? Calling so late? Do you not let anyone sleep? Nanine, it's me, Su Hua, she replied. Gu Nanine's tone softened immediately. Oh, sister-in-law, what is wrong? I need the phone number of Chu Majin, please. Chu Hua has been injured, and your brother took her to the hospital. He isn't returned yet. Gu Nanine was instantly alert. What? Is my brother getting into trouble again? How is he tangled up with that green TBTCH again? This situation is a bit unusual. Please don't defend him. He deserves a good scolding. I'll send you Majin's number right away. Okay. After jotting down Chu Majin's number, Su Hua dialed it. The phone rang once before it was answered. Sorry for calling you so late. Mr. Chu, Su Hua said politely. Not at all. Please go ahead, Chu Majin replied courteously. I would like to inquire if Gu Beixian is with you, she asked. With a hint of regret in his voice, Chu Majin responded. He is here. Please hold on while I pass the phone to him. Thank you. Not long after, the voice of Gu Beixian echoed from my phone, but had died and shut off. Why are you still awake? Su Hua asked, gripping her phone. I'm worried about you not coming home. Gu Beixian paused and replied. Chu Hua has yet to awaken. I cannot leave her side. You should rest. Don't worry about me. Su Hua felt perplexed. On the way back, she had checked her phone and found that a mild concussion usually results in a few hours of unconsciousness. Why was she still in such a deep slumber? The doctor had mentioned the same, yet she remained unresponsive. After all, it was due to my injury that this had happened. And the Gu and Chu families were in a partnership. Then take a moment to rest somewhere. Staying awake all night is detrimental to your health. All right, he agreed. After hanging up, Gu Beixian returned the phone to Chu Majin. Chu Majin glanced at his watch and said, It's late. Perhaps you should return home. You have work tomorrow. Staying here serves no purpose. Gu Beixian looked at Chu Hua on the hospital bed and replied, Fine, I'll come back to see her tomorrow. As soon as he spoke, Huachiru shot him a resentful glance and sarcastically said, Beixian, Su Hua is in this state because of your injury. How can you just abandon her? Gu Beixian pursed his lips, choosing not to respond. Chu Majin pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him. Let's step outside for a smoke. Clear our heads. Gu Beixian accepted the cigarette and followed him out. The two men stood by the window. Gu Beixian held the cigarette in his mouth as Chu Majin flicked the lighter to ignite it, patting his shoulder and saying, Encountering a stepmother like mine. It's hard to explain, even when you are right. You've had a tough time. Gu Beixian inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke, fixating on the white haze and momentarily losing himself in thought. Whether it was tough or not, it was simply as it was. His primary concern was that Su Hua might overthink the situation. She had called earlier, undoubtedly spiraling in anxious thoughts. Gu Beixian stayed until dawn, leaving as Chu Hua remained in her state of unconsciousness. In the evening, after completing his business, Chu Majin visited the hospital to see Chu Hua. As he approached the ward and was about to push the door open, he heard her irritable voice from inside. Dad, what kind of people have you arranged? Throwing an iron bucket down with such force. Are you trying to crush me? Even with a helmet on, I feel half dead. My head still hurts, I'm nauseous. And my mind feels foggy. It's unbearable. Chu Majin halted, retracting his hand from the door handle. He then overheard Chu Yinru say, Do you think Dad is not pained by this? But when it comes to acting, it must be genuine. This way, both Gu Beixian and Gu Outing will feel indebted to you. Your reconciliation with Beixian is just around the corner. Chu Hua warned, You must not let my brother know about this. He has been led astray by that Gu Nanine. He is always turning his back on us. Chu Yinru responded with an indicating he didn't need reminding. Just as Chu Majin was about to leave, he heard Chu Hua sweetly say, Dad, haven't you noticed? My brother's personality is nothing like ours. When you have time, go get a paternity test with him. In the event that he is not a member of our family, it would be a futile emotional investment. Chu Majin's expression darkened instantaneously as he turned and departed. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered Gu Beixian. Chu Majin stated, You should return. She will not succumb, and I implore you not to visit her again. Chapter 56. The scheme unravels. Gu Beixian's gaze deepened momentarily as he inquired, Has your sister regained consciousness? Chu Majin recalled Chu Hua's words, igniting his ire. Indeed, she had awakened long ago, her tongue sharp and articulate, entirely unlike someone who had merely stirred from a night of unconsciousness. Gu Beixian detected the underlying implications in his words and asked, What transpired? Chu Machin refrained from elaborating, merely stating, "The worker who discarded the iron barrel at the construction site yesterday. Ensure a thorough investigation. It may prove useful in the future." Gu Beixian keenly seized upon the term discarded, connecting it to the reactions of Chu Yenru, Hua Kuru, and others from the previous evening. He grasped a measure of understanding. "Thank you," he acknowledged, turning to depart. Once in his vehicle, he contacted his assistant, instructing, "Investigate the worker who discarded the iron barrel at the construction site yesterday afternoon. Attend to it personally and keep it discreet. No one should be made aware, as it may serve a purpose later on." He deliberately emphasized the word discarded. Having accompanied him for some time, the assistant quickly comprehended the implications behind the term. "Understood, President Gu. I will take care of it immediately," he replied. Gu Beixian responded with a low acknowledgement before instructing the driver to the company. As the driver started the vehicle and navigated a corner, Gu Beixian received a call from Hua Kiru. "Beixian, your father mentioned you were at the hospital. Why have you not yet appeared? Su Hua has just regained consciousness and has been calling your name. Though her mind is clouded from the injury, the one person she has not forgotten is you." Had this been 10 minutes prior, Gu Beixian might have felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing her words. Yet now, he merely felt the weight of insincerity. A collective scheme had been orchestrated to deceive him. Gu Beixian, devoid of emotion, replied, "I have encountered an urgent matter that requires my attention. I am confident in your care for Su Hua. However, I must attend to business." He promptly terminated the call. Minutes later, Gu Outing called, his tone accusatory. "Beixian, what is going on? Su Hua was injured because of you. The Gu and Chu families share a cooperative relationship. You ought to be there for her, both professionally and personally." Gu Beixian's expression grew cold. Regardless of his involvement in the situation, he felt like an accomplice. He replied, his tone icy, "I spent the entire night in her hospital room and worked tirelessly at the company all day. I am human, not made of iron. The company does not hinge solely on my presence. Since you are so concerned for her, why not accompany her yourself? I am exhausted and returning home to rest." Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, Gu Outing called again. Gu Beixian cast a fleeting glance, switched off his phone, and tossed it onto the seat. He raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose and instructed the driver, "Take me home." "Certainly, Mr. Gu." Upon arriving at Ryu Bay, as soon as he stepped inside, Su Hua approached him, silently assisting in loosening his tie. Her large eyes roamed over his attire, observing with keen interest. Having been ensnared by the schemes of the Chu family, Gu Beixian felt quite vexed. Yet, seeing her inquisitive demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. Accustomed to her gentle and serene nature, her occasional display of quirky charm was truly endearing. He reached out to ruffle her hair, speaking softly, "No need to stare. When I left the hospital this morning, Chu Su Hua had not awakened. My father asked me to visit her this afternoon, but I left without entering the ward. I didn't embrace her, nor did I catch her fragrance, and there was certainly no opportunity for a kiss." Caught in her own little scheme, Su Hua's face flushed, and she retorted defiantly, "I didn't I was merely noticing that you looked tired and helped you with your tie." A trace of amusement danced in the corners of Gu Beixian's eyes. He relished Su Hua's jealousy and concern for him, yet he wished to spare her from any sorrow. Quite the contradiction. He shed his suit jacket, which Su Hua took to hang on the rack, inquiring, "Has Chu Su Hua awakened?" Gu Beixian subtly furrowed his brow and replied, "Yes, she has." Su Hua fixed her gaze upon his eyes, calmly asking, "Will you visit her tonight?" Gu Beixian hesitated for a moment, then pulled her into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead and stating, "No, I want tea." "What about tomorrow?" "I want tea go tomorrow either." He lowered his head to kiss her cheek, trailing down to her lips and neck, finally nibbling her earlobe, carelessly declaring, "I want tea go any day. It's essential to accompany my wife. The world may be vast, but my wife is paramount." Su Hua's ears turned crimson, and his kisses ignited a fluttering warmth within her, rendering her whole body tingling. She thought to herself how this man was becoming increasingly adept at charming her. Initially, she had been quite displeased with his absence the previous night, yet with just a few words, he had eased her concerns. She realized she was utterly captivated by him. Perhaps this is the nature of love. In a romance, the one who cares more is invariably the loser, as if he merely stands there, doing nothing. It has already pierced through her heart. A kiss from him could make her forget many grievances. 3 days later, her grandmother called. inviting Su Hua and Gu Beixian to dinner at their home on Saturday. Since returning from her grandmother's funeral, she had not seen her grandmother and felt a deep yearning, promptly agreeing to the invitation. As Saturday approached, before nightfall, she instructed the driver to take her there early. This visit felt entirely different from the last. The previous occasion had been laden with the heaviness of divorce, a farewell to her grandmother, while this time, a sense of lightness prevailed. As soon as Grandma saw her, she hurried over, grasping her hand tightly as though she had encountered a long-lost treasure. She exclaimed repeatedly, "Who is this? Let me see. Whose lovely daughter is this, looking so splendid?" Su Hua smiled sweetly and mimicked her tone, saying, "I am your precious granddaughter-in-law." Grandma cupped Su Hua's small face in her hands, rubbing and kneading it affectionately, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear granddaughter-in-law, you have finally returned. Ever since you left last time, my heart ached terribly." The old gentleman emerged, puffing on his pipe, and remarked, "Indeed, when you left, your grandmother couldn't eat for days, tossing and turning at night, sighing and lamenting that our family had wronged you." Su Hua's heart tightened, and she choked out, "I'm sorry, Grandma. It's not your fault, my dear. It's all because of that wretched grandson of mine, and that good-for-nothing son." The elderly lady led her to the sofa to sit down. Su Hua's eyes were already red, but upon hearing her grandmother's words, she nearly burst into laughter. Only Grandma would dare to say such things. Who else would have the audacity? Half an hour later, Gu Beixian arrived. The elderly lady instructed the servants to bring the dishes to the table. The four of them gathered around, chatting and laughing over dinner. Grandma placed a piece of braised sea cucumber into Su Hua's bowl, insisting, "Eat more of this sea cucumber. It is pure and unpolluted. It will boost your immunity and make it easier for you to conceive, so you can give me a plump great-grandchild." Su Hua felt a bit embarrassed and discreetly glanced at Gu Beixian. His hand reached out from under the table, enveloping hers, his fingertip gliding gently across her palm. That touch sent a tingling sensation through her, like a current of electricity, igniting a fluttering in Su Hua's heart. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The servant hurried to open it. Su Hua turned her head and saw Gu Outing entering with Chu Suo. Chu Suo was dressed fashionably and elegantly, but her complexion was pale, and she had not applied lipstick, resembling someone recovering from a serious illness. Su Hua's smile froze on her face. The other three at the table also wore expressions of discontent. The elderly lady glared and angrily questioned Gu Outing, "Why bring an outsider to our family meal? Are you intent on causing me distress?" Chu Suo appeared aggrieved, timidly retreating behind Gu Outing, seeking protection. Gu Outing's expression darkened as he replied, "Mom, so recently saved Beixian. Please don't treat her like an enemy. You used to care for her so much. This child has had a hard time, forced by her mother to go abroad, separating her from Beixian, which led to her severe depression." The elderly lady huffed disdainfully, rolling her eyes and remaining silent. Gu Outing turned to Chu Suo, saying, "Suo, go ahead and sit down to eat." Chu Suo obediently replied, "Okay, Uncle Gu," as they took their seats opposite Su Hua and Gu Beixian. Chu Suo gracefully picked up a serving chopstick and delicately placed a piece of steamed abalone into Gu Beixian's bowl. Standing upright and extending her arm with a charming yet somewhat ingratiating demeanor. "Beixian, on the night of my injury, you cared for me throughout the entire night. It must have been exhausting for you. Please enjoy some abalone to replenish your strength." Gu Beixian looked at her with cool, piercing eyes. "Has your injury healed?" Chu Suo raised her hand to massage her temples, wincing in pain. "My head still aches subtly, and some memories remain hazy." Gu Beixian cast her a knowing glance before picking up his phone and dialing his assistant, speaking in a calm tone, "Send that worker to the old residence." Upon hearing this, Chu Suo's complexion turned deathly pale. Chapter 57. Public Humiliation. Chu Suo felt a pang of guilt. She was acutely sensitive to the term worker. She feared that Gu Beixian had summoned the worker in relation to her. The chair beneath her felt as if it were nailed to the ground, making it difficult for her to remain seated. However, the moment of panic was fleeting, and she quickly regained her composure. The worker had been arranged by her father and had received a hush money, thus would not dare betray them. Only a select few were privy to the entire affair, and it was impossible for Gu Beixian to know. His call must be mere coincidence, certainly just a coincidence. Chu Suo continued to reassure herself internally that everything would be fine. It was undoubtedly her overthinking. After giving his instructions to the assistant, Gu Beixian ended the call and placed his phone on the table. Gu Outing regarded him with confusion. What is the purpose of summoning a worker to the old residence? Gu Beixian maintained an impassive expression as he picked up his chopsticks and placed a dish into Su Hua's bowl, speaking leisurely. You will find out shortly. Gu Outing smirked. You rascal, why keep me in suspense? Su Hua cleared her throat and addressed Gu Outing. Uncle Gu Beixian might have official matters to attend to, so let us not press him. A slight smile played on Gu Beixian's lips as he noticed the plate of steamed abalone that Su Hua had just served. He lifted the entire plate and handed it to the servant behind him. Please replace it with a new one. Of course, young Master Beixian, the servant replied, swiftly replacing it with a fresh dish. Su Hua stared at the plate in front of Gu Beixian, her lips twitching in discontent. This was far too humiliating. It left her feeling exposed in front of so many people. Noticing her discomfort, Gu Outing's gaze turned colder. He picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of braised ribs in front of her. Su Hua, do eat more ribs. You've lost weight after your injury. Su Hua expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Gu Outing shot a sidelong glance at Gu Beixian, his tone laced with sarcasm. It's only right. You've grown up under my watch, much like my own daughter. Unlike some individuals who, despite your risking your life to save him, remain ungrateful. A hint of disdain flickered in Gu Beixian's eyes as he served a piece of fish to Su Hua, speaking softly. I truly appreciate the 2 years you devoted yourself to me. I am forever grateful. Su Hua smiled warmly, responding in kind. It is only natural. As husband and wife, we should support one another through thick and thin. The two shared a silent understanding, exchanging a smile. Su Hua dug her nails into her palm, trembling with indignation. The elderly lady observed them without revealing her thoughts, lifting an eyebrow before turning to instruct the servant behind her. Go and serve that rack of ribs to Hua. It was a selection I had specifically chosen, fresh and exquisite, prepared for my beloved granddaughter-in-law. Yes, madam. The servant promptly complied, carrying the dish over to Su Hua. Su Hua internally applauded her grandmother, feeling immensely grateful for her support. Su Hua's complexion paled as she lowered her head, biting her lip, appearing utterly forlorn. Gu Outing's expression darkened as he scooped a small bowl of bird's nest soup and pushed it toward Su Hua, saying, Suasa, do try this bird's nest. It's renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties. Your Aunt Sheen always relishes it. The elderly lady frowned and directed the servant, take the bird's nest to Hua. I had insisted on simmering it for half a day, intending it for my precious granddaughter-in-law, who permitted this outsider to partake. The servant swiftly obeyed. Su Hua smiled sweetly in the direction of the elderly lady, expressing, thank you, Grandma. You were so kind to me. The elderly lady chuckled heartily. You are my only cherished granddaughter-in-law. Who else should I dote on? Tears streamed down Su Hua's cheeks as she bowed her head, her shoulders trembling as if burdened by a great sorrow. Gu Outing slammed his chopsticks onto the table, frowning as he said, Mother, given your age, can you not be so willful? Just a few days ago, Beixian nearly faced a calamity at the construction site, and it was Su Hua who risked her life to save him. Considering the decades-long ties between the Chu and Gu families, you ought to show her a bit more kindness for this alone. Gu Beixian tightened his grip on his chopsticks, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Anticipating the unfolding drama, the elderly lady shot a cold glance at Gu Outing before turning her attention back to Chu Hua, stating, I treated her well in the past, as if she were my own granddaughter. Yet, when Beixian faced trouble, she fled abroad to enjoy herself. Now that Beixian has recovered, she returns, but it's too late. Gu Outing retorted, that was her mother's coercion, forcing her to break up with Beixian and sending her abroad under constant surveillance. It was never Su Hua's choice. The elderly lady scoffed, a misaligned upbringing breeds similar offspring. I refuse to believe that a grown person could simply be kept under watch. Ask her, if Beixian were still in a wheelchair, would she still be so eager to approach him? Absolutely not. Su Hua lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, asserting, I would. Grandma, I love Beixian more than my own life. The elderly lady curled her lip. Don't try to sell me that nonsense. I'm not buying it. Gu Outing restrained his emotions, stating, Mother, you are being unreasonable. The elderly lady retorted coldly, I see it as you being obstinate. Su Hua turned her gaze towards Gu Beixian, her eyes reflecting a depth of meaning. It was no wonder she pondered deeply. Su Hua's declaration had been excessively sentimental, professing her love for Beixian as surpassing even her own life. After all, Gu Beixian was a married man, in the presence of so many, especially before her. How could Chu Hua muster the courage to speak? Gu Beixian reached beneath the table, clasping Su Hua's hand and turning it palm up. His fingertips began to inscribe words in her palm. Suppressing her urge to giggle, Su Hua attempted to decipher the message. The words read, "Wait for the show." She inquired with her gaze, "What show?" Gu Beixian smiled faintly, shaping his lips to say, "Don't rush." The elderly matriarch was engrossed in a spirited debate with Gu Outing when her peripheral vision caught the tender exchanges between Gu Beixian and Su Hua. She tempered her demeanor, her face lighting up with exaggerated cheer as she exclaimed, "Look at this lovely couple. Their affection is truly enviable." Su Hua realized that her grandmother was deliberately making this declaration for Gu Outing and Chu Hua to hear. She played along. "Grandma, I envy the bond you share with Grandpa even more. Such love is rare and precious." The grandmother beamed and replied, "As long as Beixian behaves, you two will undoubtedly enjoy a lifetime of happiness. In all my years, I've never encountered a girl as remarkable as you. Beautiful, gentle yet resilient, intelligent, talented, and hardworking. Such a daughter-in-law is a rarity. Our Beixian must have accrued immense fortune in his past lives to have found someone as exceptional as you." Su Hua felt her eyes welling with tears, deeply moved by her grandmother's words. This praise was a clear affront to Gu Outing and Chu Hua. Gu Beixian smiled subtly, gently pulling Su Hua closer into his embrace, saying, "Our Huan is the finest in the world." Su Hua playfully rolled her eyes at him. Such compliments were well suited for her grandmother, but his participation felt excessive. Yet, her heart swelled with happiness, sweet as honey. The previously silent elder cleared his throat and, looking kindly at Su Hua, said, "Little Su, if anyone dares to trouble you in the future, come to your grandparents. We will stand by you, and let us see who would dare to bully you." This was a direct slap to Gu Outing's face, overwhelmed with emotion. Su Hua's voice trembled as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you both." Gu Outing's face had darkened ominously, resembling a storm cloud, while Chu Hua felt so humiliated that she could barely lift her head. Originally, Gu Outing had brought her to dinner with the intention of garnering favor in front of his grandparents after recent events. Instead of winning their favor, she found herself the target of collective mockery, her resentment for Su Hua intensifying. Never before had she felt such humiliation. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. A servant hurried to answer the door. An assistant entered, accompanied by a man who appeared to be a worker, and addressed Gu Beixian. "Mr. Gu, the person you requested has arrived." Everyone turned to look. As Chu Hua finally discerned the face of the worker, a sudden jolt struck her heart, rendering her pallid as ashes. Chapter 58. The Grand Performance Begins. Chu Hua could hardly believe her eyes and rubbed them vigorously. Indeed, the worker before her was the very one who had hurled the iron bucket from the scaffolding that fateful day. He had been secretly bribed by her father to facilitate her scheme of feigning distress to win Gu Beixian's affection. Yet, this worker had inexplicably appeared in the drawing room of the Gu family's ancestral home. It was over. Only one thought lingered in Chu Hua's mind. The plot was exposed. Although it was the warm and pleasant month of late spring, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling from within. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush at the worker and silence him forever. Regret washed over her for having been overly confident and careless. She should have been more vigilant, taking appropriate precautions, and not squandered such a splendid opportunity. Gu Beixian cast a cold glance at Chu Hua and inquired, "Miss Chu, do you have nothing to say?" Chu Hua felt as if her entire being, including her tongue, had turned to stone. She sat there in a daze, unable to utter a single word. Gu Outing observed her, then shifted his gaze to Gu Beixian, perplexed, and remarked, "What are you playing at? You frightened Su Hua." A faint, mocking smile curled at the corners of Gu Beixian's lips. "If Miss Chu has nothing to say, I shall speak on her behalf." With great difficulty, Chu Hua managed to speak. "Beixian, there may be a misunderstanding here." Her voice trembled. Gu Beixian smirked. "I have yet to begin speaking. How do you know there is a misunderstanding?" Chu Hua was rendered speechless. The matriarch, unable to contain her curiosity, urged, "Beixian, stop the suspense and tell us. We are all eager to hear." Gu Beixian fixed his gaze upon Chu Hua's face and, with an expressionless demeanor, recounted, for days ago in the afternoon, I, along with Miss Chu, the assistant dispatched by the Chu Corporation, visited the construction site of the Binhai Pearl project to inspect the progress. While passing by the construction of Building 13, a worker pretended to be careless and threw an iron bucket from the scaffolding. Assistant Chu, quick-witted, pushed me aside, and the bucket struck her on the head. Although she wore a safety helmet, she suffered a mild concussion and fell unconscious. In Mr. Gu's eyes, Assistant Chu risked her life to save me, unaware that this was all deliberate. He paused deliberately while emphasizing his words. The matriarch clicked her tongue in admiration, exclaiming, "What masterful ruse!" Gu Outing's expression darkened significantly. He shot a cold glare at Chu Hua before turning to the worker, sternly demanding, "Is what he said true?" At this point, the worker, despite having 100 reasons to conceal the truth, found himself trembling and stammered, "Yes, it's true. Someone slipped me 100,000 yuan to throw the bucket at him when Mr. Gu passed by, assuring me that nothing would go awry. Mr. Gu, I realize my mistake, and I shall never dare to do so again." Gu Outing had never felt such humiliation in his life. Despite his unwavering protection of Su Hua, he incessantly emphasized how she risked her life to save Gu Beixian. It was all a farce. Gu Outing's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Su Hua, expressing his disappointment. Tears streamed down Su Hua's cheeks as she pleaded, "Uncle Gu, this was my mother's intention. I was unaware until afterward. I am innocent, truly." Gu Outing's doubtful eyes fixated on her, seemingly weighing the authenticity of her words. With tear-filled eyes, she continued, "My mother saw how deeply I admired Beixian, to the point of losing my appetite, and she wanted to help me. Her delicate features, already dainty, became even more deceptive as she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom." Gu Outing's expression softened momentarily. Su Hua seized this fleeting opportunity, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. She reached out to tug at his sleeve, adopting a coaxing tone. "Uncle Gu, please consider my mother's sincere intentions and forgive her. I was genuinely hurt when I saw that iron barrel fall toward Beixian. I acted without thinking and pushed him away. I truly love him with all my heart." Gu Beixian, feeling discomfort, furrowed his brow and interrupted, "Miss Chu, I am a married man. Kindly be mindful of your words." Su Hua's expression froze. The elderly lady looked at Gu Outing with a smile, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. "What else do you wish to say, esteemed Chairman Gu?" Gu Outing scoffed coldly, abruptly pushing back his chair to stand and striding away. As he passed the workers, he halted, casting a frigid glance at them. He instructed his assistant, "Dismiss this individual immediately and ensure they are never rehired. Withhold their salary and bonuses." The assistant respectfully replied, "Understood, Chairman Gu." Gu Outing waved his sleeve and departed, slamming the door behind him to vent his fury. Seeing her support leave, Chu Hua timidly addressed Gu Beixian, "Beixian, you must believe me. It was truly my mother's misguided idea, and I only learned of it afterward." Gu Beixian's handsome visage remained indifferent as he casually remarked, "Miss Chu, your tactic of sacrificing a pawn to protect the king is rather cunning." His words, veiled in praise yet laced with reproach, implied that she was shifting all blame onto her mother to safeguard herself and her father. Su Hua shook her head vigorously. "No, I did not sacrifice anyone. It was genuinely my mother. She has always had a narrow vision and acts impulsively. If it weren't for her interference 3 years ago, you and I would not have parted ways. If we hadn't separated, I would be the one sitting beside you today." As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. Su Hua sometimes found herself admiring Su Hua. How could tears be so easily shed? The elderly lady, unable to bear it any longer, huffed and said, "If you wish to cry, do so at home. We have finally gathered as a family for a meal, and I do not want to see you blubbering, ruining the mood." Su Hua opened her mouth to respond, but noticed the impatience etched on everyone's faces. Gu Outing has departed once more, leaving her without a single ally to voice support. Outnumbered, she was compelled to retreat in disgrace. Exiting, she entered her vehicle. Su Hua, seizing her mobile phone, dialed her father, Chu Yanru, lamenting, "Father, what sort of unworthy individuals have you recruited? Wasn't it stated that your discretion is impeccable and your actions reliable?" Chu Yanru, taken aback, pondered if the truth had been revealed. "Ju su su, isapta, viplit. What do you think? That man has been escorted to the ancestral home by Beixian. Today, I have never felt so humiliated." Chu Yanru's expression darkened. What did Uncle Gu say? What else could he say? He was furious. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yanru inquired, how did you handle the situation? What else could I do but shift the blame onto my mother? Uncle Gu must have believed it. I hope it won't tarnish your business relationship. Sighing in relief, Chu Yanru said, I will seek an opportunity to clarify matters with him. You need not concern yourself with this. Chu Hua acknowledged and ended the call, tossing her phone onto the seat in frustration. The more she reflected, the angrier she became. What had begun as a cunning ruse had inexplicably unraveled. She had suffered for nothing. Her head still throbbed painfully. Who could have leaked the information? Only her parents were privy to this matter, along with her father's trusted aide. Her father's confidant would never betray her. It must have been the worker who faltered. Certainly, that insignificant laborer had the audacity to betray her. Chu Hua was livid, exclaiming to the driver, pursue that worker. How dare he bring me such embarrassment? Now Beixian despises me even more. This is infuriating. The driver promptly responded, right away, Mississippi. He started the vehicle in pursuit of the construction worker. After exiting the Gu family ancestral home, the worker walked along the road, silently making his way forward. This area was affluent. Not a single bus or taxi was in sight. His legs ached from walking, yet he had not encountered taxi. As he absent-mindedly scanned the street for a ride, suddenly a garment was draped over him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was dragged behind a bush by an assailant, who unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Just as the assault commenced, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. The driver, panicking, abandoned the worker and fled. Unfortunately, he was intercepted by officers emerging from the patrol car before he could reach the vehicle. For the charges of assault and intentional injury, the driver was apprehended. Along with him, the second daughter of the Chu family, Chu Hua, was also taken into custody. Simultaneously, at the ancestral home, Gu Beixian's phone rang. Upon answering, his assistant reported, Mr. Gu, just as you anticipated, Miss Chu, after leaving the ancestral home, dispatched individuals to assault a laborer, and she has been apprehended by the police I summoned in advance. Gu Beixian responded with a low murmur and instructed, contact their chief. Ensure that justice is served without favoritism or corruption. All right, Mr. Gu, I shall attend to it right away. After hanging up the phone, Gu Beixian smiled faintly and addressed the gathering. Chu Hua has just been apprehended by the police for sending someone to assault the workers. The elderly lady burst into laughter, exclaiming, I told you, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. She deserves it. Su Hua smiled and looked at Gu Beixian, saying, Thank you for allowing us to witness such a splendid performance. Gu Beixian raised an eyebrow slightly, teasing, Are you still angry with me? The sight of him embracing Chu Hua while exiting the construction site had truly infuriated Su Hua. At that moment, she had contemplated leaving everything behind. However, after visiting the hospital and seeing him, her anger had subsided significantly. By now, all her ire had dissipated. Yet, she refrained from voicing this and instead warned him, You must not hold Chu Hua again, no matter how urgent the situation may be. She was accustomed to being gentle, rarely adopting such a forceful demeanor. Occasionally asserting herself seemed to please Gu Beixian. He chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Little girl, though you are not very old, your possessiveness is quite strong. I am merely a few years younger than you. Do not take advantage of me. Su Hua feigned disdain, yet her smile was irresistible. Her laughter was truly enchanting, dancing in her large eyes, with her brows, lips, chin, and strands of hair brimming with vivacity, exuding a hint of pride and mischief. It was a captivating innocence that felt almost radiant. Her laughter stirred something deep within Gu Beixian. The elderly lady watched the playful couple with a smile, discreetly nudging the old gentleman with her foot. Chapter 59. Difficult to part. A week later, Su Hua was in the restoration room, finalizing a piece of ancient artwork. Shen Yuan arrived at the antique shop with an urgent matter to discuss. However, as Su Hua was engrossed in her work and could not be disturbed, Shen Yuan quietly sat on the first floor, sipping tea while waiting for her to come down. By noon, Su Hua concluded her tasks and descended. Shen Yuan greeted her with a beaming smile. Sister Hua, I am here on behalf of our archaeological team to request your assistance. Su Hua raised an eyebrow slightly. Archaeology? When did you change your profession? It's not quite a change. We are part of the same system. I previously worked at the museum arranged through my mother. Archaeology is my true passion. I studied tomb structures and mechanisms abroad. Su Hua smiled lightly. Which tomb? Long Yao Village. A nobleman's tomb has been discovered there, and rescue excavations are underway. It contains numerous valuable murals and silk paintings that urgently need restoration, and I recommended you to our leader. Su Hua pondered for a moment and inquired, Isn't Long Yao Village quite far from the capital? It is somewhat distant, located in the northwest. Su Hua paused. Can you bring the paintings to me for restoration? Sister Hua, to put it plainly, we primarily value your rapid memorization ability. Once the coffin is opened, the silk paintings are exposed to oxygen and will quickly oxidize and fade, and you have the ability to memorize swiftly. Your mind is sharper than a camera. Su Hua asked, Have you spoken to your brother about this? Rest assured, I have already done so. Shen Yuan grasped her hand earnestly, saying, Sister Hua, we need you. The nation needs you. She has presented such a noble reason. What more could Su Hua possibly say? Throughout her life, she has restored countless ancient paintings. Some passed down through generations, others unearthed from ancient tombs. Yet, she has never ventured into a genuine burial site. With a hint of curiosity, she agreed to the proposition. That evening, upon returning home, Su Hua entered her bedroom to pack her belongings. She meticulously placed various samples of cosmetics in her makeup bag, followed by a selection of clothing for her stay. This time, she would be away for at least 10 days to half a month. When Gu Beixian returned from work, he found Su Hua diligently packing her clothes into her suitcase, and his expression instantly cooled. With a slight smirk, he suppressed his emotions and said, Su Hua, if there's something to discuss, please make it clear. You can't just leave without a word. Su Hua let out a soft laugh. Whenever he behaved this way, she felt as though he genuinely cared about her. Whether or not it was just an illusion, being so cherished brought her a sense of happiness. Standing up, she approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist, fluttering her eyelashes as she asked, Are you truly that afraid I might run away? Gu Beixian pinched the soft flesh at her waist, inquiring, What do you think? Su Hua giggled, slightly tickled by his touch, and replied, I'm not running away. Tomorrow, I shall visit Long Yao Village, where a tomb from the Warring States period has been discovered, and some murals and silk paintings require restoration. Gu Beixian's gaze darkened slightly. When did your shop's business expand to such an extent? It's not our shop, it's the archaeological team. Shen Yuan recommended me to their leader. Gu Beixian's expression soured. Stay away from that infatuated one. He only brings you trouble. Do not speak ill of her. She is your little fan, Su Hua retorted. My grandfather taught me so much. It is only right to contribute to future generations. Those murals and silk paintings are cultural treasures left by our ancestors. If they are not restored, future generations will never see them. There are so many restoration experts in the museum. Surely, it doesn't have to be you? Gu Beixian's voice carried an undercurrent of displeasure. He truly hated the thought of her enduring hardship in such a remote location. Su Hua smiled. Ipazis a photographic memory. And I work quickly. Besides, I am still young. The senior experts will also be sent over. They're in their 50s, 60s, and even 70s, yet they remain full of vigor. It would be unreasonable for me, being so young, to refuse. Gu Beixian ceased his objections, releasing her and leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. His eyes were shadowed, devoid of emotion as he asked, How long will you be gone? About half a month. No, that's too long. You can only be gone for 3 days at most. With a hint of exasperation, Su Hua looked at him. President Gu, I've noticed you've become somewhat clingy lately. Gu Beixian narrowed his eyes. Long Yao Village is a mountainous area, isn't it? The environment is poor, and it's an ancient burial site. You, a delicate young lady, running around in a tomb with a group of rough men, what sense does that make? Shen Yuan will accompany me. The archaeological team may work outdoors, but they are not wild men. Gu Beixian glanced at his watch and declared, I will accompany you. Su Hua furrowed her brows as she gazed at him, feeling rather perplexed. After 3 years of marriage, their relationship had always been one of mutual respect. Yet, this tumultuous episode regarding divorce seemed to have rekindled their affections, making them appear more enamored than ever, akin to newlyweds. She contemplated for a moment and said, I need to attend to work. It cannot be completed in just a day or two. At least 10 days to half a month is required. Given your busy schedule, it would be best not to waste your time. Gu Beixian pondered for a moment before responding. Then I shall assign several bodyguards to ensure your safety. Would 4 suffice? Upon hearing this, Su Hua thought it exceedingly excessive. To visit a site for mural restoration, accompanied by 4 impeccably dressed bodyguards, seemed preposterous. Just imagining such a spectacle made her head spin. Perhaps just one, she suggested. I'm on an archaeological site, not heading into battle. Others don't have bodyguards. It would be rather ostentatious for me to do so. At least 2, to alternate in guarding you, Beixian insisted with an unyielding tone. Su Hua relented, conceding fine. 2 it is. Beixian then picked up his phone and stepped outside to make arrangements. Su Hua gently shook her head, thinking to herself, this man is something else. Yet her heart swelled with sweetness. When Beixian returned after his call, he went straight to the study. It wasn't until nearly bedtime that he re-entered the bedroom. His cold, handsome face bore no expression as he silently pulled back the covers and lay down, leaving Su Hua with a chilling back turned towards her. Confused, she pondered what had come over him. He had seemed perfectly fine earlier. She inched closer, nuzzling her face against his back, and asked softly, what is wrong? Beixian remained silent, feeling that in her eyes, he could not possibly weigh as heavily as a few ancient paintings. To be apart for half a month for the restoration of a few broken pieces of art seemed absurd to him. Naturally, he could not voice such thoughts. It would be too embarrassing and would paint him as petty. After a spell of waiting for his response, Su Hua saw no reaction. She lifted a corner of the blanket, turned over, and lay opposite him, propping her chin on her hand, tenderly gazing into his eyes. Why the long face? She inquired gently. Beixian stared at her for a considerable time, then leaned in to plant soft kisses on her forehead and nose. Before turning her face towards him and kissing her lips, his hands slipping beneath her clothing. Su Hua felt her heart race, pounding like a drum. Amused, she thought to herself that she could have simply said yes, as she was not refusing him. Why the elaborate dance around the issue? How could a grown man be so awkward? After much coaxing, Beixian finally relented. Exhausted from the encounter, Su Hua felt her body grow weak, her legs as limp as willow branches. She lay on her side, breathing softly, gazing at Beixian's strikingly handsome face, reflecting on how this man could be utterly enchanting when he let loose. It felt as though he had exhausted the affection meant for half a month in one go. The next morning, bright and early, Beixian personally drove Su Hua to the airport. As they approached the security check, he adjusted her collar and cautioned her. Do not get too close to the rough men in the archaeological team. None of them are trustworthy. Their flattery is merely a guise to take advantage of you. Avoid consuming anything from strangers, be it food or drink. If you encounter any issues, call me immediately. Do you understand? Su Hua felt a mix of exasperation and appreciation as she gazed at him, responding, I understand. Yes. Goodbye. She waved at him and wheeled her suitcase towards the entrance. After taking a few steps, Beixian's voice called out, Su Hua, have you forgotten something? She halted, checking her belongings. Phone and suitcase were both in place. She turned back and replied, No, I have everything I need. Think again, he said, his tone slightly cold, posture rigid, exuding an air of detachment. After pondering for a moment, a smile blossomed on her lips. She set down her suitcase, approached him, and on tiptoe, planted a hearty kiss on his chin, sweetly declaring, Is this sufficient? Beixian responded with a subdued acknowledgement, his handsome face still devoid of a smile. Su Hua gently caressed his face, softly saying, All right, I must go in now. The plane will take off if I delay any longer. With that, she grasped her suitcase and hurried inside, 2 bodyguards shadowing her closely. Watching her receding figure, Beixian's handsome countenance turned somber. Chapter 60. A thrilling experience. 2 hours later, Su Hua and Shun Yuan disembarked from the plane, greeted by individuals awaiting them at the airport. The group boarded a vehicle, traversing a bumpy road until they reached Longyao Village, nestled in the ancient northwest. The grand tomb lay at the foot of Longyao Mountain, which loomed behind the village. Locations like Longyao Village, Tianjing Village, and Shuyong Village, as well as mountains bearing the word tomb, such as Laofan Mountain and Huafan Mountain, are often associated with ancient burial sites. Surrounded by mountains, Longyao Mountain stands amidst a cluster of peaks with a vast lake stretching out in front. Although remote, the area possesses exceptional feng shui. Under the guidance of the reception staff, Su Hua and Shun Yuan approached the vicinity of the ancient tomb on Longyao Mountain. The place was desolate and sparsely populated, with the grand tomb already excavated halfway. Leading the archaeological endeavor was Professor Gu Mo, a renowned contemporary historian and archaeologist. He welcomed Su Hua with a group of team members. With gray hair and appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, his angular face was framed by black-rimmed glasses, behind which sparkled a glimmer of wisdom. Upon seeing Su Hua, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated her youth and beauty. In his previous experiences, exceptionally beautiful women often resembled mere ornamental vases, lacking substance. The team members standing behind him were captivated by Su Hua, their eyes wide with astonishment, unable to look away. Their reaction was entirely understandable. The archaeological team has long toiled in the wilderness. Typically, they do not encounter even a glimpse of a woman, let alone a stunning young lady like Su Hua. Professor Gu was the first to react, forming a fist and coughing lightly into it, before extending his right hand with a smile, saying, "Welcome, Expert Su." This unfamiliar address made Su Hua feel quite bashful. She politely shook his hand and replied, "Professor Gu. Please just call me Xiao Su." Professor Gu insisted earnestly, "No, you are our specially invited expert in artifact restoration. You should be addressed as such." Su Hua chose not to argue further. Casting a glance at the tomb behind him, she inquired, "Shall we begin now?" Observing her readiness to plunge into work without even pausing for a break, Professor Gu regarded her with newfound respect. Initially, he had assumed her delicate appearance indicated a lack of resilience. Very well. He instructed someone to fetch a mask and specialized shoes for her. Su Hua accepted them, donned the mask, and bent down to change her shoes before following Professor Gu into the burial chamber. The tomb from the Warring States period was excavated to a depth of over 10 meters. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with gloom, and the temperature was significantly colder than above ground. Su Hua imbalentore sivereth. Due to the urgency of the rescue excavation, some chambers were still being unearthed. Lacking sufficient manpower, they had enlisted a few local villagers to assist. Numerous archaeologists were crouched on the ground, meticulously brushing away dust from pottery. All were men. Professor Gu pointed at the model murals on the wall, saying, "When this grand tomb was first opened, these murals were vibrant and exquisite, but they rapidly oxidized upon exposure to oxygen. I didn't even have time to capture them on camera before they faded to this unfortunate state." Su Hua attentively examined the murals. Despite their faded and dull appearance, it was still evident that the artist possessed remarkable artistic skill. The wisdom of ancient people is often beyond the reach of later generations. Shen Yuan gazed at the murals, letting out a sigh of regret. Our sister Hua's mind is sharper than any camera. She can recall everything at a glance and recreate it perfectly. It was indeed time to have her join us. At this, Professor Gu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he praised, "Heroes emerge from the youth. Your generation truly boasts an abundance of talent." Shen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Of course, our sister Hua is a once-in-a-century genius." Su Hua gently nudged her with her elbow, signaling her to speak less. Shen Yuan immediately fell silent. Su Hua humbly addressed Professor Gu, "Not at all. We are still too young and inexperienced. We should learn more from esteemed veterans like you." Professor Gu laughed heartily and asked, "I hear you are the granddaughter of the illustrious Su Wenmai?" Indeed. Professor Su was renowned and had collaborated with him many times. But alas, the elder has passed away. The thought of her late grandfather and grandmother pierced Su Hua's heart like a thorn. She took a moment to collect herself before continuing to listen to Professor Gu's introduction. He explained that this was a grand tomb belonging to a feudal lord from the Warring States period. During that time, lavish burials were in vogue, and people believed in an eternal life after death. The burial chamber was filled with an abundance of grave goods that held immense research value. This archaeological endeavor had invited numerous experts and team members. Su Hua accompanied Professor Gu to the main burial chamber. Someone approached, holding a tray with a silk painting. Su Hua focused her gaze. The painting was mottled, severely oxidized, faded, and had holes, making restoration quite challenging. Professor Gu pointed at the silk painting and said, "This was retrieved from a burial coffin in the adjacent side chamber. Since there was a silk painting in that coffin, we deduced that there should be one in the main burial chamber's coffin as well. When Xiao Shan mentioned you, we decided to leave it unopened until your arrival." Su Hua nodded. "I can memorize it quickly. As long as I record it, I can restore it to its original form." "Good." Professor Gu gestured to the few individuals beside the coffin. "Let us open it." The coffin actually consisted of 5 layers, and the outer 4 had already been opened, leaving only the innermost layer. Shen Yuan, concerned that Su Hua might be frightened, grasped her fingertips and whispered, "Sister Hua, don't be afraid. The dead are not scary. They want to turn into zombies like in the movies." Su Hua nodded and softly replied, "Please be quiet. I need to concentrate." "All right, Sister Hua, good luck." Everyone donned gas masks. The coffin was pried open by several sturdy men, and a wave of dark, foul air surged forth, causing everyone to scatter. Once the noxious air dissipated, they gathered around again. Su Hua beheld a decayed skeleton within the coffin, clothed in garments that were silk and relatively well-preserved, albeit rapidly showing signs of oxidation. The burial goods inside the coffin were diverse, including various gold and silver artifacts, lacquerware, and bronze items. Indeed, there lay a roll of silk painting nearby. Professor Gu bent to retrieve the painting and quickly unfurled it. Staff members began photographing it, ensuring the flash was turned off to avoid damaging the artwork. Su Hua focused intently on the silk painting, beginning to take rapid notes. The vast tomb suddenly fell silent. No one dared to breathe, fearing they might disrupt her. It seemed as though in the blink of an eye, the colors of the painting had begun to fade. Professor Gu turned his head to look at Su Hua, his eyes questioning. Su Hua nodded. "I have it. I've also noted the colors of the clothing." Only then did Professor Gu exhale in relief, handing the silk painting to his assistant, saying, "I had my doubts when Sun Yuan mentioned that your mind was sharper than a camera. Now I understand. Talent emerged from generations, and the pupil surpasses the master." Su Hua smiled. "Wait until I have restored the painting. It will not be too late for you to praise me then. I have faith in you." The Wang Ming's dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains you restored for the museum exhibition was impeccable. "You flatter me." Next, Su Hua was tasked with the restoration of the silk painting. In order to ensure absolute tranquility, she was assigned to stay at a guest house in the town, while the other archaeologists either camped in tents or resided in the village. Upon arriving at the guest house with her companions, she settled in and began her meticulous study on how to repair the artwork. After thorough research, she compiled a list of materials and instructed Sun Yuan to arrange for the necessary restoration supplies. Opening her suitcase, she carefully retrieved her painting tools and commenced the delicate task of removing dust from the silk painting. As night fell, she dined with Sun Yuan and 2 bodyguards. Observing Su Hua's room, Sun Yuan inquired, "Hua Hua, are you afraid at night? Would you like me to keep you company?" Su Hua shook her head, declining the offer. The guest house was rather rudimentary, with only a single bed in the room. Sharing a bed would mean lying side by side with Sun Yuan, which was something she was not accustomed to. She was naturally reserved and found it difficult to form close bonds with others. Aside from her childhood experience of sharing a bed with her grandmother, the only other person she had ever shared a bed with was Beixian. Not even with her mother had she ever shared such intimacy, let alone with Sun Yuan. After dinner, Su Hua called Beixian to reassure him of her safety, and they conversed for a while before she resumed her work. Once engrossed in her tasks, she often lost track of time. It was not until late at night, feeling fatigued, that she washed up and prepared for bed. The day had been exhausting, filled with travel and focused efforts on the restoration, leaving her utterly drained. Not long after lying down, she succumbed to a deep slumber. In the midst of her dreams, she felt a sudden chill as the covers were violently pulled away. Almost immediately, someone began to strip her of her clothing. Su Hua jolted awake, confronted by a dark, looming figure. A pair of rough hands violently tore at her nightgown, the callous skin scraping against her delicate flesh, inducing a wave of nausea. "Who are you?" Su Hua cried out in terror, struggling to leap from the bed. The man remained silent, breathing heavily, as he gripped her arms and pressed her back onto the bed. "Help! Help! Someone!" Su Hua screamed desperately. The man covered her mouth with his hand and stuffed a towel into it. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Su Hua's heart raced as she flailed her arms in a frantic attempt to escape. At that critical moment, a loud crash resounded as the door was kicked open from the outside. In an instant, a tall, imposing figure strode into the room, swiftly reaching the bedside. The assailant froze, hastily ceasing his actions and slowly raising his hands, a rigid gun pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 61. A hero saves the beauty. Su Hua hurriedly donned her coat, leaping from the bed to switch on the lights. The blaring illumination illuminated every corner of the room, leaving no one concealed. Gasping for breath, Su Hua finally caught sight of the man who had assaulted her, a rugged individual with dark skin, a robust physique, and an unappealing visage, dressed in the attire typical of a local. The man holding a gun to the back of his head possessed a deep complexion a buzz cut, and strikingly handsome, yet cold features. Clad in a stylish black jacket, his long legs were straight and powerful. It was Gu Jinyao. Su Hua hurriedly closed her coat and fastened it, smoothing her tousled hair back. Feeling somewhat presentable, she finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Mr. Gu, what brings you here?" "I came to meet a client," he replied. Su Hua was taken aback. "You came here to meet a client?" "Yes, to collect antiques." Gu Jinyao responded in a gentle tone before shifting the gun to the man's temple, demanding in a stern voice, "What is your name?" The man raised his trembling hands, his coarse lips quivering as he spoke in a strong dialect. "Niu Mang." "Who sent you?" Gu Jinyao pressed the gun firmly against the man's temple, leaving a deep indentation. Niu Mang stammered, No one. It was my own idea. Speak the truth, or I will end your life." Niu Mang was on the verge of tears, insisting, "I swear no one sent me. When I was digging in the grave during the day, I saw she was beautiful, so I came over under the cover of darkness." With a click, Gu Jinyao pulled back the gun chamber and coldly stated, "You wish to die, do you? Very well, I shall oblige." Niu Mang's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. No, truly no one instructed me. I just thought she was pretty, and she lives alone. I couldn't help myself. When the guard at the door left, I sneaked in. I didn't intend to do anything to her. I just wanted to touch her, and I hadn't even taken off her clothes when you arrived." Gu Jinyao's expression grew increasingly severe, and suddenly he kicked the man to the ground. Immediately after, he delivered a forceful kick to his groin. The blow struck the most sensitive area, causing Niu Mang to grimace in agony, clutching his groin and rolling on the floor in distress. Thud, thud, thud. Rapid footsteps approached from outside. The bodyguard, clutching a pack of cigarettes, rushed in, panting heavily. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was taken aback. He hurried closer, scrutinizing Su Hua with caution. "Young madam, are you all right?" Su Hua shook her head. The bodyguard, profusely apologizing, explained, "I was feeling drowsy and went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. I never expected this fool would take advantage of the moment. Thankfully, you are unharmed. If anything had happened, Mr. Gu would surely have killed me." Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the room as Gu Jinyao struck the bodyguard hard across the face. The bodyguard barely saw the movement. He only felt a shadow pass before his eyes, and his cheeks swelled up instantaneously. Gu Jinyao stood tall, his gaze icy, admonishing, "Do not make excuses for your negligence. If I had not happened upon this, do you even comprehend the severity of the consequences? Should anything happen to her, not even 10 of your lives would suffice to atone." The bodyguard, covering his face, dared not utter a word. Su Hua stood there transfixed, gazing at the man's strikingly resolute face, an indescribable wave of gratitude swelling within her. Their acquaintance was but fleeting, yet he exhibited an unexpected concern for her. She recalled his previous words, proclaiming, "You are far more intelligent than I had envisioned. You shall achieve great renown." Perhaps he was a connoisseur of talent, akin to the venerable experts in a museum who bestow special attention upon her for the same reason. It might also stem from his profound sense of justice. She did not wish to indulge in the folly of believing he harbored affections for her. Meanwhile, another bodyguard, preparing to retire for the night, heard the commotion from the room and hurriedly donned his attire before rushing over. The sight before him was so alarming that he turned pale with fear. Before Gu Jinyao could make a move, the guard preemptively struck himself twice across the face. Gu Jinyao's earlier blow had been delivered with such ferocity that it left his colleague's face swollen and crimson. It was no mere slap. It was akin to a strike from an iron palm. Grasping Niu Mang's collar, Gu Jinyao forcefully propelled him outside, declaring, "Come, we shall proceed to the police station." He intended to investigate whether someone had instigated Niu Mang and, if so, to uncover their identity. They needed to file a report at the station. As the aggrieved party, Su Hua was obliged to accompany them. The ancient silk painting within the room was of considerable significance, prompting her to contact an archaeologist to oversee the premises. The group traveled through the night, arriving at the local police station. Gu Jinyao shoved Niu Mang into the lobby and, maintaining a stern demeanor, addressed the duty officer. "Investigate whether this scoundrel has a criminal record." Niu Mang, being a local, was not intimidated by the police. The village was small, and ties ran deep across neighboring areas. Seizing the opportunity, Niu Mang attempted to turn the tables, pointing at Gu Jinyao and declaring, "Officer, this man possesses a firearm, and carrying a weapon is illegal." The officer turned his gaze towards Gu Jinyao, issuing a command, "Surrender your weapon." Gu Jinyao gave him a dispassionate glance and retrieved a small document from his pocket. Displaying it before them, "I possess a firearm license." "Where did you obtain this license?" the officer asked, his skepticism evident as he examined the document, which was inscribed entirely in English. After a brief translation with his limited knowledge, he discerned it was a firearm license issued by an overseas special abilities team. He scrutinized it closely, his suspicion palpable. "Is this certificate authentic?" Gu Jinyao replied calmly, "It bears a code that can be verified." The officer left a colleague to monitor the situation while he retreated to the adjacent records room. Upon his return, having completed his verification, he handed the document back to Gu Jinyao without further comment. The status of the special abilities team abroad was unclear to him, but he understood that within the country, their standing surpassed even that of criminal investigators, let alone the local officers. The officer, now fully alert, commenced the interrogation of Nyomon, documenting his statements and investigating his criminal history. It emerged that Nyomon had a record, having been a habitual offender. Years prior, he had been apprehended for the crime of rape and sentenced to 3 years. He had only been released the previous year, and now he was reverting to his old ways. Gu Jinyao's sole desire was to ascertain whether someone had orchestrated Nyomon's actions. Yet, Nyomon stubbornly insisted that his motives were purely his own, driven by lustful intent. Gu Jinyao fell silent for a moment, then turned to Su Hua and said, "You all stay here for now. I will interrogate him. If there are instigators behind him, it would not be safe for you to remain here." Su Hua nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I appreciate it, especially at this late hour, which must disrupt your rest." Gu Jinyao silently observed her pale face, which had turned ashen from fright, and a faint smile curled his lips. His once stern voice softened slightly as he reassured her, "It's no trouble at all." As he turned away, his expression regained its steely resolve. He seized N.I. Meng by the collar and dragged him towards the interrogation room, handling the burly man as if he were a mere chick. Upon entering the room, Gu Jinyao instructed the officers, "Let us begin." The officers promptly cuffed N.I. Meng's hands and pressed him into a chair, taking their seats across from him to commence the standard interrogation. Gu Jinyao lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips, standing idly by and inhaling as he listened to the officers conduct their questioning. After 5 minutes, he found their approach overly verbose and pulled N.I. Meng aside, commanding in an authoritative tone, "Shut off the surveillance." The officer felt his authority being challenged and grew somewhat irritable. However, considering Gu Jinyao's background as a retired member of the Overseas Special Forces, he patiently replied, "Current regulations prohibit coercive interrogation." Gu Jinyao clenched his jaw, his demeanor exuding a formidable aura. After a moment's hesitation, the officer complied, making a call to turn off the cameras. Once the surveillance was disabled, Gu Jinyao grasped N.I. Meng's head and violently slammed it against the wall. A resounding crash echoed through the room as N.I. Meng's forehead struck the unforgiving surface, fracturing his brow and causing blood to pour forth, eliciting grimaces of pain. "Speak. Who is behind you?" Gu Jinyao demanded, gripping his neck with an intimidating tone. With a bloodied, pained expression, N.I. Meng stammered, I truly don't know. If there was someone, I would have confessed long ago. You can beat me to death, but I cannot divulge anything." Seeing that no amount of interrogation would elicit a confession, Gu Jinyao, unable to contain his frustration, instructed the officers, "Investigate his call records and find out whom he has recently met." The officers quickly responded, "Understood, we will initiate the investigation immediately." However, a moment later, one officer pondered why they should heed his command. Although Gu Jinyao was a retired Special Forces operative, those abroad, this was domestic and their connection was tenuous. Yet, he refrained from voicing dissent, recognizing the distinctive aura Gu Jinyao and his companions exuded, suggesting a background of considerable influence, one which a grassroots officer like himself could not afford to offend. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Gu Jinyao's expression hardened as he declared, "You handle the matter as you see fit. We will take our leave." Although this case involves attempted rape, it has inflicted severe psychological trauma on the victim. Please ensure that the punishment is severe. I will follow up on the case closely. Faced with his unwavering stance, the officers, realizing the gravity of the situation, responded earnestly, "Rest assured, we will handle this case diligently and will not show leniency to any guilty party." Gu Jinyao responded with indifference and exited the interrogation room. Su Hua approached him, discreetly scrutinizing his demeanor. Having just heard the tumultuous sounds and piercing cries emanating from the room, she harbored concerns for Gu Jinyao's safety. Aware that he was in a precarious environment where even the mightiest could falter against the local power. Upon seeing him emerge unscathed, she inwardly exhaled in relief. As the group made their way towards the parking area, the bodyguard's phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket, and upon glancing at the caller ID, his complexion drained of color, hesitating to answer. Gripping the phone as if it were a searing hot potato, he deliberated for a considerable moment before stammering to Su Hua. "Madam, I take full responsibility for today's incident. I was remiss in my duties and deserve the utmost punishment. However, might I implore you to keep this from Mr. Gu? We are in a precarious position, with elders to care for and children to raise." Aware of her kind nature, he hoped she would choose to conceal the matter. Su Hua paused, then replied softly, "Very well." Though shaken, she had not sustained any significant harm. The two bodyguards accompanying her had traversed a great distance to this remote location, tirelessly rotating shifts to ensure her protection. Their efforts were commendable. Moreover, Gu Jinyao had already chastised him. She was not one to hold a grudge against those who had erred. The bodyguard clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you, madam. Thank you so much." Su Hua nodded faintly, granting him the courage to answer his phone. At that moment, Gu Beixian had already called 3 times. Once connected, his cold voice resonated through the line. "Why did it take you so long to answer?" His tone carried an unmistakable hint of displeasure. The bodyguard paused, cautiously responding, "I apologize, Mr. Gu. I muted my phone, fearing it might disturb madam, and only just saw your calls." Gu Beixian queried, devoid of discernible emotion, "Where is Su Hua?" The bodyguard glanced at Su Hua, who was now a distance ahead, and fabricated a lie. "Madam is resting in the accommodations provided by the archaeological team." Gu Beixian hesitated before responding with a nonchalant question. "Is that so?" Sensing something amiss in his tone, the bodyguard steeled himself and affirmed, "Yes, madam is sound asleep. She had a long day and is quite fatigued. Might you call her again tomorrow?" Gu Beixian's cryptic reply echoed in the air. "Are you certain?" The bodyguard felt a cold sweat break out, affirming once more. The phone call ended with a busy signal as Gu Beixian hung up. The bodyguard wiped the perspiration from his brow, his heart racing with an unsettling premonition, as if some ill fate loomed on the horizon. The group entered the vehicle and returned to the accommodations. The staff from the archaeological team, who had come to assist with security, regarded Su Hua's return with slightly peculiar expressions, greeting her. "Expert Su, you've returned." The weight of such a formal address felt somewhat foreign to Su Hua, and she politely responded, "Thank you. Please rest well. Your efforts are much appreciated." "It was no trouble at all. Please take care of yourself," the staff member replied before departing. As Su Hua retrieved her keys from her bag, ready to unlock the door, she discovered that the door, which had been securely locked, now stood ajar. A chill ran down her spine as she instinctively worried about the precious silk painting inside and hurriedly pushed the door open. To her astonishment, she found 3 imposing men in the room. Seated on a modest sofa against the wall was a remarkably handsome and dignified man, flanked by 2 personal bodyguards. Gu Beixian had unexpectedly arrived. Su Hua could hardly believe her eyes. After dinner, she had called him, and he had not mentioned any intention of coming. Instead, he had merely advised her to refrain from working too late and to retire early. The revelation that he had flown an overnight to see her left her both elated and overwhelmed with a bittersweet mix of emotions. The tension that had been tightly wound within her suddenly dissipated. A torrent of grievances clamored to escape her throat, yearning to be voiced to him. It was the sensation of having endured hardships outside while feigning strength, only to return home and shed all pretense in the presence of one's dearest, revealing a tender and vulnerable heart. With her eyes glistening, Su Hua approached Gu Beixian, longing to throw herself into his embrace, seeking solace that only he could provide. However, as she neared him, he stood up, his gaze sweeping past her to regard Gu Jinyao and the bodyguards outside, his expression cold and distant, imbued with an air of frostiness. Yet, his words were directed at Su Hua. "You traveled thousands of miles here under the guise of restoring a painting, merely to rendezvous with him? Even my bodyguards have been bribed by you. Quite impressive." A thunderous shock reverberated in Su Hua's mind. She halted, incredulity washing over her as she looked at Gu Beixian, her eyes brimming with disappointment and grievance. Though a multitude of words clamored within her throat, she found herself rendered speechless. How could her innocent association with Gu Jingyao be misconstrued as a clandestine meeting? The bodyguards were not in her employ. It was he who, fearing punishment, had sought her out. She had merely extended a helping hand, struggling to maintain her dignity in the face of her inner turmoil, disappointment, and injustice. Su Hua's eyes flickered with anger, soon masked by a facade of forced pride. A medley of emotions contorted her features, betraying a quiver that suggested a state of near helplessness to any onlooker. Gu Jingyao observed Su Hua from a distance, her expression one of helplessness and indignation, and his gaze hardened with resolve. He coldly remarked, "She was nearly deprived of her innocence, and this is the attitude you, as her husband, display?" Gu Beixian frowned. "What do you mean?" Gu Jingyao replied icily. "Someone took advantage of the bodyguard's absence to intrude and bully her. Had I not fortuitously passed by, she might have been in grave danger." Each word struck like a bombshell in Gu Beixian's ears. Anger coursed through him, causing his brow to twitch momentarily, his jaw tightening and then relaxing in a fleeting moment of turmoil. His fist clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hand visibly protruding. Everyone in the room could sense his emotions, which had reached a critical threshold, ready to erupt. After taking several deep breaths, Gu Beixian gritted his teeth and spoke in a harsh tone. "Where is he?" Gu Jingyao, regaining his composure, replied nonchalantly. "The person has already been taken to the local police station in town. He is a local named Niu Meng, a habitual offender. He was imprisoned for 3 years due to a rape conviction a few years ago and was released last year. I suspect he may have someone backing him. With your connections, could you send someone to investigate thoroughly?" Suppressing his anger, Gu Beixian nodded curtly. Gu Jingyao acknowledged him and turned to leave. As soon as the door closed, Gu Beixian suddenly raised his hand and struck the bodyguard behind Su Hua. The sound of the slap echoed, a heavy blow that sent the bodyguard stumbling back, nearly falling. The left side of his face immediately swelled, leaving a clear imprint of 5 fingers, mirroring the right side of his face. Gu Beixian's expression darkened, and he reprimanded harshly. "You were tasked with protecting Su Hua, and this is how you execute that duty. When something goes wrong, you didn't inform me immediately and had the audacity to deceive me. A bunch of reckless fools." It had been a long time since he had expressed such fury. His handsome features were clouded with anger, and an ominous atmosphere enveloped the room. Silence reigned, as everyone held their breath. Once the bodyguard regained his senses, he immediately began to strike his own face in a desperate act of self-punishment. The room was filled with the sharp sound of slaps. While hitting himself, the bodyguard confessed, "Mr. Gu, I was wrong. I should not have gone downstairs to buy cigarettes. I was gone for just a few minutes, and that allowed someone to take advantage of the situation. I should not have feared the consequences, lied, and made Madam assist in my deception, causing a misunderstanding between you two. You may punish me as you see fit." Seeing Gu Beixian's expression darkening further, Su Hua interjected to ease the tension. "You all should leave now. It's getting late, and we need to rest." The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, ceasing his self-inflicted blows. Cautiously glancing at Gu Beixian and seeing him remain silent, the bodyguard ventured, "Mr. Gu, you and Madam should rest first. Please punish me tomorrow." Gu Beixian, with a cold glare, commanded, "Get out." The bodyguards, not daring to delay, quickly filed out, fearful of incurring his wrath. Once they departed, Gu Beixian picked up his phone and called his assistant, commanding in a deep voice, "At the police station in Longyao Village. They just brought in a habitual offender named Niu Meng. Have someone investigate him thoroughly and see if he has any backing. Report back to me immediately." Sensing the gravity in his tone, the assistant replied hastily, "Understood, Mr. Gu. I will reach out to my contacts right away." Gu Beixian responded with a low grunt. The assistant paused briefly and reminded, "Mr. Gu, you have an important meeting tomorrow at 10 o'clock. You cannot afford to miss it. Will you be able to return in time? At that moment, I will arrange for a car to pick you up at the airport." Gu Beixian ended the call and tossed his phone onto the table. He grasped Su Hua's shoulders, examining her from head to toe, relieved to find no visible injuries. He then inquired, "Are you hurt?" Su Hua shook her head. Gu Beixian fixed his gaze upon her eyes, asking earnestly, "Are you truly unscathed?" Su Hua replied in a subdued tone, "No." After a brief silence, Gu Beixian offered an apology. "I was too impulsive earlier. I am truly sorry. Su Hua pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Gu Beixian recognized her lingering anger and patiently explained, I rushed over after finishing my work, hoping to surprise you. However, upon arriving at your residence, I found you absent. When I called your phone, it was turned off, and the bodyguard informed me that you were asleep inside. Soon after, I saw you return with Gu Jinyao. If you were in my position, how would you feel? Only then did Su Hua recall that while reporting to the police, she had called the archaeological team. After that, her phone had died and turned off automatically. She had carelessly tucked it under her pillow before leaving. If she were to consider the situation from his perspective, she would likely have misunderstood and felt anger as well. However, Gu Beixian's earlier comments had indeed been quite hurtful. How could he suggest that she was secretly meeting Gu Jinyao under the pretense of painting? What did he take her for? Su Hua lightly punched his chest, expressing her frustration. This is why you don't trust me. Her tone was a blend of reproach and grievance, and her punch was not without force. Gu Beixian's furrowed brow softened slightly as he grasped her wrist. This display of emotion was a positive sign. It indicated that she was beginning to vent her feelings rather than bottling them up, which could lead to even greater resentment. His voice softened as he asked once more, You truly aren't hurt? I have said it countless times. I am not. Su Hua's usually gentle voice carried an edge of irritation. Gu Beixian chuckled good-naturedly, lowering his head to tenderly kiss her hair, relieved that she was uninjured. Yet, the thought of her nearly losing her purity darkened his expression. Su Hua glanced at his wristwatch, noting that it was already 1 in the morning. Remembering that his assistant had mentioned an important meeting at 10 o'clock the following day, she urged, You should sleep. You need to wake up early tomorrow. Gu Beixian cupped her chin, gazing deeply into her eyes, and asked, Are you no longer angry with me? Su Hua responded absently with a murmur of affirmation. How could she not be upset? He had publicly humiliated her, trampling her dignity before so many others. Not only had he insulted her, but he had also placed Gu Jinyao in an awkward position. Anyone else could insult her, but not him, for he was the one she cherished most dearly, unlike anyone else. As she turned to leave, Gu Beixian caught her waist. He gently squeezed her soft waist and murmured, You still refuse to forgive me. Su Hua yearned for slumber, but noticed his lingering reluctance. She tiptoed and perfunctorily kissed his chin, saying, I forgive you. Only then did Gu Beixian relent. After washing her hands, Su Hua returned to remove her clothes and retire to bed, while Gu Beixian headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Typically accustomed to 5-star hotels and presidential suites during his business trips, he had never stayed in such a humble lodging. Upon entering the bathroom, he beheld the cramped and rudimentary toilet, the wash basin, and the persistent grime in the corners, which made him furrow his brow in distaste. How could such an environment befit a person? Su Hua was there to assist, yet how could the archaeological team subject her to such squalor? Nevertheless, she voiced no complaints, approaching her tasks with calm diligence. Gu Beixian felt a newfound admiration for her. His visit to Su Hua was impromptu, and he had not brought any toiletries. The lodging's disposable toothbrush was of woeful quality. Thus, he resorted to using her pink electric toothbrush to clean his teeth. This marked the first occasion he had used her toothbrush. A man with such stringent cleanliness standards found her toothbrush surprisingly pleasant to use, as if it were a subtle kiss shared between them. Beautiful individuals, it seemed, imbued even their used toothbrushes with an enchanting fragrance. After his ablutions, Gu Beixian returned to the bed, where Su Hua lay with her back to him, facing inward. Having neglected to bring sleepwear, he shed his outer garments and slipped into bed, wrapping an arm around her waist and gently turning her to face him. He leaned down, planting a kiss on her cheek, and remarked, The disposable toothbrush at this inn is of poor quality, so I used yours. I hope you don't mind. Su Hua was taken aback momentarily. For a man with such a pronounced aversion to germs and an acute attention to detail, it was surprising that he had used her toothbrush. However, reflecting on their daily exchanges of affection made her dismiss any reservations. I don't mind, she replied. Gu Beixian playfully nipped at her nose, asking if she could detect his scent. Su Hua found herself both amused and bewildered. This was not the aloof, stoic man she had known. Instead, he resembled someone she struggled to find the right words to describe. Holding back a laugh, she replied nonchalantly, It's fragrant. Then, why not see if it's sweet? He teased, gently biting her soft lips, his tongue teasingly tracing her teeth, kissing her in a way that was more tantalizing than genuine. His playful provocation was unmistakable. Gu Beixian was exceedingly adept at seduction. For someone as straightforward as Su Hua, resisting was a formidable challenge. Though a flicker of annoyance lingered within her, her body betrayed her, irresistibly drawn to him. The last vestiges of her rationality compelled her to raise a hand and push against his chest, attempting to create distance between them. Yet, through the thin fabric of his shirt, her fingers encountered the chiseled contours of his muscles, so invitingly tactile, firm yet alluring. Her mind involuntarily conjured images of their bare forms entwined, and Su Hua felt a flush creep to her ears. Gu Beixian gazed at the blush blooming on her earlobes, stifling a chuckle as he grasped her wrist, lifting her hand above her head to deepen the kiss. What began as tenderness gradually intensified, resembling a heart's ache. A claim of possession, a declaration of sovereignty, or perhaps profound love? Su Hua soon found herself breathless, her heart racing in response to his kiss. After a lingering and passionate embrace, Gu Beixian released her. With her breath slightly uneven, nestled in his arms, she inquired, "We have a meeting early tomorrow, and time is pressing. Why did you venture out to this desolate place?" Gu Beixian's cold, brooding gaze silently locked onto hers. "What do you think?" he queried. Su Hua softly replied, "You tell me." Gu Beixian enveloped her, burying his chin in the crook of her neck, kissing her tenderly, nonchalantly stating, "I've been restless all day. I had my assistant book a ticket just to see you tonight. Only then could I find peace." What he truly wished to convey was, "I miss you dearly." Chapter 64. Acceptance. A corner of Su Hua's heart seemed to collapse. Gu Beixian had traversed great distances, braving mountains and rivers, merely because he was concerned for her, making a special journey just to catch a glimpse of her. The grievance she had felt from his earlier suspicions dissipated significantly. She leaned closer to him, murmuring softly, "When that man intruded and tore my clothes, I was nearly sickened. My only thought was if he dared to insult me, I would kill him and then myself." A sudden emptiness engulfed Gu Beixian, swiftly followed by a piercing pain, as if a ferocious beast had sunk its sharp teeth into him, leaving him momentarily dazed. He tightened his hold around her waist, drawing her into a fierce embrace, admonishing, "Foolish girl, do not utter such words." After 3 years of relying on each other, he could not bear to hear her speak like that. Su Hua fell silent for a moment before saying, "Fortunately," she abruptly halted, originally intending to express gratitude for Gu Jinyao's timely arrival. However, recalling Gu Beixian's disapproval of her closeness with Gu Jinyao, she swallowed the rest of her words. Instead, she amended, "I'm glad you came, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to sleep tonight." Gu Beixian could surmise what she had nearly said, and his expression darkened momentarily. Upon hearing her revised statement, the gloom in his eyes dissipated. He gently caressed her back, whispering softly, "I brought 2 bodyguards with me. They will stay. Do not fear what others may say about being overprotective. They are rough men, ensuring your safety wherever you go. With your beauty, you are easily remembered by others." This time, Su Hua did not dispute him. Had she known this would be the case, she would have heeded Gu Beixian's counsel. Having more bodyguards would prevent any untoward incidents. After a night of fright, she fell into a deep sleep, only to be haunted by nightmares once more. Reliving the devastating fire from 13 years ago, the flames roared fiercely, the wind howled mercilessly, and smoke enveloped the air. A pale, slender youth fought desperately to push her from the inferno, sacrificing himself to the flames. Tears streamed down her face as she extended her arms, crying out for Yao Ge, desperately attempting to pull him from the flames, yet her efforts were in vain. Gu Beixian gazed upon the woman trapped in her nightmare, tears brimming in his eyes as she called out in her sleep for Yao Ge. He furrowed his brow slightly and drew her into his embrace, gently soothing her. He thought to himself, let her call out as she pleases. He endured it, as long as she did not recognize Gu Jinyao as Lu Yao. As long as she remained by his side, he would accept her murmurs in the dream. The following day, Su Hua sat up in bed and spotted Gu Beixian emerging from the bathroom. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he appeared ready to depart. As she looked upon the man's handsome and poised countenance, a wave of reluctance washed over her at the thought of his leaving. She slipped on a robe, descended from the bed, and quietly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head in his embrace. Although no words were exchanged, her actions betrayed her unwillingness to let him go. Gu Beixian smiled softly, ruffling her hair. "You insisted on coming despite my objections. Do you now understand my feelings? Su Hua responded with a soft hurry and finish your business and return. For future tasks, if possible, delegate them to avoid leaving Kyoto. It's quite inconvenient for me to visit you when you are so far away. Despite her own attachment and unwillingness to let him depart, Su Hua teasingly retorted, Mr. Gu, you are quite clingy. Gu Beixian smirked, lifting his chin slightly, his handsome face exuding a cool demeanor as he replied, It is only natural for me to be devoted to my wife. A sweetness filled Su Hua's heart. For the first time, she found the term wife to be profoundly beautiful, seemingly ordinary, yet imbued with deep affection. It embodied shared joys and sorrows, mutual support, and a bond that weathered the trials of life together. Gu Beixian intended to leave both bodyguards behind, but Su Hua, fearing for his safety on the road, insisted he take one with him. Unable to refuse her, he relented and took one along, promising to call later to send 2 more bodyguards. He believed that the more bodyguards he had, the safer Su Hua would be. As Su Hua accompanied Gu Beixian to the car, she encountered Shen Yuan downstairs. Having suffered from insomnia the previous night, she had taken 2 sleeping pills, resulting in a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her were the events that had transpired with Su Hua. Upon seeing Gu Beixian, Shen Yuan approached him enthusiastically, greeting, Hi, handsome. What brings you here? Gu Beixian shot her a frosty glance, his eyes sharp. His handsome face darkened like the snow in the depths of winter. Without uttering a word, he walked past her, his demeanor radiating an uncharacteristic chill. He felt that Su Hua's presence here was instigated by her, and that she had failed to provide proper care given the significant events of the previous night. Shen Yuan, met with his cold shoulder, was baffled, and she quickly grasped Su Hua's arm, asking, What is wrong with the handsome Gu? Just a moment ago. That glance was quite intimidating. Su Hua hurried to see Gu Beixian off and casually remarked, He has that kind of temperament. One gets accustomed to it. Is that so? Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment before releasing her grip. After bidding farewell to Gu Beixian, Su Hua returned to her room. After some contemplation, she dialed Gu Jinyao's number to express her gratitude. She hadn't had the opportunity to sincerely thank him for his unexpected visit the previous night. Upon hearing her words of appreciation, Gu Jinyao replied nonchalantly, No need for thanks. A talent as rare as you is cherished by all. His words brought a sense of relief to Su Hua. Thankfully, he harbored no romantic feelings toward her. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to navigate their relationship. Not wishing to owe him a favor, she suggested, Doesn't your father admire the paintings of Shanren? Is there a particular piece he lacks? I could help replicate one. No need. Gu Jinyao brushed off her offer. What happened last night was merely a matter of course. Anyone would have done the same. You needn't dwell on it. After some reflection, Su Hua responded, Then I shall work on the replication. Relenting to her insistence, Gu Jinyao mentioned, He is still in need of a painting of withered wood and cold crows. Very well. I shall paint it once I return to Kyoto. I lack suitable ancient Xian paper here. No rush. Take your time. After hanging up, Su Hua resumed her restoration of the ancient silk painting. As she immersed herself in her work until the afternoon, she began to notice the outside becoming increasingly lively, as if a multitude of people had arrived. Feeling fatigued, she stretched her back, set down her tasks, and stepped outside. She observed several elderly individuals, their hair as white as snow, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. They were likely the experts involved in the excavation of the Warring States tomb. A large-scale archaeological endeavor necessitates the collaboration of geologists, historians, literary scholars, and conservation specialists. Among them was an esteemed expert in ancient book and painting restoration whom Su Hua recognized. His surname was Qi, and he was named Qi Baisong. The moment Su Hua emerged, Qi Baisong spotted her, his face lighting up with recognition. From a distance, he cheerfully called out, Little granddaughter of the Su family. You are here as well. I heard a genius young lady was contributing to this excavation. I guessed it must be you. His laughter was hearty and his voice boisterous, causing all eyes to turn toward Su Hua. Feeling somewhat shy under their gaze, she smiled and replied, Hello, Elder Qi. With a hearty laugh, Qi Baisong responded, Good. Hello. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Hua was about to retreat indoors when she sensed a piercing gaze from the crowd fixed upon her. Following that intense scrutiny, she turned to see an elderly man with a robust stature and hair as white as snow approaching her. Judging by his age, he seemed to be in his 80s, clad in a deep blue silk tang suit. Despite the deep wrinkles on his face, his eyes were sharp and keen, akin to those of an eagle. His gaze was direct and complex, leaving Su Hua somewhat bewildered. Approaching her with vigorous strides that belied his age, he halted his advance about 20 meters away from her. He gazed at her intently, his eyes gradually tinged with red. After a moment, he moved his dry, wrinkled lips and muttered, "So similar, so very similar." Chapter 65. The flute's dreamlike melody. Seeing the sorrowful expression of the elderly man, Su Hua gently inquired, "Grandfather, who do you think I resemble?" The old man seemed to come back to himself, pausing briefly before shaking his head lightly. Not wishing to press further, Su Hua refrained from asking again. She bore a slight resemblance to Su Hua, which was not particularly surprising, as it was common to resemble someone familiar. At that moment, Beixian, the expert in ancient painting restoration who had just greeted Su Hua, approached them. He introduced her, saying, "Little Su, this is our nation's master in ancient ceramic restoration, Mr. Hua Tianshou." Su Hua had heard of Hua Tianshou's esteemed reputation. In the realm of artifact restoration, he was as renowned as her grandfather. She respectfully greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Hua." He nodded, his eyes still glistening with a hint of red. Beixian continued the introduction. "Mr. Hua, this is Su Wanmai's granddaughter, Su Hua, a prodigy in the restoration of ancient calligraphy and painting." Hua Tianshou's eyes brightened as he regarded Su Hua with keen interest. Noticing this, Beixian added, "Recently, the museum acquired the painting retreat of Wang Meng, which she restored. Despite her youth, her skill is exceptional. A group of us old-timers scrutinized it with magnifying glasses for quite some time and found not a single flaw." He sighed, reflecting, "When we were her age, we were still apprentices, yet she has already reached the pinnacle of ancient book and painting restoration. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Heroes emerge from the youth." Upon hearing this, Hua Tianshou gazed at Su Hua with newfound admiration. His eyes conveyed an indescribable brilliance, akin to a sculptor encountering exquisite jade, or a discerning horseman discovering a fine steed, an expression of yearning for talent. Su Hua often encountered such gazes from these seasoned experts. Initially, it made her uneasy, but over time, she grew accustomed to it. Hua Tianshou stroked his beard thoughtfully, scrutinizing her for a while before asking, "Little Su, are you interested in ancient ceramic restoration?" With a smile, Su Hua replied, "I find it quite fascinating." Hua Tianshou pondered for a moment and asked, "Would you like to learn?" Su Hua responded honestly, "I would love to learn." Hua Tianshou twirled his beard and said, "How about studying under me? I happen to be in need of a dedicated apprentice." Su Hua was taken aback, surprised by the informal manner in which such a venerable master offered to take her on as a disciple. In her understanding, the art of artifact restoration was typically passed down through generations, traditionally within families and often favored male heirs. Her grandfather had chosen to pass this knowledge to her due to the absence of male descendants. Noticing Su Hua's silence, Beixian quickly gestured to her, urging, "Little Su, you should accept Mr. Hua's offer. Master Hua is notoriously selective in accepting apprentices. Many have sought to study under him, only to be turned away. For Su Huan, however, this opportunity is nothing short of a blessing. The chance to learn ancient ceramic restoration from Hua Tianshou would be akin to receiving wings." With a sincere expression, Su Huan said, "Master Hua, I am eager to learn the art of ancient ceramic restoration from you." Hua Tianshou nodded in approval, remarking, "You possess great potential. However, mastering ancient ceramic restoration requires perseverance and the ability to endure solitude. Once you commit to learning from me, you must see it through to the end, avoiding any half-hearted efforts. Are you prepared for this?" With a gentle smile, Su Huan assured him, "Rest assured, I have laid a solid foundation since childhood. It is indeed a privilege to study under you, Master Hua." Hua Tianshou's earlier sorrow dissipated, replaced by hearty laughter. He turned to Beixian and said, "Look at this young lady, she is quite perceptive. The more I observe her, the more I am fond of her. By the way, where do you hail from?" "Young lady, if you wish to learn my craft, you must relocate to Kyoto. Is that convenient for you?" Su Huan's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, "What a coincidence! I am also from Kyoto. That makes it exceedingly convenient. Once we return to Kyoto, we shall perform the formal apprenticeship ceremony, and I will officially take you as my master." With a sweet smile, Su Huan added, "I will visit you at your convenience." They exchanged contact information and parted ways joyfully. Filled with excitement at the prospect of acquiring a new skill, Su Hua felt a surge of happiness. Hua Qianshou, in turn, felt gratified that his lifelong knowledge would continue through a worthy successor. He had previously taken on several apprentices. The most talented among them had utilized the craft as a stepping stone to a political career, while the others, though diligent, lacked exceptional aptitude and remained mediocre. He longed for a disciple like Su Hua, endowed with both talent and the capacity for deep concentration in this field. With time, she would undoubtedly make a name for herself in the realm of ancient ceramic restoration, and all would recognize her as Hua Qianshou's protégé. Yet, more importantly, she bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter in her youth, both in appearance and temperament, gentle, serene, and refined. Upon returning to her room, Su Hua found that the ancient silk painting had been cleaned, and the next task was to mend the holes. As the material she had requested from Xinyuan had yet to arrive, Su Hua found herself unoccupied that evening. After dinner, she called Gu Beixian and retired early to bed. However, she was awakened just past 9 o'clock by the haunting nightmare that had plagued her for 13 years. Once roused, she found sleep elusive, tossing and turning restlessly in her bed. Suddenly, a gentle sound of a flute wafted through the window, ethereal and serene. Su Hua was momentarily taken aback. In this day and age, flute players were a rarity, especially in such a remote village. The melody was both poignant and expressive, stirring a wave of nostalgia within her. In her memories, her elder brother, Yao, had played the flute beautifully. In her early years, she had learned to play the xiao from him and had acquired some melodies. She perked up her ears and listened intently. The tune he played was the bright moon sends thoughts across 1,000 miles. She vaguely recalled the lyrics. Separated by 1,000 miles, I have not inquired about the stars, which have grown sparse. Please, bright moon, convey my greetings. Tears flow constantly for the one I miss. The moonlight was hazy, the night still lingering, surrounded by tranquil solitude. The dim light of the cold lamp on the table accompanied her in her lonely vigil. Though separated by 1,000 miles, there is no news, yet I await inquiries that yield no evidence. Please, bright moon, act as my messenger and send a piece of paper to ease my longing. Such poignant verses. The xiao has 8 holes, each representing a fragment of emotion, beautifully intertwined, yet profoundly sorrowful. The player must embody both sentiments, otherwise the melody would falter. She was curious. Was the player a man or a woman? What stories did they hold that could evoke such melancholic notes? Driven by curiosity, she dressed and descended from her bed. Upon opening the door, the 2 bodyguards stationed outside promptly inquired, "Madam, where are you headed?" Su Hua replied softly, "I cannot sleep. I wish to take a stroll. Will you accompany me?" "Certainly." Given the events of the previous night, the bodyguards dared not be negligent, following her closely, providing vigilant protection. Following the sound of the xiao, Su Hua exited the guest house. To the west, 100 meters away, stood an ancient arch bridge. On the bridge stood a tall, sturdy figure, turned away from her, playing a long xiao. The man had short hair and wore a stylish black jacket, his long legs straight and strong. Su Hua felt an uncanny familiarity with that silhouette, reminiscent of Gu Jinyao. Yet she could not be certain. A vast and serene moon hung above him, casting a pale, luminous glow. The moonlight blurred the man's sharp form. As she drew nearer, the hauntingly beautiful notes of a xiao clearly enveloped Su Hua's ears, filled with yearning. The melody transcribed into words was, "Separated by 1,000 miles. I have not inquired about the stars, which have grown sparse. Please, bright moon, convey my greetings. Tears flow constantly for the one I miss." Su Hua stood entranced, listening. The xiao sound was so sorrowful, each note resonating with longing. She could not help but recall her departed grandparents and the brother who perished in flames to save her. Her heart felt as if it were being cut by a dull blade, aching painfully. Even after many years, she vividly remembered those nights from over a decade ago. 2 taciturn children, each holding a xiao, sat beneath the pear blossom tree in the courtyard, playing in silence. The moonlight was cool, the pear blossoms like snow, and the xiao's notes were gentle and lingering. That image would forever be etched in her mind, impossible to forget. If only her brother had lived. What might he have become by now? Su Hua gazed blankly ahead, a single tear resting on her cheek, glimmering quietly in the moonlight. The moonlight washed over everything, and the night breeze was slightly intoxicating. In this moment, Su Hua appeared quiet and fragile, her crystalline tears resembling shattered jade, as cold as ice. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a bodyguard's astonished voice broke the silence. "Look, isn't that Mr. Gu?" Upon hearing the name, Su Hua momentarily believed she was dreaming. Gu Beixian had just departed from here that morning. Surely he wouldn't return tonight. She turned to look behind her. At the edge of the night, the silhouette of a man slowly emerged. Gradually, a tall and upright figure came into view, bathed in the pure, silvery moonlight that enveloped him in a layer of melancholic radiance. The man's extraordinarily handsome face, with its pale complexion and deep-set features, exuded a chilling aura. Su Hua was taken aback. It truly was Gu Beixian. He approached closer, and she recalled him as the vibrant and spirited man he had been that morning. Now, however, he bore an air of fatigue and weariness. Su Hua could scarcely believe her eyes, standing there motionless, until the bodyguard called out, "Young madam, it really is Mr. Gu. He has come to find you." At that moment, Su Hua felt as if she had been awakened from a dream, her heart racing as she instinctively asked, "What brings you here?" Gu Beixian did not respond, but merely lowered his gaze, silently observing her. His eyes were dark, heavy with disappointment and desolation. Su Hua had never witnessed such a complex array of emotions in his gaze. For a moment, she felt as though she had committed a grave error. Hesitating, she spoke. "I couldn't sleep and heard someone playing the flute, so I came out for a walk." The man playing the flute paused upon hearing her voice. Turning slowly to face them, Gu Beixian recognized the man's face. It was Gu Jinyao, someone he wished never to see again. A wave of chill emanated from him, and a faint, icy smile crept upon his lips as he gazed towards Gu Jinyao, cryptically stating, "I should not have come. I have interrupted you." With that, he turned and walked away, his steps resolute. Su Hua hesitated for a moment before hastily pursuing him, calling out, "It's not what you think. Let me explain." Gu Beixian seemed oblivious to her words, his pace unyielding. With long strides, he walked swiftly, a tempest of emotions brewing within him. He had traversed a great distance, weary and worn, just to see her. Yet, here she was in the dead of night, seeking the company of another man, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at his retreating figure. Gu Beixian felt as though a grain of sand had lodged uncomfortably within his heart, provoking a bitter laughter that escaped him. Su Hua chased after him for a while, but could not catch up, deciding to break into a light run. The rural path was uneven, and in her fixation on Gu Beixian, she failed to watch her feet. With a thud, she stumbled and fell, instinctively letting out a cry of pain as her knee struck a stone. The ache was sharp and penetrating, sending waves of discomfort coursing through her. She hugged her knees, rubbing the bruised spot with her hand, her brow tightly furrowed. Upon hearing her cry of pain, Gu Beixian paused, his steps slowing to a halt. Turning around, he found Su Hua sitting on the ground, her expression one of agony. Frowning deeply, he retraced his steps and squatted beside her, attempting to examine her injury. But the tightness of her pants hindered his efforts. With gentle fingers, he began to massage her knee, chiding her softly. "How could you be so careless? Who told you to walk so fast without waiting for me? I was too busy chasing after you to watch where I was going." Su Hua, with a furrowed brow and tear-filled eyes, gazed up at him. The tip of her nose, having been stained by tears, bore a youthful pink hue. Gu Beixian's gaze lingered on her rosy nose, and much of his irritation dissipated. He thought to himself, loving this woman so deeply is truly a torment. He spoke in a subdued tone. "You were the one who made me angry first." Feeling aggrieved, Su Hua pleaded, "You misunderstood me. Please let me explain. I didn't know he was Gu Jinyao. It's not what you think." In her eagerness to clarify, her words became jumbled, leaving her speechless. Meanwhile, Gu Jinyao, noticing Su Hua's fall and her pained expression, found himself involuntarily moving towards her. However, as soon as he took a step, Gu Beixian sensed it. "Let us save the explanations for later," he decided, extending one arm beneath her knees and the other around her back. Lifting her from the ground and heading towards the entrance of the inn with hurried strides, as if fearing pursuit. Upon witnessing this, Gu Jinyao halted, realizing his own loss of composure. Watching their figures fade into the distance, his gaze darkened and deepened. After a while, he slowly turned away, making his way to an ancient bridge, where he picked up a flute and resumed playing. The mournful melody transformed into words. "The moonlight is dim, the night lingers," enveloping the surroundings in a lonely tranquility. The cold lamp flickers faintly on the table, as I sit alone in desolate solitude. Only when Gu Beixian felt Gu Jinyao's presence had vanished from sight did he slow his pace, breathing slightly labored. He asked, "Does your leg still hurt?" Su Hua, her arm draped around his neck, softly replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Please put me down. We are almost there. We won't lose much time." Unable to resist his insistence, she relented. Gathering her thoughts, she explained, "The materials sent by Shen Yuan haven't arrived yet. So I have no work tonight and plan to sleep early. After waking up, I couldn't fall back asleep, and I heard someone playing the flute beautifully, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to come out. I had no idea he was Gu Jinyao. Had I known, I would have kept my distance." Gu Beixian acknowledged with a low sound, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Su Hua was left uncertain if he believed her or not. Contemplating for a moment, she gently caressed his weary face, playfully scolding, "You just left here this morning. Why are you back so soon? You're so busy. You don't need to come over all the time. I have several bodyguards protecting me. I won't be in danger." Gu Beixian pressed his lips together in silence, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness I came. If they had not come, the two would undoubtedly have engaged in conversation. What if Gu Jinyao, in a moment of impulse, revealed to her that he was, in fact, Lu Yao? How would this conclusion unfold? He could scarcely imagine the turmoil that would ensue if she were to discover that Gu Jinyao was, indeed, the very Lu Yao she had longed for day and night. What extraordinary actions might she take? Upon returning to the guest house, Gu Beixian carefully laid Su Hua down on the bed and assisted her in removing her trousers to examine her injuries. On her fair knee, there was a red mark, slightly swollen, but fortunately, the skin remained intact and unbloodied, albeit showing signs of potential bruising. He hurried to the bathroom, filled a basin with cool water, soaked a towel, wrung out the excess moisture, and gently applied it to her knee for cold compress therapy to reduce swelling and alleviate pain. He then prepared a basin of warm water, dampened another towel, and tenderly wiped away the tears from her face and the dust from her hands. Seeing him bustling about, Su Hua urged, "Please, sit down and take a moment to rest. You've been so busy." He had already endured 2 flights that day, followed by a lengthy car ride, and had been tirelessly occupied at work. She found it difficult to comprehend his actions. Why would such a shrewd individual squander time in this manner? Traveling just to see her, spending precious hours in transit, seemed so futile for someone like him. Gu Beixian merely responded with a non-committal sound before retreating to the bathroom for a quick shower. Even on the second night, he still found himself unaccustomed to the Spartan surroundings. After a hurried wash, he donned his night clothes and returned, sitting at the bedside. He pulled back the covers and lay down, drawing Su Hua into his embrace without uttering a single word. Su Hua felt a twinge of guilt towards him. Regardless of the circumstances, her actions from earlier that evening had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. She could not quite understand why she had been so captivated by the sound of the flute, which had reminded her of the past. In such a situation, anyone would have misinterpreted and felt anger upon suddenly encountering an old acquaintance. She recalled how, whenever she was upset, Gu Beixian would kiss her, and after a brief rest, they would reconcile. It was a common dynamic between them, arguing at the head of the bed, then making amends by its foot, imitating his earlier behavior. She leaned in and gently kissed the corners of his lips and his cheeks. Her hand slipped beneath the hem of his nightshirt, brushing against his sculpted abdomen. Her fingers flowed over his body like water. After 3 years of marriage, she had always been the passive partner in their intimate affairs. This was her first time taking the initiative. Gu Beixian restrained her wandering hand, his mind elsewhere as he said, "Let us save it for another day. I'm too tired tonight." Su Hua's hand, which had been exploring his abdomen, froze in confusion as she gazed at him. "Isn't that why you came all this way today?" Gu Beixian chuckled, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He pinched her nose playfully and admonished, "Do you think I flew all this distance just to share a bed with you?" Su Hua was perplexed. Wasn't that the case? "No," he replied, lowering his gaze to her delicate collarbone, his voice tinged with a hint of chill. "What do you take me for?" Mixed with a subtle hint of unrecognized grievance.